I had just traveled to this world where beast masters were respected without knowing what was happening. I ran a red light because I was in a hurry to get to work, and ended up getting hit by a truck. When I opened my eyes again, I was here. This place is completely different from my original world. There is a supernatural power here called spiritual power. Because of this spiritual power, animals and plants have evolved into supernatural creatures with various abilities. There are also many strange life forms. These are collectively called fantasy beasts, and each one has powerful power. In ancient times, humans were very weak and could only survive by succumbing to fantasy beasts. Later, humans developed the power of beast control, and the profession of beastmaster rose. Until now, humans have established a glorious beast control civilization. The status of beastmasters in this era is extraordinary. But people like me who have not awakened the talent of beast control can only be ordinary people. As for me, I am 1.85 meters tall and handsome, but I don't have the talent to tame beasts. I am also the direct descendant of the Sioux family, one of the 4 top beast taming families in Yen country, and the future heir to the head of the family. What's the result? Because I can't tame beasts, those people in the family have ridiculed me a lot. As a member of a beast taming family, you don't even have any talent for taming beasts. Are you worthy of being a member of the Sioux family? I think you are the scourge and cancer of the Sioux family. Not only did you kill your parents, but you are also a complete waste. You are a direct descendant of the Sioux family, but you are such a disgrace to our family. Is it necessary for such a waste to stay in the family? Our Sioux family doesn't need a waste who can't taming beasts. Get out. These words stabbed my heart like a knife and kept echoing in my ears. I was driven out of the family in this way, but because I was of direct blood, for the sake of the family's reputation and bloodline, they did not really let me leave the family. Instead, they sent me to a remote border town, Ningxiang town, saying that I would take over the family business. In fact, they gave me a small shop, let me live there and wait for death, and also forbade me to return to the Sioux family for the rest of my life. Sitting in the black car on the way to Ningxiang town, my head was dizzy. The driver was a servant of the Sioux family and also a beastmaster. If I still had a noble status like before, how could he dare to treat me like this? Now it's different. I have become an abandoned child of the family. In his eyes, I am a waste, even worse than him. Don't sleep, it's almost time. He shouted at me with a cold face. I rubbed my eyes and looked ahead. It was a small village full of rural atmosphere. Compared with the imperial capital, it was like heaven and earth. The driver parked the car casually on the side of the road and said to me impatiently, "I'm in a hurry to go back, so I won't take you in. This is the map of Ningxiang town. The red star marked on it is the location of the store." After that, he threw the map to me and kicked me out of the car without mercy. I am the young master of the Sioux family, and now I am being bullied by a driver. I feel so helpless. But what can I do? In this world, even servants are beast masters, and I, a young master, can't tame beasts. It's ridiculous to think about it. I thought, where is the golden finger? Where is the golden finger that a time traveler must have? Isn't it said that every time traveler will have an external golden finger? System. Grandpa. I shouted for a long time, but there was no response. I had no choice but to take the map and look for it in Ningxiang town. I know from the fused memories that Ning town was one of the most prosperous cities in Yen country 100 years ago, and it was called Ningcheng. Unfortunately, it encountered a terrible beast tide. If it weren't for the strong men of the Beast Taming Association and the Yen Country Beast Taming Corps to support it, it would have been completely destroyed. After this disaster, Ningcheng suffered countless casualties and gradually became the small village it is today. As I walked, I thought, my beginning as a time traveler is too miserable, I don't even have a golden finger. In this world where beast masters are supreme, if I really can't tame beasts, I might as well start over. Just as I was thinking this, suddenly an ancient book fell from my body. What is this? Do I have this thing on me? I picked up the book with a puzzled look on my face. The next moment, the book turned into a golden stream of light and drilled into my head. Ding! The strongest beast taming encyclopedia system binding is complete. I heard this mechanical voice, and then I found a glittering golden book in my mind, with the words, Beast Taming Illustrated Book, written on it. I flipped it open, and saw that it was all blank pages. Just when I was wondering, the introduction of this beast taming illustrated book appeared in front of me. It turns out that I can copy the skills of the psychedelic beast and put them in the illustration book. The skills in the illustration book can be taught to the psychedelic beasts that are capable of learning. However, two conditions must be met. One is that I have to see the psychedelic beast perform this skill with my own eyes, and the other is that I have to touch this psychedelic beast. In addition, this illustration book can also record the various states of the psychedelic beast, such as poisoning, paralysis, etc. These states can also be placed on other psychedelic beasts, but there is a time limit. I can dispel them at any time during the process. Recording a state is much simpler. As long as I see the psychedelic beast in this state, I can record it. The golden finger has arrived. I was so excited. It's here, it's finally here, I said. As a time traveler, how can I not have plugins? Although the illustrations are still blank now, I know it's amazing just by looking at the introduction. Although I cannot become a beast tamer yet, with the help of this beast taming encyclopedia, I can definitely become a top-notch fantasy beast trainer. In this world, the status of a fantasy beast trainer is also very high. The top fantasy beast trainers are protected by many powerful beast masters. I am a time traveler, so it is not a loss of face to be a top fantasy beast trainer. And with the golden finger, are you still afraid that you can't control beasts in the future? I strolled along the streets of Ningxiang town with a yearning for a new world. I saw many fantasy beasts along the way, so I wanted to try the power of the beast taming book, but these fantasy beasts either did not use skills or had no special status, so they could not be copied at all, and the book was still empty. But this world is really wonderful. As a time traveler, I am still shocked to see the people and fantasy beasts living in harmony in the city. Ordinary people here who don't know how to tame beasts are also used to raising some docile fantasy beasts. Every family has one, either as a pet or to help with work. I passed by a construction site and saw humanoid fantasy beasts moving bricks and building walls. With the help of the map, I quickly found the Su family's shop here, Wanshou Pavilion. The Su family's businesses are spread all over Yen country, and Wanshou Pavilion has branches all over the country, mainly doing various businesses related to fantasy beasts, such as selling fantasy beasts, fantasy beast materials, food, or breeding and training fantasy beasts. But not every store is doing well. Some small towns with remote geographical locations are about to go bankrupt due to lack of management and poor operation. The family can only give up these places and focus on managing the business in big cities. The headquarters of the Pavilion of All Beasts in the imperial capital is very impressive, with booming business. There are also several top fantasy beast trainers on duty. If you want to find them to breed and train fantasy beasts, you have to make an appointment several months in advance. Take a look at the Wanshou Pavilion in Ningxiang town. It is so shabby, with almost no customers. The LED light on the sign is broken and flickers. Although it's called the Pavilion of All Beasts, the situation of this store is really too dire. I shook my head helplessly. If it continues like this, I'm afraid it will go bankrupt soon. But I have the beast taming guide, and I am going to be a top fantasy beast trainer. Why should I be afraid of no business now? As long as I show my strong training ability, why should I be afraid of no business? Thinking of this, I strode into the store. Although this shop is not big, it has everything you need. The front hall was spacious, with more than a dozen counters, and a small yard at the back, used to keep and train fantasy beasts. There were 2 employees in the store, a man and a woman, who were in their 20s and looked listless. They were not surprised that I came in, and said lazily, "If you want something, just go and see for yourself. If you need to buy a fantasy beast, or train a fantasy beast, you need to make a reservation in advance." What is this? With employees like this attitude, it's no wonder the store is on the verge of bankruptcy. I frowned, feeling something was wrong. I know that the staff of Wanshou Pavilion are all professionally trained before taking up their posts, so it is impossible for them to be so indifferent to customers. Besides, this shop has been out of business for a long time, so it should be very welcoming to see someone coming in. I thought about it and suddenly realized that they must know my identity and were being so cold to intimidate me. After all, before I came, they had the final say here, and now that I've been parachuted in as a leader, they must be unhappy. 9 times out of 10, it was arranged by the former store manager. I told them, my name is Su Xiao, and from today on, I will be the one taking over the Ningxiang Town 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. As I spoke, I took out the Su family's token from my arms and placed it on the table. Ask your store manager to come out and see me. After hearing what I said, the two shop assistants were not too shocked. They just looked at each other meaningfully, then forced a smile and ran to me. Oh, it turned out to be Master Su. I was too blind to recognize Master Su and neglected him. Master Su is indeed a handsome and suave man. I've heard that the group would send someone here, but I never thought that it would be young Master Su who would come in person. Master Su has come from the imperial capital. He must be exhausted from the long journey. Let's take a good rest today. Although they appeared respectful to me on the surface, I could sense that they were unhappy in their hearts. They must be wondering why a good group would send people here. Isn't this just causing more trouble? And they also heard that I was a loser who couldn't taming beasts. I was nominally here to take over the business, but in reality I was just here to eat and wait for death. They are already extremely anxious due to the lack of business, and now they have to take care of me. They must be extremely annoyed. I didn't care what they thought. I shook my head with an indifferent expression and said, "No, I'm not tired. Call the store manager out. I want to hand over the work to him. From now on, you will all be under my charge." Chen Shi, the dark-skinned male clerk standing on the left, said to me, "It's really unfortunate. The store manager went out this morning and may not be back for 5 or 6 days." Yes, please forgive me, young Master Su. The fair-skinned female clerk Lin Shui quickly agreed. I knew in my heart that the store manager must be avoiding me on purpose. He had been in charge of the store, and now the group asked me to take over, so he must be unhappy. He was avoiding me just to make me give up. But I won't back down. This shop is my foundation and I must take it over. I'm not sure about this. Maybe he went to buy some goods. Chen Shi's eyes flickered. He didn't dare to look directly at Su Xiao's research, and spoke hesitantly. Forget it, let's wait until he comes back. Su Xiao was silent for a moment, then turned around and sat on a chair beside him. Bring out the store's financial statements and show them to me. Since Su Xiao decided to take over here, it would be impossible for him to let the Wanqiu Pavilion in Ningxiang Town go bankrupt. The first thing he had to do was to understand the situation of the store. Chen Shi and Lin Shui, two shop assistants, looked at each other awkwardly. "Master, I'm really sorry. Only the store manager can get financial statements. And the store manager has also said that no one can look at the financial statements when they come here. This involves the confidentiality of the store." Su Xiao heard this and smiled coldly. "What do you mean, no one can see the financial statements, including me? I'm telling you, starting today, I'm the store manager of the Wanqiu Pavilion. I want to check the accounts now, but you're stopping me. Can it be understood that you colluded with the former store manager to enrich yourself and falsify the accounts to deceive the group? This is absolutely not possible." Chen Shi and Lin Shui were obviously shocked when they heard this. They are just ordinary employees. If they are accused of embezzlement and falsifying accounts, they will be doomed. Why don't you take it out quickly? Su Xiao said coldly. "Master, I'll tell you the truth. All reports related to the store are the responsibility of the store manager himself. We really don't know where they are." The two shop assistants, Chen Shi and Lin Shui, said this with wry smiles on their faces. This is a bit troublesome. Su Xiao felt very difficult at this moment. The former store manager was really too ruthless. Not only did he avoid us, he also hid all the store-related reports. It's even possible that he took them away with him. Thinking of this, Su Xiao couldn't help but sigh. But since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. Even without these things, the store is still there. There are still many ways to save this store that is about to go bankrupt. Seeing Su Xiao's unhappy expression, Chen Shi and Lin Shui looked at each other nervously. Wasn't it said that Su Xiao was exiled here by the Su family and was a useless person who was just waiting to die? Why do they have such tremendous pressure right away? That feeling was no less than when I faced the old store manager. To be honest, both of them are a little scared now. One is the old store manager who has followed for many years, and the other is a member of the Su family. Although he is an abandoned child of the family, he is still the direct bloodline of the Su family after all. The power struggle between the two of them really made them, two ordinary employees, feel a lot of pressure. There is no way to offend either side. In order to check the specific situation of the store, Su Xiao was too lazy to say anything more to the two of them and turned to walk towards the courtyard behind the store. What comes into view is a lawn. Although the area is not very large, the environment is very good and barely meets the standards of Wanshou Pavilion. You can see a group of white rabbits on the lawn. Since this was the first time Su Xiao came here, he was a stranger to them. At this moment, they gathered together in fear, being wary of Su Xiao. Name: Swift Wind Rabbit. Type: Beast. Attribute: Wind. Realm: Ordinary First Level. Bloodline: Elite. Skills: Stomp, Beginner LV1, Jump, Beginner LV1, Wind Spirit, Intermediate LV1. When Su Xiao saw these swift wind rabbits, the corresponding attribute panel immediately emerged in his mind. He thought it should be the ability of the Beast Taming Atlas. Ah, this is a bit too tragic. Are these swift wind rabbits the only ones left in the entire 10,000 Beasts Pavilion? While complaining, Su Xiao walked around the courtyard and found that in addition to a nest of swift wind rabbits, he also saw an old building. It looked very old, but there were many special iron cages inside, and the sounds of phantom beasts could be heard. Unfortunately, the door of the old building was locked, and Su Xiao had no way to get in for the time being. He could only watch from afar through the window. It can be seen that there are still quite a few mythical beasts in it, but most of them should be elite level. After all, the Wanshou Pavilion here is about to go bankrupt, and it certainly doesn't have the money to buy powerful fantasy beasts. In this world, the realms of fantasy beasts are divided from low to high, namely ordinary, elite, extraordinary, commander, king, overlord, legend, and myth. Each realm is divided into 10 levels, representing the specific strength of the fantasy beast. If the fantasy beast has an extraordinary bloodline, then as long as there are no accidents and it grows up smoothly, it can basically reach the extraordinary level. By analogy, the stronger the bloodline of a fantasy beast, the more powerful its strength will be. Of course, fantasy beasts also have the ability to evolve. Just because their current bloodline is low doesn't mean they will only have this bloodline for the rest of their lives. However, the evolution of fantasy beasts is often very difficult, and it is difficult to figure out the specific evolution method. The fighting power of this nest of swift wind rabbits in front of them is not strong, and their bloodlines are all elite level. Without considering evolution, they can only reach the strength of elite level 10 at most, which is a very weak fantasy beast. Normally, only novice beast masters would buy it to practice. Never mind, it's better to have it than nothing. Let's try the ability of the Beast Taming Guide first. But at this moment, suddenly, a middle-aged man with a naked upper body and a sturdy build walked into the pavilion of all beasts. There are many scars on his body and his face looks very fierce. You can tell at first glance that he is someone who is not easy to mess with. Where are the people? Call out your store manager. The shirtless uncle walked in with a very loud voice, looking unhappy and shouting. Seeing this, the two shop assistants hurriedly forced a smile and greeted him warmly. Isn't this Mr. Chen? How come you have time to come here today? It was a completely different expression from when he greeted Su Xiao before. This shirtless uncle is named Qin Badeo, a mid-level beastmaster and the captain of the Badeo mercenary group in Ningxiang town. He has 3 phantom beasts of extraordinary bloodline in his hands. The classification of beast tamers is based on the rating system published by the Beast Tamers Association. They are apprentice, junior, intermediate, senior, quasi-master, master, legendary, titled legendary and mythical, a total of 9 levels. To be promoted to each level, one must go to the local Beast Tamer Association to take the assessment. Only when the standards are met can one obtain the corresponding professional level certificate. At the same time, one can also receive subsidies from the Beast Tamer Association every month. In a small town like Ningxiang town, an intermediate beastmaster who owns 3 fantasy beasts of extraordinary bloodlines is already considered a very powerful existence. The 2 shop assistants were obviously afraid of Chen Badeo, and they said servilely, Master Chen, it's really unfortunate. The store manager has gone out for something and won't be back for a while. What do you want? As soon as Qinsher finished speaking, Chen Badeo kicked the chair next to him and said, "I don't care where your store manager has gone, you must call him back immediately. It's been so long. You promised to help me train my fantasy beast, and I even took the deposit. But you keep delaying, and now you've even run away. Do you think I, Chen Badeo, am easy to bully? The store manager of Wanshou Pavilion must be a fantasy beast trainer, and the former store manager of Ningxiang Town is no exception. Although he is not a very powerful mythical beast trainer, he is already quite good in this small village. It was precisely because the former store manager was a fantasy beast trainer that he could take on some orders for breeding and training fantasy beasts on weekdays that the basic operation of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion was barely maintained. Otherwise, it would have gone bankrupt long ago. Chen Badeo had a very loud voice, and his roar immediately attracted a group of onlookers, who gathered outside the Wanshou Pavilion to watch the fun. "Master Chen, you really misunderstood us." Qinsher was frightened by Chen Badeo's momentum and turned pale. He said tremblingly, "The store manager is out to buy goods. He will definitely help you train the fantasy beast when he comes back." Bang! Chen Badeo slammed the table angrily. "How long have I been waiting? You keep putting it off. Do you really think I'm stupid? I think you guys are just teasing me on purpose. If you don't call out your store manager today, believe it or not, I will smash your Wanshou Pavilion." Chen Shi and Lin Shui were already shaking with fear. This was a mid-level beast tamer. How could they have the ability to fight him? At this time, Su Xiao, after hearing the noise outside, walked out from the backyard calmly and sat calmly beside the counter. Seeing Su laughing, Chen Shi and Lin Shui hurried over and whispered, "Master Su, what should we do?" "What does it have to do with me? Isn't he looking for the store manager? Am I not what you call an outsider?" Su Xiao had a cold expression on his face and spoke in a calm tone. These two guys were ignoring Su Xiao just now, but now when faced with this situation, they started to think of Su Xiao again. "Master, what are you talking about? You are the eldest master of the Su family, and you came here specifically to take over the business of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. The entire 10,000 Beasts Pavilion is yours, you must resolve this matter." Neither Qinsher nor Lin Shui could afford to offend Chen Badeo, and the former store manager would not be back for a while, so they had no choice but to shamelessly ask Su Xiao for help. "Get out of the way." Seeing the two men surrender, Su Xiao then stood up leisurely. After all, Wanshou Pavilion was his future foothold, and he couldn't let the other party do whatever they wanted. Then, Su Xiao looked at Chen Badeo with a smile. "I am the new store manager of Wanshou Pavilion. You can tell me if you have anything to say." Chen Badeo had been looking at Su Xiao since he came out just now. Judging from his clothes, temperament, and appearance, he didn't look like a native of Ningxiang Town. But he doesn't care who Su Xiao is. He came here today to ask for an explanation. Clearly the deposit has been received, but they don't help him train the fantasy beast, instead they keep delaying the process. This must be explained. "I don't care who you are." Chen Badeo sat on the chair with an unhappy look on his face. "You wasted so much of my time for nothing. If you can't train the fantasy beast, return the deposit immediately. I have already paid a deposit of 5,000 yuan. Since it is your fault, I need 10 times the compensation now." The people watching outside the store gasped when they heard the 10-fold compensation. 10 times. That's 50,000. Tisk, TSK, TSK. This time the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion is going to bleed heavily. Why did you pick on Chen Badeo when you could pick on anyone else? Now we are going to have a good show. In a small village like theirs, 50,000 yen country coins is really a huge sum of money, and only a wealthy beastmaster can easily come up with it. After hearing what Chen Badeo said, Su Xiao frowned and didn't speak for a while. At present, Wanshou Pavilion is on the verge of bankruptcy. If we take out 50,000 at this time, it will undoubtedly make the situation worse. But Su Xiao could also understand that the other party had already paid the deposit, but they were still dragging their feet on training his phantom beast. Anyone who encountered this kind of thing would feel very angry. This concerns the reputation of Wanshou Pavilion, and Su Xiao must resolve it today. How could Wanshou Pavilion deliberately play tricks on you? It's true that the former store manager was delayed by something. I am also a phantom beast trainer. In order to make up for our store's mistake this time, I can help you train your phantom beast for free. Can you let me see what fantasy beast you want to train first? The so-called training of phantom beasts is nothing more than making the phantom beast stronger and learning more skills. Su Xiao can definitely do this with the help of the Beast Taming illustrated book. Besides, Su Xiao is from the Su family, a family of beast tamers, and has been exposed to a lot of knowledge about fantasy beasts since he was a child. Even the Su family made their fortune in the early years by breeding and training fantasy beasts. Su Xiao was very knowledgeable about this aspect. Hee hee. Chen Badeo smiled disdainfully. Are you a fantasy beast trainer? Are you sure you're not teasing me again? In Chen Badeo's eyes, Su Xiao was just a teenage boy. How could he possibly know how to train a phantom beast? He didn't want to be fooled by the people from the pavilion of 10,000 beasts again. Seeing the other party's attitude, Su Xiao disagreed and said calmly, "Of course I am a fantasy beast trainer, I can assure you of this. How about this, I can return the deposit you paid to you now. Not only that, if I can't train you according to your requirements, I promise to compensate you 100 times the deposit." As soon as these words came out, the two shop assistants, Chen Shi and Lin Shui, were immediately shocked and ran to Su Xiao in panic. "Master, 100 times the compensation, that's 500,000. Where do we get so much money?" Not only were the two shop assistants shocked, but the people watching outside also looked incredulous. How much confidence does it take to make such a promise? Of course I know that the store doesn't have that much money, but I have enough confidence that I can help him train well, so you don't need to say anything more. Su Xiao didn't explain much and looked at Chen Badeo confidently. Su Xiao's words really surprised Chen Badeo. "If you fail to help me train well, will you compensate me 100 times the deposit?" "Okay, you promised yourself." As soon as Chen Badeo finished speaking, he casually opened a light gate, and a huge red python crawled out from the light gate. Name: Blood Poison Python. Type: Beast. Attribute: Poison. Realm: Elite Level 3. Bloodline: Extraordinary. Skills: Tight Binding, Elementary LV2, Poison Mist, Elementary LV2, Poison Needle, Intermediate LV2, Poison Bite, Intermediate LV2. This is the mythical beast I want to train, a blood poison python of extraordinary bloodline. I'm not an unreasonable person. If you can't train, you should compensate me 50,000 as soon as possible. Chen Badeo said tentatively. After all, no matter how you look at it, Su Xiao only looks like he is 18 or 19 years old. How powerful can his training methods be? You still dare to say that the training is not good and you should compensate me 100 times? Su Xiao smiled casually, didn't say much, strode over, and circled around the blood poison python twice in a very professional manner. One can clearly sense the powerful aura of the blood poison python, which is worthy of being a phantom beast with extraordinary bloodline. If the little rabbits in the backyard saw this big guy, they would probably be scared to death. But Su Xiao was not nervous at all, as he already had a plan in mind. It's just a blood poison python. Why can't it be trained? Su Xiao looked at Chen Badeo confidently and said, "How far do you want to train?" Chen Badeo hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and then said, "At present, my blood poison python is too slow and not flexible enough. I need to make it more flexible and enhance its fire resistance." "Master Chen, you are kidding, right? Improving the agility is possible, but increasing the fire resistance of a fantasy beast can only be done through some fire-related spiritual objects. Don't make things difficult for us on purpose." Although Chen Shi and Lin Shui don't know much about training fantasy beasts, they are not fools and they still know this common sense. "Didn't you say to train according to my requirements? Now you say you can't do it." When your former store manager collected my deposit, he agreed very readily. It's a store under the Su Group after all, how could it be so shameful? Chen Badeo remained arrogant and did not give in at all. This was not because he was deliberately making things difficult. The reason why he chose to come to Wansho Pavilion to train fantasy beasts was because it was the store of the Su Group, and there was a certain guarantee in the training and breeding of fantasy beasts. Moreover, when he went to see the original store manager, he did make this request, and the other party readily accepted the deposit and agreed. But now you say you can't do it. This really made Chin Badeo very angry. Chen Shi wanted to continue talking but was stopped by Su Xiao. "No problem, I promise to train according to your requirements." Then he looked at Chen Shi beside him and said, "Go and return the deposit of this customer in full." This. Chen Shi wanted to stop him, but when he saw Su Xiao's cold eyes, he didn't dare to say anything more. He hurried to the counter, took out 5,000 yuan, and handed it to Chin Badeo with both hands. "I've been very busy lately, so I can only give you 3 days at most. In 3 days, I will go out of the city to hunt fantasy beasts. You must train me well." Chen Badeo didn't bother to be polite with Su Xiao. He took the 5,000 yuan and gave instructions with a cold expression. 3 days. We need to train the blood poison python's flexibility and improve its fire resistance. 3 days is not enough. Master Chen, normally, it takes at least 10 days to train a fantasy beast. For a case of your difficulty, it will take at least a month. Please don't make things difficult for us. After hearing what Chin Badeo said, both employees Chen Shi and Lin Shui were speechless. This is clearly revenge. Come here in 3 days. If you are not trained well, you will be required to pay compensation 100 times. Even the crowd watching outside felt that Chin Badeo was too arrogant. They had already apologized, even returned the deposit, and were offering him free training, but it was still not enough. Requiring the training to be completed in 3 days is indeed a bit too much to ask. But they didn't dare to say anything more. After all, he was an intermediate beastmaster. In a small village like this, the intermediate beastmaster is truly a very powerful existence. Just when everyone thought Su Xiao would panic, Su Xiao acted very calmly. 3 days, right? No problem. It may even take less than 3 days. What a big mouth. Upon hearing this, Chen Badeo snorted coldly. "Remember this, if I come here in 3 days and you don't help me train the blood poison python, I will not only compensate you 100 times, but I will also smash your shop." After saying these harsh words, Chen Badeo turned and left. Afterwards, Su Xiao ordered his men to close the store and temporarily suspend business. "Master Su, why did you agree to him? Increasing the blood poison python's agility and even its fire resistance in 3 days is simply impossible. Although 50,000 is a lot, the store can still afford it. But if we fail to complete it, we will be compensated 100 times more, and our store will be destroyed." Chen Badeo is considered a very powerful beastmaster in Ningxin town. What should we do? Chen Shi and Lin Shui both felt very confused about Su Xiao's behavior. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. Besides, the conditions proposed by the opponent are not very harsh. Didn't the former store manager agree to it? It's just that the time is a little shorter. At this point, Su Xiao's face darkened. I clearly promised to help him train his fantasy beast, and even took the deposit, but you keep delaying. Aren't you playing tricks on the customer? I don't care what the former store manager's reasons were. His actions are undoubtedly damaging the reputation of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. In the name of the current store manager of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, I will fire him. Tell him not to come back ever. Su Xiao spoke in a cold voice as he led the blood poisonous python towards the backyard. Before leaving, Chen Badeo had given it an order to obey the trainer. So the blood poison python was very obedient. It did not resist Su Xiao and followed Su Xiao silently. Remember, without my order, the two of you are not allowed to step into the backyard. Wait in the hall obediently. If you are bored, clean the hall carefully and find someone to fix the LED light at the door sign. Of course, if you don't want to do it, you can leave. I won't force you. One more thing, don't call me young master from now on, please call me Manager Su. After saying that, Su Xiao walked to the backyard and closed the door with a bang. This. What should I do? Lin Shui looked at Chen Shi beside her nervously and said. What else can I do? Chen Shi sighed helplessly. You clean up, I'll find someone to fix the sign. I don't want to be fired. That's all we can do now. After making the decision, the two of them took action immediately. On the other side. The moment Su Xiao brought the blood poison python to the backyard, a nest of swift-winged rabbits that originally lived there were frightened and started running around. In their eyes, the phantom beasts with extraordinary bloodlines are extremely terrifying. Not to mention, this is a giant python. Some timid swift rabbits were so scared that they used their skills. Their bodies emitted a light green light and their speed became noticeably faster. There was also a little swift-winged rabbit that was in a panic and bumped directly into Su Xiao. At this moment, the beast taming encyclopedia in Su Xiao's mind automatically turned to a page. At the top was the image of the swift-winged rabbit, and below was a bunch of text. Skill, Wind Spirit Technique. Skill level, Intermediate. Introduction, wind-based skills can use the power of wind to increase one's own speed, and can also enhance the power of wind-based skills. The Beast Taming Guide has content. That is to say, I successfully copied the skill of Wind Spirit Technique. The sudden change caught Su Xiao off guard. But if you think about it carefully, the Beast Taming Encyclopedia did indeed give a hint. As long as you see the fantasy beast use a skill and successfully touch it, you can copy that skill. Unexpectedly, by chance, he was able to directly copy the Wind Spirit Technique skills of the Swift Wind Rabbit. Didn't that guy just now want to improve the agility of the blood poison python? If it learns the Wind Spirit Technique, not only will its agility be improved, but its speed in all aspects will also be greatly improved. There's no time to lose, try it now. Su Xiao immediately turned around and looked at the blood poison python, and discovered that next to the Beast Taming Encyclopedia in his mind, there was an icon similar to a magnifying glass. After pointing the magnifying glass at the blood poison python, a paragraph of text immediately popped up. The blood poison python meets the teaching requirements. Should we teach it immediately? Teaching. With excitement and nervousness in his heart, Su Xiao muttered to himself. To be honest, this was his first time trying out the power of the Beast Taming Encyclopedia, and he had no idea what would happen. You know, in this world, if you want a fantasy beast to learn a certain skill, it must go through a long period of training, or in some specific circumstances, there is a chance for it to comprehend it. Afterwards, Su Xiao's hands gradually emitted a dazzling golden light, with a very strange power. Gently stroking the blood poison python, he found that the dazzling golden light on his hands naturally flowed to the blood poison python like water, and then was gradually absorbed into the blood poison python's body. After everything was done, Su Xiao's hands returned to normal. He could clearly feel that some of his physical and mental strength seemed to have been drained away. It felt like I wasn't full and was a little hungry, but also a little sleepy. It seems that the ability of this beast taming book to teach skills cannot be used casually. It will consume physical and mental strength. Although Su Xiao was very surprised, it didn't matter. He clearly saw that at this moment, a light green light appeared on the blood poison python's body, and it actually performed the Wind Spirit Technique. Who would have thought that a poison-type blood poison python could learn skills of other attributes in an instant? Under normal circumstances, some fantasy beasts with good qualifications have a chance to comprehend skills of other attributes in a specific environment, but the probability is very low, just like winning the lottery. But with the help of the Beast Taming Atlas, Su Xiao instantly made the blood poison python comprehend the skill of Wind Spirit Technique, which was really incredible. The blood poison python had no idea what was happening. After being touched by Su Xiao, it felt a magical power in its body. Before he could react, he found that he had comprehended the skill of Wind Spirit Technique. The blood poison python was very excited about having mastered new skills. It ran back and forth in the courtyard with the help of the power of wind spirit magic. This scene frightened the swift-winged rabbits even more. They all gathered together, huddled in a corner, trembling as they looked at the blood poison python. Stop, don't run. If you run around again, I won't give you food. Looking at the frightened swift-winged rabbit, Su Xiao immediately scolded the blood poison python. After hearing this, the blood poison python slowly stopped and looked at Su Xiao with a little displeasure. But there was no way, its master had already given the order not to harm the trainer, and it had no way to disobey. And if you don't listen, you really won't have food to eat, and that's not okay. That's right. Su Xiao nodded with satisfaction, then walked towards the nest of frightened swift rabbits. A status that can be included is detected. Do you want to include it? Just as Su Xiao approached the nest of swift-winged rabbits, a piece of text suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. State. Seeing this, Su Xiao looked at the swift-winged rabbits in surprise and found that there was a shining icon on the head of each swift-winged rabbit: fear. This is a state of fear. After Su Xiao realized what was happening, he immediately whispered, "Recorded." At the same time, the beast taming encyclopedia in his mind opened to the first page. This first page is specifically used to record the various states of the fantasy beast. It has small grids, but they are all blank at the moment. Then, a small square lit up with golden light, and the fear status icon that had previously appeared on the swift-winged rabbit's head appeared on this square. Status: fear. Effect: the phantom beast in this state has no courage to fight due to excessive fear, and its own defense and attribute resistance are all reduced. Duration: 2 hours. Awesome, it's included now. Doesn't that mean that I can now place the state of fear on any fantasy beast at will? Thinking of this, Su Xiao couldn't help but look at the blood-poisonous python beside him. "I'm sorry, I can't bear to use the swift-winged rabbit for experiments, so I'll have to trouble you for a while." Su Xiao smiled at the blood-poisoned python with ill intention. For some reason, the blood-poisoned python suddenly panicked when it saw Su Xiao's evil smile. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'll just give it a try. It will be quick." After Su Xiao finished speaking, he selected the fear state in the beast taming atlas, and then aimed the magnifying glass next to him at the blood-poisoned python. "Do you want to place the fear state on the blood-poisoned python?" Just like before, a text popped up immediately. "Yes." Su Xiao muttered to himself, and then he found a very magical power coming out of his body. The confused blood-poisoned python had no idea what was happening and was enveloped by this magical power. The next moment, an icon of fear status appeared above the blood-poisoned python's head. Hiss! The blood-poisoned python was in a state of fear and had no idea what it was afraid of. It just felt very scared for no reason and curled up and trembled. The aura of the extraordinary fantasy beast from before was gone. Now it is just like the swift-winged rabbit just now, and it looks very scared. Ha 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 ha. This ability is simply too amazing. With this ability, no matter how disobedient a phantom beast is, I can subdue it immediately. Su Xiao walked in front of the blood-poisoned python with a big laugh. No matter how he manipulated it, the blood-poisoned python would not resist. Instead, I felt even more frightened. The blood-poisoned python was really surprised. There was obviously no fantasy beast here that was worthy of its fear, but why was it so scared now? What's going on? Just listen to me and I'll let you go. Otherwise. Su Xiao smiled coldly, otherwise, you will have to stay like this for the next 2 hours. The blood-poisoned python didn't understand why it turned out like this at first, but after hearing Su Xiao's words, it understood instantly. It turns out that it was all the fault of the human in front of me. Because of fear of Su Xiao's ability, the blood-poisoned python could only nod helplessly. There is no other way. If I don't agree, I will be in a state of fear for 2 hours. So good. Su Xiao gently touched the head of the blood-poisoned python, and then whispered, "Dispel." In an instant, the state of fear on the blood-poisoned python's head disappeared. It immediately returned to its normal state, once again displaying the powerful aura of that extraordinary fantasy beast. Get down. The blood-poisoned python had just been feeling proud for a moment when it heard Su Xiao's words. In the past, only the master could command it, but now, because it was afraid of Su Xiao's ability, it was forced to lie down. Not bad, not bad. Very obedient. Seeing that the blood-poisoned python was so obedient now, Su Xiao was very satisfied. In this way, we can start the subsequent plans. Blood-poisoned python. Aim at the wooden stake in front and use the poison needle. Su Xiao shouted and pointed to a wooden stake not far ahead. This courtyard is usually used to train fantasy beasts. There are many wooden stakes to facilitate the fantasy beasts to perform their skills. Hiss! The blood-poisoned python nodded reluctantly, and spit out a black and purple poison needle from its mouth, accurately hitting the wooden stake. At the same time, Su Xiao reached out and touched the blood-poisoned python's body. It can be seen that the beast taming encyclopedia in the mind has automatically turned to another page. Skill, Poison Needle. Skill level, Intermediate. Introduction, Poison Skill, gathers poison energy into poison needles to attack the enemy, with a certain chance of making the opponent fall into a poisoned state. It really works. The Beast Taming Encyclopedia successfully included the skill of Poison Needle, which made Su Xiao very excited. Without any hesitation, Su Xiao let the blood poison python continue to unleash its fierce bite. As in the previous case, the Beast Taming Guide also successfully included this skill. Currently, Su Xiao's Beast Taming Encyclopedia has 3 skills, plus a fear state. As for those basic skills, Su Xiao did not plan to include them for the time being. Those skills were not very powerful anyway. The most important thing is that Su Xiao has no way to confirm how many skills the Beast Taming Encyclopedia can include in total, so he naturally has to give priority to including more powerful skills. It must be at least an intermediate level skill. The skills of fantasy beasts are divided into basic, intermediate, advanced, super and god levels. The higher the grade of the skill, the more powerful it is. In addition, the skills of the fantasy beasts also have proficiency levels, starting from LV1 and going up to LV5. The higher the proficiency, the more powerful the skills will be. The power of a LV5 entry-level skill is almost equivalent to that of a LV1 intermediate skill, and so on. However, if you want to improve the proficiency of the fantasy beast skills, you need to continuously use the skills to improve them. Nailed it. You can go and rest now. After collecting all the intermediate skills of the blood poison python, Su Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to it. Currently, the blood poison python has mastered the skill of wind spirit technique and has completed 50% of the training task. All that's left is to increase the fire resistance. In the past, if a fantasy beast trainer wanted to improve the attribute resistance of a fantasy beast, in addition to feeding it special spiritual objects, he would also place the fantasy beast in a specific space. For example, if you want to improve the fire resistance of a fantasy beast, then let the fantasy beast stay in an environment such as volcanoes or magma for a long time. This process will make the phantom beast very painful, but over time, the phantom beast's corresponding attribute resistance will naturally improve. Those high-end fantasy beast shops usually have a variety of environments that are convenient for breeding and training fantasy beasts. For example, the Wanshou Pavilion in the imperial capital is truly extremely luxuriously decorated, with environments of various attributes. In addition, with the presence of top fantasy beast trainers, there is a steady stream of business. However, Su Xiao's shop has none of these. Not only is there no corresponding environment, there is also no money to purchase special spiritual objects to enhance the blood poison python's resistance to fire. But Su Xiao was not very panicked. On the contrary, he was very calm. Without the environment and special fire-type spiritual objects, what can we do? I can just find a fantasy beast that is in a burning state and copy its state, and it will be done, right? If you are worried that the burning state for a long time will endanger the life of the phantom beast, I can also copy a healing state. I was so smart to be in a state of burning and healing at the same time. The reason why Su Xiao agreed to Qin Badeo's request so confidently just now was that he had actually already decided to do so. Relying on the power of the Beast Taming Encyclopedia, it is extremely easy to increase the fire resistance of the fantasy beast. However, Su Xiao is not in a hurry to find these states now. Anyway, if he wants to copy these states, he can just find a fantasy beast hospital. What Su Xiao wants to do now is to open the old building in front of him and see what kind of phantom beasts are inside. As he spoke, Su Xiao walked to the front of the old building, looked at the locked door, and frowned slightly. You thought if you locked the door, I wouldn't be able to get in. You must be joking. After Su Xiao finished speaking, he turned and looked at the blood poison python lying on the ground. Big python, help me break open this door. The blood poison python had just rested for a while when it crawled towards Su Xiao helplessly again. Damn human, can't you just let me have a good rest? Is it my illusion? When the blood poison python crawled in front of Su Xiao was not sure if it was an illusion or some other reason, but he could actually hear the blood poison python's thoughts. What are you looking at? Do you want me to crash into the door in front of me? The blood poison python looked at Su Xiao with an unhappy expression. Just like before, Su Xiao once again heard the voice of the blood poison python. This time Su Xiao could no longer remain calm. His whole body trembled slightly and his eyes were full of excitement. As a member of the Su family, Su Xiao knows too much about fantasy beasts and beastmasters. He knew very well that the ability to hear the thoughts of phantom beasts was an innate skill of the beastmaster. It's called telepathy. When all humans awaken to become beast tamers, in addition to gaining the ability to open up their own beast taming space, they can also awaken a beast taming talent. Beast taming talents are mainly divided into enhanced type, elemental type, and special type. Among them, the enhanced beast taming talent is the most common. As the name suggests, any beast taming talent that directly enhances the power of fantasy beasts is an enhancement talent, such as strength enhancement, speed enhancement, etc. A beastmaster with elemental beast taming talent can enhance the elemental attributes of the fantasy beast, making its attribute skills more powerful, such as increasing the fire attribute, ice attribute, etc. Except for the two types of beast taming talents mentioned above, all other beast taming talents are classified as special types. Special beast taming talents are often strange and varied. Some can increase the size of the phantom beast, some can reduce the size of the phantom beast, and there are even some more special beast taming talents that can directly weaken the opponent's phantom beast. The telepathy that Su Xiao is now displaying is a special type of beast taming talent. This talent cannot provide any enhancement to the phantom beast, nor can it weaken the opponent's phantom beast. But he can understand the language of any fantasy beast. Simply put, with this ability, Su Xiao can communicate with any fantasy beast unimpeded. Beastmasters who awaken this kind of talent are often powerful fantasy beast trainers. Because they can communicate well with fantasy beasts, training them is also particularly convenient. However, what excites Su Xiao now is not the communication with the phantom beast, but the fact that he has awakened his talent for taming beasts. This is impossible. Don't I have the ability to control beasts? In this world, anyone who is 16 years old or above can awaken under the arrangement of the local Beast Tamer Association. If one fails to awaken successfully at the age of 16, there will be two more chances later, that is when one is 17 and 18 years old. If one has not awakened his talent for taming beasts by the age of 18, he will have no chance of becoming a beast tamer and can only be an ordinary person. Su Xiao was previously kicked out of the family when he was confirmed to be unable to awaken when he turned 18. Su Xiao has used up all 3 chances and still has not awakened. But now his talent for taming beasts has suddenly awakened. Could it be that all this is the power of the system? Su Xiao became more and more excited when he thought of this. Regardless of whether it is due to the power of the system, Su Xiao has indeed awakened his talent for taming beasts. This also means that Su Xiao now not only has the ability to open up his own beast taming space, but can also contract fantasy beasts and become a true beast tamer. This surprise came too suddenly. Ha 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 ha. Extremely excited, Su Xiao couldn't help dancing while laughing. Ah. Is this guy stupid? The blood poison python on the side saw Su Xiao's unusual behavior at this time and complained secretly. What are you doing? Do you think I can't hear you secretly complaining about me? Hurry up and break open the door in front of me. Su Xiao heard the blood poison python's voice again, calmed down, and spoke to it. Oh my god, this guy can actually sense the world with his mind. I can't afford to offend him. I'd better listen to him and do as he says. The blood poison python didn't dare to complain anymore and immediately slammed hard into the door of the old building in front of it. Bang. With a loud bang, the door of the old building was successfully knocked open. What comes into view is one specially made iron cage after another, in which you can see all kinds of fantasy beasts being kept. They were all startled when they saw the door being knocked open. What's going on? I was so scared. How could the door be knocked open by a giant python? Did the old guy forget to bring his keys? When is dinner? I'm so hungry. Before Su Xiao stepped into the old building, he could already hear the voices of the phantom beasts in the iron cages. This telepathic ability is really convenient. The area of this old building is quite large, with special iron cages placed on both sides. The fantasy beasts in the iron cages are all relatively ferocious and not suitable for free range. All in all, there are probably more than 10 fantasy beasts with elite bloodlines, all of which are fantasy beasts of the beast clan. This type of fantasy beast is the most common and suitable for most beastmasters. Name: sharp-toothed black rat. Type: beast. Attribute, evil. Realm, ordinary first level. Bloodline, elite. Skills, bite, elementary LV1, jump, elementary LV1, shadow flash, intermediate LV1. Name Black Thunderbat. Type, beast. Attribute, thunder. Realm, ordinary first level. Bloodline, elite. Skills, bite, beginner LV1, impact, beginner LV1, electromagnetic wave, intermediate LV1. Name, Red Flame Dog. Type, beast. Attribute, fire. Realm, ordinary first level. Bloodline, elite. Skills, bite, elementary LV1, impact, elementary LV1, flame spray, intermediate LV1. It's a store under the Sioux group after all, but it doesn't even have a fantasy beast with a supernatural bloodline. It's really a store on the verge of bankruptcy. I'm afraid the fantasy beasts here will be difficult to sell. Su Xiao strolled in the old building, looked at the phantom beasts in the iron cages on both sides, and sighed deeply. What are you looking at? Why don't you prepare food? It's already dinner time, where's the food? Who is this guy? Isn't it that old man who usually comes in? The phantom beasts in the iron cages looked at the strange humans in front of them and expressed surprise. All of this was naturally heard by Su Xiao, who had telepathy. He smiled slightly and said, "Let me briefly introduce myself. From today on, I am the new store manager of Wanshou Pavilion. As long as you listen to me, I can not only train you well, but I won't let you go hungry either." Oh, the store manager has changed. The old man is finally gone. This guy seems to understand what we are saying. He looks like a beastmaster who has mastered telepathy. He is young but has such a big mouth. He is probably just a half-witted person. The phantom beasts kept in cages were now talking about Su Xiao, and were quite curious about this new store manager. At this moment, Su Xiao suddenly discovered that in the corner of the old building, there was a fat monkey sleeping soundly, with red gold hair all over its body. It is very similar to a fantasy beast with extraordinary bloodline that Su Xiao is familiar with. No way, that big fat monkey, could it be a fire monkey of extraordinary bloodline? Su Xiao rubbed his eyes and hurried towards the cage. Name Fire Monkey. Type, beast. Attributes, fighting, fire. Realm, ordinary first level. Bloodline, extraordinary. Skills, claws, elementary LV1, knee kick, elementary LV1, flame jet, intermediate LV1, flame punch, intermediate LV1. Oh my god. It really is the Infernape. It's a mythical beast with extraordinary bloodline. But, this guy is too fat. Su Xiao squatted outside the iron cage and watched in disbelief. As far as Su Xiao knows, this explosive fire monkey is one of the more powerful fantasy beasts with extraordinary bloodline. Under normal circumstances, it should be a monkey-like mythical beast with a hot temper, activeness, a thin body and flexibility. But the Infernape in front of him is not only lazy but also very immobile. The most important thing is that he is too fat. It is more than twice as fat as a normal Infernape, with fat all over its body. It doesn't look like a monkey at all, but more like a pig. I do understand a little bit why there is a fantasy beast with extraordinary bloodline in this Wanshou Pavilion that is on the verge of bankruptcy. It turns out that you can't sell anything at all. Who would want such a fat Infernape? I have to say, when Su Xiao saw the appearance of this Infernape, he was also speechless. He was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly seemed to think of something. He stopped and looked at Infernape meaningfully. This guy is a fantasy beast of extraordinary bloodline after all. I have just become a beastmaster and I don't have a single fantasy beast. If I can train this guy well, he can be my first fantasy beast in my life. Perhaps to others, this Infernape is useless and cannot be trained at all. But Su Xiao has the Beast Taming illustrated book. It is entirely possible to train this kind of Infernape. In this way, it is equivalent to picking up a super-level fantasy beast with great potential for free. Thinking of this, Su Xiao became excited. The infernal monkey in the iron cage was still sleeping soundly, but suddenly opened his eyes and looked lazily at Su Xiao in front of him. Why are you looking at me like that? Hurry up and prepare some food for me. When Infernape saw Su Xiao for the first time, he was slightly shocked, but he didn't care too much. Anyway, it has been here for a very long time. Every day it just eats and sleeps, and it has long been accustomed to this kind of life. It doesn't care who will feed it, as long as it is full. You're already so fat, and you still want to eat. I'm putting this out there, you're not going to have any food today. Since he chose this big fat monkey as the first fantasy beast, Su Xiao's first goal is to make this guy lose weight. With such a huge body, Encharpix is unable to fully display its true strength. Su Xiao has already figured out how to lose weight, and he looks at the fire monkey with confidence. No food to eat. When the Infernape heard this, he was so scared that he immediately stood up, shaking the iron cage frantically and shouting. I want to eat. I want to eat. If you don't stop, you won't have food for 3 days. Su Xiao will not tolerate this guy, and said in a stern tone. As soon as these words were spoken, the fire monkey immediately deflated, slumped in the iron cage, and looked at Su Xiao pitifully. For a foodie like it, it would be better to kill it directly than not have food for 3 days. If you want to eat, you can. Just sign a contract with me and become my fantasy beast. Su Xiao walked to the cage, squatted down, and stretched out his right hand towards the Infernape. Sign a contract. Are you sure this guy is not kidding? Infernape thought he had heard it wrong and looked at Su Xiao in front of him in disbelief. It has actually been in the pavilion of 10,000 beasts for a long time, but because of its lazy character and fat body, no beastmaster likes it. The facts also prove this point. He has been locked in a cage for such a long time. But now there is a human who wants to sign a contract with it. This really took it by surprise. I'm not kidding. If you're willing, you can sign a contract with me and become my fantasy beast from now on. If you don't want to, then I'll leave. I won't force you. Su Xiao actually has the ability to force the fire monkey to sign a beast taming contract, but he doesn't want to do so. Instead of forcibly contracting a fantasy beast, it is better to let the other party submit to you willingly. Only in this way can the effect of the beast taming contract be maximized and the phantom beast be more loyal. Forehead. If I have to stay in this dark cage forever, I might as well submit to the human in front of me. In this way, you can also eat and drink for free, which is great. Infernape reacted without hesitation and immediately nodded at Su Xiao. Su Xiao was aware of its little thoughts, but he didn't care about it. I have already thought of a perfect way to transform this fire monkey. Afterwards, Su Xiao sat cross-legged in front of the cage, slowly closed his eyes, and began to meditate, preparing to open up his own beast-taming space. At this moment, Su Xiao saw a tightly closed door in his mind through introspection. He gently pushed the door open, and suddenly an extremely dazzling white light appeared. Immediately afterwards, what appeared before Su Xiao's eyes was a small world with blue sky and white clouds and a very beautiful environment. But the area is not very large, and there are white transparent barriers around it. This is the beast-taming space that belongs exclusively to Su Xiao, and its current level is level 1. If you want to improve your beast tamer level in the future, you will need to rely on meditation to increase your beast taming space, and then go to the Beast Tamer Association to take the assessment. If you pass, you can get the corresponding professional certificate. But these are all later stories. What Su Xiao needs to do now is to contract the Infernape in front of him. The Infernape, who had been prepared long ago, had been looking at Su Xiao. To be honest, this is the first time it has signed a contract with humans, so it is more or less a little nervous. Relax and don't struggle. It won't be painful. Su Xiao gently comforted the Infernape, and then a faint golden light flashed on his right hand. According to the method he remembered, he drew the beast taming contract formation on the Infernape's head. Although it was his first time to paint, Su Xiao was from the Su family, one of the 4 great beast taming families. He had been exposed to all kinds of knowledge related to beast taming since he was a child. He had already mastered the beast taming contract formation thoroughly. A very complicated beast taming contract formation was quickly drawn on the head of the fire monkey. The next moment, the beast taming contract formation lit up with an extremely dazzling golden light, wrapping the explosive fire monkey. Since it had already surrendered to Su Xiao, Infernape did not struggle and just waited quietly for the contract to be completed. Wrapped in the golden light, Su Xiao could clearly feel that the beast taming space in his mind and the fire monkey were echoing each other, as if guiding the fire monkey into the beast taming space. Soon, a huge beast-controlling contract formation appeared under the feet of the fire monkey, which was wrapped in golden light. The fire monkey gradually turned into countless golden light spots and was absorbed by the formation. At the same time, the disappeared fire monkey had appeared in Su Xiao's beast-controlling space and became Su Xiao's first phantom beast. Su Xiao could clearly sense the presence of Infernape and they were completely connected. After successfully contracting the fantasy beast, Su Xiao could still feel a magical power in his body. The mental fatigue he had felt when using the beast taming illustrated book to teach the blood poison python was quickly recovered. Not only that, you can also clearly feel that your own strength seems to have become much stronger. This is the extraordinary power that belongs exclusively to human beings, also known as the power to tame beasts. From this moment on, Su Xiao officially became an apprentice beastmaster. A beastmaster at this stage, also known as a novice beastmaster, can only contract one fantasy beast. After completing the contract, Su Xiao did not rush to summon the Infernape immediately. Instead, he let it stay in the beast taming space first to let it get familiar with the environment inside. The most common mistake made by novice beastmasters who have just contracted a phantom beast is to summon and recall the phantom beast too frequently. This will actually cause great harm to the phantom beast that you have just contracted, so you should wait until you are familiar with everything before doing this. As a member of the Su family, Su Xiao naturally would not make this mistake. While the Infernape was still getting familiar with the beast taming space, Su Xiao also left. At this moment, he had a complete understanding of the general situation of the store. The former manager took away all the store reports, but Su Xiao didn't care much about it. The worst that could happen was to start from scratch. What Su Xiao needs to do now is to go out and collect information so that he can start the next training plan. Big Python, you stay here. If you dare not obey me, I will let you continue to enjoy the state you just had. Before Su Xiao walked out of the courtyard, he looked at the blood-poisonous python beside him with a serious expression. No, Master Trainer, I will definitely obey you. Upon hearing this, the blood-poison python roared at Su Xiao. Su Xiao, who had telepathic abilities, naturally understood everything. He nodded slightly and walked out of the courtyard. Manager Su, I have already cleaned the front hall. Chen Shi is out looking for a technician to repair the LED lights. Do you have any other instructions? When Lin Shui saw Su Xiao coming out, he spoke with a very respectful expression. After all, Su Xiao is a member of the Su family and is in charge of the pavilion of 10,000 beasts. If he does not perform well, he will really be expelled. Su Xiao glanced at the front hall casually and said with satisfaction, not bad, it's cleaned very well. The fantasy beasts raised in the courtyard need to be fed. I'll leave it to you to do it. I have something to go out for now. After Su Xiao gave his instructions, he strode out of the store. Lin Shui didn't hesitate and walked into the courtyard carrying a large wooden barrel. This wooden barrel is filled with some brown balls that look like marshmallows. But this is not MNMS, but a special feed for fantasy beasts, called Fantasy Beast Pills, which is made from a mixture of various ingredients. Except for the fantasy beasts of special races, all other fantasy beasts are very attracted to the Fantasy Beast Pills and like to eat them. After entering the courtyard, the first thing Lin Shui saw was the blood poison python with extraordinary bloodline. However, the moment Lin Shui saw the blood poison python, she was stunned. He was so shocked that he couldn't even hold the barrel firmly, and it fell directly to the ground. Fortunately, it didn't fall over. The reason why she was so shocked was that the blood poison python was emitting a faint green light all over its body and was running in the courtyard at an extremely fast speed. Lin Shui has also worked in the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion for several years. He is also a junior beast tamer, so he naturally knows that the blood poison python is using the wind spirit technique. What's going on? Why would the blood poison python use this skill? Could it be that Manager Su taught it just now? But it's only been a short time, it's too fast. Looking at the scene happening in front of her, Lin Shui simply couldn't believe it. At the same time, Su Xiao strolled along the streets of Ningxiang town. Although this was just a small village in Yan country, it had all the necessary places, such as the Beast Tamer Association, the Fantasy Beast Hospital, and the Yen Country Beast Tamer Corps branch stationed here. No matter how remote a small city is, these three places are indispensable. One is responsible for the Beastmaster, one is responsible for the Phantom Beasts, and the last one is responsible for public security, ensuring that they will not be attacked by the surrounding Phantom Beasts. The place where Su Xiao is going now is the Fantasy Beast Hospital, whose full name is the Fantasy Beast Treatment Hospital in the capital of Yen State. This is not an ordinary small clinic, but a regular public fantasy beast hospital in Yen Country, with branches in various cities. No matter how badly injured the Phantom Beast is, as long as it still has a breath left, it can be treated here. Since it is a public hospital, the fees are much lower than those of ordinary hospitals. But the purpose of Su Xiao's trip was not to treat the Phantom Beast, but to collect the various states of the Phantom Beast. If you want to collect various conditions, it is most convenient to come to the Fantasy Beast Hospital. It is no exaggeration to say that if there are enough fantasy beasts visiting the Fantasy Beast Hospital today, then Su Xiao can get any state he wants. Of course. Generally speaking, the Phantom Beast states that can appear in hospitals are mostly abnormal states, such as burns, poisoning, etc. When treating these Phantom Beasts, it is inevitable to rely on the abilities of the healing Phantom Beasts. In this way, the healing state can be successfully included. Just thinking about it made Su Xiao very excited, and he quickly quickened his pace. Before he knew it, Su Xiao arrived at the entrance of the Fantasy Beast Hospital in Ningxiang Town. Although it was Su Xiao's first time to come to Ningxiang Town, he didn't need to ask for directions. The main reason was that the architectural style of the Fantasy Beast Hospital was unified, and it was very conspicuous in Ningxiang Town and could be found at a glance. As soon as he walked into the hospital gate, Su Xiao heard the cries of many Phantom Beasts. After entering the hospital, Su Xiao discovered that the style of this Fantasy Beast Hospital was almost exactly the same as that of a normal hospital on Earth. You need to queue up to register, pay fees, see a doctor, etc. However, the patients treated here are not humans, but services are provided for fantasy beasts. If a human is sick, they need to go to a normal human hospital. Just then, Su Xiao saw a young man holding an unconscious Phantom Beast, anxiously queuing up for registration. If you look closely, you can see many marks of burnt marks on the body of the Phantom Beast. In addition, above the unconscious Phantom Beast's head, there was a shiny icon floating, burns. Immediately afterwards, a piece of text appeared in front of Su Xiao's eyes. A status that can be included is detected. Do you want to include it? That's great. I found a new state right after I arrived. Su Xiao didn't hesitate at all and immediately whispered, record it. The next moment, the beast taming encyclopedia in his mind opened to the first page. A small square on the first page lit up with golden light, and the burning state that had appeared earlier now appeared on this square. Status, burns, intermediate. Effect, the Phantom Beast in this state is affected by fire damage and enters a burned state, with its physical attack power halved and 1% of its health lost per minute. Duration, 30 minutes. Is there a level of status? After seeing the status introduction this time, Su Xiao frowned slightly. But after thinking about it carefully, Su Xiao realized that skills are divided into levels, and the states produced by the skills will naturally be divided into levels as well. This intermediate burning state was obviously caused by being attacked by an intermediate fire skill. The reason why there was no fear state before was because that state was not caused by the skill effect, so naturally there would be no level distinction. After recording the intermediate burn status, Su Xiao continued to wander around the hospital. Witnessing is clear, it is to collect status. He would go to the place where the Phantom Beast was crying the loudest. In just a short while, Su Xiao had successfully collected the 3 states of burns, paralysis, and poisoning. All of them are at an intermediate level. Although it was already very good, Su Xiao was not very satisfied because he still had not collected the most critical healing state. The quickest way to increase the blood poison python's resistance to fire is to keep it in a burning state. If the blood poison python remains in a state of burning, its life will be in danger. At this time, a healing state is needed. Being affected by the burning state while being healed can perfectly enhance the blood poison python's resistance to fire. At this time, a girl hurriedly walked past Su Xiao, followed by a red flame dog. There were some bandage marks on the red flame dog's body, and it looked like it had just received treatment. But Su Xiao didn't care about all these. What he cared about most was that there was a shining icon above the red flame dog's head, which was exactly the healing state needed. Whatever you need, you get it. Great. Record it now. After seeing this, Su Xiao quickly caught up with the red flame dog and secretly completed the recording of its healing status. Status: Healing, Intermediate. Effect: the phantom beast in this state can recover 1% of its health every minute. Duration: 30 minutes. Perfect. With this healing state, combined with the burning state, the life of the phantom beast will not be endangered at all. Looking at the introduction to the healing status in the Beast Taming Encyclopedia, Su Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Although this type of buff lasts for a short time, only half an hour, its effect is very powerful. For example, if the previous burning condition was left unchecked, it would cost the phantom beast 30% of its life in 30 minutes. Only the Beastmaster can see the health value of the phantom beast. If the health value of the phantom beast is less than 10%, it will lose its combat ability. Once the health value reaches 0, it means the death of the fantasy beast. Therefore, Su Xiao must not let the trained phantom beast die accidentally. With this healing state, it is equivalent to having a fantasy beast that can exert healing abilities anytime and anywhere. You no longer have to worry about training your guest's phantom beasts to death. After collecting the required status, Su Xiao did not stay in the fantasy beast hospital any longer and turned around and left. Just as Su Xiao walked out of the fantasy beast hospital, he discovered a very special condition, which he recorded without hesitation. This state is exactly the state of satiety, and the effect is very simple, which is to make the fantasy beast always feel full, which lasts for up to 24 hours. Perhaps this state is not very useful for training fantasy beasts, but for his big fat monkey, this state is very useful. After leaving the fantasy beast hospital, Su Xiao did not rush back to the store, but strolled around Ningxiang town to familiarize himself with the environment there. Although it cannot compare with the prosperous imperial capital, Ningxiang town is really good. At least it is a small town with a beautiful environment. Before he knew it, Su Xiao arrived at the gate of the Beast Tamer Association in Ningxiang town. Like the Fantasy Beast Hospital, the architectural style of the Beast Tamer Association is exactly the same, whether in a bustling city or a remote small town. It is a uniform 10-story building that covers a large area and is easy to identify in this Ningxiang town. Since you're here, let's go in and register. After all, Su Xiao is now considered a beast tamer. Even if he is just an apprentice beast tamer, he still needs to register with the Beast Tamer Association. In this way, not only can they receive a certain subsidy every month, but people like Su Xiao who have just become beast tamers will also have the opportunity to participate in some trial activities arranged by the Beast Tamer Association to help improve their own strength. When the beast tamer's level is raised, he can also accept various bounty missions in the Beast Tamer Association. After completing them, he can get good rewards. Similarly, if you need anything, you can also post tasks here, which is really convenient. Thinking of this, Su Xiao walked into the Beastmaster Association. Before this, Su Xiao had actually been to the Beastmaster Association, but that time was in the imperial capital, and he was accompanied by his family members. Su Xiao was deeply impressed. Before he began to awaken, everyone in the family had high expectations for Su Xiao, and they all believed that Su Xiao could awaken a powerful talent for taming beasts. However, the facts slapped them hard in the face. Su Xiao was unable to wake up and was cruelly abandoned by his family. Su Xiao, who thought he would never step into the Beast Tamer Association again, came today to register as an apprentice beast tamer. It really made Su Xiao feel like he was dreaming. Since the architectural style of the Beast Tamer Association is the same, Su Xiao walked to the counter in the lobby on the first floor with ease, took out a form skillfully, and recorded various information. After filling it out, I handed it to the staff at the counter. The staff acted quickly and successfully registered Su Xiao. At the same time, they handed Su Xiao the badge of an apprentice beastmaster. From this moment on, Su Xiao truly became an apprentice beast tamer, and all his information would appear in the database of the Beast Tamer Association. However, Su Xiao didn't want anyone to know his identity as the eldest son of the Su family, so he deliberately concealed this part of the information. I don't know if it was Su Xiao's illusion. The reason why he was able to awaken successfully might not be due to the system. After all, the system did not give any rewards, and there were no tasks. but he suddenly awakened his talent for taming beasts. In Su Xiao's opinion, it was very likely that someone in the family was playing tricks when he awakened in the past. The identity of the eldest son of the Su family and the future heir to the family head would make countless people jealous. Of course, these were just Su Xiao's guesses. Since he had been kicked out and had no ties, Su Xiao didn't want to go back, so as not to be involved in the struggles among the wealthy families again. The best thing is to hide in this Ningxiang town and develop quietly. After everything was done, Su Xiao returned to the pavilion of 10,000 beasts. It can be seen that the sign of Wanshou Pavilion has been successfully repaired. Although it looks very old, at least it will no longer flicker like before. Manager, you are amazing. In just a short while, the blood poison python has learned the wind spirit technique. It really opened our eyes. Manager, we were ignorant before, please don't mind it. As soon as Su Xiao returned to the shop, Chen Shi and Lin Shui immediately ran to Su Xiao and bowed respectfully. If at the beginning, the two of them only thought that Su Xiao was a useless person who was just waiting to die, then now their views have completely changed. No matter how he did it, the fact that he could make the blood poison python learn the wind spirit technique instantly was enough to prove Su Xiao's extraordinariness. Why are you being so polite to me now? Su Xiao sat indifferently at the counter, not paying much attention to the two of them. Hey, Manager Su, you are a great man and don't bear grudges. We were the ones who neglected you before. Please don't mind it. As Chen Shi spoke, he respectfully brought Su Xiao a cup of tea. The two of them are just ordinary employees with average talent in taming beasts, and they rely entirely on this job at the pavilion of 10,000 beasts. If this place goes bankrupt, both of them will be unemployed. It may not be a bad thing for them to have such a capable store manager suddenly appear in their place. The most important thing is that if the store becomes popular, their salaries will also increase. Following such a promising store manager is much better than following the previous store manager. So you are surrendering to me? Su Xiao didn't say anything polite. He calmly took the tea and took 2 sips casually. Manager Su, what are you talking about? We have been your people from the beginning to the end. It was the old store manager who asked us to do this before. Chen Shi and Lin Shui no longer dared to be disrespectful to Su Xiao, and hurriedly explained. It wasn't that they were deliberately shirking responsibility. It was indeed the old store manager who asked them to target Su Xiao. What they didn't expect was that Su Xiao was so capable. The blood poison python can learn the wind spirit technique in an instant, so improving the resistance to fire will naturally not be too difficult. No wonder Su Xiao is so confident. Forget it. Anyway, the store is in need of manpower right now. As long as you work hard with me, I won't treat you unfairly. As he spoke, Su Xiao put down his teacup and said seriously, but I have to set some rules for you. First, from now on, you are not allowed to enter the courtyard without my permission. Second, when I am training and nurturing the fantasy beast, you are not allowed to peek or ask any questions you are not supposed to ask. Third, and most importantly, from now on you are only allowed to call me Manager Su. You are not allowed to tell anyone my true identity. Did you hear everything clearly? As soon as Su Xiaoqiao finished speaking, Chen Shi and Lin Shui nodded respectfully. Manager Su, don't worry, we will abide by it. Very good, then I will go in and train the phantom beast. Su Xiao nodded with satisfaction and strode towards the courtyard. Just as he was about to close the door, he seemed to suddenly remember something and said, by the way, you can call Chen Badeo over tomorrow morning. After saying that, Su Xiao walked into the courtyard and closed the door. Ah. If we call Chen Badeo tomorrow, doesn't that mean that the blood poison python can be successfully trained tomorrow morning? Oh my god, even if we feed the blood poison python with a fire-attributed spiritual object, it can't be this fast. Chen Shi and Lin Shui, who remained in the store lobby, were both shocked at this moment. But he did not dare to disobey Su Xiao's orders and notified Chen Badeo as soon as possible. At this time, Su Xiao has already arrived in the courtyard. The swift-winged rabbit seemed to have gotten used to the blood poison python. After making sure it was not dangerous, it became bolder. The previous state of fear also disappeared, and it ran happily on the grass. However, when I saw Su Xiao coming in, I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, to them, Su Xiao was still a stranger and they were very wary of him. Let me introduce myself. I am the new store manager of the Wanshou Pavilion. Su Xiao walked up to the nest of swift-winged rabbits with a smile and spoke seriously. After all, they are all fantasy beasts from our own store, so we still have to handle the relationship well to facilitate subsequent training. You know, Su Xiao has the Beast Taming illustrated book, so he can easily teach this nest of swift-winged rabbits many unexpected skills. This means that this seemingly weak swift-winged rabbit can undoubtedly become very powerful as long as it is well trained by Su Xiao. By then, it will surely attract countless buyers. Will the store still be afraid of having no business? New store manager. The old guy left before. This is great, that old guy only tortures us and beats and scolds us whenever he has no reason. Finally he left. I wonder what the new store manager is like. Looks very friendly. After hearing Su Xiao's words, the entire nest of swift-winged rabbits started talking at once. Naturally, all of this was heard by Su Xiao, who possessed the gift of telepathy. But Su Xiao didn't say much and let them discuss. The top priority now was to train the blood poison python. Then, Su Xiao walked towards the blood poison python that was still sleeping soundly. Without any hesitation, he immediately put the blood poison python in a burning state. Hoo. At first, the blood poison python was sleeping soundly, but suddenly, it felt like it was being burned by fire. The intense pain made it open its eyes immediately. Hiss! The blood poison python was suddenly awakened and subconsciously rolled back and forth on the ground, trying to put out the flames on its body. But in the end, he found out that he was not on fire at all. But the strange thing is that now I am inexplicably in a state of burning. What's going on? I was just taking a nap, how come I'm in a burned state? Wait, could it be the human in front of me? Thinking of this, the blood poison python immediately looked up at Su Xiao and let out a series of angry roars. However, Su Xiao didn't care at all, and said with a harmless look on her face, "Don't be nervous, I'm doing this for your own good. Your master asked me to increase your fire resistance. What's the quickest way to improve your fire attribute? Of course, it's to stay in a burned state for a long time. Are you crazy? This is a burning state. Do you want to kill me? Believe it or not, I will eat you alive now." The blood poison python now thought that the trainer in front of it had gone completely crazy, and it roared in anger. But at this moment, another state appeared on the blood poison python's head, which was the healing state. Although the blood poison python was still in great pain due to the burns, it was guaranteed not to die. What's going on here? Losing blood while replenishing blood. You are kidding me. If the master had not given the order not to harm the trainer, the blood poison python really wanted to teach Su Xiao a lesson. How could I be playing with you? I'm doing this for your own good. Su Xiao said earnestly, think about it carefully. If you keep the burn plus healing state like this for a long time, your fire resistance will definitely increase a lot. Don't you want to become stronger? As Su Xiao spoke, he observed the situation of the blood poison python to make sure no accidents would occur. But the facts proved that Su Xiao was worrying too much. With the continuous blood recovery in the healing state, the blood poison python would not be in any danger of life. It would just continue to feel the severe pain of burning fire. But this will hurt. The blood poison python roared at Su Xiao angrily. Stop making so much noise. If you keep yelling and screaming, I will make you experience the fear you just experienced again. Just bear it obediently. It will only benefit you and not harm you. As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, the blood poison python, which had been angry, instantly fell to the ground like a deflated ball, and its whole body trembled uncontrollably. It was not because it was afraid of Su Xiao, but because it had been in a burned state for a long time, making its whole body feel like it was burning in flames. It was really painful. Just bear with it. Su Xiao showed no mercy at all and increased the duration of the blood poison python's status. A burning state lasts for 30 minutes. Su Xiao stacked 6 burning states in one breath, plus 6 healing states. This way, it can last for a full 3 hours. As long as this lasts for 3 hours, the blood poison python will remain in a state of burning without dying, and its resistance to fire will definitely be improved. If it is not enough, then extend it for another 3 hours until its fire resistance is improved. This completed Qin Badeo's training task. If Su Xiao had not been worried about attracting too much attention and being difficult to explain, he would have planned to call him tonight. As for whether the blood poison python would suddenly take revenge on Su Xiao and launch a surprise attack, Su Xiao was not panicked at all. How could it have the strength to attack in such a painful state? The healing state would not eliminate the effects of the burning state, it would only ensure that it would not die. If the blood poison python's resistance to fire attributes was improved, then it would naturally not be so painful. As a phantom beast, he would definitely know how powerful a trainer Su Xiao is, so how could he bear to hurt him? So, Su Xiao no longer paid attention to the blood poison python. It wouldn't die anyway, it would just be in pain at most. After comforting the frightened swift-winged rabbit, Su Xiao walked out of the courtyard. Next, we just need to wait for the blood poison python training to be completed. After solving Qin Badeo's plan, Su Xiao can start his own training plan. At the same time, Chen Shi and Lin Shui, who were outside the store hall, both heard the roar of the blood poisonous python coming from the courtyard. His expression was one of shock and a little uneasy. Why is the blood poison python roaring so loudly? Could something have happened? When I taught the blood poison python the wind spirit technique just now, it didn't seem to be in such pain. This is Qin Badeo's fantasy beast, and it is a fantasy beast of extraordinary bloodline. If it is not trained well, it's fine to lose money. But if we accidentally train to death, we're doomed. Do you want to go in and take a look? No, Manager Su just gave an order. We are not allowed to go in without his permission. Hey, I hope nothing goes wrong. They all knew that Su Xiao, as the eldest son of the Su family, must have mastered very powerful training and cultivation techniques, otherwise it would be impossible for Su Xiao to make the blood poison python learn the wind spirit technique in an instant. But no matter what kind of training or cultivation technique is used, it will not make the phantom beast cry out in such pain. To say that I'm not worried at all would be a lie. But just when the two of them were worried, Su Xiao walked out of the courtyard calmly. Manager, what happened to the blood poison python? Will something happen to it? After all, it is Qin Badeo's fantasy beast. If we train it to death, it will be doomed. Seeing Su Xiao walk out of the courtyard, Chen Shi and Lin Shui, who were extremely worried, spoke nervously. Training to death. Su Xiao heard this and smiled coldly. Do you two think I'm one of those low-level trainers out there? Don't worry, the blood poison python will be fine, it's just that the process will be painful. After saying that, Su Xiao started wandering around the store lobby on his own. After all, he is now the manager of Wanshou Pavilion, so it is necessary for him to know the general situation of the store in detail. Seeing Su Xiao so calm, Chen Shi and Lin Shui didn't know what to say. If Su Xiao hadn't ordered that no one was allowed to enter the courtyard, the two of them would have really wanted to go in and take a look. Are these all the store has at the moment? Su Xiao took a quick look around and found that most of the things currently on sale in the store were some common fantasy beast food, materials, etc. These things can be bought in any store and have no appeal at all. Yes. Chen Shi quickly responded, the store is short of funds and really cannot afford to purchase rare materials. This is a bit unreasonable. I just carefully observed the situation in Ningxiang town. There aren't actually that many fantasy beast shops here, but the situation in each one is similar to ours, with few customers and little business. There is only one store called Rare Beast Pavilion that is doing surprisingly good business. At this point, Su Xiao's expression suddenly became serious. Could it be that the people from the Rare Beast Pavilion are causing trouble? Why? Manager Su, you are really amazing. You found the problem as soon as you arrived. After hearing Su Xiao's words, Chen Shi and Lin Shui both sighed deeply. In fact, before the Rare Beast Pavilion appeared, our 10,000 Beast Pavilions business was quite good. The rest of the fantasy beast shops in Ning Town are doing pretty well. But after the Rare Beast Pavilion appeared, the situation changed instantly. In the Rare Beast Pavilion, not only are there powerful fantasy beast trainers, but they also have sufficient funds, and they started to organize various low-price sales activities. It directly caused almost all the fantasy beast shops in Ningxiang town to have no business. After listening to what the two said, Su Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, After all, the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion is an industry under the Sioux Group. It is unlikely to be defeated by a fantasy beast shop in a small village. What is the origin of this rare beast pavilion? Why is there a powerful fantasy beast trainer in charge? Manager Sioux, you don't know that the Sioux Group is indeed unshakable, but our Ningxin town is just a small border town. No matter how powerful the group is, it is impossible for them to pay too much attention to us. And the rare beast pavilion is also very powerful. The Black Dragon Gang is behind them. Black Dragon Gang. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao immediately asked, what is the situation with the Black Dragon Gang? Is it very powerful? There are a total of 17 small cities in our area, all of which are located in very remote areas. The Black Dragon Gang is considered to be the most powerful organization in this area. It is filled with powerful people. It is said that its leader possesses a dragon beast, and his strength is extremely strong. Compared to the imperial capital, the Black Dragon Gang is naturally nothing, but here, the Black Dragon Gang is too powerful. It's really hard to offend. When Chen Shi and Lin Shui talked about the Black Dragon Gang, their expressions were filled with fear. Even without much explanation, Su Xiao could tell that in this area, the Black Dragon Gang should not be underestimated. As the saying goes, the sky is high and the emperor is far away, a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. No matter how powerful the Sioux Group is, it is useless in this remote town. I understand everything. You can continue with your work. The things on the shelves in the hall are not arranged in any regular pattern. Go and reorganize them. After saying that, Su Xiao walked towards the courtyard. Although the rare beast pavilion is very powerful here, Su Xiao is not completely helpless. He already had a perfect plan in his mind. Oh, I almost forgot. Chen Shi, please help me rent a house nearby. It doesn't have to be big. I live alone. Please help me pay the rent first, and I will pay you back later. Su Xiao was driven here and had no place to live. Fortunately, he took some money with him when he left the family. Okay. After hearing this, Chen Shi nodded quickly and ran out of the store. Lin Shui was also very obedient and started to rearrange things on the shelves. Su Xiao then walked back into the courtyard. At this time, the blood poison python was still lying on the ground in pain, its whole body twitching continuously. 2 full hours had passed, during which the blood poison python had been suffering from the pain of being burned by the flames all the time. If it weren't for the healing state, the blood poison python would have died long ago. After seeing Su Xiao coming in, the blood poisonous python collapsed on the ground, looked at Su Xiao pleadingly. It hurts so much, Master Trainer, please let me go. It hurts so much, I'm dying. You can't bear this little pain. I'm doing this for your own good. Just hold on for a while. I promise you'll feel the changes in your body. You will thank me then. Su Xiao sat calmly beside the stone table in the courtyard, admiring the blood poisonous python that was suffering from the burning state. Perhaps it was because they confirmed that Su Xiao was not in danger and the blood poison python had no fighting ability at the moment. The nest of swift-winged rabbits in the courtyard became bolder and ran to Su Xiao's feet. Su Xiao picked up a swift rabbit and stroked it gently. These swift-winged rabbits seem useless and are very weak fantasy beasts, but in Su Xiao's eyes these rabbits are very useful and he can't help but smile. When the 3 hours were almost over, Su Xiao walked over mercilessly and continued to burn and heal the blood poison python for another 3 hours. Just like the teaching skills, repeatedly using the placement state ability also consumed a lot of Su Xiao's mental and physical energy. It was just getting dark, so after 3 hours, Su Xiao prepared to go out for dinner. At this time, Chen Shi just came back. He not only rented a house for Su Xiao but also packed some food. Manager Su, you've worked hard training the phantom beasts. Come eat quickly. Chen Shi respectfully placed the packed food in front of Su Xiao. At the same time, he explained the location of the house to Su Xiao and handed the key to Su Xiao. Su Xiao didn't say anything polite. After taking the key, he started eating casually, not showing any pampered attitude of a young master. I'll transfer the rent to you. No, that's just small change. No, I don't like to owe others. Well, okay, I'll rent a suite for you in a nearby community. It's about 130 square meters and has everything you need. It's 2,000 Yinghui yuan a month, 1 deposit and 3 payments, a total of 8,000 yuan. No problem, I'll transfer it to you right away. As he spoke, Su Xiao asked for the contact information of Chen Shi and Lin Shui, and transferred 8,000 yuan to Chen Shi. When Su Xiao was driven out of the family, he had a lot of money with him, so he naturally didn't care about this little money. I have to say that the prices in this small town are really low. Such a big house only costs 2,000 yuan a month. If it were the prices in the imperial capital, they would be several times higher. While having dinner with Chen Shi and Lin Shui, Su Xiao chatted with them for a while. Not only did I learn about the general situation of Ningxiang town, but I also learned from them what kind of person the former store manager was. He is over 60 years old and his talent in taming beasts is not very strong. Even at such an old age, he is still just a junior beast tamer. However, the level of training and breeding of fantasy beasts is quite good. The most important thing is that the former store manager was narrow-minded and often quarreled with others over trivial matters. The reason why they were so indifferent to Su Xiao in the beginning was that they followed the instructions of the former store manager. They wanted Su Xiao to give up and become a useless person who only lived a life of idleness and waiting to die, instead of competing with him for power. But what was unexpected was that Su Xiao was so capable that he shocked the 2 shop assistants on his first day. But Chen Shi and Lin Shui were not quite sure where the former store manager had gone. Well, it's getting late, you two should go home after get off work. Give me a key to the store, and I'll close the store myself later. After Su Xiao finished his meal and went to the toilet, he prepared to go back to the courtyard to check on the blood poison python. All in all, it has been suffering from burns for more than 5 hours in a row, so I think its resistance to fire should have increased a lot. After Chen Shi and Lin Shui cleaned the shop, they handed the prepared shop key to Su Xiao, and the two left together. Su Xiao, on the other hand, came to the courtyard carrying a large bucket of fantasy beast pills and personally fed the shop's fantasy beasts to enhance their relationship with them and facilitate future training. As for the explosive fire monkey in Su Xiao's beast taming space, it has not been summoned out for the time being. As a member of one of the 4 great beastmaster families, Su Xiao knew too much about beast taming. He knew very well that after signing the contract, it was best for the phantom beast to stay in the beast taming space for a full 24 hours, and then summon it out after it was thoroughly familiar with the space. Anyway, there is special energy in the beast taming space, so the Infernape will not starve. Besides, it is so fat, it must lose some weight. After feeding all the phantom beasts in the courtyard and the old building, Su Xiao suddenly noticed that the blood poison python, which had been wailing and trembling constantly due to the burns, seemed to be gradually calming down. It's a success. Seeing this, Su Xiao immediately ran towards the blood poison python excitedly. After getting closer, Su Xiao also discovered that the red scales on the blood poison python's body had become even brighter red, and a trace of flame patterns could be vaguely seen. Even its aura had obviously become much stronger. If it weren't for the burning and healing status still floating above the blood poison python's head, Su Xiao would have thought that the status had expired. Please let me go, it's too painful. Although the blood poison python was not in so much pain now, it was afraid that Su Xiao would give it more training, so it begged hurriedly. I thought it might take another 3 hours, but now it seems that's not necessary. Under Su Xiao's observation, he found that the blood poison python had mutated due to long-term burns. If it continues like this, it is very likely to evolve into a fire snake-like fantasy beast in the later stage. But that's all in the past. After suffering from the intermediate burning state, the blood poison python really improved its fire resistance a lot. In Su Xiao's opinion, the damage of the current mid-level fire skills to the blood poison python should be reduced a lot. In addition, with the wind spirit technique he had learned previously, Chen Badeo's blood poison python training mission was successfully completed. As expected of me. Su Xiao touched the blood poison python with satisfaction and whispered, "Dispel the burning state." Afterwards, the burned state of the blood poison python's head that was suspended in it disappeared in an instant, leaving only a healing state. The blood poison python finally felt relieved, and the pain it felt at the beginning turned into enjoyment. When in the healing state, the blood poison python will feel a constant supply of life energy being injected into its body. This feeling is really comfortable. But because it was afraid of Su Xiao, the blood poison python immediately moved away from Su Xiao, fearing that Su Xiao would do something strange to it again. Don't worry, your training plan has been completed. Eat something and get a good night's rest. You can return to your master tomorrow. As Su Xiao spoke, he took out an iron basin and poured a bowl of feed pellets for the blood poison python. After giving a few words of advice, he turned and walked out of the courtyard. After locking the door, Su Xiao left the shop. Since the house that Chen Shi rented for him was not too far from Wanshou Pavilion, Su Xiao arrived there in no time. It is a community called Yujing Garden. Although its environment is not as good as that of the capital, it is already considered a high-end community in Ningxiang town. At least ordinary people probably can't afford to buy a house here. Hello, where is Building 17? The security guard in the security booth looked at Su Xiao, didn't ask any questions, and pointed in a direction. Su Xiao nodded with a smile and walked towards the corresponding building. The community is not very complicated and it is easy to find the corresponding building. Building 17, 1001, this is it. I took out the key, opened the door, and entered the room, and what came into view was a very tidy environment. Although the furniture is not very expensive, it is very clean. It is indeed as Chen Shi said, everything that is needed is available here, at least there is no need to go out and buy them. Chen Shi is a very reliable guy. Su Xiao was really satisfied with the house and couldn't help but praise Chen Shi. Afterwards, Su Xiao began to clean up the house and officially settled down in Ningxiang town. Since Su Xiao has now become a beastmaster, he naturally has to start practicing meditation. Perhaps because he was too excited to become a beastmaster, Su Xiao spent the whole night in meditation. The next morning, Su Xiao came into the shop with a comfortable expression. Chen Shi and Lin Shui arrived earlier than Su Xiao and greeted him warmly. Manager Su, have you eaten? Have eaten. Su Xiao responded briefly, then asked, have you notified Qin Badeo? I've already notified them. They said they'll be here soon. But when Chen Shi said this, he said nervously, Manager, is the blood poison python trained in just one day? That's natural. Su Xiao smiled confidently, you two can go to the courtyard now to feed the fantasy beasts, and take a good look at the blood poison python. Okay. After getting Su Xiao's consent, the two immediately picked up a bucket of feed pellets and ran towards the courtyard. They had long been curious about the situation of the blood poison python. If they had not been worried about being scolded by Su Xiao, they would have sneaked into the courtyard to take a look. You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. At this time, not only did the blood poison python's scales become increasingly red, but it was also running happily in the courtyard while performing wind spirit magic. It was as if the pain I suffered yesterday never existed at all. It is indeed the wind spirit technique. Manager Su's training technique is amazing. And have you noticed that the scales on the blood poison python are becoming more and more red, and flame patterns are appearing? No way, could it be that Manager Su not only improved the blood poison python's resistance to fire, but also guided it to mutate into a fire-attributed snake-like fantasy beast? This is simply amazing. Seeing the blood poison python running happily in front of them, Chen Shi and Lin Shui were really stunned. If Su Xiao had spent 10 days or half a month to train the blood poison python to its current state, they would still be able to accept it. But now, only 1 day has passed, and the blood poison python has undergone earth-shaking changes, and even has some mutations. Not to mention them, anyone who saw it would be extremely shocked. From this moment on, they were completely convinced by Su Xiao. This useless person who seems to have been expelled from the family actually has very terrifying training and cultivation skills. At least there is no fantasy beast trainer in Ningxiang town who can match Su Xiao. With excitement in their hearts, Chen Shi and Lin Shui fed all the phantom beasts in the iron cages in the courtyard and the old building. There was one thing that puzzled them. Why did the unwanted fat monkey in the iron cage in the old building disappear? Could it be that he was taken away by the former store manager? However, since no one really wanted the big fat monkey and it couldn't be sold at all, and a lot of it was eaten every time, and now it was gone, so the two of them didn't think much about it. It was at this time. There was a noisy sound outside the store. A shirtless burly man with a sturdy build and broad shoulders slowly walked into the pavilion of all beasts. Coiled around his waist was a giant purple python that was thicker than his arm. This sturdy man was none other than Chinbadeo, who had come here yesterday and caused a big commotion. Behind him, there was a crowd of onlookers. Some of them had learned the news in advance and came to join in the fun, while others were specially called by Chinbadeo. It only took 1 day to complete the training. In Chinbadeo's opinion, this was obviously a little unlikely. If he is fooled by the pavilion of 10,000 beasts again this time, Chinbadeo will not hesitate to destroy the pavilion of 10,000 beasts in front of everyone. I heard that the new manager of the 10,000 beasts pavilion trained the blood poison python in just 1 day. This is incredible. I think there is something fishy going on here. Although I am not a beastmaster, I know a few things about fantasy beasts. Under normal circumstances, training a fantasy beast would not be so fast. That's right. What can you train in just 1 day? In my opinion, the new manager of Wansho Pavilion must have run out of ideas and specifically called Chinbadeo to apologize. That's what I think too. On the contrary, I have never heard of any fantasy beast trainer who can increase the speed of a fantasy beast and enhance its fire resistance in 1 day. Even if you eat various spiritual things, it will take a few days to digest and absorb them. Look, the new store manager of Wansho Pavilion has come out. The crowds watching outside the store quieted down at this moment and started to eat the food seriously. Boy, I heard that you helped me train the blood poison python in just 1 day. I have a bad temper. If you dare to fool me again, I will kill you. Chinbadeo spoke in a loud voice and shouted at Su Xiao aggressively. The purple python coiled around the waist exudes the bloodline of an extraordinary fantasy beast and is extremely intimidating. I don't know why, but I look so listless. After hearing the noise, Chen Shi and Lin Shui hurried to the hall. Since they already knew the current situation of the blood poison python, the two of them were not afraid of Chinbadeo at all. The 10,000 Beasts Pavilion has always been honest, how could it deceive you? Chen Shi, go and bring out this customer's fantasy beast. Su Xiao behaved exceptionally calmly. The fact that so many people gathered at the door was just what Su Xiao wanted. We must revive the pavilion of all beasts today. Chen Shi nodded with a smile, turned around and walked into the courtyard. When they came here yesterday, these people were very nervous and scared. Why are they so calm now? Could it be possible that my blood poison python has really been trained? But it's only been a day. This is obviously impossible. Chinbadeo looked very arrogant at first, but after seeing the calm reactions of Su Xiao and others, he couldn't help but start to doubt. Just as he was about to say something, Chinbadeo's expression suddenly froze. After all, he is the master of the blood poison python, and the two sides have already been connected. At this moment, he suddenly sensed the blood poison python's joyful mood. What's going on? Before Chinbadeo could react, he saw Chen Shi bringing out the blood poison python from the courtyard. At this time, the blood poison python was still emitting a faint green light, which was the remnant of the wind spirit technique. In addition, you can see that the scales on the blood poison python are becoming brighter red, and there are even some very vague flame patterns on its body. As an intermediate beastmaster, Chinbadeo was naturally very clear about the changes in the blood poison python. Compared with yesterday, the changes are a bit too big. If Chinbadeo had not confirmed that the blood poison python in front of him was his own, he would not believe anything he said. Not to mention Chinbadeo, who couldn't believe it. The crowd watching outside were all shocked. Perhaps some of them are not beastmasters and don't know what happened. But not all of them are ordinary people. There are still many beastmasters watching. They are all very clear about the changes in the blood poison python. A poison-type fantasy beast learned the intermediate skill wind spirit technique in 1 day, which improved its resistance to fire. Even more outrageous, there were signs that it was mutating into a fire-type snake-type fantasy beast. Who would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Well, I think I have completed your training mission as promised. Seeing Chinbadeo's shocked expression, Su Xiao smiled faintly. Boy. No, boss, how did you do that? After being shocked, Chinbadeo ran to Su Xiao excitedly and spoke. Now he no longer had his previous arrogant attitude and was obviously very polite to Su Xiao. In any case, Su Xiao did train as required, and the results were great. The most terrifying thing is that it only took 1 day to complete the training. How could a mid-level beastmaster like him offend such a great fantasy beast trainer? What should he do if the other party no longer helps him train the phantom beast in the future? How can I easily tell you my unique training secrets? Now that you have completed the training mission, the grudge between you and the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion has been written off. When Su Xiao said this, he suddenly noticed the purple python on Chen Badeo's waist. He frowned slightly, but didn't say much. Hey, boss, this isn't my fault. It's mainly because the last store manager was such a jerk. If I had met you earlier, this wouldn't have happened. This is 10,000 yuan for training. Please accept it. Chen Badeo is no fool. He must make friends with such a powerful fantasy beast trainer. In this way, it will be much easier to find him to train fantasy beasts again. Nowadays, the store is short of funds. After seeing the 10,000 yuan in cash, the two shop assistants, Chen Shi and Lin Shui, subconsciously prepared to reach out to take it. But Su Xiao stopped him. The 10,000 Beasts Pavilion always keeps its word. If they say they will help you train your fantasy beast for free, then it must be free. Since Su Xiao said this, the two shop assistants, Chen Shi and Lin Shui, naturally did not dare to say anything more and just stood aside helplessly. That's 10,000 yuan. The store hasn't had so much income in a long time. Manager Su is indeed courageous. I, Chen, have finally accepted your offer. Seeing Su Xiao's firm refusal, Chen Badeo naturally didn't say much. I have to say that this new store manager is indeed much better than the previous manager of Wanshou Pavilion. Chen Badeo summoned the blood poison python back casually and turned around to leave. But just as he was about to step out of the store, Su Xiao suddenly said, "What a pity." Upon hearing this, Chen Badeo stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Su Xiao in surprise. "Manager Su, are you talking to me?" Su Xiao sighed slightly. "I just feel sorry for the purple shadow electric python around your waist." As soon as these words came out, Chen Badeo immediately lost his composure and quickly stepped forward to Su Xiao. "Manager Su, what do you want to say? Is there something wrong with my purple shadow electric python?" As the owner of the purple shadow electric python, Chen Badeo naturally knew about its situation. The reason why he appeared to be in poor spirits was that he had been fighting for some time and had been injured. Now he had just recovered and was inevitably a little weak. The main purpose of summoning it out is to let it breathe and to intimidate others. After all, this is a fantasy beast with extraordinary bloodline, and it is also Chen Badeo's most powerful main fantasy beast. As its owner, don't you see what's going on? It's a purple shadow electric python that's about to evolve. You didn't take good care of it, but instead let it fight all this time, causing it to miss the best time for evolution. And you actually let it get seriously injured in the battle. Right now, this purple shadow electric python is not only difficult to evolve, but I'm afraid it will die soon. Su Xiao was not trying to scare Chen Badeo on purpose. As the eldest son of the Su family, he had been exposed to a great deal of knowledge related to fantasy beasts since he was a child. In the Su family, there are also powerful training and cultivation techniques. Su Xiao, who was once regarded as the heir of the family, naturally had to be proficient in these. Therefore, the moment he saw the purple shadow electric python, Su Xiao immediately noticed its abnormality. Since there is a way to see it, Su Xiao certainly has a way to solve it. It's just 10,000 yuan. If Su Xiao wants to make money, he must make a lot of money. When hearing Su Xiao's words, the people watching outside the store seemed a little confused and didn't quite understand what Su Xiao meant. But there were also many beastmasters in the crowd, and their eyes were filled with shock at this moment. He was able to see the situation of the purple shadow electric python at just one glance. This new manager of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion is really too powerful. Even Chen Shi and Lin Shui, who were standing next to Su Xiao, looked incredulous. They didn't understand why Su Xiao refused to accept the 10,000 yuan. It turned out that he was planning a big move. At this moment, Chen Badeo, the owner of the purple shadow electric python, had already widened his eyes, and it could be seen that his body was trembling slightly. Manager Su, are you saying that my purple shadow electric python missed the best time to evolve because of my mistake? Now not only is it impossible to evolve again, but it may also die. That's right. Su Xiao nodded calmly. Why do powerful fantasy beast trainers have a superior status? It is because they know fantasy beasts too well and have mastered various means to improve the combat effectiveness of fantasy beasts. Su Xiao believed that as long as Qin Badao was not stupid, he would definitely beg him to save the Purple Shadow Electric Python. Manager Su, are you sure you're not bluffing me? Missing the evolution won't lead to death, right? Besides, my Purple Shadow Electric Python is just a little weak, it doesn't look like it's going to die. Chen Badao grabbed Su Xiao's hand and asked. How could I scare you? Su Xiao broke free from Chen Badao's grasp and took a serious look at the Purple Shadow Electric Python. If I'm not mistaken, your Purple Shadow Electric Python should have suddenly become much stronger 7 days ago. This situation may be caused by the fact that you, the Purple Shadow Electric Python, have excellent aptitude, or you may have eaten some spiritual creature by mistake. In any case, a lot of power has accumulated in your body. But you didn't care too much and continued to let it fight. It even got injured, causing it to accumulate the power it needed to evolve, and it became manic and restless. In order to suppress this manic power, its fighting power will fluctuate, and its spirit will also be depressed. If it continues like this and does not release the power accumulated in its body, it will either explode and die, or die in the battle. After hearing this, Chen Badao's face changed drastically. He grabbed Su Xiao's hand again and said anxiously, Manager Su, you have great magical powers. Please help save my Purple Shadow Electric Python. To be honest, this is the first fantasy beast I got after becoming a Beastmaster. I have a very deep affection for it. I really don't want to see it die. If you have a way, you must save it. If someone else said this, Chen Badao might not believe it at all. He is the master of the Purple Shadow Electric Python, and even he couldn't see it. How could a boy of 18 or 19 years old see it at a glance? But Su Xiao is not an ordinary person. It only took him 1 day to teach the blood poison python the wind spirit technique and improve its resistance to fire. The most terrifying thing is that it may evolve into a fire-attributed snake-like beast. Ordinary fantasy beast trainers simply cannot do this, which is enough to prove Su Xiao's extraordinariness. Besides, Chen Badao is an intermediate beastmaster, how could he dare to play tricks on him? I've already said that this Purple Shadow Electric Python has missed the best time to evolve and has also suffered considerable trauma. Don't even mention me. Even if you go find a top fantasy beast trainer, there's still no absolute certainty. Whether it will succeed or not depends on your Purple Shadow Electric Python. Is its willpower to become stronger enough? Su Xiao was actually confident that he could make the Purple Shadow Electric Python evolve safely, but Qin Badao's attitude before was too arrogant. How could he defeat him without speaking seriously? Boss Su, my Purple Shadow Electric Python has the strongest willpower. I believe he can make it through this. Please help me. Chen Badao was no longer as arrogant as before. He had only one thought in mind now, which was to not let the Purple Shadow Electric Python die. First of all, I must remind you that it was your own mistake that seriously delayed the evolution of the Purple Shadow Electric Python. I only have about 40% to 50% confidence at most. If you fail, then you, the Purple Shadow Electric Python, will be powerless to save the situation. Of course, you can also not trust me and look for other mythical beast trainers. Su Xiao did not show any sign of being eager for this business, and he sat calmly at the counter from beginning to end. Chen Shi and Lin Shui were so shocked that they dared not say a word, for fear of disturbing Su Xiao. It has to be said that at this moment in the eyes of Chen Shi and Lin Shui, Su Xiao is really amazing. Even an experienced store manager would not be able to do this. 40% to 50% sure. As soon as Su Xiao said this, Chen Badao fell silent, looking at the purple electric python around his waist with a very tangled and complicated look. Hiss, hiss. Sensing its master's mood, the Purple Shadow Electric Python roared weakly a few times. I don't know if it's due to psychological effects, but Qin Badao always feels that his Purple Shadow Electric Python is getting weaker and weaker. After some careful consideration, Qin Badao nodded with great difficulty, Boss Su, I believe in you. If you can really save my Purple Shadow Electric Python, I, Qin Badao, will definitely repay you in the future. Su Xiao just said that he wanted Chen Badeo to go out and look for other fantasy beast trainers. Chen Badeo had also considered this. But when I think about it carefully, I feel that it is totally unnecessary. According to his knowledge, in a small place like Ningxiang Town, even in the rare beast pavilion, there couldn't be a more powerful fantasy beast trainer than Su Xiao. The fact that he was able to train the blood poison python so powerfully within one day is enough to prove Su Xiao's outstanding abilities. However, if we leave Ningxiang Town and go to the fantasy beast shop in the big city, the journey is too far and we haven't made an appointment yet, so it will be too late no matter how we calculate it. The only hope now is Su Xiaola in front of him. Can. Then go and pay the money first, a total of 100,000 yuan. Seeing Chen Badeo starting to beg him, Su Xiao knew that he had achieved his goal. He was not exaggerating on purpose. The purple shadow electric python's condition was indeed very serious. If it continued to drag on, it would surely die. As for the 100,000 yuan, it was not a big ask from Su Xiaoshe. You know, the purple shadow electric python is a fantasy beast with extraordinary bloodline. After successfully evolving, it will be at least a fantasy beast with commander-level bloodline. 100,000 yuan in exchange for a powerful commander-level bloodline fantasy beast is not a loss at all. What? 100,000 yuan? Chen Badeo was stunned and said, "Why is it so expensive?" Although Chen Badeo is an intermediate beastmaster and it is much easier for him to make money than ordinary people, he is, after all, just a beastmaster in a remote small town. 100,000 yuan is already a lot for him. You need to hunt a lot of fantasy beasts to earn it back. The crowd watching outside the store were also completely confused at this time. 100,000 yuan, this fee is too expensive. Generally speaking, an ordinary commander-level fantasy beast would cost at most 100,000 yuan. It shouldn't be so expensive just to make the purple shadow electric python evolve. The new store manager of Wanshou Pavilion is asking for a lot. No, I think the price is reasonable. Don't forget, this is evolution. The purple shadow electric python is a fantasy beast that has followed Chen Badeo for many years. They have a deep relationship and cooperate very well. It will be much more powerful if it evolves directly into a commander-level fantasy beast than if it buys a new commander-level fantasy beast. Moreover, the purple shadow electric python is one of the more powerful fantasy beasts among the extraordinary bloodlines. After evolving, it will definitely evolve into a very powerful fantasy beast of the commander-level bloodline. While the crowd was talking about it, the stunned Qin Shi and Lin Shui looked at Su Xiao in disbelief. Only then did they understand why Su Xiao had been so dismissive of the 10,000 yuan. It turned out that he was waiting here. "Boss Su, this price is too expensive, can you give me a discount? I'm a little short on money lately, and I can't come up with 100,000 yuan right away." Chen Badeo said with a wry smile. If it were someone else, Chen Badeo would have beaten him up long ago. Isn't this obviously robbery? Are you short on money? No way, you are an intermediate beastmaster, and also the leader of a mercenary group, how can you not come up with 100,000 yuan? Su Xiao sighed slightly, forget it, since you don't believe me, then ask for help from someone else. After saying that, Su Xiao stood up and walked towards the courtyard. Chen Badeo's face turned very ugly when he heard this. After thinking quickly, he gritted his teeth and looked at Su Xiao. 100,000 yuan is fine. But I need you to help me evolve first. I'll go raise the money now. I'm sorry, we don't have the habit of accepting credit. Come back when you have enough money. Oh, yeah, let me remind you, this purple shadow electric python doesn't have much time left. Facing the intermediate beastmaster Chen Badeo, Su Xiao behaved very calmly and coolly, without showing any fear at all. Once again, everyone refreshed their understanding of the new manager of Wanshou Pavilion. In many people's minds, this store manager Su is a person with little humanity and a cold personality, but a fantasy beast trainer with amazing training and breeding methods. Hateful. Chen Badeo cursed secretly in his heart, but for the successful evolution of the purple shadow electric python, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. Boss Su, give me some time, I'll go raise the money right away. After saying that, Chen Badeo decisively turned around and left. Because people wanted to see whether Su Xiao could successfully evolve the purple shadow electric python, the crowd watching outside did not leave. Instead, more and more people gathered. At some point, a thin old man with gray hair appeared in the crowd. He was squinting at Su Xiao, not knowing what he was thinking. "Master, isn't this price a bit too high? I'm worried that Chinbadeo will turn around and look for the people from the rare beast pavilion. In this case, not only will we not make any money, but we will also offend such a powerful beast master." Chen Shi and Lin Shui walked up to Su Xiao and spoke softly with serious expressions. "Don't worry, I never do anything I'm not sure of." Su Xiao said calmly, "This is just a small village. Even if there is a rare beast pavilion of the Black Dragon Gang, so what? In the beginning, the rare beast pavilion offered to train and breed fantasy beasts at a low price in order to grab business, but now that their reputation has risen, the business has basically been monopolized by him. Even if the fantasy beast trainers at the rare beast pavilion are really confident that they can evolve the purple shadow electric python, I'm sure their price will be more expensive than ours." This is not because Su Xiao is overconfident, it is indeed the case. The treasure pavilion under the Black Dragon Gang is the most powerful fantasy beast store in this area, and the fantasy beast business in the 17 cities is basically monopolized by it. Almost all beastmasters nearby who want to train or breed fantasy beasts, or buy fantasy beasts and fantasy beast materials, etc., go to the rare beast pavilion. In this case, it would be really stupid for the rare beast pavilion not to raise the price. "Manager, how do you know so much?" Chen Shi and Lin Shui both looked shocked at this moment. Yesterday they only briefly explained the local situation to Su Xiao, but they didn't expect that Su Xiao already knew so much about it now. Who on earth spread the rumor that the eldest son of the Su family was a loser? He is obviously a big shot. Do you really think I'm here just to eat and wait for death? Now that I'm here, I will naturally do my homework. Don't worry, I'm not here to destroy this store. Instead, I want to make it the most powerful fantasy beast store. If you cooperate with me, I will double your salary and help you train your phantom beasts. If Su Xiao wants to develop here peacefully, it would be too difficult to rely on himself. He must find a few loyal and obedient subordinates. It just so happened that Chen Shi and Lin Shui were both locals and were familiar with the situation here. As long as they were obedient, Su Xiao would naturally be happy to take them with him. "Manager, stop talking. From now on, we are yours." After hearing what Su Xiao said, Chen Shi and Lin Shui were so excited that they almost shouted out, but fortunately they held back. On the other side. After leaving the Wanshou pavilion, Chinbadeo did go to the Zhenshou pavilion specifically as Su Xiao said before raising money. But in the end, the fantasy beast trainers there didn't notice it at all. Only after Chinbadeo's reminder did he react. In this case, the charges are actually more expensive than Wanshou pavilion. At least 150,000 or more are required to arrange evolution. And the chance of successful evolution is less than 30%. Hearing this, Chinbadeo immediately turned around and left. This is even more deceptive than the pavilion of 10,000 beasts. 100,000 yuan is the limit of what Chinbadeo can afford. If the price exceeds this, he might as well buy a new fantasy beast with a commander-level bloodline. After thinking it over calmly, Chinbadeo finally compromised and agreed to pay 100,000 yuan for the evolution fee and hurried to raise the money. Fortunately, Chinbadeo is the leader of a small local mercenary group after all, and he still has many subordinates, so it is relatively easy to raise 100,000 yuan. Probably more than an hour passed. Chinbadeo led a group of Badeo mercenary group members and rushed into the 10,000 beasts pavilion in a hurry. "Boss, the 100,000 yuan has been collected. Please help me save my purple shadow electric python." The younger brothers behind him were all looking at the situation in the store carefully. They had naturally heard of the pavilion of 10,000 beasts. It was quite famous in some big cities. But in their situation, the pavilion of 10,000 beasts is just a second-rate fantasy beast shop, far inferior to the pavilion of rare beasts. If they had not seen with their own eyes how well Chinbadeo's blood poison python was trained, they would really think that Su Xiao was a liar. The main reason I followed here was that I wanted to see how powerful the new manager of Wanshou Pavilion was. "Chen Shi, go collect the money." Su Xiao drank her tea calmly and winked at Chen Shi beside her. "Okay. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi hurried over to Chen Badeo and said, Master Chen, our store accepts any transactions. Do you want to pay in cash or by bank transfer? Stop talking nonsense, give me your account number immediately and I will transfer the money to you. Chen Badeo was very anxious at the moment and didn't care about anything else. He immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to the store's dedicated account. The store manager now is Su Xiao, so this account is naturally managed by Su Xiao. After hearing the sound of 100,000 yuan arriving into the account, Su Xiao slowly stood up. Everyone in the audience looked at Su Xiao. They all wanted to see what methods this fantasy beast trainer, who looked only 18 or 19 years old, had to make the purple shadow electric python evolve. Moreover, many of the people present were just ordinary people. They had never seen the evolution of a mythical beast with their own eyes, so they were inevitably curious. Before they knew it, a large number of people had gathered in the store. I'm sorry, I don't like training and nurturing phantom beasts in front of so many people. Chen Shi, Lin Shui, you guys maintain order in the hall. I'm going to take the purple shadow electric python to the backyard. After Su Xiao finished speaking, he looked at Chen Badeo and motioned the purple electric python at his waist to follow him. Why do we have to go to the backyard? Can't we evolve here? Chen Badeo said a little worriedly. Cannot. Su Xiao was too lazy to explain too much to him and just said it lightly. This. Chen Badeo had no choice but to signal the purple shadow electric python to follow Su Xiao and issued an order not to harm the phantom beast trainer. Afterwards, under the leadership of Su Xiao, the men and the snake walked into the back courtyard and locked the door. Many people present felt very disappointed at this moment. I thought I could see the evolution process of the purple shadow electric python, but unexpectedly, I couldn't see anything. Chen Badeo, the owner of the purple shadow electric python, was extremely anxious and paced back and forth in the hall. I was afraid that the purple shadow electric python would really encounter an accident. At the same time, Su Xiao had already arrived in the courtyard with the purple shadow electric python. Just like the previous situation, the moment they saw the purple shadow electric python, the nest of swift-winged rabbits living here were very scared. Not to mention, the phantom beast that came this time was a purple shadow electric python that had reached the extraordinary level, which made them even more terrified. After Su Xiao calmed their emotions through telepathy, he looked at the purple shadow electric python. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. As long as you cooperate with me, I can not only restore your fighting power, but also make you stronger. I can't explain the real reason to the master. You must have had a hard time during this period. Su Xiao gently stroked the purple electric python that was lying weakly on the ground. Perhaps it felt Su Xiao's kindness, or perhaps it was due to telepathy. The purple shadow electric python did not have any intention of resisting and allowed Su Xiao to caress it. Do you really have the ability to make me evolve? The purple electric python lowered its head and looked at Su Xiao. Of course there is a way. After Su Xiao finished speaking, he used the Beast Taming illustrated book to place a healing status on the purple shadow electric python. Although this cannot make the purple shadow electric python evolve, it can make it more comfortable and facilitate its subsequent evolution. With the appearance of the healing state, the purple shadow electric python suddenly became a lot more energetic and more vigorous than before. Immediately afterwards, Su Xiao stood up and walked out of the courtyard. The moment the door suddenly opened, everyone thought that the purple shadow electric python had evolved successfully and hurriedly looked over. Unexpectedly, only Su Xiao came out. Boss, where is my purple shadow electric python? Chen Badeo said anxiously. Why are you in such a hurry? It's only been a short time. Just wait patiently. Besides, as the master of the purple shadow electric python, can't you feel its breath of life? As Su Xiao spoke, he walked toward several shelves and took some things from each. Then, without looking back, he returned to the courtyard. From beginning to end, it was very mysterious. After returning to the courtyard, with the help of the Beast Taming Atlas, Su Xiao carefully observed the properties of the purple shadow electric python. Name: Purple Shadow Electric Python. Type: Beast. Attribute: Thunder. Realm: Extraordinary Level 10. Bloodline: Extraordinary. Skills: Tightening, Elementary LV5, Lightning Strike, Elementary LV5, Electromagnetic Wave, Intermediate LV3, Thunderfang, Intermediate LV3, Electromagnetic Cannon, Intermediate LV3. Sure enough, he has reached the 10th level of transcendence. If it cannot evolve, the Purple Shadow Electric Python has reached the limit of its species and can hardly become stronger. However, this guy has good aptitude and has mastered 3 good intermediate lightning skills. It's a pity that the best time for evolution has been delayed. Thinking of this, Su Xiao immediately placed the things he had just taken out of the container in front of the Purple Shadow Electric Python. Although they are all very common materials for fantasy beasts, such as strength grass, spiritual flower, blood grass, etc., they are just things used to enhance the physical strength and power of fantasy beasts on a daily basis, and they don't seem to have much effect. But as long as the Purple Shadow Electric Python swallows it, it can temporarily stabilize the evolutionary power in its body. In this way, as long as the evolutionary power in the body is still there, Su Xiao has a way to make it evolve again. Come on, don't leave any, eat them all. Su Xiao touched the powerless Purple Shadow Electric Python and spoke gently. If I eat these, I can evolve again. The Purple Shadow Electric Python hesitated and did not swallow it immediately. Don't waste your time. If you don't eat, you won't even have the last chance. Eat it quickly. Su Xiao, who has the ability of telepathy, naturally understands the words of the Purple Shadow Electric Python. As time was running out, Su Xiao didn't care too much and just grabbed a handful of materials and stuffed them into the mouth of the Purple Shadow Electric Python. The Purple Shadow Electric Python, half believing and half doubting, swallowed all the materials of the fantasy beast reluctantly. As these fantasy beast materials were swallowed into the Purple Shadow Electric Python's stomach, the originally restless evolutionary power in its body gradually and temporarily stabilized. Combined with the continuous healing process, the Purple Shadow Electric Python now obviously feels much more comfortable and looks like it has fully recovered. But Su Xiao knew very well that all this was only temporary. Once this evolutionary force becomes violent again, the Purple Shadow Electric Python will be powerless to save the situation. The moment he saw the Purple Shadow Electric Python just now, Su Xiao had already planned its evolutionary route. Under normal circumstances, if the Purple Shadow Electric Python evolves by chance, it will often evolve directly into its superior phantom beast, named Purple Shadow Thunder Python, which is already a very good phantom beast with a commander-level bloodline. But now an accident happened and he missed the chance to evolve into Purple Shadow Thunder Python. However, this may not be a bad thing for it. Thinking of this, Su Xiao smiled slightly. Since you missed the opportunity to evolve into a Purple Shadow Thunder Python, then I will let you evolve in other directions. The next process will be painful, but as long as you can endure it, you will become extremely powerful. Are you ready? Su Xiao looked at the Purple Electric Python in front of him and spoke in a serious tone. If you have the ability to make me evolve again, then no matter how painful it is, I can bear it. Let's get started. The Purple Shadow Electric Python had just witnessed the amazing changes in the Blood Poison Python, and it was very clear that the human trainer in front of it actually had very powerful training methods. For this reason, it decided to trust Su Xiao. Anyway, this is only the last chance. If you don't succeed, you will die. Very good. Seeing the firm words of the Purple Shadow Electric Python, Su Xiao no longer hesitated. He mobilized the power of the Beast Taming Atlas and chose 2 intermediate skills from the Beast Taming Atlas, Poisonous Needle and Poisonous Bite. Then, Su Xiao's hands emitted a dazzling golden light and gently stroked the body of the Purple Shadow Electric Python. 2 very strange forces were slowly injected into the body of the Purple Shadow Electric Python. No one knew what happened, but the Purple Shadow Electric Python inexplicably learned 2 intermediate poison skills, Poison Needle and Poison Bite. Although it does not have poisonous abilities, it is a snake-like mythical beast after all, so it still has the potential to learn these 2 moves. The confused Purple Shadow Electric Python wanted to try out these 2 skills that he had learned inexplicably, but the next moment, he suddenly collapsed to the ground with a painful look on his face. The reason for this was that Su Xiao put the poisoned state on the Purple Shadow Electric Python. When in the poisoned state, powerful poisonous energy will invade the body of the Purple Shadow Electric Python, causing it to suffer great pain and continuously lose blood. Before this, the Purple Shadow Electric Python was just a thunder-type snake-like fantasy beast and did not have any skills related to poison. This results in the purple shadow electric python's resistance to poison being not very high. After being put into a state of intermediate poisoning by Su Xiao, he instantly felt severe pain in his body. He fell to the ground, his whole body shaking constantly, and he let out low growls of pain. What's going on? It's okay that I learned a skill out of nowhere, but why did I suddenly get poisoned? The purple shadow electric python collapsed on the ground and looked at Su Xiao with a painful expression. Don't panic, I don't mean to harm you, but to stimulate your potential and let you evolve. Although the poisoning state will cause you to lose blood continuously, I have also applied the healing state to you. The two cancel each other out. Your life won't be in any danger. You just need to continue to endure the effects of the poison energy. In short, although the process is painful, as long as you use this poisonous energy, you can reactivate the evolutionary energy in your body and let you evolve in another direction. When he said this, Su Xiao reached out and touched the painful purple shadow electric python. Come on, I'm rooting for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiao stopped talking and sat calmly beside the stone table in the courtyard, watching the evolution of the purple shadow electric python quietly. Because it was in too much pain, the purple shadow electric python didn't quite understand the meaning of Su Xiao's words. I only understood the last sentence, evolving in another direction. In order to become stronger and to be able to better protect its master, the purple shadow electric python gritted its teeth and persevered, allowing the powerful poisonous energy to invade its body. The poisoning and healing states can only last for half an hour, which is naturally not enough. Su Xiao made sure that it would be successful, so he extended it for 3 hours. Anyway, it can be dispelled at any time. Time passes by every second. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. At this time, the evolutionary power in the body of the purple shadow electric python, which had originally stabilized, became manic and restless again, making the purple shadow electric python feel more and more painful. Here it comes, finally here. Su Xiao, who was observant, immediately noticed the abnormality of the purple shadow electric python and shouted, "Don't suppress the power of evolution, let it burst out. You may feel great pain, but it will not endanger your life, but will give you a new life. Break through this shackle. Once you break through, you will succeed in evolving." Su Xiao's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by the purple shadow electric python. The previous evolution was a waste of opportunity because the owner was not aware of it. This time it was different, there was a very powerful fantasy beast trainer helping out. It had gritted its teeth and persevered through such a painful state of poisoning, so how could it give up here? Roar. After a painful roar, the purple shadow electric python completely released the evolutionary power in its body. The severe pain caused it to twitch and twist continuously on the ground. One could even see blood seeping out from the gaps in the purple shadow electric python's scales, instantly dyeing a large area of grass red. This phenomenon occurred because the purple shadow electric python's body was growing larger, breaking its original scales and skin. During this process, one can clearly feel that the purple shadow electric python's aura is gradually becoming stronger, and its snake scales are beginning to fall off to the ground one by one. This bloody scene made even Su Xiao's hair stand on end. But soon, a dazzling white light emanated from the body of the purple shadow electric python. As a member of the Su family, a family of beast taming, Su Xiao knew very well what this white light was. It was the light of evolution from the phantom beast. In this world, the evolutionary directions of fantasy beasts are often strange, and it is difficult to figure out how many evolutionary routes there are for fantasy beasts. The currently known evolutionary routes were all recorded over time by countless beastmasters and fantasy beast trainers. But even so, there are still many unknown evolutionary routes. For example, there is a special mythical beast called the moon cat, and there are more than 20 recorded evolutionary routes. This does not include some hidden and special evolutionary routes. The evolutionary path of the purple shadow electric python, which is well known to the world, is to evolve into the purple shadow thunder python. But it doesn't mean that the purple shadow electric python can only evolve into this. Since it is a snake-like fantasy beast, the strongest evolutionary route is naturally to evolve towards the direction of a dragon-like fantasy beast. Su Xiao knew too much about the knowledge related to fantasy beasts. He once read in an ancient book that a purple shadow electric python evolved into a commander-level fantasy beast called Thunder Evil Poison Dragon by chance. Although it is not a purebred dragon-type fantasy beast, the Jiaolong can be considered a branch of the dragon-type fantasy beast. Looking at all the commander-level fantasy beasts, this thunderous poison dragon is already considered a very powerful existence. Since there are cases of successful evolution in ancient books, what Su Xiao has to do now is to evolve the purple shadow electric python into the thunderous poisonous dragon. Under normal circumstances, the purple shadow electric python does not possess the poison-related ability, nor has it learned any skills related to it. It is extremely difficult, almost impossible, for it to evolve successfully. The reason why the purple shadow electric python was able to evolve into the thunder poison dragon was because it mutated and automatically learned poisonous skills and had poisonous attributes in its body. However, these problems were no problem at all for Su Xiao. With the help of the Beast Taming Atlas, not only did the purple shadow electric python learn poison-related skills, it was also continuously eroded by poisonous energy. With the powerful evolutionary power accumulated in his body, Su Xiao is fully confident that he can evolve the purple shadow electric python into a thunderous poisonous dragon. With an excited expression, Su Xiao stared at the condition of the purple shadow electric python closely to make sure that the healing state was still there, so that he could continuously inject life energy and increase the success rate of evolution. At this moment, the purple shadow electric python wrapped in dazzling white light stopped making any sound, and no longer trembled or twitched all over, and gradually formed a white light cocoon. There are 3 stages in total of evolution. The first stage is the explosion of the evolutionary force in the body of the fantasy beast, and the second stage is the emanation of the light of evolution. The third stage is when the light of evolution envelopes the whole body. At this stage, the evolution was basically declared successful, but Su Xiao had no way of guaranteeing whether the purple shadow electric python could eventually evolve into the thunder-killing poison dragon. After all, there are many evolutionary routes for fantasy beasts in this world. But no matter what it eventually evolves into, Su Xiao has been successful, and he just needs to wait for the final result. In the store lobby, Chen Badeo looked anxious, as if he was waiting for his wife to give birth. He paced back and forth in the lobby, and his pace was getting faster and faster. One could even see that sweat had begun to appear on Chen Badeo's forehead. It wasn't because of the hot weather, it was just because I was too nervous and kept sweating. The rest of the people present were also waiting anxiously, wanting to see whether the purple shadow electric python would evolve successfully. But it had been nearly 3 hours, and not only had Su Xiao not shown up, but there was no more sound of the purple electric python coming from the courtyard, which inevitably made Chen Badeo begin to become suspicious. What happened? It's been so long. Why is there no result yet? No, I can't wait any longer, I want to go in now. After Chen Badeo finished speaking, he walked towards the courtyard with a menacing look. A group of mercenary soldiers behind him followed closely. Master Chen, please wait a little longer. What manager Su hates most is being disturbed when he is training or raising a fantasy beast. Wait a little longer, I believe you will be able to evolve successfully soon. Seeing that Chen Badeo and others were trying to force their way into the courtyard, Chen Shi and Lin Shui were frightened and hurried forward to stop them. Get lost. If you try to stop me again, don't blame me for taking action. After all, Chen Badeo was an intermediate beast master with great strength, and he easily shook off Chen Shi and Lin Shui. He brought a group of younger brothers with him and prepared to force his way into the courtyard. Chen Shi and Lin Shui, who were thrown away, ignored the pain in their bodies and stepped forward again to stop Chen Badeo. This action really made Chen Badeo furious. Okay, you guys forced me to do that. After Chen Badeo finished speaking, a powerful spiritual energy burst out from his body, and he was ready to summon his own phantom beast. But at this moment, Chen Badeo suddenly seemed to sense something, and his whole body froze. Boss. Boss, what's wrong with you? Boss, shall we still do it? Boss. Boss. The group of younger brothers following Chen Badeo were originally planning to summon out phantom beasts like Chen Badeo and destroy the pavilion of 10,000 beasts. But what was unexpected was that Chen Badeo suddenly stopped. Moreover, he had a dazed look on his face, which really surprised them. The people who were originally eating melons in the store lobby ran out of the store before Chen Badeo took action, fearing that they would be hurt. But I found that they didn't seem to want to smash the store. Just as everyone was surprised, Su Xiao slowly walked out of the courtyard. It can be seen that Su Xiao's face is a little pale now. There is no other way. I was teaching intermediate skills and putting them in intermediate status at the same time. He also had to pay attention to the situation of the purple shadow electric python all the time, which consumed a lot of his mental and physical energy. Fortunately, Su Xiao is now a beastmaster, much stronger than ordinary people, and does not appear weak. Boss, where is my purple shadow electric python? After such a long time, is it a success or a failure? Tell me the truth. Seeing Su Xiao coming out, Chen Badeo immediately rushed forward and questioned. After all, it is his beloved fantasy beast, so it is normal for Chen Badeo to be so anxious. Su Xiao was planning to explain the truth to Chen Badeo, but when she turned around, she suddenly found that Chen Shi and Lin Xue's arms were bleeding. I only charged you 100,000 yuan to let your purple shadow electric python evolve into a thunder demon poison dragon. It's fine if you're not grateful, but you even hit my clerk. Okay, now I won't just charge you 100,000 yuan. Thinking of this, Su Xiao's expression suddenly turned cold. He ignored Chen Badeo and sat down next to the counter. Why aren't you talking? Where's my purple shadow electric python? Chen Badeo was really too anxious and asked loudly again. Su Xiao heard this and then slowly looked at Chen Badeo. The purple shadow electric python is gone. What? You mean, my purple shadow electric python is dead? I paid you 100,000 yuan. You promised to help me save my purple shadow electric python. How could you let it die? When Chen Badeo heard Su Xiao's words, he felt like a deflated ball. His legs went weak and he almost fell down. Fortunately, the mercenaries nearby rushed over in time and supported Chen Badeo. I think you are a liar. My boss trusts you so much, but you deceive us. Do you really think we are easy to bully? Brothers, what are you waiting for? Smash this liar's shop. While Chen Badeo was still immersed in sorrow, his men rolled up their sleeves and prepared to smash the store. He no longer had the energy to care about these things. The death of his beloved fantasy beast was too much of a blow to him. The crowd watching outside gasped when they saw this. I said it would be impossible to evolve successfully. Now we're going to have some fun. The pavilion of 10,000 beasts will cease to exist today. Not to mention the onlookers, even Chen Shi and Lin Xue were looking at Su Xiao in disbelief. Failed. Is this a failure? That's impossible. When did I say that the purple shadow electric python is dead? Chen Badeo, you are just an intermediate beastmaster. Can't you sense the life breath of your own phantom beast? Su Xiao felt helpless when he saw this group of impulsive and reckless men. Ah. When Chen Badeo heard this, he was stunned at first, and then immediately showed an excited expression. He was too impulsive just now and ignored this point. Now, he really sensed the breath of the purple shadow electric python. Not only did it not die, but it became even more powerful. This can only mean one thing: the purple shadow electric python has evolved successfully. Stop it. What are you doing? After Chen Badeo reacted, he stopped his men immediately. Boss, this guy killed your most beloved fantasy beast. A sturdy man with well-developed limbs who didn't look too smart spoke to Chen Badeo. Shut up. When did my fantasy beast die? Don't talk nonsense. Everyone, go wait outside the door. After Chen Badeo finished speaking, he hurriedly walked towards Su Xiao. Boss, don't keep me in suspense. What happened to my fantasy beast? Su Xiao didn't say much, but just shouted towards the courtyard, come out. Then, a huge dragon with a dark golden body and a pair of dragon horns slowly flew out from the courtyard. The moment it appeared, a powerful aura from a commander-level phantom beast instantly burst out. That extremely majestic look, looking at everyone present, made people feel chilled. It is the thunder demon poison dragon that has evolved successfully. Is that a dragon? What's going on? Isn't this the evolution of the purple shadow electric python? How could it be a dragon? Oh my god, don't tell me that the purple shadow electric python has evolved into a dragon. I know what kind of fantasy beast this is. It's a thunder demon poison dragon. Even though it's not a purebred dragon fantasy beast, it's still very powerful. The most terrifying thing is that this Jiaolong clan fantasy beast is already a branch of the Dragon clan fantasy beast. If it can evolve further in the future, it will definitely become a true Dragon clan fantasy beast. But how is this possible? How can an ordinary snake-like mythical beast evolve into a dragon? And when it evolves, doesn't it require a large amount of corresponding materials? How is it done? When seeing the appearance of the thunderous poisonous dragon, everyone present looked extremely shocked. As its owner, Chen Badeo, when he saw the thunder demon poisonous dragon appear, he felt like he was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. If he had not confirmed that the thunderous poisonous dragon in front of him had a contractual connection with it, he really would not have believed that his purple shadow electric python would evolve into such a powerful fantasy beast. The thunder evil poisonous dragon, which had evolved successfully, was very excited at the moment. It used its huge dragon head to gently rub Chen Badeo's body to express its joy. Gurgle. The nervous Chen Badeo swallowed subconsciously. He was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. I've already said it before, the purple shadow electric python no longer exists, but I don't know if you like this thunder demon poison dragon. Su Xiao had already anticipated this scene, and he looked at his evolved phantom beast with great satisfaction. Name, Thunder Demon Poison Dragon. Type, Dragon Clan, branch of Jiaolong Clan. Attributes, Thunder, Poison. Realm, Command Level 1. Bloodline, Commander. Skills, Tightening, Elementary LV5, Lightning Strike, Elementary LV5, Electromagnetic Wave, Intermediate LV3, Lightning Fang, Intermediate LV3, Electromagnetic Cannon, Intermediate LV3, Poisonous Needle, Intermediate LV1, Poisonous Bite, Intermediate LV1, Poisonous Lightning Bomb, Advanced LV1. In fact, Su Xiao could have come out earlier, but after the successful evolution, he couldn't miss the skills of this Thunder Poison Dragon. So, Su Xiao immediately let the Thunder Evil Poisonous Dragon use its skills, and Su Xiao used the power of the Beast Taming Atlas to copy them one by one. It's a pity that with Su Xiao's current ability, the current Beast Taming Atlas can only copy skills below the intermediate level. The extremely powerful Poisonous Lightning Bomb cannot be copied for the time being. However, for Su Xiao now, being able to copy intermediate skills is already very impressive. I like it. I like it so much. Boss Su, you are so amazing. Chen Badeo came back to his senses from his shock, rushed to Su Xiao, and excitedly pulled Su Xiao's hand. It can be seen that Chen Badeo's hands are still trembling slightly. He is really too excited. Since you are satisfied, let's settle the other accounts. While I was evolving my fantasy beast, you injured my shop assistant. You must pay for both of their medical expenses and mental damages. Even if your men smashed my shop just now, you must pay compensation. Also, evolving the purple shadow electric python cost me a lot of fantasy beast materials in my shop. Adding up everything, I'll charge you another 100,000. What the hell? Another 100,000 yuan. When Chen Badeo heard this, the joy on his face disappeared instantly. Boss, I have already paid the money, you can't raise the price. If it were someone else, Chen Badeo would have turned hostile long ago. Hee hee. Su Xiao smiled coldly. How can my Wanshou pavilion raise the price? I have already said that this 100,000 yuan is compensation for you beating up my clerk and allowing your men to smash the store. If you don't want to pay, that's fine, just leave. But from today on, you are no longer welcome in my Wanshou pavilion. After saying that, Su Xiao looked at Chen Shi and Lin Shui who were already stunned beside him. What are you still standing there for? Get them out. Yes. After hearing Su Xiao's words, Chen Shi and Lin Shui finally reacted. Without asking too many questions, they walked towards Chen Badeo and others, signaling them to leave the store. Boss, let's go. This store manager is too unreasonable. This is clearly a price hike. I think being able to successfully evolve into a Thunder Demon Poison Dragon is probably just luck. Yes, I think it must be the boss's fantasy beast. It has outstanding qualifications. He just got lucky. Boss, at worst we can go to the Rare Beast Pavilion in the future and not come here anymore. The younger brothers behind Chen Badeo all thought that Su Xiao was raising the price, and they all pulled Chen Badeo out of the store. However, at this moment, Chen Badeo pushed them away and said, "Shut up, everyone. 100,000, right? I'll give it to you." After Chen Badeo finished speaking, he continued to transfer 100,000 yuan to the previous account. In order to save the Purple Shadow Electric Python, Chen Badeo spent almost all of his savings. But Chen Badeo did not show any displeasure. You know, now the Purple Shadow Electric Python has successfully evolved into the Thunderous Poisonous Dragon, which is a commander-level fantasy beast of the Dragon Clan. Chen Badeo knew very well how rare the mythical beasts of this powerful race were. On the market, even if you spend 200,000 yen country coins, you may not be able to buy such a powerful fantasy beast. It is a rare fantasy beast that is absolutely priceless in the market. Perhaps the Purple Shadow Electric Python was able to evolve into the Thunderous Poisonous Dragon because of its own good qualifications, but Su Xiao's help was definitely huge. Otherwise, the current Purple Shadow Electric Python might not even survive for long, let alone evolve successfully. Moreover, he was indeed too impulsive just now and accidentally injured two shop assistants. He also allowed his men to smash the store. Chen Badeo could fully understand why Su Xiao was so angry. The most important thing is that he doesn't want to offend Su Xiao, otherwise it will be difficult to find Su Xiao to train the Phantom Beast in the future. You're smart. After receiving the 100,000 yuan, Su Xiao nodded with satisfaction. If I'm not mistaken, your beast taming space has reached level 4. You are only one commander-level fantasy beast away from becoming a high-level beastmaster, and now you have achieved it. Congratulations on becoming a high-level beastmaster. The reason why Su Xiao knew this clearly was because of the Purple Shadow Electric Python. The limit of an intermediate beastmaster is to control extraordinary-level phantom beasts, but the Purple Shadow Electric Python has the ability to impact the commander level, which is obviously due to the power of Chen Badeo's 4th-level beastmaster space. In a small place like Ningxiang Town, high-level beastmasters are truly considered top combat power. Su Xiao didn't want to provoke Chen Badeo too much. Now that his goal had been achieved, he naturally wouldn't force Chen Badeo anymore. Boss Su, Chen Badeo, have finally given in to you. What are you standing there for? Come here and apologize. Chen Badeo now truly admired Su Xiao. Without any hesitation, he immediately called over all his men and had them all bow to Su Xiao to express their apology. He is not stupid. If the Thunder Evil Poison Dragon can evolve in the future, he will definitely come to find Su Xiao. To be able to obtain such a powerful fantasy beast, let alone 200,000, even if it was an additional 100,000, Chen Badeo would be able to raise the money by selling everything he had. Scarcity makes things valuable, not to mention that this is a fantasy beast with dragon bloodline. Not only Chen Badeo and others, but also the crowd watching outside, the way they looked at Su Xiao changed. At the beginning, in their minds, the Pavilion of 10,000 Beasts was just a fantasy beast shop on the verge of bankruptcy. Even if it is the Su family's industry, it is meaningless and cannot compete with the Black Dragon Gang's rare beast pavilion. But now it's different. The current manager of Wanshou Pavilion has 2 strong training and cultivation capabilities. I'm afraid it won't be long before Wanshou Pavilion will rise. Among the people watching, many were beastmasters. In order to curry favor with Su Xiao and to train fantasy beasts in the future, they all went to the Pavilion of 10,000 Beasts and bought some things first, regardless of whether they were useful or not. In just a moment, the business of Wanshou Pavilion, which had been deserted before, became surprisingly good. Because there were too many people, Chen Shi and Lin Shui were both overwhelmed for a while. At this time, Chen Badeo took the initiative to step forward and brought his men to maintain order at the scene. Before long, some commonly used fantasy beast materials, food, etc. on the store shelves were almost all sold out, and the crowd slowly dispersed. Su Xiao saw all of this and actually developed a good impression of Chen Badeo. If you want to gain a firm foothold in Ningxiang Town, you must seek help from certain local forces. The Badao mercenary group in front of them is obviously the best choice. Thinking of this, Su Xiao walked towards Chen Badeo with a smile. Thank you for your help, Brother Chen. Boss Su, that's not right. This is what I should do. We were too reckless before, please forgive us. Although Chen Badeo looks like a rough man, he is actually a very thoughtful person. It was obvious that Su Xiao wanted to make friends with him, and Chen Badeo happened to have the same idea, so he quickly clasped his hands together and said, If Boss Su needs us for anything in the future, please let me know at any time. My brothers are all big and strong men, and they don't have any bad intentions. As Chen Badeo was speaking, his younger brothers beside him walked up to Su Xiao one by one and apologized sincerely. Ha ha ha, Brother Chen, if you need to train a fantasy beast in the future, you are welcome to come. Afterwards, the two continued chatting for a while before Chen Badeo left with his brothers. At this time, most of the people in the shop had left. Chen Shi and Lin Shui sat beside the counter, carefully counting the items that had just been sold. Including the huge sum of money earned by Su Xiao, Wanshou Pavilion earned more than 200,000 yuan today alone. In the past, I would never have dared to think about this. It is no exaggeration to say that the income for a whole year in the past was not necessarily this much. Boss Su, you are so amazing. We have earned so much in just one day. Please accept our knees. With this money, our Wanshou Pavilion will not go bankrupt. After completing the inventory, Chen Shi and Lin Shui ran to Su Xiao excitedly. Why, are you satisfied with this little money? Su Xiao smiled faintly, this is just the beginning. Just started. Manager, if you have any other plans, why not tell us about them? Chen Shi and Lin Shui are now full of admiration for Su Xiao. It is really a wise decision to choose to follow this big guy. Don't worry, you will know when the time comes. When he said this, Su Xiao pointed to the empty containers and said, everything is sold out. Bring some money and go buy more. I'll leave this matter to you too. I'm going to go back and rest for a while. After giving the instructions, Su Xiao left the store. Too mysterious, what do you think the store manager's plan is? I think it must be related to the evolution of the mythical beast. If we can evolve such powerful fantasy beasts every time, our 10,000 beasts pavilion will surely rise. Let's not talk about that for now. The first priority now is to go get some goods, otherwise there won't be anything to sell tomorrow. After Chen Shi and Lin Shui finished speaking, they immediately took action and called several suppliers. On the other side, Su Xiao has returned home. After eating a simple meal and meditating for a while, Su Xiao summoned the Infernape with which he had successfully contracted yesterday. After a day, the Infernape had become completely familiar with the beast taming space and could summon and recall beasts normally. I'm so hungry, I want to eat. The fire monkey had not eaten a single bite of food since yesterday and was already starving. After being summoned by Su Xiao, the first thing it did was to ask for food. His attitude was particularly arrogant, as if all this was reasonable. After all, Su Xiao is his master and will definitely not let it starve. A status that can be included is detected. Do you want to include it? Before Su Xiao could do anything, a string of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Su Xiao saw a shining icon appear on the head of the Infernape, hunger. Ouch, another weird situation has appeared. I'll record it first. Without any hesitation, Su Xiao immediately recorded the hunger status. Status, hungry. Effect, the phantom beast in this state will feel a strong sense of hunger and needs to eat constantly to relieve it. Duration, 24 hours. After seeing the attributes of the hunger state, Su smiled and was actually a little surprised. Because this state is exactly the same as the state of fullness he had before. The only difference is that one keeps eating, while the other can't eat anything. The Infernape is too fat now, it is impossible to keep it eating all the time, so what we need to do now is to lose weight. You want to eat, right? Su Xiao walked up to the Infernape and showed a kind and friendly smile. He then used the power of the beast taming book to place the satiety state on the Infernape's head. The next moment, the Infernape, who was originally asking for food arrogantly, was suddenly stunned. What's going on? I haven't even eaten anything yet and I'm already full. Master, what the hell are you doing? Infernape had no idea what was going on. He was very hungry just now, but now he felt inexplicably full. The strangest thing is that the Infernape's stomach is still empty, as if it hasn't eaten anything yet. To put it simply, Infernape really wants to eat, but can't eat anything. Infernape has never experienced this wonderful feeling in his life. Come on, let's eat. In order to verify his idea, Su Xiao took out a bag of feed pills, poured them into a bowl and handed it to the fire monkey. Under normal circumstances, the fire monkey should have snatched it away and eaten it up ravenously. But now, after taking the feed pill, the fire monkey had no appetite at all. I want to eat. Why can't I eat? Infernape swallowed a feed pill with difficulty and even burped. Reason told Infernape that there was nothing in his stomach and he had to eat to restore his strength. But I really have no appetite at all, it's like chewing wax. Ha 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 ha, great, this is exactly the effect I want. Every day you spend all your time eating and sleeping. If you continue like this, you'll be useless. The top priority now is to lose weight. Looking at the Infernape in front of him who couldn't eat anything, Su Xiao couldn't help but feel happy. As long as you control Infernape's food intake and combine it with daily training, with the special physique of the fantasy beast, it won't take long for it to lose weight. Of course. This state of fullness will only make it unable to eat anything, but it does not mean that Infernape can really go without food and drink. Therefore, this state cannot last too long, otherwise Infernape will starve to death. Master, I really want to eat. I am so hungry, but I can't eat anything. If this continues, I will die. Master, please save me. The fire monkey walked up to Su Xiao with a feed pellet in his hand and said something very aggrieved. If you don't know, you might think that Su Xiao is abusing it. If you want to eat, just eat. I'm not stopping you from eating. Come, eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, the master will give you more. As Su Xiao spoke, he touched Infernape's head, the smile on his face still as kind as ever. But in fact, I was secretly thinking in my heart, I'm already so fat, why am I still eating? Fire Monkey really didn't know how to refute Su Xiao's words. He tried to eat another feed pill, but couldn't help burping again. It hurt so much. Infernape is very angry now, and you can see that its hair is burning. What, you want to beat me up? Believe it or not, I will keep you like this. As soon as Su Xiao said this, Infernape immediately became timid and crawled to Su Xiao's legs pitifully. Master, you are the best. How could I beat you? Don't be ridiculous. I won't beat around the bush with you. There are only two paths before you now. First, continue to maintain this state. When to lift it depends on my mood. Second, start practicing seriously from today to improve your strength. After you complete your daily training tasks, I will lift this state and let you have a big meal. You make your own choice. After saying that, Su Xiao sat on the sofa beside him with a serious expression. Master, is there any third option? Fire Monkey said pleadingly. No, if you don't choose, I will assume that you have chosen the first path. Su Xiao will not be merciful now. He must train his own phantom beast into the most powerful one. Infernape really started thinking seriously, looking at the bowl of feed pellets beside him from time to time. I really want to eat, but I really can't eat anything. For a foodie, it's so painful. After careful consideration, Infernape finally compromised and nodded at Su Xiao with difficulty. Master, I choose the second path. But can you let me eat first? You're pretty smart. But unfortunately, I have already said that you can only eat normally after completing your daily training tasks. Su Xiao said, then stood up and walked in front of the exploding fire monkey. The first day's training task won't be difficult. Do 200 push-ups and sit-ups for me first. Stop, master. I haven't eaten anything yet. I really don't have the energy. The normal size of an Infernape is about 1 meter, but Su Xiao's one is obviously much larger, almost 1.5 meters tall, and its body is full of fat. But there was no impression that it was hugging Su Xiao's thigh, which looked quite funny. If you don't do it again, I'll leave. After I leave, I can't tell when I can let you have a good meal. Don't. I'll do it right away. Out of desperation, Infernape immediately stood up and began to do push-ups with difficulty. Of course it didn't know how to do these fitness moves, so Su Xiao had demonstrated them to it in advance. I have to say that this Infernape is really too clumsy, and its physical strength is very poor. Before it could do just a few moves, it was already out of breath, and its movements started to become non-standard. But Su Xiao did not blame it. Instead, he felt a little relieved. As long as he could stick to it, it would be great. As long as he persists for a period of time, he will definitely recover to his normal size and become an extraordinary level fantasy beast with powerful combat power. In this way, under Su Xiao's supervision, Fire Monkey finally completed 200 push-ups and sit-ups. He was so tired that he collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. It can be seen that the breath exhaled by Infernape is extremely hot, worthy of being a fire-type fantasy beast. Master. Master, I have finished, please let me have a good meal. Even though he was so tired, Infernape still couldn't forget to eat, and looked at Su Xiao and begged. Since you've behaved well, I'll let you eat a little first. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiao dispelled the satiety state of the fire monkey. The next moment, Infernape instantly felt a strong sense of hunger and immediately pounced on the bowl of feed pellets, swallowing them in big mouthfuls. However, the Infernape only took 3 or 4 bites when he suddenly burped. For it to become so fat, its appetite could not be so limited. The reason for this is that Su Xiao once again put it in a state of fullness. Ah, master. Don't play with me like this. I just started eating, can't you let me eat a little more? Infernape said this sadly as he looked at the half bowl of feed pellets in front of him. I just told you to eat a little first. After today's training mission is over, you can eat normally. Let's go, the next training task is a 5-kilometer run. As Su Xiao spoke, he put on his shoes and prepared to go out. Run 5 kilometers. When Infernape heard this, he was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. The amount of exercise today is more than it has done all year long. But now it still has to run, which is really painful. But in order to be able to eat normally, Fire Monkey could only barely stand up and follow Su Xiao out. Although Su Xiao had consumed a lot of physical and mental energy when helping the Purple Shadow Electric Python, he also ran with the Fire Monkey in order to urge him to lose weight. At this time, on the streets of Ningxiang town, you can see a young man running with difficulty, carrying a big fat monkey. Dad, that monkey is so fat. Child, you are mistaken. That is not a monkey, it is a red-haired pig. Su Xiao naturally heard what the passers-by said, but he didn't care about it. It's true that this Infernape is too fat and doesn't look like a monkey anymore. From a distance, it really looks like a red-haired pig. However, Infernape could not remain calm. After all, they were all monkey-like mythical beasts with extraordinary bloodline, so how could they be pigs? Perhaps being stimulated, Infernape suddenly quickened its pace and instantly surpassed Su Xiao. It has to be said that the physique of the fantasy beasts is indeed much stronger than that of humans. Even a fat Infernape is much stronger than an ordinary person. Not bad, you know how to be embarrassed. Then work hard to lose weight and become a powerful fantasy beast. Su Xiao shouted at Infernape's back. But the reason why Infernape was running so hard was not entirely because he was stimulated. Mainly, I want to eat. Finish running earlier so you can eat earlier. About an hour passed. Su Xiao brought the exhausted Infernape back home. Since you have just started training, you should not overexert yourself. Let's stop here today. But don't be too happy too soon. Starting today, the training tasks will gradually increase. After Su Xiao finished speaking, he dispelled the satiety state of the exploding fire monkey. Okay, let's go eat. Go. It's time to eat. The fire monkey rushed to the bowl and started eating with big mouthfuls. Half a bowl of feed pills was finished in a moment. I ate it so fast that I almost choked on it. But the fire monkey didn't care, for fear that if he ate slowly, Su Xiao would stop him again. Master, I'm not full yet, I want more. After the fire monkey finished eating, he walked up to Su Xiao with his bowl of rice and spoke with confidence. Don't even think about it. You can only eat these for every meal from now on. When you return to normal shape, I'll let you eat more. As Su Xiao spoke, he put away a whole bag of feed pellets to prevent them from being eaten by this guy. Master, you lied to me. You said I could eat whatever I wanted. The fire monkey angrily threw the bowl on the ground and looked at Su Xiao angrily. Oh. Did I say that? From the look of you, it seems like you are very dissatisfied with me. Su Xiao smiled slightly and once again put the full state on the Infernape. The Infernape, who had not yet eaten enough, suddenly lost his appetite. Master, you are bullying me. Infernape looked at Su Xiao with tears in his eyes, and he looked really pitiful. "TSK, you think I'll let you go just like that? Go back and practice well." After saying that, Su Xiao opened the beast taming space and put the well-fed fire monkey into the beast taming space. In this state, the fire monkey has no appetite at all, so it will naturally start practicing with the help of the spiritual power of the beast taming space. After doing all this, Su Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief and went to the kitchen to make something simple to eat. After filling his stomach, Su Xiao returned to his room and began to meditate. The training of a beastmaster is to train the beast taming space so that it can be upgraded. Starting from level 1 all the way up to level 9, they correspond to the 9 levels of beastmaster. For example, Chen Badeo before, his beast tamer space level is level 4, he only needs to register with the Beast Tamer Association to be called a senior beast tamer. The cultivation in the beast taming space is mainly divided into 3 directions. The first direction is to cultivate the strength of the beast controlling space. The so-called strength is actually the strengthening of the binding force of the phantom beast. Some beastmasters will frequently change their beasts. When they see a strong fantasy beast, they like to conclude a contract with the corresponding fantasy beast. The main training direction of this kind of beastmaster is to train the strength of the beast taming space. Only in this way can the restraint on the beast be strengthened to avoid backlash. The opposite of this is the cultivation of the beast taming space environment. Beastmasters who choose this direction are often those who have strong feelings for fantasy beasts, such as Chin Badeo whom Su Xiao met before. This type of beastmaster basically won't change his phantom beast at will, and has a very good relationship with his phantom beast. As long as the environment of the beast taming space is good enough, the daily training speed of the phantom beast can be improved, and the phantom beast will be more loyal to the master. The last direction of cultivation is to cultivate the scale of the beast taming space. To put it simply, it means increasing the area of the beast taming space. The larger the area, the more fantasy beasts can be contracted. Beastmasters who can choose to practice in this direction all like to contract a large group of fantasy beasts. Simply put, strength, environment, and scale correspond to 3 different categories of beastmasters. The first type is the wealthy beastmaster who directly purchases ready-made powerful fantasy beasts. The second type is the beastmaster who specializes in breeding and training fantasy beasts. Beastmasters in this field usually contract no more than 3 fantasy beasts. The third type is the beastmaster who likes to rely on the number of fantasy beasts to win in fights in groups. The moment Su Xiao became a beastmaster, he had already made up his mind, which was to become the second type of beastmaster. Cultivate and train a powerful fantasy beast that belongs to you alone. When Su Xiao was meditating and practicing, Chen Shi and Lin Shui were already busy in the shop. Since we now have sufficient funds, we feel more confident in placing orders and don't have to be as stingy as before. Cart after cart of fantasy beast materials and food were moved into the store. Chen Shi and Lin Shui did not feel tired at all. Instead, they were particularly happy. They all hope that one day, the Myriad Beasts Pavilion will completely defeat the Rare Beasts Pavilion and become the strongest fantasy beast shop in the area. However, just then, a thin, gray-haired old man wearing flip-flops slowly walked in. "Excuse me, sir, what can I do for you?" Seeing someone coming in, Chen Shi and Lin Shui immediately put down what they were doing and greeted them with smiles as usual. But when they saw the true face of the gray-haired old man, they were both stunned. Old store manager. Old store manager, you're back." To be honest, the two were really surprised to see the old store manager suddenly come back. After all, the first thing Su Xiao did after taking over Wansho Pavilion was to fire the old manager. Now that he suddenly came back, the two really didn't know how to deal with it. "Why, I can't come back." This gray-haired old man, named Lu Kang, was previously the manager of the Wansho Pavilion. At this moment, Lu Kang was familiar with the place, just like going home, and sat down at the counter directly. "After all, I am the store manager of the 10,000 Beast Pavilion. I just went out to do something, and I can't come back yet." "Old store manager, you should know that the pavilion of 10,000 beasts now belongs to young Master Su. The first thing he did after taking office was to fire you, so strictly speaking, you are no longer a member of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. After all, Chen Shi is a young and strong guy, and now he has Su Zhao's support, so he is not very afraid of Lu Kang. Besides, Lu Kang was not very nice to Chen Shi and Lin Shui on weekdays. It was good enough that they didn't kick him out immediately. What? After hearing this, Lu Kang immediately became furious and slammed the table fiercely. I am the store manager appointed by the group. What qualifications does he have to fire me? Because he is the young master of the Su family. Lin Shui said unhappily. Bah, what a crap young master, I think he is just a waste. It was just sheer luck that allowed me to evolve the purple shadow electric python. Do you think I don't know? Lu Kang said with an angry look on his face. Lu Kang, who was hiding in the crowd, saw everything that happened in the store just now. The reason why Chen Badeo came to the store to cause trouble was because the old manager did it on purpose, in order to make Su Xiao give up and ask him, the old manager, for help. But what he didn't expect was that Su Xiao actually solved Chen Badeo's problem and even evolved his purple shadow electric python into a thunder evil poison dragon. Although this incident shocked the old store manager, he just thought that Su Xiao was lucky. Chen Badeo was very clear about this person. The purple shadow electric python he owned had indeed good aptitude. Its successful evolution was mainly due to its own outstanding aptitude. As for the matter of training the blood poison python, Lu Kang didn't take it seriously. It must be because of good luck. The most important thing is that in his eyes, Su Xiao is just a waste who can't taming beasts. Cut. Chen Shi and Lin Shui were too lazy to refute. They knew very well that Lu Kang was too narrow-minded. Forget it, I won't waste any more time talking to you guys. To tell you the truth, I have already contacted the people at the Rare Beast Pavilion, and they said they would like to recruit me as a fantasy beast trainer. The salary is much higher than here. I need 2 assistants now. Would you like to go with me? Lu Kang no longer had any hope of getting back the position of store manager. His only thought now was to take the people from Wanshou Pavilion away and make Su Xiao completely finished. A useless young master who knows nothing will sooner or later be unable to bear it and run away from here. We're not going. As soon as Lu Kang finished speaking, Chen Shi and Lin Shui shook their heads firmly. In this situation, abandon Su Xiao and leave Wanshou Pavilion. If this isn't brain damage, then what is? If Lu Kang wanted to take them to the Rare Beast Pavilion at the beginning, they might have been willing. After all, no one wanted to serve a useless young master. But now it's different. Su Xiao is not some useless young master, but a real big boss. Why don't you cling to such a big boss and go and suffer with a bad old man? No matter what you say, they won't agree. Ah. Lu Kang really didn't expect that the 2 of them would refuse so quickly, and he was obviously stunned. Are you too crazy? Come with me to the Rare Beast Pavilion. I guarantee you will have a bright future. But you would rather follow such a useless young master? Old store manager, we have already said what we want to say. Now please leave here. Manager Su said that you have affected the reputation of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. You are not welcome here in the future. Chen Shi and Lin Shui didn't want to say anything more and signaled Lu Kang to leave quickly. Okay, if you don't accept my toast, you will have to drink the penalty wine. You all just wait for me. In a few days, the Pavilion of All Beasts will go bankrupt. After saying these harsh words, Lu Kang left angrily. Looking at Lu Kang's departing back, Chen Shi and Lin Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, they all knew Lu Kang's character very well and were sure he would do something retaliatory. As soon as Su Xiao comes, I must tell him about this. A little after 4 in the afternoon. Su Xiao's mental strength had almost recovered through meditation, so he walked out of the house. But Su Xiao did not go to the store immediately, but went to the Rare Beast Pavilion specifically. I want to see what the situation is like in this Rare Beast Pavilion and why it can monopolize the fantasy beast business in this area. It is true that only when you know yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. It has to be said that Su Xiao was still shocked the moment he saw the Rare Beast Pavilion. The decoration is extremely luxurious and the store area is quite large. Although it is not as good as the Pavilion of 10,000 Beasts in the imperial capital, it is already quite impressive in a small village like Ningxiang Town. There is a constant stream of customers coming in and out, and business is really good. As soon as Su Xiao walked to the door of the Rare Beast Pavilion, a heavily made-up female clerk came up to greet him enthusiastically. my dear customer, what do you need? Zhen Shou Pavilion can provide any business related to fantasy beasts. Well, I'm just taking a look, don't pay too much attention to me. Su Xiao responded simply and walked into the store calmly. After all, he had just arrived in Ningxiang town not long ago, and most of the people here didn't know Su Xiao, so naturally they didn't know that Su Xiao was the manager of Wanshou Pavilion. I just thought he was a visitor from out of town. Besides, there were many customers in the store, so the clerk didn't pay much attention to Su Xiao. Su Xiao, on the other hand, was strolling around the rare beast pavilion seriously. In order to ensure that he would not be suspected, Su Xiao bought some common fantasy beast materials and then turned around and left the rare beast pavilion. After walking out of the gate of the rare beast pavilion, Su Xiao couldn't help but sigh. There is a reason why the rare beast pavilion is doing so well. Not only are the store's fantasy beast trainers professional enough, there are also various training venues. Even the fantasy beast food and materials sold in the store are of a wide variety, far beyond the reach of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. The most important thing is that there are many well-trained fantasy beasts for sale in the store, with high and low bloodlines, which can be sold to beastmasters at any stage. The Wanshou Pavilion is full of elite-level fantasy beasts, and they are all trash with no combat power. No wonder there is no business. However, Su Xiao did not care much about it. One day, his 10,000 Beasts Pavilion would surpass the Rare Beasts Pavilion. After returning to the Pavilion of All Beasts. Before Su Xiao could say anything, Chen Shi and Lin Shui hurried over, looking very anxious. Manager, something terrible has happened. Chen Shi said this very nervously. Su Xiao frowned slightly. Don't panic, explain it to me carefully. Here's what happened, the old store manager is back. Chen Shi and Lin Shui did not hide anything and told Su Xiao everything about the return of the old store manager Lu Kang. So why don't you just follow him? According to what he said, my Wanshou Pavilion will soon go bankrupt. After listening to this, Su Xiao disagreed, smiled faintly and said. Manager Su, what are you talking about? We are both your people, please don't abandon us. With your ability, how could this Wanshou Pavilion possibly go bankrupt? Old Man Lu has no ability and a narrow mind. It's too painful to follow him. We've had enough. To be honest, if it weren't for you, Manager Su, we would both have quit our jobs. Chen Shi and Lin Shui stood on Su Xiao's left and right, one serving tea and water, and the other speaking nice words. In short, both of them were very loyal and respectful to Su Xiao and had no intention of leaving. You are quite smart. Let me tell you, there is absolutely no way that the Pavilion of All Beasts will go bankrupt. You can start promoting it starting tomorrow. Su Xiao calmly took a sip of tea and spoke with a smile. Ah. Propaganda. Chen Shi frowned slightly. Manager Su, are you going to promote your training and cultivation techniques? Lin Shui at the side added, there's no need to publicize this. Store Manager Su has been in the spotlight today. I think it won't be long before someone will ask you to train a fantasy beast. No, this is not what we want to promote. You should all know about the fantasy beasts kept in the courtyard. My first step is to sell all of them. The first thing is that nest of swift-winged rabbits. As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, Chen Shi could not help but speak up. Manager, the fantasy beasts that we have in the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion are all very weak elite-level fantasy beasts, and that nest of swift-winged rabbits has no combat power at all. No matter how much we promote them, no one will want them. You don't know that if you had come a few days later, the old store manager would have planned to deal with those fantasy beasts. Who says no one wants them? Su Xiao smiled coldly, just because the old store manager can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. Let me tell you, the fantasy beasts kept in the courtyard are all of great value. You'll be right if you listen to me. Seeing Su Xiao speaking so confidently, Chen Shi and Lin Shui, although very confused, did not ask any further questions. They are well aware of Su Xiao's abilities. Since he has said so, there must be a way. Manager, how do you plan to promote us? Lin Shui poured tea into Su Xiao's cup and asked curiously. Let's promote it like this. Su Xiao whispered in the ears of Chen Shi and Lin Shui. The two's originally curious expression suddenly turned into extreme shock, and they looked at Su Xiao in disbelief. Don't ask why, just do it. After Su Xiao finished speaking, he stood up and walked into the courtyard. Chen Shi and Lin Shui looked at each other and sighed helplessly. A swift-winged rabbit that can use the intermediate poison skill, Poison Bite. Not to mention that the two of them didn't believe it, no one else would believe it at all. But there was nothing they could do. Since Su Xiao had said so, they didn't ask any more questions and just planned tomorrow's publicity work. Su Xiao came to the courtyard and waved to the swift-winged rabbits. They immediately ran towards Su Xiao and were very obedient. I have to say that this kind of mythical beast with a gentle personality and close to humans is really easy to train. Unfortunately, the fighting power of the swift-winged rabbit is too weak. Apart from the apprentice beast tamers who have just awakened successfully, who might buy them for practice, other normal beast tamers will not choose them. Therefore, in most cases, the swift rabbit is kept as an ornamental pet. This also leads to the fact that the swift rabbit is sold very cheaply. On the market, a normal swift rabbit costs only a few hundred yuan at most, which is too worthless. However, this is only applicable to normal swift rabbits. If it is a swift rabbit with strong combat power and the ability to use poisonous bite skills, it is hard to say for sure. Thinking of this, Su Xiao's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. He smiled. Why did he suddenly laugh? How weird. Is there some conspiracy? Brothers, should we run away? There were about 7 or 8 swift rabbits following Su Xiao's footsteps. When they saw Su Xiao's weird smile, they couldn't help but feel a little scared and instinctively took a few steps back. Don't panic, I have no ill intentions. Su Xiao gently picked up a swift-winged rabbit and stroked its head softly. You are so good. I feel so reluctant to sell you all off. But don't worry, I won't sell you off easily. I will find a good owner for you. Want to sell us out? No, life here is so comfortable. I don't want to be oppressed by the beast tamer. Besides, it seems that no beastmaster would like us. At this time, a swift-winged rabbit held in Su Xiao's arms bared its teeth and barked at Su Xiao, and the sound was similar to that of a mouse. Don't be ridiculous. No beastmaster would want us. Our fighting power is too weak. If you don't like us, just release us back to the forest. How can you say that? Haven't you heard the saying, there are no weak fantasy beasts, only unqualified fantasy beast trainers? I'm telling you, after my training, I guarantee that you will become very powerful, at least much more powerful than the mythical beasts of the same category. As soon as Su Xiaoqiao finished speaking, he looked at the grinning swift-winged rabbit in his arms and said, let's start with you. As he spoke, Su Xiao opened the beast taming encyclopedia in his mind, selected the intermediate poison skill Poison Bite, and then aimed the magnifying glass next to the beast taming encyclopedia at the swift-winged rabbit in his arms. Swift-winged rabbit is suitable for teaching. Should I teach him immediately? Ha ha ha. I can really teach them this trick. Su Xiao was very excited when he saw a string of words appear in front of him. Just as he guessed, the swift-winged rabbit was really capable of learning this move. After all, rabbits' teeth are very long and sharp, so it makes sense for them to learn the skill of biting people. Although the power of the swift-winged rabbit's poisonous bite may not be very strong, it is definitely not as powerful as that of a poisonous mythical beast. But no matter what, it is a miracle. If word gets out that there's a rabbit that can bite with venom, it's sure to attract a lot of people. Teaching. Without any hesitation, Su Xiao whispered it. The next moment, Su Xiao's hands emitted a dazzling golden light. The sudden change scared the swift rabbits around, and they quickly hid far away. The swift-winged rabbit in his arms was so frightened that its whole body trembled. But after seeing that Su Xiao had no ill intentions, he gradually relaxed. Why are you panicking? How could I hurt you? Su Xiao spoke gently as he began to stroke the swift-winged rabbit in his arms. As Su Xiao caressed the rabbit, an extremely magical force was slowly injected into its body. No one knew what happened, but the swift-winged rabbit in Su Xiao's arms suddenly learned the skill of venomous bite. It felt like a large amount of information was injected into the mind, allowing it to understand it instantly. Have I learned a skill? The swift-winged rabbit in Su Xiao's arms could no longer remain calm. It jumped out of Su Xiao's arms excitedly and jumped back and forth on the ground. Come on, let's try it out. See that wooden stake? Use your poisonous bite on it. As soon as Su Xiaoqiao finished speaking, the swift-winged rabbit beside him nodded obediently, and with the help of the power of wind spirit technique, it quickly rushed towards the wooden stake. It can be seen that the swift-winged rabbit's sharp teeth, emitting a lavender light, bit the wooden stake mercilessly. Although this was a wooden stake used for training and was very hard, the swift-winged rabbit used a mid-level poison skill, which left a deep tooth mark on the stake. If it weren't for the fact that this poison bite skill was a mid-level poison skill with considerable power, and would cause relatively serious injuries when attacking a phantom beast, Su Xiao would really want to find a phantom beast and try out the specific power of the poison bite. But overall, it is enough to prove that the swift-winged rabbit has thoroughly learned the venomous bite. Of course. After all, it's not a poison-type phantom beast, so it's already amazing that it has learned this move. Naturally, its power cannot be comparable to that of a normal poison-type phantom beast. But for the swift-winged rabbit, it was truly a miracle. Who wouldn't love a magical swift-winged rabbit that not only bites people but can also cause poisoning after the bite? Perhaps because they saw their companion had learned powerful skills, the swift-winged rabbits that were originally afraid all came over and danced happily at Su Xiao's steps. Master Trainer, we also want to learn that move. This is amazing. I can do it just by touching it. Trainer, please touch me quickly. I want it too, please touch me. A nest of swift rabbits were beside Su Xiao's legs, making sounds like mice, chattering in unison. Su Xiao counted them carefully and confirmed that there were 8 swift-winged rabbits in total. Including the one that had just been successfully taught, there were 7 left. The power of the Beast Taming illustrated book is related to the level of Su Xiao's Beast Taming space. A Level 1 Beast Taming space means that only the power of a Level 1 Beast Taming illustrated book can be used. This means that it can only copy and teach skills below the intermediate level, and the same goes for status, only status below the intermediate level can be included. Moreover, using the Beast Taming Encyclopedia will also consume Su Xiao's mental and physical strength. With Su Xiao's current ability, he can only use it 7 more times at most, which is just enough to successfully train this nest of swift-winged rabbits. As for teaching other skills, such as the intermediate thunder skills just copied from the Thunder Evil Poison Dragon today, Su Xiao didn't think about them for the time being. Although it is possible that it is in line with teaching, it is already incredible that the swift-winged rabbit has learned Poison Bite. If it also learns lightning skills, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. By then, it will be really troublesome. In Su Xiao's opinion, before his own strength grows, he should keep a low profile as much as possible to avoid bringing disaster upon himself. A moment later. Su Xiao used the power of the Beast Taming Encyclopedia to successfully teach the skill of Poison Bite to every swift-winged rabbit. Su Xiao himself was so tired that he collapsed on the ground. It felt like I hadn't eaten or slept for the whole day. I was really tired. This was also the first time that Su Xiao exhausted his mental and physical strength. However, Su Xiao was not unhappy at all, but felt excited instead. Seeing the fierce and venomous bite in front of him, Su Xiao couldn't stop laughing. Just familiarize yourself with your skills, and remember not to hurt the other party, otherwise no one will want you. I need to meditate and recover. Please don't disturb me. After briefly instructing Swift-Winged Rabbit, Su Xiao sat cross-legged on the grass and began his meditation practice. Before I knew it, the sky had darkened. Chen Shi and Lin Shui had finished their work in the store. The sold-out goods were replenished and a lot of new items were added. Compared to when it was about to go bankrupt, there have been really big changes. What shocked them the most was that this was only the second day that Su Xiao had arrived at the Wanqiu Pavilion. If he were given more time, perhaps the pavilion of 10,000 beasts would really rise. Lin Shui, you said that Manager Su has been in there for such a long time. What is he doing? There has been no movement for a long time. Since Su Xiao hadn't come out yet, the two of them didn't dare to leave work. There were not many customers at the moment, so they could only sit at the counter and chat boredly. Who knows? But judging from the Blood Poison Python's previous experience of learning Wind Spirit technique, I think Manager Su is really capable of teaching the Swift-Winged Rabbit to learn Vicious Bite. To be honest, I'm also very curious now and I really want to go in and take a look. After Lin Shui finished speaking, she couldn't help but look towards the courtyard. But because Su Xiao had warned them beforehand not to enter the courtyard at will, they naturally did not dare to go in. It's better not to go in, lest you get scolded. Let's wait a little longer. After Chen-Shi finished speaking, he stood up and said, "It's not time to get off work anyway, let's think about tomorrow's promotion." Hearing this, Lin Shui nodded slightly and stood up. But just as the two stood up, the gate of the courtyard opened, and Su Xiao walked out with fatigue on his face. "Hey, you two haven't finished get off work yet." After meditating for a while, Su Xiao's mental strength has recovered a lot and he is no longer as tired as before. "No, Manager Su hasn't left work yet, how dare we leave without permission?" Seeing that Su Xiao looked very tired, Chen-Shi quickly brought a chair and asked Su Xiao to sit down. Lin Shui hurriedly brought a glass of water. There is no need to think about it. It must be that Su Xiao was too tired from training the swift-winged rabbit. Su Xiao drank the water and wiped his mouth. "I forgot to remind you, if I train or cultivate a fantasy beast and it doesn't come out too late, you can go home on your own. Let's set the time at 7 p.m. No need to work overtime. I'm not some vampire boss." "How can that be possible? Manager Su has worked so hard to train and cultivate fantasy beasts for the Wanshou Pavilion. How can the two of us leave? As long as we can help the store manager, we can do anything." I have to say that Chen-Shi and Lin Shui are both good people. Su Xiao felt very relieved when she heard what they said. "In that case, I won't force you. Anyway, as long as you leave work late, it will be considered as overtime. I won't deduct the overtime pay you deserve. But, now I have something to trouble you too." As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, her stomach couldn't help but growl. "Got it. I'll go buy food right away." The clever Chen-Shi reacted immediately and rushed out of the store in a hurry. The next morning, outside the Wanshou Pavilion store, Chen-Shi and Lin Shui each held a loudspeaker and shouted to the surroundings. "Don't miss it if you pass by it, this is the super swift-winged rabbit that has just been bred. This is a swift-winged rabbit that was personally bred and trained by our store manager. The quality is absolutely guaranteed and far superior to similar mythical beasts. It's worth the money if it's not strong. The super swift-winged rabbit is on sale in limited quantities. If you miss it, it will be gone. Uncle, are you interested in learning more about our new swift-winged rabbit? I guarantee you will be satisfied." The location of Wanshou Pavilion in Ningxiang Town is still very good. There are many people coming and going on the streets in the early morning, but almost everyone looks at Chen-Shi and Lin Shui in a very strange way, as if they are looking at fools. In this world of taming beasts, even ordinary people who cannot tame beasts have a certain understanding of fantasy beasts. They knew very well that a weak mythical beast like the swift-winged rabbit not only had a low bloodline but also had little combat power. Yet they dared to advertise a mythical beast that was far superior to its peers. No matter how strong this swift-winged rabbit is, how strong can it be? Chen-Shi and Lin Shui, who were standing outside the store and hawking their wares, did not show any embarrassment on their faces and still had smiles on their faces. Perhaps passers-by are not clear about the situation of the swift-winged rabbit of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, but they know it very well. When they accompanied Su Xiao for dinner last night, they had already checked the swift-winged rabbit. Once again, it refreshed their worldview. Who would have thought that the swift-winged rabbit, which normally had little fighting power, had learned to bite fiercely and venomously under Su Xiao's training? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. It is precisely because they have such confidence that they do not feel embarrassed. As long as there are customers who are interested and come to ask, they will definitely be amazed. As for why they sell their products on the street like this, it is not for any other reason but mainly because this way of promotion is the quickest and simplest. The effect was really good. Before we knew it, a lot of people gathered outside the Wanshou Pavilion store. Although most people came here to join in the fun, there were also some who really wanted to see what the new super swift-winged rabbit launched by the Myriad Beasts Pavilion would look like. Many of them had witnessed Su Xiao's successful evolution into the Thunder Demon Poison Dragon yesterday, and they still had some expectations in their hearts. Super swift-winged rabbit. At this time, a young man in black sportswear walked to the front of the store and saw the nest of swift winds locked in the cage. He frowned slightly and said, "This is the super swift-winged rabbit. It doesn't look special." Hee, maybe they don't look special to you, but I can tell you that these swift-winged rabbits in our 10,000 Beasts Pavilion are absolutely extraordinary. Each one of them has learned powerful combat skills. Seeing that someone was interested, Chen Shi hurriedly explained. Oh. A rubbish mythical beast like the swift-winged rabbit can learn powerful combat skills. The young man raised his eyebrows and said, "Can you tell me how much these swift-winged rabbits cost?" This powerful swift-winged rabbit originally cost 6,000 yuan each, but today is our store's big sale, so we're selling them at half price, 3,000 yuan each. Limited supply, if you're slow there won't be any left. Chen Shi spoke excitedly, while Lin Shui silently moved a KT board to the door of the store, which clearly stated the promotional activities related to Swift-Wind Rabbit. This was rushed out by the two of them yesterday at an advertising shop. What did you say? Selling this rubbish novice fantasy beast for 3,000 yuan. You even boasted that you're selling it at half the price. You guys at Wanshou Pavilion are crazy about money. The young man in black sportswear said this speechlessly, then turned and left. Originally he was a little interested and wanted to see what specific skills the Swift-Wind Rabbit had mastered, but when he heard the price, he immediately lost all interest. You know, an ordinary Swift Rabbit costs only 500 or 600 at most, but the Wanshou Pavilion sells it at such a high price. Not to mention the young man, many onlookers at the scene left angrily. There were even quite a few people standing outside the Wanshou Pavilion store, pointing and talking, saying that Wanshou Pavilion had gained a little fame yesterday and was starting to get cocky. Only the pavilion of 10,000 beasts could dare to sell a rubbish fantasy beast like the Swift-Wind Rabbit at such a high price. Many people thought that the new store manager of Wanshou Pavilion was crazy. No matter how powerful the Swift-Wind Rabbit was, it would not be sold at such a high price. I'm afraid that Wanshou Pavilion will not be able to escape the fate of bankruptcy. Besides, if a beastmaster is able to spend 3,000 yuan to buy a Swift-Wind Rabbit, why doesn't he choose a fantasy beast with a stronger bloodline and stronger combat power? After shouting out for a while, there were indeed a lot of people watching, but I didn't succeed in selling a single one. Basically, they were like the young men. After asking the price, they all left in silence. Manager, our Swift-Wind Rabbit is indeed amazing, but isn't the price too high? Do you want us to lower the price a bit? Chen Shi and Lin Shui set the loudspeaker to automatically shout and then hurried into the store. However, Su Xiao, looked calm. Why are you panicking? You all should know how strong the Swift-Wind Rabbit I trained is. Don't even mention 3,000 yuan. If they knew the truth, I'm afraid someone would buy it for 6,000 yuan. All we have to do now is to wait quietly. I believe someone will notice the difference of the Swift-Wind Rabbit. You two have been shouting for quite a while, take a break. This is not because Su Xiao is overconfident. The Swift-Wind Rabbit has a fierce and venomous bite. If it is trained well in the future, it can completely transcend the shackles of bloodline and have the potential to evolve into a powerful fantasy beast. An extraordinary fantasy beast called the Black Power Poison Rabbit that Su Xiao is familiar with evolved from this Swift-Wind Rabbit. Although evolution is extremely difficult and basically impossible to succeed, who is Su Xiao? He is a man who possesses the Beast Taming illustrated book. Is there anything he can't do? If Su Xiao was not worried that being too high profile would bring a lot of unnecessary trouble, he would definitely make these Swift-Wind Rabbits stronger. After these Swift-Wind Rabbits are successfully sold, Su Xiao can start the second step of the plan, which is to successfully evolve a Swift-Wind Rabbit into a Black Poison Rabbit, and cooperate with publicity, which may directly lead to a Swift-Wind Rabbit craze. Just when Su Xiaojing was doing business, she was in the Rare Beast Pavilion, which was a few streets away from the 10,000 Beast Pavilion. A fat middle-aged man with gorgeous clothes, his name is Lin Hao, and he is the owner of the Ningxin Town Rare Beast Pavilion. At this moment, he was sitting on the coffee table, crossing his legs and drinking tea calmly. Sitting in front of him was Lu Kang, the previous manager of Wanshou Pavilion. After Su Xiao took away his position as store manager, he was so angry that he switched to the Rare Beast Pavilion. Lu Kang, your skills are actually pretty good. You should have come to my Rare Beast Pavilion a long time ago. Don't worry, I will never treat you unfairly. But you have to help me do something, which is to completely shut down the Wanshou Pavilion. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, he handed Lu Kang a cup of tea. Boss Lin, don't worry. Based on my understanding of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, it would only take a few minutes to bring them down. Lu Kang took the tea confidently and drank it all. Lu Kang, I heard that the useless young master of the Su family actually has a very outstanding ability to train and cultivate fantasy beasts. Chen Badeo's purple shadow electric python actually evolved into a thunderous poisonous dragon. I was really surprised. Thinking about what happened in Wanshou Pavilion yesterday, Lin Hao felt very unhappy. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Su Xiao, their rare beast pavilion would have monopolized the fantasy beast business in Ningxiang town long ago. Hee hee. Hearing this, Lu Kang smiled coldly. Boss Lin, you worry too much. Su Xiao is just a waste who was expelled from the Su family. He just read some fantasy beast books when he was in the Su family. I know Chen Badeo's purple shadow electric python very well. It has very good aptitude. It is not Su Xiao's ability to successfully evolve into a thunder evil poison dragon. Give me some time, and I promise to bring down the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion and make this dignified young master of the Su family homeless on the streets. When he said this, Lu Kang's eyes couldn't help but turn cold. Wouldn't it be better for him to just be a wealthy young man and wait for death? How dare he snatch away the position of store manager that he has worked hard to build for many years? Lu Kang will not stop until he kills him. Seeing Lu Kang so confident, Lin Hao also felt very happy. As long as the Wanshou Pavilion collapses, the entire fantasy beast business in Ningxiang town will be owned by his Jinshou Pavilion. By then, it will be no problem to charge whatever you want, let alone raise the price arbitrarily. Thinking of this, the smile on Lin Hao's face became more excited. Just at this moment, a clerk from the Rare Beast Pavilion ran in hurriedly and said a few words to Lin Hao. Lin Hao was already in a good mood, and after hearing what the clerk said, he laughed out loud in excitement. Ha 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 ha, I just got the news that Su Xiao is organizing a big promotion. This rubbish swift-winged rabbit is actually sold for $3,000 apiece. It really makes me laugh to death. Puff. Lu Kang, who was sitting opposite him, couldn't help but burst into laughter when he heard this. I said that guy was a loser. Did he really think that the prices here were like those in the imperial capital? A rubbish fantasy beast like the swift-winged rabbit is sold at such a high price. It seems that no matter how I sell it, this 10,000 beast pavilion will go bankrupt. The more they talked, the more excited they became, as if they had already seen the collapse of Wanshou Pavilion. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the pavilion of 10,000 beasts still had no business. The little fame it had just accumulated yesterday seemed to have been completely wiped out again because of the swift-winged rabbit. Ever since everyone saw the exaggerated price of the swift-winged rabbit, no one came to inquire about it anymore. The cage of swift rabbits outside the store had all fallen asleep out of boredom. Manager, it looks like there will be no business today. Such an excellent swift-winged rabbit is wasted. How come there is no one who knows its value? Chen Shi stood in the empty shop and spoke helplessly. Manager, I think if this doesn't work, let's let the swift-winged rabbit perform its poisonous bite in public tomorrow. I believe that as long as we show it, someone will definitely want it. Lin Shui walked to Su Xiao's side and whispered. This method is fine, but I still hope to wait for the right person. After all, a fantasy beast is still a fantasy beast. Even a gentle swift-winged rabbit can still be dangerous. Not to mention, the swift-winged rabbit has learned to bite with venom. If it accidentally bites someone, we will have to pay for medical expenses. Wait a little longer, there will definitely be someone who knows what's good. Su Xiao stood up calmly and walked towards the courtyard. You guys stay outside and watch. I'm going to go in and train the phantom beasts. If you have any questions, just shout at me. After giving them a few brief instructions, Su Xiao entered the courtyard. Then, he summoned the Infernape. He did not tell anyone about his awakening of beast-taming talent, and Chen Shi and Lin Shui were not aware of it either. The main reason is that Su Xiao does not want to expand his influence and just wants to develop peacefully in Ningxiang town. When your strength grows, you will naturally have nothing to fear. By then, if he was brought back to the family, he would be able to find out why he could not awaken his talent for taming beasts. So hungry. So hungry. Since the satiety state had disappeared, after the Infernape was summoned, it was too hungry and immediately reached out to Su Xiao to ask for food. Don't think about it. I've already said that if you want to eat well, you have to complete your training mission. I have already arranged today's training mission for you. Are you ready? Su Xiao said calmly as he fetched a basin full of feed pellets. Looking at the basin full of feed balls, the fire monkey's eyes lit up and he wanted to pounce on it and eat them all. However, at this moment, that familiar feeling came again. I haven't eaten anything yet, but I feel full. Ah, the happiness is gone. Infernape lay on the grass with a look of despair. Get up if you want to eat. After you complete your training mission, I will make sure you eat normally. Just like yesterday, let's do 200 push-ups and sit-ups to warm up first. Hearing Su Xiao's words, Infernape stood up helplessly. There was no way. His biggest hobby was eating. In order to eat as soon as possible, he had to obey Su Xiao's instructions. Just like yesterday, I started with hard push-ups. That's right. As long as you lose weight successfully, you can eat whatever you want. Not only that, you can become very powerful, so why not? Su Xiao, who was sitting on the stone chair, looked at the fire monkey doing push-ups diligently and smiled with satisfaction. Now, no matter whether Icarus's posture is standard or not, as long as it can be completed successfully, it is already very difficult. This is a gradual process. Of course. A fantasy beast is a fantasy beast after all. Even an Infernape that is this fat has a physique far beyond that of an ordinary person. After Infernape gets used to the training tasks, you can start to gradually strengthen his training. Before he knew it, Infernape had completed the initial training plan. In order to reward Infernape, Su Xiao also gave Infernape some food first. Finally I can eat, whoa. Infernape was really exhausted. Worried that he would run out of food again, he ate very quickly. However, it turned out that its worries were right. After eating half of the meal, the Infernape started burping again. There is a new status icon floating above the head, fullness. Come on, as long as you complete the second phase of training tasks, you can continue to eat. I won't arrange for you to run today. Perform 100 flying knee kicks first. Out of desperation, Infernape could only stand up again and use his clumsy skills against the wooden stake in front of him. As a fantasy beast with extraordinary bloodline, Infernape's combat power is actually very strong. Unfortunately, this Infernape is too lazy and lives a very peaceful life on weekdays, and has hardly used any skills at all. This resulted in the situation that, although he had mastered 4 skills, he was very unskilled in each of them, and it looked as if he had just learned them. This really made Su Xiao speechless. The road to training is still long. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Under Su Xiao's coercion and inducement, Infernape finally completed all the training tasks for the day. In addition to some fitness exercises for weight loss, Su Xiao specifically let the fire monkey use various skills today in order to enhance its proficiency in these skills. After all, it is a fantasy beast with extraordinary bloodline. If it can't even use its skills properly, it is not worthy of being called a fantasy beast. But what made Su Xiao happy was that although this Infernape was very lazy, it actually had quite good talent. After a little training, it had basically mastered all the skills. Among them, the skill of flying knee kick has even reached level 2, which surprised Su Xiao a little. I have to say, Infernape's fat body looks really funny when he uses this move. In order to increase the enthusiasm of the Infernape, Su Xiao specially rewarded the Infernape today and gave it more food. After the training was completed, Su Xiao put the Infernape in the full state again and summoned it back. If Infernape continues to train at this pace, it won't be long before he can participate in actual combat training. Then, Su Xiao walked out of the courtyard with a smile on his face. As soon as I walked out of the courtyard, I saw a blond man walking in from the door. He looked to be in his 30s. The blond man walked into the pavilion of all beasts and took a casual look. He noticed a nest of swift-winged rabbits at the door. Boss, I heard that your swift-winged rabbits have learned powerful combat skills. The reason why he came in was because he heard the hawking sound from the loudspeaker outside the door and became curious about this so-called super swift-winged rabbit. I would like to see why a weak mythical beast like the swift-winged rabbit can be sold at such a high price. When Chen Shi saw a customer coming, he hurried over and said, "Yes, these swift-winged rabbits have learned to bite with venom." What the hell? A venomous bite. The blond man thought he had misheard and asked in shock, is it the intermediate poison skill poison bite? Exactly. While Qianshi patiently explained, he carefully took out a swift rabbit from the cage. You must be joking. The swift-winged rabbit is a wind-type mythical beast, and its talent is weak. It is understandable that it learned intermediate wind-type skills, but how could it learn vicious bite? You don't think I'm not a beast master and you're teasing me on purpose, do you? I can tell you, although I am not a powerful beast master, I am also a junior beast master. I know everything I should know. Not only would the blond man not believe it, anyone else would be the same. This blond man was pretty good. At least he heard the price and came in to ask. Unlike the others, he turned around and left after seeing the expensive price. From this we can see that this blond man should be quite rich. This store will never deceive customers. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate it to you right now. At this time, Su Xiao walked to Qianshi and took the swift-winged rabbit from his arms. This is the manager of our Wanshou pavilion. He trained these swift-winged rabbits. Qianshi, who was standing by, quickly introduced it to the customer. I don't care who you are. I just know that it's impossible for the swift-winged rabbit to learn poison-related skills, let alone the vicious bite. I now seriously suspect that you are defrauding customers by selling dog meat under the guise of sheep meat. The blond man became angrier as he spoke. Believe it or not, I'm going to sue you at the Beast Tamer Association right now. You want to sue us? Su Xiao smiled faintly. Go ahead and sue me if you have the guts, but I think you'll be making a wasted trip. I've already said that Wanshou Pavilion will never defraud customers. Seeing Su Xiao so confident, the blond man couldn't help but fall into silence. The reason why he came here, besides being attracted by the hawking sound from the loudspeaker, was actually mainly to buy a novice fantasy beast for his daughter who was about to awaken. A mythical beast with a gentle personality like the swift-winged rabbit is naturally the most suitable. If the swift-winged rabbit could master more combat skills, it would be more suitable for his precious daughter. This was the main reason why he chose to come in. But what he didn't expect was that the people from the Pavilion of All Beasts said that these swift-winged rabbits had learned to bite with fierce poison, which was really hard for him to believe. Since you said so, then show me how to do it. I want to see how a weak mythical beast like the swift-winged rabbit can bite with such a fierce and venomous bite. After saying that, the blond man stopped talking and stepped aside to watch. Perhaps because of the quarrel coming from the shop, many passers-by stopped and looked towards the Wanshou Pavilion. Look, there are people who really want to buy the swift-winged rabbit. I just asked around and heard that the swift-winged rabbit from the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion has learned the skill of vicious bite. Poisonous bite. How is that possible? It's obviously a lie. Yes, that's why I turned around and left because I didn't believe it. But you see, the new store manager of the Pavilion of Beasts seems very confident. He looks like he wants to demonstrate it to us. Could it be that the swift-winged rabbit has really learned the skill of vicious bite? Anyway, I don't believe it. I just came here to join in the fun. A lot of people soon gathered outside the door, all looking at the store with a look of surprise on their faces. In addition to the people who came to watch the show, there were actually quite a few people who came to laugh at the Wanshou Pavilion. How could anyone buy a swift rabbit that costs 3,000 yuan? Seeing a lot of people gathered at the door, Su Xiao didn't care about anything. Instead, he became even happier. The more people there are, the better the publicity effect. After the swift-winged rabbits unleashed their poisonous bite, Su Xiao was confident that these swift-winged rabbits would be snatched away in an instant. Qianshi, Lin Shui, go to the courtyard and move a wooden stake out. Su Xiao stroked the swift-winged rabbit and looked at the two of them. No problem. Qianshi and Lin Shui, without any hesitation, ran into the courtyard and carried out a small wooden stake. If I really let the swift-winged rabbit use the skill of poison bite, will you believe it? Su Xiao looked at the blond man confidently and asked. That's natural. However, the blond man said coldly, if your swift-winged rabbit fails to perform its poisonous bite, it will be cheating customers. I will definitely file a complaint against you. Then you should take a good look at it. Su Xiao calmly placed the swift-winged rabbit on the ground and pointed at the small wooden stake in front of him. See. Use the skill you just learned on that wooden stake. The swift-winged rabbit nodded excitedly, and then, its whole body emanated a light green light, and it rushed towards the wooden stake at an extremely fast speed. It can be seen that at this moment the swift-winged rabbit's teeth are still emitting a lavender light. It bites the wooden stake hard, leaving a deep rabbit tooth mark. The tooth marks left on the wooden stake still retained a trace of purple gas. Seeing this scene, the whole audience fell silent. The blond man looked at the tooth marks left on the wooden stake and the way the swift-winged rabbit had just performed its skills, and shouted in shock. He rubbed his eyes subconsciously and ran to the wooden stake. This is really the mark left by a venomous bite. You know, this venomous bite is a mid-level poison skill. If a poison-type fantasy beast can comprehend it, then it is understandable. But this is the swift-winged rabbit. Not only does it not have poison-related abilities, it's also just an elite-level mythical beast. How could it be able to learn it? It looks like a cute little white rabbit with no fighting power, but in fact it possesses powerful poison skills. Imagine if you encountered a swift-winged rabbit in the wild. Under normal circumstances, you would think that it was just a weak fantasy beast that could be killed instantly. But this weak fantasy beast has now learned to bite with ferocious poison under the training of the manager of the Pavilion of All Beasts. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe it, let alone the blond man. It really is a venomous bite. How is this possible? How could the swift-winged rabbit learn such a skill? I also have a poison-type fantasy beast in my hand, and I really wanted to learn this move, but it can't learn it no matter what. How come the weak swift-winged rabbit, which is not a poison type, has learned it? I understand. This must be the new store manager of the Beast Pavilion showing off his superb training skills. Yes, it must be like this. During the day, they successfully evolved the Purple Shadow Electric Python into a thunderous poison dragon, and now they have trained such a powerful swift-winged rabbit. This training and cultivation technique is really amazing. Have you not noticed how valuable this swift-winged rabbit is? If a swift-winged rabbit that has learned the poisonous bite is nurtured well, it may mutate and evolve in the future. No more talking, I want the swift-winged rabbit for $3,000 apiece. I want one too. After seeing that the swift-winged rabbit could really use its venomous bite, the people watching outside rushed into the store, scrambling to buy the swift-winged rabbit. A swift-winged rabbit that may mutate and evolve in the future, let alone $3,000, even if the original price was $6,000, they were willing to buy it. After all, as long as mutation and evolution occur, it will evolve into an extraordinary fantasy beast. An ordinary extraordinary level fantasy beast would cost at least 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. It is really worthwhile to spend a few thousand now to buy an elite-level fantasy beast with great potential. Besides, even if it has no chance to evolve in the future, the swift-winged rabbit with its fierce bite is really too rare. It's also a good idea to buy one as a pet. Get out of the way. I was here first. The blond man is no fool, and he naturally knows how valuable these swift-winged rabbits are. Only 3,000 yuan each, only a fool wouldn't buy it. Boss, there are 7 swift-winged rabbits in your cage. I want them all. As the blond man spoke, he took out his mobile phone, ready to pay at any time. No, boss, I want the swift-winged rabbit too, leave one for me. Damn. Just because you're rich is a big deal, why did you buy them all? I don't care, I must buy it. When the people outside heard that the blond man was trying to buy them all, they became very anxious and rushed in desperately. The situation was out of control for a while. Those swift rabbits in the cages never dreamed that one day they would become so popular. If you don't know, you might think they are selling some rare mythical beast. Perhaps because someone spread the news about the swift-winged rabbit, many people in Ningxiang town knew what happened in the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion tonight. In order to snatch the only 7 swift-winged rabbits, a lot of people gathered at the entrance of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. At the same time, in the Rare Beast Pavilion a few streets away, the boss Lin Hao stood at the door of the store a little depressed, and walked out from time to time to take a look, but he found that the streets of Ningxiang town today seemed surprisingly deserted. The shop has no business anymore. You know, it's only evening now, there shouldn't be no one here. Moreover, Lin Hao just saw that many people were running in one direction in groups, which was really strange. Do any of you know what happened? Why is there no guest now? Lin Hao asked the shop assistants beside him. Boss, I don't know, but the direction those people ran just now seemed to be heading towards the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. A female clerk wearing heavy makeup responded. 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. Lin Hao snorted coldly, are you kidding me? Why are so many people going to the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion? Is there really someone who would buy a swift-winged rabbit for $3,000? That's not clear, but I saw them running towards the Beast Pavilion. After the female clerk was scolded by Lin Hao, she didn't say anything more. The other shop assistants were busy with their own things and didn't say anything. How could it be possible that he was going to the pavilion of all beasts? What's so good about going to a store that's about to go bankrupt? Lin Hao stood outside the rare beast pavilion, looking at the empty street, and couldn't help but frown. Just at this moment, several young men ran past the rare beast pavilion in a group, muttering in a low voice, "Hurry, hurry, hurry, we must hurry to the 10,000 Beast Pavilion, otherwise we won't be able to buy the swift-winged rabbit if we are late." Hearing what they said, Lin Hao was stunned. What's going on? Are we really going to the Beast Pavilion to buy the swift-winged rabbit? What are you guys still standing there for? Why don't you go to the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion and find out what's going on? Lin Hao hurriedly shouted to the clerk. Boss, don't you think we are joking? The female clerk who had just been scolded by Lin Hao spoke in a bad mood. Stop talking nonsense and go check the situation immediately, otherwise I will deduct your salary. After Lin Hao said this, no one dared to talk back. The female clerk immediately rushed out and ran towards the Wanshou Pavilion. Not long after, the female clerk ran back panting, Boss. Boss, there are a lot of people gathered outside the Wanshou Pavilion store, all of them are here to buy swift-winged rabbits. What did you say? After hearing this, Lin Hao was incredulous. Why would so many people rush to buy a rubbish fantasy beast like the swift-winged rabbit? Boss, the swift-winged rabbits of the Myriad Beasts Pavilion are not ordinary swift-winged rabbits. Some people have seen with their own eyes that the swift-winged rabbits they bred can perform a fierce and poisonous bite. When the female clerk said this, she looked very shocked. After all, I have worked in the rare beast pavilion for a long time, so I naturally understand the mythical beast like the swift-winged rabbit. A swift rabbit that can use a venomous bite is truly shocking. The other people in the store were all in disbelief after hearing this. A swift rabbit that can use a poisonous bite. After hearing this, Lin Hao fell silent, his expression looking as ugly as it could be. Just now Lu Kang had assured him that the new manager of the Pavilion of All Beasts was a waste, but in less than a day, he had created such a special swift-winged rabbit. Quick, go to the Pavilion of All Beasts right now and spend 3,000 to buy me a swift-winged rabbit. I want to see it with my own eyes. After a moment of silence, Lin Hao said to the female clerk. Instead of worrying about it, you might as well go buy one. This way you will know clearly whether it is real or fake. Boss, there are only 7 swift-winged rabbits for sale at the Wanshou Pavilion. The price has been snatched up to 5,000 yuan now. You can't even buy one for 3,000 yuan. The female clerk responded helplessly. 5,000. When Lin Hao heard the price, he was really shocked. This was almost 10 times more expensive than a normal swift rabbit. Under normal circumstances, who would be willing to spend so much money to buy a junk swift rabbit? Obviously, the swift-winged rabbit of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion must be extraordinary. It's only 5,000. Can't I afford it? I don't care how much it costs, you must buy one for me right now. As soon as Lin Hao said this, the female clerk didn't dare to say anything more and ran out in a hurry. The reason why Lin Hao wanted to buy the swift-winged rabbit at all costs was to see whether the swift-winged rabbit trained by the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion could really use its poisonous bite. If they really know how to do it, they must ask the fantasy beast trainers of the rare beast pavilion to study it carefully. If this can be trained successfully, it will undoubtedly make a lot of money. At the same time, there were really a lot of people gathered outside the Wanshou Pavilion store. They all have only one goal, which is to buy the swift-winged rabbit that can unleash a fierce and poisonous bite. Seeing so many people scrambling for the swift-winged rabbit really shocked Chen Shi and Lin Shui. Fortunately, the situation was brought under control in time, otherwise someone would have really fought for the swift-winged rabbit. The blonde man who came in first was very upset at this moment. Why did he question it? If he had bought it secretly without any doubt, he would be the one making the profit now. "Boss, $5,000 each, I want all these swift-winged rabbits, you must sell them to me. No matter what, I'm the first one here." The blonde man walked up to Su Xiao and spoke sincerely. "It is true that you were the first one to come, but you seem to want to sue us for fraud at the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion at the beginning." Su Xiao looked at so many people gathered in the store, and he was not panicked at all. Instead, he was very calm. From the beginning to the end, Su Xiao didn't think that the swift-winged rabbit would not be unsellable. Even the promotional price of 3,000 yuan was already very low. Sure enough, everything went as Su Xiao expected, and now the swift-winged rabbit has become extremely popular. Su Xiao didn't even need to raise the price, as the people outside who were scrambling for the swift-winged rabbit had already started to raise their prices spontaneously. The price soared from 3,000 yuan at the beginning to 5,000 yuan. There are even quite a few wealthy people who have expressed their willingness to purchase the swift rabbit at the original price of 6,000 yuan. This swift rabbit is so promising and special, you will make money if you buy it, so why not buy it? The most important thing is that there are only 7 of these powerful swift-winged rabbits. Once you miss it, you don't know when you will be able to buy another one next time. Boss, you can't blame me for this. Who knew your swift-winged rabbit would be so powerful? Boss, let's not talk too much. Just sell all these swift-winged rabbits to me at the original price of 6,000. The blonde man held his cell phone, wishing he could transfer the money immediately and take all the 7 swift rabbits away. Boss, we want these swift-winged rabbits too. How can we sell them all to him alone? You can't be so biased towards one person, it's not like we can't afford it. Whether they were customers in the store or customers who couldn't squeeze in because there were too many people, they were all shouting at Su Xiao. I have to say, the competition is getting more and more intense. Some of them were really interested in the swift-winged rabbit, and some just came to join in the fun, but all in all, the pavilion of 10,000 beasts was really surrounded by people. Who would have thought that so many people gathered here to buy the swift-winged rabbit? When Chen Shi and Lin Shui saw this scene, they were both shocked and couldn't get over it for a long time. Wanshou Pavilion has never been so popular since its opening. You've seen it, right? It's not that I don't want to sell you, it's really my swift-winged rabbit that's too popular. Su Xiao calmly drank a glass of water and said, since everyone wants it, then whoever offers the highest price will get it. By the way, it's very difficult to train these swift-winged rabbits. They won't be sold anymore for a long time. Any customer who buys our swift-winged rabbit and wants to evolve it in the future, or brings it to me for training, will enjoy a 20% discount. After saying that, Su Xiao stopped talking. The many customers present became even more anxious after learning that there were really only 7 swift-winged rabbits that could use venomous bites. Especially after hearing the second half of Su Xiao's words, he wanted to rush up immediately and snatch a swift-winged rabbit. They are not stupid. Su Xiao's words clearly tell them that these swift-winged rabbits have high qualifications and may mutate and evolve in the future. At that time, if you bring the swift-winged rabbit here, Su Xiao can not only help with its evolution but also enjoy discounts. How can you not buy such a reliable swift rabbit? Just like that, amid the fierce scramble among the crowd, these 7 swift-winged rabbits were bought at a high price of 8,000 yuan each. The blonde man who came first couldn't possibly buy all of them, so he could only reluctantly buy one. As for the female clerk sent by the rare beast pavilion, she didn't even have time to squeeze into the store before all the swift-winged rabbits were sold out. In desperation, she turned around and looked for someone who had already bought the swift-winged rabbit and bought it at a high price. But how could they possibly sell the swift-winged rabbit that they had gone through so much trouble to buy? The female clerk had no choice but to return to the store. And at this time in the Wanshou Pavilion, Chen Shi and Lin Shui were both full of admiration for Su Xiao. 7 swift rabbits would normally cost 500 or 600 each on the market, but today, their pavilion of 10,000 beasts created a miracle. Each rabbit was sold at a price of 8,000 yuan, and the total sales of 7 swift-winged rabbits was 56,000 yuan. The profit has increased more than tenfold, which is incredible just to think about. While counting the money, Chen Shi looked at Su Xiao with admiration. Boss, you are amazing. But there is one thing I don't understand. Why don't you train more swift-winged rabbits? If there aren't enough swift-winged rabbits, we can go out and buy some. This was something that not only Chen Shi was curious about, but Lin Shui standing beside him was also very confused about this question. If Su Xiao could keep training these swift-winged rabbits, wouldn't he be able to make money all the time? But Su Xiao said that there would be no more swift-winged rabbits for sale for the time being. Isn't this cutting off his own source of income? Su Xiao heard this and smiled slightly. As the saying goes, things are valuable because they are rare. If there are swift-winged rabbits that know how to use their venomous bites everywhere on the street, do you think we can still make money? Besides, with my abilities, I can train more than just the swift-winged rabbit. I can train any mythical beast. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi and Lin Shui both nodded in sudden realization. As expected of the boss, he really thinks long-term. Then manager, what kind of fantasy beast are you going to train next? Chen Shi asked curiously. If we can know in advance, we can also help you promote it in advance. I think after today, no one will question our 10,000 Beasts Pavilion anymore. Well. Su Xiao pondered for a moment and said, I haven't thought about it yet. It's not that Su Xiao didn't say this on purpose. There really are no more fantasy beasts in the courtyard, except for a swift-winged rabbit. The reason why Su Xiao left one behind was mainly because he wanted to keep it for experimentation to see if it could mutate and evolve as Su Xiao expected. As for the fantasy beasts kept in the old building, most of them are single individuals and are not suitable for large-scale training. Besides, simply training and breeding strange fantasy beasts is not a long-term solution. Su Xiao's real goal is to wait for customers to come for training. Only by taking orders for training and cultivation can he make a lot of money. Just like Qin Badeo before, he could make a lot of money easily. It's a pity that in Ningxiang town, most of the fantasy beast business is monopolized by the rare beast pavilion. If the beastmasters here want to find someone to train their fantasy beasts, their first reaction is to choose the trainers from the rare beast pavilion. If Wanshou Pavilion wants to seize business, it needs to take it step by step. Forehead. Oh well. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi and Lin Shui didn't know what to say for a moment, so they didn't ask any more questions and continued to busy themselves with things in the store. On the other side, Lin Hao was sitting in the office of the Rare Beast Pavilion, and one could see that his face looked very ugly. Just now, the clerk sent to the Pavilion of All Beasts returned empty-handed. The swift-winged rabbits that cost 8,000 yuan each were all sold out, which really shocked Lin Hao. What was even more unexpected was that afterwards, I spent a high price to buy the swift rabbit from those who had already bought it, but no one was willing to sell it. Since its opening, the Rare Beast Pavilion has been suppressing the 10,000 Beast Pavilion. But this time, it was suppressed by the 10,000 Beast Pavilion. In order to find out the truth, Lin Hao spent a high price of 20,000 yuan to forcibly buy a swift-winged rabbit trained by the Wanshou Pavilion from someone else. After Lin Hao's confirmation, he found that the swift-winged rabbit could indeed use poisonous bite. Waiting in the office is to wait for the fantasy beast trainers from the Rare Beast Pavilion to come and study with them why this swift-winged rabbit can learn the venomous bite. If possible, their Rare Beast Pavilion would also produce this kind of swift-winged rabbit to suppress the business of the 10,000 Beast Pavilion. A moment later, the door of Lin Hao's office was pushed open, and several men with serious expressions hurried in. They are all fantasy beast trainers hired by the Rare Beast Pavilion. Although they are not particularly powerful, they are still quite famous in the Ningxiang town area. Just like an old doctor who is famous far and wide, the locals all know these fantasy beast trainers and they all have very good skills. Among them was Lu Kang, the former store manager of Wanshou Pavilion. After learning about the swift-winged rabbit in the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, Lu Kang rolled off the bed in shock and hurried to the Rare Beasts Pavilion to see what was going on. Now that we're here, let's see what this swift-winged rabbit is all about. Lin Hao pointed with a grim expression at a cage nearby, where a swift rabbit was locked up. Perhaps because they have learned the skill of poisonous bite, the swift-winged rabbits in the cage have become braver and are not panicked even when facing a large group of strangers. How is it possible for a swift-winged rabbit to use its poisonous bite? The most excited person was Lu Kang. The moment he saw the swift-winged rabbit, he rushed over, grabbed the ears of the swift-winged rabbit in the cage and forcibly pulled it out. After Lu Kang's observation, he found that these swift-winged rabbits were the same ones he had obtained when he was still in the pavilion of 10,000 beasts. But they were just mediocre swift rabbits, they shouldn't be worth anything at all, so how could they be sold for 8,000 yuan each? Can it also perform a poisonous bite? This made Lu Kang completely unbelievable, and he touched the swift-winged rabbit's body in a very rude manner. Maybe it was because he knew the old store manager Lu Kang, or maybe it was because Lu Kang's methods were very rough and hurt the swift-winged rabbit. In anger, the swift-winged rabbit made a sound like a mouse, its sharp teeth glowed with a light purple light, and it bit Lu Kang's hand hard. "Oh! You beast, how dare you bite me?" Lu Kang, who was bitten by the swift-winged rabbit, felt extremely painful and threw the swift-winged rabbit away. After carefully examining the wound, he found that it was bleeding profusely and there was still a trace of purple gas. Within a few seconds, the wound began to fester, and Lu Kang felt visibly dizzy and slumped in the chair. This is a venomous bite. This swift-winged rabbit really knows how to use poison bite. Seeing this scene, several fantasy beast trainers present ran towards the swift-winged rabbit excitedly as if they had seen a rare fantasy beast. No one cared about Lu Kang. Fortunately, Lu Kang was also an experienced fantasy beast trainer. After learning that the beast was bitten by a poisonous beast, he immediately took out some detoxifying potion and applied it on the wound, which relieved the pain. As a phantom beast trainer, without the talent of telepathy and beast taming, one cannot communicate well with the phantom beasts and it is inevitable that one will be accidentally hurt by the phantom beasts. Therefore, any qualified fantasy beast trainer will carry some healing medicine on him. You all saw it, this swift-winged rabbit really can use the poisonous bite. Do you know why it can learn it? The more Lin Hao thought about it, the angrier he became. How could a young master suddenly appear in the Wanshou Pavilion, which was about to go bankrupt, and have such amazing training and cultivation skills? If left unchecked, the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion will rise sooner or later, and by then, Ningxin Town will no longer be the world of their rare beasts pavilion. In order to completely monopolize the fantasy beast business in the Ningxiang Town area in the future, Lin Hao must make the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion disappear. Well, there is no way to see the reason at present, and it will take some time to study it. But if a fantasy beast wants to learn a certain skill, it must meet several conditions. It can either be a natural talent or a specific environment. The 10,000 Beasts Pavilion cannot possibly have the conditions to train these swift-winged rabbits. Maybe it's because of the swift-winged rabbits themselves. But that's not right. It's possible that one or two swift rabbits can learn it, but it's impossible for the whole nest to learn it. At this point, all the fantasy beast trainers present looked at Lu Kang. After all, he used to be the manager of Wanshou Pavilion, so he should be very familiar with these swift-winged rabbits. Impossible, these swift-winged rabbits can't be gifted. After Lu Kang bandaged the wound, he said with a very grim expression, "They are just some ordinary swift-winged rabbits. How could they learn to bite with venom? I think this must be Su Zhao's doing. Maybe he fed her some illegal drugs." As soon as Lu Kang said this, all the fantasy beast trainers present fell silent, looking at the swift-winged rabbit with serious expressions. As trainers of fantasy beasts, they naturally knew that there were indeed special drugs in this world that could enhance the potential of fantasy beasts in a short period of time. But those drugs, in most cases, are very harmful to the phantom beasts. Once taken, the phantom beasts basically won't live long and won't be able to become stronger at all. And from their observation, the swift rabbit in front of them, whether it was its aura or vitality, did not seem to have taken any banned drugs. Seeing that the fantasy beast trainers present did not agree with what he said, Lu Kang immediately lost his composure and stood up to look at Lin Hao. "Boss Lin, although we don't know how Su Zhao made these swift-winged rabbits, we don't necessarily have to copy them. Please give me some time, I will find a way to make them go bankrupt." Lu Kang said this solemnly, showing full confidence in this matter. After all, he was the former manager of Wanshou Pavilion. He knew the store's situation too well and was very clear about the current situation of Wanshou Pavilion. "Lu Kang, although you used to be the store manager of Wanshou Pavilion, things are different now. Are you sure you can beat Su Zhao?" A trainer who was about the same age as Lu Kang asked in a cold tone. "Huh, what do you mean?" Lu Kang said unhappily, "I am a famous trainer in Ningxiang Town after all. How can I not be defeated by a loser who can't even taming a beast? Boss Lin, I've made this clear. If the Myriad Beasts Pavilion doesn't close down within a month, I'll pack up and leave immediately." "Okay. Since you are so confident, I will believe you this time." Lin Hao originally planned to imitate the pavilion of all beasts and breed such a swift-winged rabbit, but now seeing Lu Kang being so confident, he would like to see what means Lu Kang has to make the pavilion of all beasts go bankrupt. If he could really do it, he would undoubtedly be a hero of the rare beast pavilion, and it would be worthwhile to hire him at a high price. Of course. Lin Hao always has two plans in mind when doing things. Now that the swift-winged rabbit has been brought back, he will definitely let them study it carefully. The next morning. Because of the special swift-winged rabbit from the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion yesterday, it really attracted quite a lot of people. This made many people reacquainted with the pavilion of 10,000 beasts. Although the business of Wanshou Pavilion today is still not as good as that of Zhenshou Pavilion, there are still many customers willing to come in and take a look. It's much better than before when it was empty. It was at this time. A tall girl with a ponytail walked slowly into the store, looking left and right as if she was looking for something. When Chen Shi saw him, he hurried over and asked, "Sir, what do you need?" "Any business related to fantasy beasts, Wanshou Pavilion can help you." The woman was silent for a moment, then said, "I heard that you sell a kind of swift-winged rabbit that can use a venomous bite." "I'm sorry, all the swift-winged rabbits were sold out yesterday. They probably won't be available again for the time being." After hearing the girl's request, Chen Shi responded helplessly. "This is the third wave of customers coming to inquire about the swift-winged rabbit this morning. I have to say that last night's publicity was really effective. Many people who have heard about the swift-winged rabbit will come to the pavilion of all beasts to take a look." "Ah, the swift-winged rabbit isn't some rare mythical beast, right? Since you can train it, why don't you train more? My favorite mythical beast is the swift-winged rabbit. Although its combat power is not very strong, it has a gentle personality and a cute appearance. Now that we finally have the powerful swift-winged rabbit, you say they're all sold out." Hearing this, the girl sighed deeply. "If I hadn't been delayed last night, I would have definitely come here to buy a swift rabbit. Training this type of fantasy beast is definitely very difficult, and the store manager has no plans to train this type of fantasy beast in large quantities for the time being. However, if you have a need, the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion can help you train any fantasy beast." As a clerk at Wanshou Pavilion, Chen Shi is quite professional. What types of fantasy beasts can be trained in the 10,000 Beast Pavilion? After hearing this, the girl's eyes turned and she said, "Well, how about this, you guys help me train this swift-winged rabbit." After saying that, the girl opened the beast taming space and summoned out her swift-winged rabbit. The girl was 16 years old and had just awakened to become a beastmaster. As an apprentice beastmaster who has just awakened successfully, especially a girl, the first fantasy beast they choose is often the relatively docile swift-winged rabbit. Since the Myriad Beasts Pavilion has the ability to train the swift-winged rabbit to have a fierce and venomous bite, then there is naturally a way for her to learn how to do that as well. After seeing the girl summon the swift-winged rabbit, Chen Shi fell silent. After all, Su Xiao had already said yesterday that he would not train the swift-winged rabbit for the time being. Before Chen Shi could say anything, Su Xiao just walked out of the courtyard and saw this scene happening. "Of course you can train." Su Xiao walked up to the girl and said, "I'm the manager of this Wanshou Pavilion. You can tell me if you have any needs. Anything you need is fine." "Then I'll be frank." The girl cleared her throat and said, "I need you to train my swift-winged rabbit to be like the one you sold last night. It should be able to use poisonous bites. If possible, I also hope that its fighting ability will be stronger." To be honest, the girl was actually very surprised when she saw Su Xiao for the first time. As we all know, those powerful fantasy beast trainers are usually very old, but the manager of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion in front of him is so young. If she hadn't learned about what happened to the swift-winged rabbit last night, she would have found it hard to believe. After hearing what the girl said, Su Xiao smiled slightly. "You should know that a fantasy beast like the swift-winged rabbit is just a very weak elite-level fantasy beast. If it cannot evolve, it can only be an elite-level combat force at best. Looking at all the elite fantasy beasts, they are all very weak. Are you sure you want to spend a lot of money to train this swift-winged rabbit?" As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, the girl immediately responded, "I'll tell you the truth, I really like the swift-winged rabbit. This is also the first fantasy beast in my life, and I definitely want to make it stronger. Just tell me if you can train. Since you know everything, I won't say anything more. Of course our store can help you train the swift-winged rabbit. After Su Xiao finished speaking, he glanced at the swift rabbit at the girl's feet and found that this swift rabbit was quite brave and did not show any nervousness when it saw a stranger. As long as you are brave enough, it means that this swift-winged rabbit has the possibility of becoming stronger. How long will the training take and how much will it cost? After all, I'm here to train the fantasy beasts, so I definitely need to understand it clearly. Besides, the girl will take part in the school's annual assessment in a few days and must perform well. Among the dozen or so small towns and villages in Ningxiang Town, there is a relatively famous beast taming middle school, called Qinghua Beast Taming Middle School, which is located in Qinghua City not far from Ningxiang Town. This Qinghua City is considered to be the most prosperous city in this area. As the school is about to hold the annual assessment, every student has been given a holiday, hoping that they can go back and prepare well. Ningxiang Town is the girl's hometown. After returning from vacation, she heard about the swift-winged rabbit in the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. Since it is no longer available for purchase, I plan to spend money to train another one. A swift-winged rabbit that can use poisonous bites will definitely be a highlight in the annual assessment. Just thinking about it makes the girl excited. When do you want it? In fact, if you want to teach the swift-winged rabbit to bite with venom, that's too easy. Not to mention a whole day, just giving Su Xiao 10 minutes is enough. But this would easily arouse suspicion from others, and Su Xiao would definitely not do that. I will be returning to Qinghua Beast Taming Middle School in 3 days to take part in the annual assessment. If possible, I hope to be able to complete the training within 3 days. The time is indeed short, but since you were able to train it successfully, I think it shouldn't be too difficult to train my swift-winged rabbit. As an apprentice beastmaster, and one who studied at an academic school, the girl knew very well that 3 days was definitely not enough to train a fantasy beast. But I still want to give it a try. What if it is possible? If it really doesn't work, the girl has no choice. After all, training a fantasy beast does take a long time. 3 days. After hearing this, Su Xiao smiled slightly. Why, are 3 days too short? The girl couldn't help feeling disappointed when she saw Su Xiao's reaction. No, 3 days is more than enough. The cost of training the swift-winged rabbit is 10,000 in total. Please go to the counter and pay. If you don't believe it, you can pay half of the deposit. After Su Xiao finished speaking, he turned and walked aside. Originally, Su Xiao only planned to teach the girl's swift-winged rabbit how to bite with venom, but after hearing that the girl was a student at Qinghua Beast Taming Middle School, Su Xiao suddenly had another idea. Instead of over-advertising in Ningxiang Town, it would be better to expand the market and let everyone in the entire Qinghua Beast Taming Middle School know about the existence of Ningxiang Town Wanshou Pavilion. The girl in front of you is the first step for girls to develop the school market. 10,000. When she heard the fee, the girl was more or less hesitant. But I heard that the swift rabbit was sold for 8,000 yuan yesterday. If I can train one myself, the higher cost is acceptable. The most important thing is that this store manager is really capable and there is no room for falsehood. Otherwise, those swift-winged rabbits wouldn't have been snatched up so fiercely yesterday. So, after some hesitation, the girl paid a deposit of 5,000 yuan and left the corresponding contact information. Then he reminded Swift-winged Rabbit not to hurt others at will and to obey the trainer's orders, then turned and left. After the girl turned and left, her Swift Rabbit still behaved very bravely, jumping around in the store without any fear of strangers. This little guy is really brave. Su Xiao walked forward and picked it up. After careful observation, it was found that the size of this Swift Rabbit was slightly larger than the normal Swift Rabbit. But this is not because of obesity, but because this Swift Rabbit is naturally large in size. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this swift-winged rabbit had very good aptitude. I'll leave the store to you. I'll take this swift-winged rabbit to the courtyard. If there are any more training orders, you can help me take them first. Remember, I can train any kind of fantasy beast. The price of training should be charged according to normal charges. After Su Xiao gave Chen Shi and Lin Shui a few simple instructions, he walked into the courtyard carrying the swift-winged rabbit. Chen Shi and Lin Shui had been working in the Wanshou Pavilion for a long time, so they were naturally very clear about these things. They didn't ask too many questions and immediately got down to work. After yesterday's swift-winged rabbit incident, the business of the Beast Pavilion has really improved a lot. In addition to that girl, there are other people who come to inquire about training fantasy beasts. However, the starting price for training a fantasy beast is often 10,000, and the price of a high-level fantasy beast is even more expensive. Most people just come to inquire about it, and there are very few people who really want training. But this is already very good, much better than before when no one cared about it. In the courtyard at this moment, there was a whole nest of swift rabbits, but now only one is left, which makes it look a little lonely. When the swift rabbit in the courtyard saw Su Xiao coming in with another swift rabbit, its eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, a new friend has arrived. The swift-winged rabbit had already gotten used to Su Xiao and ran over happily. The swift-winged rabbit in Su Xiao's arms behaved very coldly and didn't pay much attention to the other party. Tisk, why are you pretending? I am a swift-winged rabbit that can bite with venom. The swift-winged rabbit in the courtyard gritted its teeth proudly at the swift-winged rabbit in Su Xiao's arms, and then jumped away. All right, just move around freely for a while. I'll come train you when I'm done with the things I'm doing. Su Xiao casually placed the swift-winged rabbit on the grass in the courtyard and looked to the other side. It was a fat infernape, doing sit-up push-ups with great effort. 195, 196. 200. Master, I'm done, I want to eat. In order to eat happily, Fire Monkey finished 200 push-ups and sit-ups very quickly. Although Infernape still looks very fat now, it has to be said that it is much better than its previous lazy state. Very good, come and eat. Su Xiao easily dispelled the satiety state on the Fire Monkey's head. The Infernape, no longer in a full state, immediately felt a strong sense of hunger and pounced on the feed ball beside it. But just like in the past, after eating just a little, Su Xiao already put him in a full state again. Master, I accept my fate. From now on, I will wait until all the training is finished before I eat. Infernape sat on the ground, looking hopeless. The happiest thing in an animal's life is to eat happily, but that is no longer the case. Life is so meaningless. I'm doing this for your own good. When you become stronger, you will definitely thank me. What you just did was just a warm-up. Your main task today is to perform all the skills you have learned 200 times. Don't even think about being lazy, or I'll leave you without food for 3 days. When it heard that it would not have any food for 3 days, Infernape jumped up with a whoosh, ran to a wooden stake very consciously, and started its training task. I have to say, the best way to deal with a foodie is to not let it eat. After dealing with his encharpics, Su Xiao then turned his attention to the swift rabbit. Wow, what a fat monkey. If you don't look closely, you might think it's a red-haired pig. The girl's rabbit lay comfortably on the grass and laughed at Incharlie. Let me remind you, that is the store manager's fantasy beast. He can sense things telepathically. He can understand whatever you say. Be careful or you will end up in trouble. The swift-winged rabbit in the courtyard spoke as if he were an experienced person, very maturely. TSK, my master paid me to come here for training, how dare he hurt me? The girl's swift rabbit was really brave and not afraid at all. Naturally, Su Xiao, who had telepathy, heard their conversation clearly and couldn't help but frown. Dare to laugh at my fantasy beast behind my back. Su Xiao walked up to the girl's swift-winged rabbit and spoke unhappily. Why, you can't tell the truth. You're already extremely fat. The girl's swift-winged rabbit looked fearless and was not afraid of Su Xiao at all. Very courageous. Su Xiao was too lazy to argue with this guy. He smiled coldly, chose the fear state in the beast taming book, and placed it directly on the girl's swift-winged rabbit. The swift-winged rabbit, who was originally fearless, suddenly felt a shock in his heart and began to tremble all over for no reason, not knowing what he was afraid of. What happened? How did I become like this? The girl's swift-winged rabbit said tremblingly. Seeing this scene, the swift rabbit in the courtyard was so scared that it hid far away and didn't dare to come and join in the fun. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Su Xiao showed a weird smile, walked up to the girl's swift-winged rabbit, and reached out to touch it. The swift-winged rabbit, controlled by fear, had no ability to resist and could only allow Su Xiao to caress it. It had never experienced such a state of extreme fear in its life. If you cooperate with my training honestly, I will let you go. If you dare to laugh at my fantasy beast behind my back again, I will keep you in this state. Infernape is indeed very fat, but it is Su Xiao's fantasy beast after all. As its owner, how could he allow Infernape to be maliciously ridiculed? Su Xiao, who was eager to protect his child, naturally wanted to teach this bold swift-winged rabbit a lesson. I was wrong, I was wrong. Master Trainer, please let me go. Swift-winged rabbit suppressed his fear and nodded repeatedly at Su Xiao. Humph, you're smart. Su Xiao snorted coldly and temporarily dispelled the swift-winged rabbit's fear. I secretly sighed in my heart that this swift-winged rabbit is indeed different from others and very courageous. If it is not properly disciplined, it will definitely not be obedient. The state of fear disappeared and the swift-winged rabbit recovered. Because it was afraid of Su Xiao's ability, it didn't dare to say anything more and could only stay beside Su Xiao obediently. Your master has already told you to learn the skill of poison bite. Are you ready? Su Xiao said to Swift-winged Rabbit with a calm expression. I've already prepared it. Just tell me what to do. The Swift-winged Rabbit has returned to its normal state and once again shows its fearless look. If you don't know, you might think that this is not the Swift-winged Rabbit, but some kind of rabbit-like mythical beast with powerful bloodline. An ordinary swift rabbit would definitely not be like this. You don't need to do anything, just stay still. Su Xiao didn't say much. He chose the poison bite skill from the beast taming guide, and then aimed the magnifying glass in his mind at the Swift-winged Rabbit in front of him. Swift-winged Rabbit is suitable for teaching. Should I teach him immediately? Teaching. Without any hesitation, Su Xiao recited it immediately. The next moment, Su Xiao's hands glowed with dazzling golden light, and he gently began to caress the Swift-winged Rabbit. This swift rabbit was very brave and was not afraid at all. It allowed Su Xiao to pet it. At first it was not clear what Su Xiao was going to do, but before it could react, it felt a very strange power slowly injected into its body. Then, the Swift-winged Rabbit inexplicably learned the ability to bite with venom. What's going on? You've learned it already. Swift-winged Rabbit had no idea what was going on, but after he reacted, he showed an extremely excited expression. There was no need for Su Xiao to explain anything, it excitedly bit the wooden stake beside it with its fierce and poisonous bite. Under normal circumstances, once the Swift-winged Rabbit has learned how to bite with venom, it has completed its training mission, and can even directly notify its owner to come over. But for the future business of the store, Su Xiao cannot end it like this. On the contrary, the training of the Swift-winged Rabbit has just begun. When the Swift-winged Rabbit excitedly unleashed its poisonous bite, Su Xiao quietly put the poisoned state on it. The Swift-winged Rabbit, who was originally very excited, suddenly felt weak and accompanied by a sharp pain. In an instant, he lost all his fighting power, collapsed to the ground, and continued to lose blood. After all, this is an intermediate state of poisoning. The Swift-winged Rabbit is, after all, only an elite-level fantasy beast and is too weak to withstand this state of poisoning. In order to ensure that the Swift-winged Rabbit would not be in danger of life, Su Xiao hurriedly placed the healing state on the Swift-winged Rabbit again. With the two states cancelling each other out, the Swift-winged Rabbit will neither die nor be eroded by poisonous energy. If you want to make this Swift-winged Rabbit stronger, you must mutate it into a poisonous mythical beast. In this way, this Swift-winged Rabbit has the possibility of evolving into a black poison rabbit in the future. According to Su Xiao's understanding, this black poisonous rabbit can be considered a very rare supernatural bloodline fantasy beast. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to find in the wild. Although they look like cute big black rabbits, they are actually very aggressive and have powerful toxins. If you are fooled by its appearance, you will easily suffer a great loss. The only way for the Swift-winged Rabbit to evolve into the black poison rabbit is to completely get rid of the weakness of its bloodline and have the possibility of becoming a powerful rabbit-like fantasy beast. The Swift-winged Rabbit, tortured by the poisoning state, collapsed to the ground. Now, let alone resisting Su Xiao, it didn't even have the ability to stand up. It was so painful that it even thought it was going to die. But it has the ability to continuously recover blood, which means that this Swift-winged Rabbit can only endure the pain of being poisoned. Damn human, what on earth have you done? What did I do? Your master said that he wants to make you the most powerful rabbit, so I am naturally helping you, right? Don't worry, I won't let you die. As long as you get through this painful period, you will have a chance to mutate and evolve. Come on. Su Xiao touched the swift-winged rabbit's head with a harmless look on his face, and then ignored him. Before leaving, I extended its poisoning and healing states for 3 hours, letting it enjoy itself. Time passed quickly and it became dark in a blink of an eye. Infernape had completed its training mission long ago and was eating with big mouthfuls. Perhaps because it was too tired, after eating, it lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Seeing this, Su Xiao did not wake it up, but directly summoned it back. Instead of letting it sleep outside, it is better to let it go back to the beast taming space so that it can grow better. The swift-winged rabbit on the other side was still suffering from the poisoning state, perhaps because the swift-winged rabbit, a fantasy beast, was too weak. Several hours passed, and there was still no sign of any mutation. However, Su Xiao was not in a hurry. There were still 3 days left anyway. Su Xiao didn't believe that 3 days of devilish training would not be able to make it mutate. Thinking of this, Su Xiao extended the poisoning and healing status of the swift-winged rabbit for another 3 hours. After 3 hours of waiting, today is almost over. Too high-intensity training will be counterproductive, so you still need to give it time to rest. Let me go, Master Trainer. The swift-winged rabbit collapsed on the ground, twitching all over, looking at Su Xiao in pain. Bear with it. As long as you can get through it, you will definitely become stronger. In this situation, Su Xiao cannot be merciful. If it can't even endure this little pain, it can forget about mutating and becoming stronger. The swift rabbit in the courtyard was so scared that it disappeared somewhere and did not dare to appear in front of Su Xiao, for fear that Su Xiao would operate on it. Afterwards, Su Xiao left the courtyard and returned to the hall. It was getting late and there were few customers in the shop at this time. Chen Shi and Lin Shui were both counting and calculating the bill at the counter. Although only one person came for training today, a lot of other things were sold. Compared with before, it is really much better. Is there anyone who wants to train a phantom beast today? After Su Xiao walked out of the courtyard, he looked at the two of them and asked. Not yet, but today quite a few people have asked about training and breeding phantom beasts. Chen Shi stopped the work at hand and answered honestly. Good, at least someone has started asking. You've all worked hard today, so go back as soon as you're done with your bills. I'm leaving now. Bye. After Su Xiao saw them, he gave them a few words of advice and then left the shop. Anyway, Su Xiao had finished all his work, so there was no need to stay in the shop any longer. He might as well go back and meditate and practice while he had time, so that the beast controlling space can be upgraded to level 2 as soon as possible. In this way, not only can Infernape grow faster, Su Xiao himself can also become a junior beast master and have the ability to drive elite-level phantom beasts. In this world, the level of the beast taming space has a lot to do with the level of the phantom beast that can be driven. The first level of the beast taming space can only drive ordinary level fantasy beasts, the second level is elite level, the third level is extraordinary level, the fourth level is commander level, the fifth level is king level, and the sixth level is overlord level. And surpassing level 6 and reaching level 7 beast taming space, although one can still only drive overlord level fantasy beasts, one can already temporarily compete with legendary level fantasy beasts. After reaching the 8th level beast taming space, the beast tamer at this stage will become a legendary beast tamer who can control legendary fantasy beasts, and is considered one of the top powerful people in the world. As for the beast tamers who have surpassed level 8 and reached level 9 beast taming space, beast tamers at this stage can command mythical beasts, and are also called mythical beast tamers. However, mythical beasts basically exist in ancient books and legends. They are just like myths and are almost never seen in reality. Therefore, the beastmasters at this stage are also very mysterious. From ancient times to the present, there have been no records of beastmasters who have reached the mythical level. But there is no doubt that every mythical beastmaster has extremely terrifying combat power, enough to destroy the world. After returning home, Su Xiao had a simple meal and then began to meditate. The next morning, Su Xiao came to the store early as usual. Chen Shi and Lin Shui arrived at the store at about the same time. The two of them started to busy themselves with things in the store, while Su Xiao walked into the courtyard to check on the swift-winged rabbit. Maybe it was because it was tortured too badly yesterday. When it saw Su Xiao coming in, the swift-winged rabbit, which was originally resting, was so scared that its fur stood up. It jumped to a corner and trembled all over. There was no way. As soon as it recalled yesterday's experience, it couldn't stop being afraid. Am I that scary? Su Xiao walked up to the swift-winged rabbit and said with a smile. Devil, you are a devil. When swift-winged rabbit saw Su Xiao's harmless smile, he felt creepy. I'm not a devil, I'm a top-notch mythical beast trainer who can make you stronger. Come on, today's training begins. After Su Xiao finished speaking, he brought a small bowl of feed pellets from the side and said, You still have to eat a full meal before training. Swift-winged rabbit looked at the feed ball in front of him and couldn't help drooling. After all, he was really hungry. But because he was afraid of Su Xiao, he didn't dare to get close, and he seemed very conflicted for a moment. Finally, hunger defeated reason. After hesitating for a moment, the swift-winged rabbit pounced on the feed pill and started eating it in big mouthfuls. During this process, Su Xiao also fed all the captive fantasy beasts in the courtyard and old building. Then, he returned to the swift-winged rabbit, half knelt down, still with a harmless smile on his face. After eating and drinking, the swift-winged rabbit was still very afraid of Su Xiao and instinctively began to retreat, keeping a safe distance from Su Xiao. However, this so-called safe distance was totally useless. Su Xiao opened the beast taming encyclopedia, selected the poison state, and prepared to inflict it on the swift-winged rabbit. But at this moment, Su Xiao discovered that there seemed to be a few faint black and purple spots on the abdomen of the swift-winged rabbit. Although the color was very light and was difficult to detect because it was hidden by the swift-winged rabbit's hair, it still could not escape Su Xiao's eyes. Name: swift-winged rabbit. Type: beast. Attribute: wind. Realm: ordinary level 5. Bloodline: elite. Skills: kick, elementary LV2, jump, elementary LV2, wind spirit, intermediate LV1, poison bite, intermediate LV1. At the same time, the attribute panel of this swift-winged rabbit appeared in Su Xiao's mind. It looks no different from a normal swift rabbit. This can only mean one thing, that is, yesterday's training was effective. The faint black and purple spots on the swift-winged rabbit's body are the key to its evolution into the black power poison rabbit in the future. Thinking of this, Su Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. As expected of me, I even trained such a weak swift-winged rabbit. What is this guy trying to do? Why is he suddenly laughing again? Seeing Su Xiao suddenly burst into laughter, the swift-winged rabbit was frightened and quickly jumped back several meters. Since we are going to mutate, we have to mutate more thoroughly. Just a few small spots is not enough. At this time, Su Xiao walked up to the swift-winged rabbit while keeping smiling. Without any mercy, he placed the poisoning and healing status on the swift-winged rabbit. Moreover, it continued for 6 hours straight. Su Xiao's goal is to make this swift-winged rabbit possess the poison attribute in 3 days. In this way, promotion to black power poison rabbit in the future is a foregone conclusion. However, it is almost impossible to make a swift-winged rabbit, which does not have the poison attribute, have the poison attribute. But who is Su Xiao? He is the man who possesses the Beast Taming illustrated book. With the continuous poisoning state and the recovery of the healing state, the poison attribute has been eroding the swift-winged rabbit. I don't believe that I can't make this swift-winged rabbit completely mutate. The moment swift-winged rabbit saw Su Xiao coming, he knew that he couldn't escape today. Sure enough, it was poisoned again for no apparent reason and collapsed to the ground, shaking all over. But since it had begun to mutate, the swift rabbit could clearly feel that it was not in as much pain as yesterday. But the process was still unbearable, and it kept making painful sounds similar to those of a mouse. Su Xiao didn't care about this. As long as he could mutate successfully, this little pain would be nothing. Then Su Xiao started the training course for the Infernape and summoned it out from the beast taming space. As for the matters concerning the shop, Su Xiao doesn't need to worry about it. Chen Shi and Lin Shui can handle it anyway. Su Xiao's task is just to train the phantom beast seriously. Chen Shi and Lin Shui were also very tactful and would not choose to disturb Su Xiao when he was seriously training the phantom beast. Time flies. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, a tall girl with a ponytail slowly walked into the store. It was the girl who came to the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion 3 days ago. Her name was Wang Yalan, and she was currently a first-year student at Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School. Excuse me, is the door open? Wang Yalan will be returning to Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School in the afternoon, so she came here early this morning to see how the Swift-Wind Rabbit's training is going. The door is open. When Qinsher saw a customer coming, he hurriedly greeted her with a smile. When he found out that the girl was the customer who trained the Swift-Wind Rabbit 3 days ago, Qinsher immediately realized, Ms. Wang, you must be here to pick up the Swift-Wind Rabbit. Yes, is the training finished? I have to go back to school in the afternoon, so I'm quite anxious. Wang Yalan did not beat around the bush and directly stated her purpose. Before Qinsher could speak, Su Xiao had already walked out of the courtyard holding the Swift-Wind Rabbit. Perhaps it was because it saw its master, or perhaps because it was scared of being tortured by Su Xiao, the Swift-Wind Rabbit immediately broke free from Su Xiao and threw itself into Wang Yalan's arms. The training has been completed. Please accept it, Miss Wang. Su Xiao sat calmly at the counter beside her, drinking tea. However, Wang Yalan looked at the Swift-Wind Rabbit in her arms a little dazed. Subconsciously rubbing his eyes, Boss, is this really my Swift-Wind Rabbit? It's not that Wang Yalan doesn't recognize her own phantom beast, but the current Swift-Wind Rabbit has really changed a lot. The originally snow-white fur on its body had turned much darker, and there were several obvious dark purple spots on its abdomen. The most important thing is that the pupils of the Swift-Wind Rabbit actually turned purple. That's natural. Su Xiao had already expected Wang Yalan to have such a reaction, and said with a faint smile. Although Wang Yalan was very confused, she had to admit that she could indeed sense the beast taming contract from the Swift-Wind Rabbit. Boss, how could my Swift-Wind Rabbit become like this? It's not that Wang Yalan thinks Swift-Wind Rabbit is ugly now, but the change is too great, which shocked her for a moment. Who could have thought that in just 3 days, the Swift-Wind Rabbit would undergo such a huge change? Well. Su Xiao pondered for a moment and slowly said, that's because this Swift-Wind Rabbit has mutated. Now it not only has mastered the venomous bite, but also has the poison attribute due to mutation. Su Xiao said it lightly, as if it was all natural. But Wang Yalan was so shocked that she couldn't utter a word. If the Swift-Wind Rabbit was handed over to Su Xiao and trained for a few months, it would be understandable that it could have such a huge change. But the Swift-Wind Rabbit has only been given to Su Xiao for 3 days. In just 3 days, a Swift-Wind Rabbit that didn't have the poison attribute became one. Not to mention Wang Yalan, even Qinsher and Lin Shui in the shop were equally shocked at this moment. During these 3 days, Su Xiao did not let them enter the courtyard, so the two of them naturally had no idea how well the Swift-Wind Rabbit had been trained. After seeing this now, I admire Su Xiao even more. No one can match this kind of amazing training and cultivation skills. Boss, I only paid a deposit of 5,000 yuan, and you have trained my Swift-Wind Rabbit to be so powerful. Isn't it possible that they're going to charge more? I don't have much money with me. Wang Yalan's family is actually quite well off, otherwise they wouldn't have spent a lot of money to train a Swift Rabbit. With this money, it would be better to buy a more powerful fantasy beast. The reason for training is that Wang Yalan likes the rabbit-like fantasy beast, the Swift-Wind Rabbit, too much. But she also knew that now that Swift-Wind Rabbit was so well trained, there was a good chance that the price would be raised. Increase the price. Su Xiao smiled faintly. Wansho Pavilion will never raise the price at the last minute. At the beginning, it was 10,000 yuan, and now it is still 10,000 yuan. The price will never increase. After you pay the balance of 5,000 yuan, you can leave with it. No price increase. Wang Yalan had originally planned to ask her parents to come and pay, but she didn't expect that they wouldn't have to pay extra. Boss, are you serious? You've trained my Swift-Wind Rabbit to be so powerful, so you really don't need to increase the price. Wang Yalan asked again in shock. No, just pay the balance. If possible, please help promote the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion when you return to school. After Su Xiao finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. He walked towards the courtyard again and continued training his Infernape. Looking at Su Xiao's departing back, Wang Yalan was stunned. On the one hand, it is because there is really no need to increase the price, and on the other hand, Why would such an amazing store need to be advertised? Don't they have much business? I have to say that Wang Yalan was really shocked and confused at this moment. But since she had to return to school in the afternoon, Wang Yalan did not stay too long. After paying the balance, she left in a hurry. The next day, Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School. An annual assessment competition was held. All students in the grade must participate, and only those who pass the assessment can be promoted to the next grade. Students who fail the test will need to repeat the year and continue their studies until they pass the annual assessment next year. It is precisely because of such a strict system that Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School has become the best beast taming school in the area. Even if we look at the entire Yan country, Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School is ranked in the top 10, which is quite outstanding. Therefore, if you want to be admitted to Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School, you not only need to be a beast tamer, your own talent is also very important, and even the written test score accounts for a large proportion. In short, the students who can be admitted to Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School are undoubtedly the best. If they can graduate successfully in the future, they will often be admitted to prestigious beast taming universities. Beastmasters who graduate from this kind of academy are also called academic beastmasters. Of course, in addition to academic beastmasters, there are also practical beastmasters. A typical example is someone like Qin Badeo, whose strength is honed through constant fighting. If Su Xiao could awaken successfully when he was still in the family, then the path Su Xiao should take now should be to follow the family's arrangements and go to a famous beast taming school to study. Today is the annual assessment of Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School. All the students, led by their teachers, gathered in the square. There are 3 areas in total, corresponding to students of 3 grade levels. If the third-year students pass the assessment successfully, they can graduate from Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School. Therefore, today in Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School, there are many teachers from famous beast taming universities who want to see if there are any good talents among the graduates of Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School this year. If available, they can be booked in advance to recruit talent for the university. At this time, in the first grade area, Wang Yalan was holding the swift-winged rabbit with great joy, as if she was very confident about the annual assessment that was about to begin. Yalan, why are you still using the swift-winged rabbit? This weak mythical beast is fine for training, but it's not appropriate to use it for the annual assessment. A female student standing behind Wang Yalan asked with a puzzled look. Who said the swift-winged rabbit is weak? My swift-winged rabbit is very powerful. Wang Yalan would not allow others to belittle her swift-winged rabbit, and immediately retorted. No matter how powerful it is, it's just a swift-winged rabbit. Its combat power is too weak. Yalan, I'm afraid you won't be able to pass the annual assessment and will be held back. The female student next to him became more and more worried. When becoming a beast tamer, the school would let them choose a mild-mannered fantasy beast to practice with. Therefore, the first fantasy beast chosen by most female students would be a weak fantasy beast like the swift-winged rabbit. These fantasy beasts are not only docile in nature, but can also be kept as pets even if the contract is terminated and they are no longer used. But after 1 year of studying in school, almost everyone has changed their fantasy beasts, and no one will use this weak swift-winged rabbit anymore. Many people expressed their confusion when they saw Wang Yalan's fantasy beast, the swift-winged rabbit. The beastmasters who are able to enter Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School will definitely not want to repeat a grade, and they all hope to enter a better university after graduation. If you want to be noticed by teachers from prestigious universities, you naturally have to perform well enough in this annual assessment. If a student fails the annual assessment and is forced to repeat a grade, it will be difficult for him to graduate in most cases. Even if you manage to graduate, there is no way you will be admitted to a good university. Don't worry, I won't repeat a grade. I believe in my swift-winged rabbit. Wang Yalan still looked confident as she gently stroked the swift-winged rabbit in her arms. Since mythical beasts like the swift-winged rabbit are so common and there are so many of them, it is inevitable that some of them have more special colors. So no one cared about the appearance of Wang Yalan's swift-winged rabbit. Seeing how confident Wang Yalan was, the female student behind her could only sigh helplessly and said nothing more. Soon, the annual assessment competition began. The so-called annual assessment was actually a draw by students from each grade to compete against each other, and the winner stood out. Until the final grade champion, runner-up, and third place are decided. Students who failed to pass the annual assessment usually failed in the first round or behaved unprofessionally during the battle. The annual assessment starts with first-year students, and there are 5 classes in total. At this time, the head teachers of each class were earnestly reminding their students not to fail in the first round no matter what. You have to make it to the second round or you will risk being held back. This affects their performance in the exams, so they naturally don't want to see their students fail a grade. Yalin, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but why are you still using the Swift Wind Rabbit? You actually have great talent, but don't waste the cultivation your teachers have given you. Before the assessment begins, all first-year students will summon their own fantasy beasts. The teacher will then do a final inspection and be responsible for registration. Wang Yalin's class is Class 3, Grade 1, which is considered an upper-middle class among the 5 classes in the grade. When Wang Yalin's class teacher Xiaoqing saw that his fantasy beast was just a swift wind rabbit, he felt very confused. Teacher Xiao, I believe my swift wind rabbit will not embarrass me. As soon as Wang Yalin finished speaking, the swift wind rabbit in her arms revealed its extremely sharp fangs, as if showing off. Seeing this scene, Xiaoqing sighed in confusion. Yalin, you know that fantasy beasts like the swift wind rabbit are only suitable for training. When you first started to become beastmasters, the teacher asked you to choose this kind of fantasy beast, mainly because he wanted you to master the ability of beastmasters as soon as possible. But this is about the annual assessment. How can you treat it like this? Xiaoqing looked at Wang Yalin with a feeling of disappointment. On weekdays, Wang Yalin is considered a good student, and her awakened talent for beast taming is also quite good, so she has no problem passing the annual assessment. But what Xiaoqing didn't expect was that Wang Yalin would actually do something that would destroy her own future. Perhaps knowing that Xiaoqing looked down on it, the swift wind rabbit in Wang Yalin's arms was very unhappy and looked at Xiaoqing with gritted teeth. How can you, swift wind rabbit, be so fierce? It seems that this appearance is also a bit special. Seeing how ferocious the swift wind rabbit was, Xiaoqing felt a little confused. Teacher Xiao, I will definitely not do anything that will ruin my future. I have full confidence in my swift wind rabbit. I promise I won't embarrass you. Wang Yalin was still planning to shine in the assessment competition, so she naturally didn't want to expose the secret of the swift wind rabbit now. Seeing that Wang Yalin was so persistent, Xiaoqing had nothing more to say. After all, the assessment competition has already begun, and it is impossible to replace the fantasy beast at short notice. I can only hope that Wang Yalin's swift wind rabbit is really special. Time flies, and the annual assessment of Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School has officially begun. Under computer random matching, every first-grade student will have to compete. Only students who win can advance to the next round. There are 5 venues in total, where 5 games can be held at the same time. Each venue has professional referees to ensure that every game is absolutely fair. This annual assessment is too important for every student, and everyone will fight with all their might. At this time, on the number 1 competition field, Wang Yalin was still holding her beloved swift wind rabbit, gently reminding it to fight with all its strength later. Knowing that a battle was about to begin, the swift wind rabbit in Wang Yalin's arms was also very excited. The other swift rabbits would be more or less scared if they knew they were going to fight. They are originally fantasy beasts with very weak combat capabilities. But Wang Yalin's swift rabbit was too special. Not only was it bold by nature, it had also undergone a mutation. It was not nervous at all, but became more and more excited. I can't wait to jump down and fight now. It was at this time that Wang Yalin's opponent entered the arena. He was a dark-skinned boy with a strong physique. The mythical beast he used was not the weak swift wind rabbit, but a lion that exuded black energy. His name is Ding Yu, and he is considered a prominent figure in the first grade of Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School. Although his academic performance is average, the combat power of the fantasy beast he owns is quite impressive. It is a black violent lion with extraordinary bloodline. Although it is not yet an adult and has only the strength of an ordinary 5th-level beast, its potential is far beyond the reach of mythical beasts such as the swift wind rabbit. In the eyes of everyone, this was a game without suspense. I really don't know what Yalin was thinking. For such an important competition as the annual assessment, she actually used the swift wind rabbit. If I had encountered an ordinary fantasy beast, I might have had a chance of winning, but I ran into Ding Yu in the first round. I'm doomed now. Swift-winged rabbit against black violent lion. Even if there are 3 swift-winged rabbits, they have no chance of winning. It's such a pity. If Yalan hadn't been so persistent, she wouldn't have lost in the first round. In all likelihood, Yalan will be held back, and her bright future will be ruined. Why? Many of Wang Yalan's classmates sighed helplessly after seeing that their opponent was Ding Yu. Including Wang Yalan's class teacher, everyone thought it was impossible to win. At the same time, on the number 1 field, Ding Yu didn't show much surprise when he saw Wang Yalan, but when he saw that the fantasy beast Wang Yalan was using was the swift-winged rabbit, he immediately showed a look of shock. Are you crazy? In a competition like the annual assessment, you use such a weak fantasy beast? Ding Yu said in confusion, if you really don't want to win, just surrender directly, otherwise my black violent lion will hurt your beloved little rabbit. There doesn't seem to be a rule that prohibits using the swift-winged rabbit in the annual assessment. Student Ding Yu, your black violent lion is indeed very powerful, but my swift-winged rabbit is not weak either. Stop talking nonsense and let's get started. As soon as Wang Yalan finished speaking, the swift-winged rabbit in her arms jumped to the ground, her eyes full of fighting spirit, without any sign of cowardice. Even when facing a black violent lion, he is still fearless. Oh, your swift-winged rabbit is quite interesting. Such a weak fantasy beast actually dares to provoke my black violent lion. Ding Yu smiled coldly and winked at the black violent lion beside him. The black lion immediately understood and strode towards the swift-winged rabbit. To be honest, the opponent is a swift-winged rabbit, and I really have no interest in it. And you need to control the strength, otherwise you might accidentally kill the weak swift-winged rabbit. Since the competition started at 5 venues at the same time, it was naturally impossible for all the teachers and students in the school to focus on venue number 1. However, when people saw someone using the swift-winged rabbit to fight against the black lion in the number 1 arena, it really attracted a lot of attention. Oh my god, am I seeing things? That's the swift-winged rabbit. Swift-winged rabbit versus black violent lion. Even if black violent lion lets them win on purpose, they will definitely not lose. What's wrong with that girl? Why would she use such a weak swift-winged rabbit in such an important competition? It looks like Wang Yalan from class 3. She usually has very good grades and is good at using fantasy beasts, but why doesn't she choose to change her fantasy beast? Could it be that Wang Yalan thinks that she can handle the first-year annual assessment by using the swift-winged rabbit? Haha, what a fool's dream. Such an important match, to ignore it is simply nonsense. It's obvious that he will be held back. I have to say, this is really stupid. If we had used a slightly stronger mythical beast, this wouldn't have happened. When people saw that the fantasy beast used by Wang Yalan in the number 1 competition field was the swift-winged rabbit, it really attracted a lot of ridicule and misunderstanding. This also includes some school leaders. What's going on? Didn't the head teacher of class 3 ask her to change her phantom beast? She was the one who came up with the idea of using the swift-winged rabbit to deal with the black violent lion. Remember this female student's name and arrange for her to repeat the grade after the annual assessment is over. The dean of Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School is a middle-aged man with thinning hair and glasses. His face looks very ugly at the moment. It would be fine if it was just an ordinary competition, but today is the annual assessment. Not only are there teachers and students from the school present, but also people from various famous beast taming universities. If this gets out, people will think that it is the teachers of their Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School who are not teaching their students seriously. That is really ridiculous. Everyone, look at the student in the number 1 arena. He's actually using the swift-winged rabbit. I never thought that in such an important competition, there would be students who dared to act so recklessly. No, didn't you notice that the girl's swift-winged rabbit seems a little different? It does look different, but it should still be the swift-winged rabbit. This kind of mythical beast has no fighting power at all, not to mention that the opponent is the black violent lion. Just as the dean had expected, those people from the prestigious Beast Taming University noticed the situation at Stadium Number 1. They felt confused but also found it very interesting. This is the first time I have seen the swift-winged rabbit fight against the black violent lion. On ordinary days, it is hard to see such a weak fantasy beast fighting. Student Wang Yalan, do you really want to use this swift-winged rabbit? The referee in arena number 1 looked at Wang Yalan with an admonishing expression. At first he thought it was just Wang Yalan's pet, not the real fantasy beast that was contracted. But what was unexpected was that she really wanted to use the swift-winged rabbit to fight. As a referee, he couldn't help but speak up and give a reminder. Yes, this is my fantasy beast. Wang Yalan didn't say much and simply responded. Seeing that the opponent was so persistent, the referee didn't say much. He sighed inwardly and announced the start of the game. As the referee's whistle sounded, Dingyu's black lion let out a deafening roar and pounced directly on the swift-winged rabbit with lightning speed. Even if it was an ordinary lion, it would have found it easy to kill a rabbit, not to mention that this was a battle between fantasy beasts. The black violent lion rushed to the swift-winged rabbit in an instant. Originally, it was planning to open its bloody mouth and bite it directly, but considering the competition, it could not kill the opponent's phantom beast at will. Therefore, Dingyu ordered the black violent lion to hold back and ensure that Wang Yalan's swift-winged rabbit would not die. The black lion, receiving the order, swung its extremely sharp lion claws and slapped the swift-winged rabbit hard. If this attack succeeds, the swift-winged rabbit will definitely be seriously injured. This also means that Wang Yalan lost the game. There is no suspense in this match. Wang Yalan is bound to lose. It was such an easy loss, and she even used such a weak mythical beast. Yalan will definitely be held back this time. The school leaders all looked unhappy just now. I think Yalan will not only be held back, but may even be asked to drop out. What a shame, what a shame. Many students who were watching the game outside the stadium couldn't help but gasp and talk in low voices. However, when everyone thought that the swift-winged rabbit would be defeated, Wang Yalan's swift-winged rabbit emitted a dazzling green light and dodged the attack of the black violent lion at an astonishing speed. The moment he dodged, he jumped more than 3 meters high and kicked the black lion's butt hard. This move is the innate skill of the swift-winged rabbit, a fierce kick. Roar. The black lion was knocked to the ground by the swift-winged rabbit's fierce kick. A normal adult black lion, after reaching extraordinary strength, will be at least 3 meters in height. Although Dingyu's black violent lion is not yet an adult and currently has only ordinary 5th-level strength, its body is more than 1 meter tall. On the contrary, the swift-winged rabbit was less than 40 centimeters long. The size difference was too great. Logically speaking, this kick could not have been so powerful. But what Dingyu never expected was that the black violent lion was kicked over by the swift-winged rabbit. Not to mention Dingyu's shocked face, the referee in the arena, as well as all the teachers and students who were paying attention to the competition, all looked incredulous. Did I see it right? The black violent lion was kicked over by the swift-winged rabbit. What's going on? Could it be that the black violent lion is letting us win on purpose? After all, it is a fantasy beast of extraordinary bloodline. How can it not withstand the attack of the swift-winged rabbit? How could he let it go? Don't forget, this is the annual assessment. Doesn't he care about his own future? I think it should be Dingyu. He never expected that a mythical beast like the swift-winged rabbit would actually fight back. Under normal circumstances, for a mythical beast like the swift-winged rabbit, it would be great if it didn't piss itself in fear when encountering a black violent lion. How could it have the courage to fight back? I have to say, this swift-winged rabbit is really courageous. What? Look. Why is there a faint purple gas emanating from the swift-winged rabbit? Just as everyone was discussing the matter, a few sharp-eyed students noticed the changes in the swift-winged rabbit and exclaimed immediately. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked towards Stadium Number 1. It can be clearly seen that the seemingly weak swift-winged rabbit is indeed emitting a faint purple gas, especially its teeth, which have completely turned purple. Black violent lion, what are you doing? How could you be kicked over by the swift-winged rabbit? Stand up immediately and defeat the swift-winged rabbit. Use violent lion claw. Dingyu doesn't care about the current situation of the swift-winged rabbit. No matter how it mutates, it is just a swift-winged rabbit. But the fantasy beast Dingyu used was the black violent lion. If he lost to the swift-winged rabbit, not only would he be laughed at by everyone, he would also most likely be held back. How could Dingyu accept such a result? He didn't care about showing mercy or not. He had to defeat the swift-winged rabbit. Roar. After all, the black violent lion was a fantasy beast of extraordinary bloodline. It naturally felt very embarrassed to be kicked away in public by a swift-winged rabbit of elite bloodline. After hearing Ding Yu's command, it immediately jumped up, and its extremely sharp lion claws, wrapped in black air, attacked the swift-winged rabbit mercilessly. Rather than losing the game shamefully now, it would be better to attack with all my strength. If I really kill the swift-winged rabbit by accident, the worst that can happen is that I will just have to pay with one. It's just a swift rabbit, are you afraid you can't afford it? Be careful, try to avoid the black violent lion's attacks and use your lightness to your advantage. I will use my beast taming talent to cooperate with you. As long as your poisonous bite works, we win. The reason why Wang Yalan dared to let the swift-winged rabbit fight was mainly because it had indeed become very strong now. After obtaining the swift-winged rabbit yesterday, Wang Yalan used the academy's training ground to test the swift-winged rabbit's strength. It is indeed as Su Xiao said, the swift-winged rabbit has mutated now. It not only possesses the poison system that the swift-winged rabbit could never master, but its various physical qualities have also improved a lot. He also became very skilled in using his venomous bite. It is for this reason that she dared to use the swift-winged rabbit in today's annual assessment. When the swift-winged rabbit heard Wang Yalan's command, it nodded obediently, and its pupils, which were emitting purple light, looked at the black violent lion that was rushing towards it with great momentum. Facing this extremely powerful black lion, the swift-winged rabbit was not afraid of anything. With the help of the power of wind spirit magic, it kept jumping to both sides to avoid the frontal attack of the black violent lion. The black violence lion does have a strong attack power, and once it hits the swift-winged rabbit, it will be seriously injured, but the black violence lion is not fast, and Ding Yu has not specially trained the black violence lion's speed. Even Ding Yu's awakened beast taming talent could not enhance his speed. In this way, speed becomes the biggest shortcoming of the black lion. As long as she seizes this opportunity, Wang Yalan has a chance of winning. Just like that, the swift-winged rabbit, which seemed to have no chance in the eyes of everyone, was easily dodging the attacks of the black violent lion. Half an hour had passed since the start of the game, and not only had the swift-winged rabbit not lost, but the black violent lion was beginning to run out of energy. At this moment, the swift-winged rabbit's already fast speed actually increased again, and its whole body was emitting a faint red light. The reason for this is not the power of the swift-winged rabbit itself, but the power of the Beastmaster. The beast taming talent that Wang Yalan awakened was exactly the speed enhancement among the enhanced beast taming talents. The swift-winged rabbit, whose speed was enhanced, seized the gap between the black violence lion's attacks at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, and unleashed a fierce and poisonous bite, biting the black violence lion's neck hard. No one expected that the usually docile swift-winged rabbit would actually dare to take the initiative to bite the black violent lion. This scene undoubtedly shocked everyone present. What was even more shocking was that after being bitten by the swift-winged rabbit, the black lion collapsed to the ground in extreme pain, its entire body shaking uncontrollably. No mistake, I won't be wrong. The move that the swift-winged rabbit used just now must be a poisonous bite. After being attacked by a venomous bite, there is a chance that one will enter a poisoned state. The black violent lion is in a poisoned state right now. How is this possible? Isn't the swift-winged rabbit a wind-type mythical beast? How is it possible that it can master the intermediate poison-type skill, Vicious Bite? Have you not realized yet? Wang Yalan's swift-winged rabbit is not a normal swift-winged rabbit at all. It is very likely that it has poison-type abilities. Yes, I just observed carefully. Whether it was from the poisonous bite or the lavender gas emanating from its body, it proves that this swift-winged rabbit may have the poison-type ability. No wonder, I was wondering why this swift rabbit looked so special. It turned out to be a mutant swift rabbit. There are usually two extremes when a fantasy beast mutates. Either it becomes very powerful, or it becomes useless. Wang Yalan's swift-winged rabbit obviously belongs to the former. Its current combat power is probably far beyond that of ordinary elite fantasy beasts. If I hadn't seen the game with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have believed it. Originally, not many people were paying attention to Stadium Number 1. After all, everyone thought that this was a game without any suspense and there was no need to watch it too much. But right after the swift-winged rabbit kicked the black violent lion, almost all the teachers and students focused their attention on Stadium Number 1. The moment the black lion fell to the ground due to poisoning, its failure was basically declared. How could this happen? What's going on with the swift-winged rabbit? Notify the head teacher of Grade 1, Class 3 immediately. I want to know the full situation. The head teacher, who had previously thought that Wang Yalan was fooling around, suddenly had a 180-degree change of expression, and now he was filled with nothing but surprise. The rest of the school leaders, as well as the people from the prestigious beast taming university, fell silent. There's something wrong with that swift-winged rabbit. Not only has it mutated, but it's also extremely well trained. Now I understand why that little girl dared to use the swift-winged rabbit. It turns out she has this trick up her sleeve. It's impossible for a first-year student to train the swift-winged rabbit to be so powerful. The little girl must have hired a very powerful mythical beast trainer to train the swift-winged rabbit specifically. What I don't quite understand is it necessary to spend so much money to hire someone to train a weak fantasy beast like the swift-winged rabbit? To train such a weak swift-winged rabbit to be so powerful, the mythical beast trainer behind it must be very capable. However, no matter how strong the swift-winged rabbit is in training, this little girl is also very strong. When facing a powerful mythical beast like the black violent lion, she not only showed no fear, but was very calm and commanded the swift-winged rabbit calmly. She was even able to use the speed increase at the most critical moment. This little girl is pretty good. The people from the famous beast taming university all looked at Wang Yalan with changed eyes, but they were more concerned about the swift-winged rabbit beside Wang Yalan. It was like looking at a rare mythical beast, and people kept whispering about it. At the same time, in the number 1 stadium, looking at the black lion lying on the ground in front of him, Dingyu couldn't accept it for a moment and sat down on the ground. Every beastmaster can see the health value of the fantasy beast he has contracted. He clearly saw that the health value of the black violent lion was less than 50%. Moreover, because he entered the poisoned state, his health points continued to decrease. When in the poisoned state, 1% of the health will be lost every minute, and the phantom beast will feel completely weak. Although under normal circumstances, the poisoning state can only last for half an hour at most, if left unchecked, the black lion will fall into a very dangerous situation. On the contrary, the swift-winged rabbit, which was previously thought to be a sure loser, did not suffer serious injuries. For some reason, he looked very excited, as if he had been holding a lot of anger and was releasing it at that moment. The reason for this was that when Su Xiao was training the swift-winged rabbit, it felt too painful, but there was no way to hurt Su Xiao, so it could only endure it. Now that I finally have the chance to fight to my heart's content, I naturally need to vent. To put it simply, the swift-winged rabbit mistook the black violence lion for Su Xiao, which was why the poisonous bite it launched just now was so powerful that it knocked the black violence lion to the ground and made it unable to get up. Of course, under normal circumstances, no matter how badly the swift-winged rabbit mutates, as long as it has not evolved, it is still an elite-level mythical beast. The reason why we were able to defeat the black lion this time, besides being lucky enough to poison it directly, was mainly because the black lion had not yet grown up. If it grew up, it would not be something that the swift-winged rabbit could deal with. Moreover, Dingyu obviously underestimated the enemy and did not even have time to use his awakened beast taming talent. Student Wang Yalan won this game. The referee who witnessed the whole process was really shocked, but as a referee, he couldn't bear to see the phantom beast die accidentally. After noticing that the black violent lion was in a bad state and had no ability to continue fighting, he immediately announced that Wang Yalan was the winner. No, I haven't lost yet. How could my black violent lion lose to a swift-winged rabbit? Dingyu really couldn't accept this result and shouted loudly at the black violent lion. The black lion sensed its master's anger and tried to stand up again, but due to the effects of the poisoning and the scars on its neck left by the venomous bite, it was completely unable to stand up. Your black violent lion has been poisoned and needs immediate treatment. Student Dingyu, you have already lost this game. At the referee's command, several teachers came in and forcibly took Dingyu away. The injured black lion also slowly recovered with the timely detoxification of the medical staff. Well done, you are worthy of being my swift-winged rabbit. After Wang Yalan was announced as the winner, she left the arena with swift-winged rabbit. After returning to the area of Class 3, Grade 1, no one dared to question or laugh at her. Everyone immediately surrounded Wang Yalan and excitedly began to ask about the various situations of the swift-winged rabbit. "Yalan, what's going on with you, swift-winged rabbit? No wonder you dare to use the swift-winged rabbit. It turns out that your swift-winged rabbit has mutated. But this is very strange. A few days ago, your swift-winged rabbit was just normally excited. We thought you would change your phantom beast when you returned home, but we didn't expect you to mutate your swift-winged rabbit directly. That's really amazing. How did you do that?" The excited classmates surrounded Wang Yalan and talked at once. "Yalan, what happened to your swift-winged rabbit during the time you were home?" At this time, the head teacher Xiaoqing strode over and asked immediately after seeing Wang Yalan. This is not only what he is interested in, but also what all teachers and school leaders are most concerned about. They knew very well that Wang Yalan was only a first-year student and an apprentice beastmaster. How could she have the ability to train the swift-winged rabbit to be so powerful? There must be a very powerful fantasy beast trainer behind this. Faced with the questioning of many classmates and teachers, Wang Yalan had no choice but to tell them everything that happened after returning to Ningxiang town. Just as everyone expected, Wang Yalan really went to find a fantasy beast trainer and trained the swift-winged rabbit specifically. What was even more unexpected was that the trainer of the Wanshou Pavilion in Ningxiang town was so amazing that he could train a weak swift-winged rabbit to be so powerful. However, Wang Yalan was more or less selfish, and he did not tell Su Xiao that it only took him 3 days to train the swift-winged rabbit to be so powerful. After all, once Su Xiao's shop becomes really popular, the fees might become higher. If you want to find him to train your fantasy beast in the future, you might have to wait in line for a long time. Therefore, Wang Yalan concealed the training time. In this way, although everyone would still be shocked by Su Xiao's training ability, it would not be so exaggerated. I really don't understand. It's just a swift-winged rabbit. Is it necessary to spend so much money to train it? It would take a normal phantom beast trainer a long time to train a phantom beast. Yalan, in order to stand out in the annual competition, you should have gone to the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion to train the swift-winged rabbit a long time in advance. To train a swift-winged rabbit to be so powerful and even cause it to mutate, it must have cost a lot of money and time. If I were you, I would definitely not choose the swift-winged rabbit. Yes, if we change to any other mythical beast, it might be much stronger than the swift-winged rabbit. However, the trainer of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion in Ning Town is really amazing. He can even train the swift-winged rabbit to this level. He must be even more capable in training other mythical beasts. I'm also from Ningxiang Town. Indeed, I heard in the past few days that the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion has created a swift-winged rabbit that can bite with a fierce poison. I also heard that many people fought to grab the swift-winged rabbit. No matter how strong it is, it's just a swift-winged rabbit. It's only a slight mutation at the moment, so it's hard to say whether it can evolve or not. I think it must be the trainer from the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion who deliberately created a large number of these swift-winged rabbits to attract attention. Who knows, these swift-winged rabbits may have some hidden problems. No way, after all, Wanshou Pavilion is a very famous fantasy beast store in Yen country. Even though it is just a branch, it shouldn't be like this. After hearing that Wang Yalan was looking for the Wanshou Pavilion to train fantasy beasts, many students around became very interested in the Wanshou Pavilion in Ningxiang Town. Of course, there are still many people who simply disdain it. It's just a fantasy beast shop in a small village. How great can it be? If you want to train a fantasy beast, you still have to find a reliable fantasy beast trainer. Since everyone knew that Wang Yalan's swift-winged rabbit was a mutated result of artificial training, they were not so surprised. As the class teacher, Xiaoqing naturally reported the matter to his superiors. The leaders of the school also became interested in the Wanshou Pavilion in Ningxiang Town. While the teachers and students were discussing the matter of the swift-winged rabbit, the annual competition was still going on, and the students who won the first round competed again in the second round. Each student's fantasy beast has recovered its strength in the school's fantasy beast clinic and will not affect the subsequent competition. After defeating Ding Yu in the first round, Wang Yalan defeated 3 students in a row before finally being defeated. Winning 4 games in a row is a very good result, and it once again makes everyone realize how powerful the swift-winged rabbit is. Its owner, Wang Yalan, although not the most powerful one, has indeed become the most outstanding first-year student. Both the phantom beasts he used and his own command abilities were recognized and attracted the attention of many prestigious beast taming universities. At the same time, in the Wansho Pavilion in Ningxiang Town, the store's business is much better than before. Unfortunately, most of the customers who come into the store are just here to buy fantasy beast materials, food, etc. As for the training and breeding of fantasy beasts, they are basically just asking. Apart from Wang Yalan last time, there is currently no second customer who wants to train and breed fantasy beasts. But Su Xiao was not in a hurry. After all, in the past, when it came to training and breeding fantasy beasts, the locals' first choice would basically be the rare beast pavilion, and they would try to find acquaintances if possible. In addition, the cost of training and breeding fantasy beasts usually starts at tens of thousands of yuan, which is definitely something that needs to be carefully considered. In Su Xiao's opinion, as long as the store becomes famous, business will naturally come. All we have to do now is wait quietly. Don't be lazy, keep using your fire punch. At this time, in the courtyard of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, Su Xiao stood in front of the fire monkey with a serious expression, directing it to use its skills. It has to be said that under Su Xiao's devilish training over the past few days, the fire monkey has indeed lost a lot of weight. It can be clearly seen that it has lost a lot of weight and even its flesh has become firmer. At the same time, Infernape's level has also been upgraded. From the ordinary first level when the contract was just signed, it has been successfully promoted to the ordinary second level. It is actually a very long process to upgrade the level of wild fantasy beasts. But as long as they sign a contract with the beast tamer and use the power of the beast taming space, they will grow very quickly. This is why many fantasy beasts that want to become stronger will actively choose potential beastmasters. It's like a collaboration, where both parties grow together. The Infernape that Su Xiao contracted was obviously not the kind of fantasy beast that was eager to become stronger. It was just a salted fish. If it weren't for Su Xiao's devilish training, this guy would still be only at the first level and have basically no combat ability. Master, I'm so tired and very hungry. Infernape roared weakly, swung its flaming right fist, and punched the wooden stake in front of it again and again. For the current Infernape, its most powerful attack skill is actually this fire punch. But because of this Infernape's lazy nature and lack of exercise for a long time, he basically forgot how to use this move. Su Xiao is planning to use it in actual combat in a few days, and it can't fail to use its ultimate move without knowing how to use it. It is necessary to train its fire punch, and it must be upgraded to level 2 at least. If you want to eat, then hurry up and train. If you don't smash this wooden stake in front of you, you won't have any food today. The wooden stake in front of Charm Leon is the most primitive and low-level wooden stake. Although it is still very hard, it also has its limits. It cannot withstand attacks from extraordinary level fantasy beasts, or it will break after being hit continuously for a period of time. During this period of time, Su Xiao strictly required the fire monkey to attack the wooden stake and smash it to pieces no matter what. After all, it is a fantasy beast with extraordinary bloodline. It would be really embarrassing if it couldn't even break a low-level wooden stake. In order to eat, Infernape could only use his fire punches and pound the wooden stakes hard. Boom. With a loud bang, the wooden stake in front of Infernape shattered. Looking at the wood chips all over the ground, Fire Monkey was so moved that he looked at Su Xiao with tears in his eyes. Master, I did it. I smashed this thing into pieces. Give me food quickly, I'm starving. That's right. I thought it might take another hour or so to break this low-grade wooden stake. I was right about you. You still have a lot of potential. Su Xiao touched the fire monkey's round head with satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, he dispelled the fire monkey's satiety. The next moment, the Infernape rushed to the large iron basin beside it like a wild horse, and began to wolf down the feed pellets. At this time, Su Xiao used the power of the Beast Taming Atlas to check the current status of the Infernape. Name Fire Monkey. Type, Beast. Attributes, Fighting, Fire. Realm, Ordinary Level 2. Bloodline, Extraordinary. Skills, Claws, Elementary LV2, Knee Kick, Elementary LV2, Flame Jet, Intermediate LV2, Flame Punch, Intermediate LV2. Not bad, not bad. All skills have been upgraded to level 2. When you reach the 3rd level, we can arrange practical training for you. Su Xiao looked at Infernape's panel with great satisfaction. It is actually not easy to reach LV2 for all skills at the ordinary 2nd level. If you want to improve your proficiency in a skill, you need to keep using it. But sometimes it's not enough to just use it all the time, it also depends on the qualifications and potential of the fantasy beast itself. Su Xiao's fire monkey looks very lazy and fat, but actually has good qualifications. It's just lazy and likes to eat. Especially the obsession with eating is really too deep. As long as you make reasonable use of Infernape's obsession with eating, you can stimulate Infernape's potential. After Infernape finished his meal, Su Xiao summoned it back. After training for a whole day, you definitely need a good rest. The direction Su Xiao chose was to practice in the beast taming space environment. Therefore, through Su Xiao's continuous meditation and practice, the environment of the beast taming space will naturally become better and better. Infernape would definitely be willing to stay in such a comfortable environment, and it has also become accustomed to growing up in the beast taming space. After Su Xiao's devilish training, Infernape seemed to gradually change. At least in order to eat, it can train hard. I have to say, its obsession with eating is really deep. Maybe I was a reincarnated ghost who died of starvation in my previous life. After finishing the training of Infernape, Su Xiao did not return to the store lobby, but walked into the old building. Su Xiao had counted them carefully and found that in this old building, apart from the fire monkey that had been taken away, there were still 10 phantom beasts left. The main reason why they were not released was because the personalities of these fantasy beasts were not very good and they often fought. Once the fantasy beasts fight, they are bound to be injured, and in this case, the store will need to spend money to take them to treatment. In order to avoid such fighting, these fantasy beasts are kept in cages individually. However, now Su Xiao has another idea, which is to release all these phantom beasts. Being locked up in this dark environment day and night is very detrimental to the growth of the fantasy beast. Moreover, staying in this environment for a long time will make the fantasy beast more aggressive. Of course. After all, these fantasy beasts are very ferocious, and if they are released directly, they will definitely fight each other. Before releasing them all, Su Xiao used the power of the beast taming atlas to place a state of fear on each phantom beast. During this period of time, Su Xiao also discovered that what consumed the most mental and physical energy was actually the ability of the beast taming encyclopedia to teach skills. As long as you don't use this ability, other abilities basically don't consume much mental and physical energy and can be used repeatedly. What's going on? Why is my heart beating so fast? What am I afraid of? Is he afraid of the human in front of him? How is that possible? Why am I so scared now? During this period, Su Xiaoyo often came in to feed them and explained that he was the new store manager. Therefore, these fantasy beasts were basically familiar with Su Xiao. When they saw him come in, they just ignored him and just wanted him to be fed on time. But suddenly, these fantasy beasts all started to feel fear at the same time, and they couldn't help but start to wonder if it was the new store manager who did it. Ahem. After Su Xiao saw that the fear state was in effect, he coughed twice and said, "Listen to me carefully. Wait, I will let you out of this cage and live freely in the yard outside. But the premise is that you must be obedient, especially not fight, and must live in harmony. If I find you fighting or hurting humans, I will make you live in fear for the rest of your lives." Did you hear everything clearly? Although Su Xiao's voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by every phantom beast. At first, they didn't know what had happened, but after hearing what Su Xiao said, they immediately understood. It turns out that everything was done by the human in front of me. Perhaps because they were afraid of Su Xiao's ability, or perhaps because they were eager to get out of the cage, the phantom beasts in the cage all nodded obediently at Su Xiao. "Boss, we will listen to you in everything, please let us out. I haven't been out for a long time. I really miss the days in the courtyard. As long as you let us out, we will listen to you." Regardless of their true thoughts or they were deliberately cooperating with Su Xiao, these phantom beasts were now really obedient. "Okay, I'll let you out then." After Su Xiao finished speaking, he took out a bunch of keys and opened the doors of the iron cage one by one. Although the fantasy beasts here are ferocious, their strength is actually not that good. They are all just elite-level fantasy beasts. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Xiao's Infernape can now easily defeat them. However, rather than suppressing them with force, Su Xiao prefers to let them surrender voluntarily. Anyway, these fantasy beasts will never leave here. You know, they can have food and clothing here. Once they leave here and return to the forest, it will be dangerous. Not only will you have nothing to eat, you might even be eaten by a powerful mythical beast. Besides, Su Xiao has the Beast Taming illustrated book in his hand, and has countless ways to subdue these fantasy beasts. Since these phantom beasts are now tormented by fear, even if the cages are opened, they will not rush out immediately. They all looked at Su Xiao eagerly, hoping that he could get rid of his fear. Disperse them all. Su Xiao glanced at the phantom beasts present and whispered softly. At this moment, the fear on the heads of all the phantom beasts disappeared. The phantom beast returned to normal and looked at Su Xiao with a little disbelief. I really didn't expect that the human in front of me really had such amazing abilities. Go, freedom is restored. Stinky rat, I have tolerated you for a long time, today I must teach you a lesson. Stinky bat, do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on if you can. The moment the state of fear disappeared, a huge black rat and a bat rushed out at the same time, both looking very ferocious. It was obvious that they did not take Su Xiao seriously and were ready to go out for a fight. Okay, you dare to ignore what I said. A hint of coldness flashed across Su Xiao's originally calm face. The sharp-toothed black rats and black thunder bats that had just rushed out of the old building suddenly convulsed and fell to the ground, their entire bodies feeling as if they were on fire, in extreme pain. This scene frightened the phantom beasts that originally wanted to go out, and they all retreated to the side, not daring to make any more moves. It was obvious that the fanged black rat and the black thunder bat were in so much pain because of Su Xiao. I've already said it before, if you dare not obey, I will make you live in fear for the rest of your life. I didn't expect that you two would really take my words as bullshit. Su Xiao walked up to the sharp-fanged black rat and black Leifu with a cold expression. At this time, if Su Xiao wanted to, he could take the lives of these two phantom beasts in minutes. Su Xiao doesn't even need to take any action, he just needs to keep them in a burned state. For these weak elite-level fantasy beasts, the intermediate burning state is really terrible. I am wrong, please let me go. We were impulsive just now. We won't dare to do it again. Boss, please take back your magical power. As long as you let us go, from today on, we will definitely listen to you and will not dare to mess around again. It hurts so much, I'm going to die. The two phantom beasts, tortured by the burning state and in excruciating pain, were begging Su Xiao. From this moment on, no matter whether it was these two phantom beasts or other phantom beasts in the old building, they dared not provoke Su Xiao anymore. I'm warning you one last time. If you disobey me again, I will really kill you. As long as you are obedient, I can not only let you live freely, but also make you stronger and help you find a suitable master. After Su Xiao finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the other fantasy beasts behind him with a very cold look in his eyes. Who would have thought that this seemingly kind new store manager actually had very terrible methods? We will definitely be obedient and will not mess around again. Boss, don't worry. After listening to the voices of the fantasy beasts in front of him, Su Xiao nodded with satisfaction. He easily removed the burn status from sharp-fanged black rat and black Leifu. At the same time, they were put into healing state to recover from their injuries. So comfortable. We can't make him angry anymore. Let's make peace. I don't dare to fight anymore. Isn't it nice to live an honest life? Completely opposite to the previous situation, this time, sharp-fanged black rat and black thunder behaved very obediently after returning to normal. Not only that, the other fantasy beasts in the old building were all looking at Su Xiao obediently. That's right, just be obedient and I promise you will feel comfortable. After saying that, Su Xiao ignored these phantom beasts and turned to walk out of the courtyard. Because they were afraid of Su Xiao's ability, these phantom beasts really didn't dare to fight anymore and just ran happily in the courtyard. But the moment Su Xiao walked out of the courtyard and came to the store hall, Chen Shi hurriedly ran towards Su Xiao with an ugly look on his face. Su Xiao frowned slightly when he saw this, but what happened? Chen Shiping is quite reliable in his daily work, and under normal circumstances, this would definitely not happen. Clearly, something must have happened that he couldn't handle. Sure enough, when Su Xiao turned around, he saw several tall and strong men with fierce expressions standing in the store. Behind it, there are about 30 cages. In each cage, there is a stone turtle about 30 to 40 centimeters in size, with a brown body and looks like a stone. Name: Rock Turtle. Type: Beast. Attribute: Earth. Realm: Ordinary First Level. Bloodline: Elite. Skills: Hardening, Elementary LV1, Shell Impact, Elementary LV1, Rock Cannon, Intermediate LV1. Through the power of the Beast Taming Atlas, Su Xiao immediately learned about the situation of these rock turtles. The realm is basically at the first level, and only a very small number can reach the second or third level. Although it is only an elite-level fantasy beast, this rock turtle generally only lives in remote desert areas. These fantasy beasts do not exist at all in the areas around Ningxiang town. In Su Xiao's opinion, the people in front of him should be members of a certain beast-hunting mercenary group, specializing in capturing large numbers of rock turtles. The reason for coming to the pavilion of 10,000 beasts must be to sell these rock turtles. Manager, these guys came out of nowhere and insisted that we ordered a large number of rock turtles from them. But we don't have any reservations for the rock turtle. What should we do? Chen Shi said anxiously. Lin Shui beside her was also looking at Su Xiao anxiously. There are 30 rock turtles in total. If you want to collect them all, it will cost a lot of money. Although with the current assets of the Myriad Beasts Pavilion, it is possible to take all of them, but the rock turtle is a fantasy beast that is not very powerful in combat and is more defensive in nature. It also does not look very good and has only elite bloodline. Generally speaking, a passionate young man who has just become a beastmaster will choose a handsome and aggressive fantasy beast. Few people will choose a rock turtle that is ugly and has little fighting power. If you collect all of them, it is very likely that you will be stuck with them. At that time, not only will a lot of money be wasted, but you will also have to feed them every day. After hearing what Chen Shi said, Su Xiao's face suddenly darkened. As the new store manager of Wanshou Pavilion, he had never ordered any reservations for rock turtles. If these guys didn't lie on purpose, then it must be the old store manager's doing. This old guy is always causing me trouble. Su Xiao secretly complained a few words in his heart, his face returned to normal, and he slowly walked towards the group of strong men. You said that our Wanshou Pavilion has reserved these rock turtles with you. Is there any proof? After all, there are people from the Yan Country Beast Taming Mercenary Group stationed in Ningxiang town. These ferocious mercenary members are unlikely to do anything reckless, so Su Xiao is not afraid of anything. After observing them closely, Su Xiao discovered that all of them had very impressive auras. They should all be at least beginner-level beast tamers. The leader among them even had the badge of a high-level beast tamer. In a small place like Ningxiang town, a high-level beastmaster is already considered quite powerful. Who are you? We are looking for the manager of the Pavilion of All Beasts. Manager Lu contacted us a few days ago and said he wanted to order 30 rock turtles. Now that we are here, where is he? The man with the badge of a high-level beastmaster had a fierce look on his face, and there was a scar on his right cheek left by the claws of a phantom beast, which looked quite scary. His name is Lu Zhen, and he is the boss of the tiger hunting mercenary group. Although it is not a powerful mercenary group, it is still quite famous in this area. Like Qin Badeo's Badeo mercenary group, they are both relatively powerful mercenary groups in the local area. Generally speaking, the fantasy beast shop would not provoke the people from these mercenary groups and would try its best to make friends with them, to prevent these risky guys from coming to cause trouble for no reason. After Su Xiao heard what Lu Zhen said, his brows immediately frowned. Just as he guessed, the old store manager was deliberately causing trouble. Lu Kong is no longer the store manager of Wanshou Pavilion. How can we accept the items he ordered? Since he ordered the rock turtle, you should go find him. Why are you coming to the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion? Lu Kong is now a member of the Rare Beast Pavilion. Why don't you go directly to the Rare Beast Pavilion? After hearing this, Chen Shi and Lin Shui were very angry. I didn't expect the old store manager would do such a thing. It's obvious that he wants to destroy the Pavilion of Beasts. There are 30 rock turtles in total. If I collect them all, I will definitely be overwhelmed. As a result, all the money that Wanshou Pavilion had saved with great difficulty would be lost. What? Lu Zhen's already fierce expression became even fiercer when he heard this. I don't care about the change of store manager in your store. I only know that your Wanshou Pavilion has reserved these rock turtles from us. This has already been delivered to my door, but you told me you don't want it. Do you really think that I, Lu Zhen, am easy to bully? As soon as he finished speaking, the several sturdy men standing next to Lu Zhen all glared at Chen Shi and Lin Shui with unfriendly eyes. Just when Chen Shi wanted to say something else, Su Xiao stopped him and shook his head slightly at him. Upon seeing this, Chen Shi stopped talking and just stood aside obediently. Su Xiao looked at Lu Zhen with a smile on her face. First, let me introduce myself. I am the new store manager of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. Since the 30 rock turtles have been delivered, I will naturally not let you take them away. Can you tell me how much the old store manager charged? Although it would cost a lot of money to buy these 30 rock turtles, Su Xiao did not think that he would lose money after buying them. On the contrary, Su Xiao already had a comprehensive plan. It is guaranteed that these rock turtles will be sold out and you won't end up wasting money on them. Are you the new store manager? Lu Zhen looked Su Xiao up and down and said, You look like you are only about 18 or 19 years old. I don't know how you became the store manager. But I don't care about that. The price Lu Kang agreed with us is 3,000 yuan per rock turtle. There are 30 of them here, so that's 90,000 yuan. When these words were spoken, not only Chen Shi and Lin Shui were shocked, even Su Xiao was visibly stunned. An ordinary fantasy beast with elite bloodline would cost at most 1 to 2,000 yuan. A weak fantasy beast like the Swift-Wind Rabbit would only cost a few hundred yuan. However, these rock turtles cost 3,000 yuan each, which is obviously too expensive. This price is too expensive. You are deliberately raising the price. Although the rock turtle is not a mythical beast found in the area around Ningxiang town, it cannot be so expensive. Chen Shiren couldn't contain his anger and questioned immediately. Intentionally raising the price? After hearing this, Lu Zhen kicked the chair aside with an unhappy look on his face. Let me tell you, this is the price that your store manager Lu Kang agreed with us. I, Lu Zhen, will not deliberately raise the price. 3,000 yuan for a rock turtle is indeed very expensive, but you also have to consider that this rock turtle is not a mythical beast in Ningxiang town. We went to the desert area and captured it with great difficulty. Do you think it is easy? Since you guys have been kept in the dark, I'll give you a discount. A total of 80,000. 80,000. Chen Shi said with a wry smile, Brother, even if you give us a discount, it will be difficult for us to accept these rock turtles. What? What you mean is that you don't want to collect these rock turtles? Lu Zhen said this with a gloomy expression, anger flashing between his eyebrows. Because he trusted Lu Kang, Lu Zhen took his men to travel a long way to capture the rock turtle after receiving a pre-order call from him, but it turned out to be a waste of time. This is absolutely unacceptable. Perhaps because of the fierce quarrel, it attracted a lot of onlookers. Look, that seems to be Lu Zhen, the leader of the tiger-hunting mercenaries. Why is he arguing with the Beast Pavilion? It seems that the previous manager of the Pavilion of All Beasts ordered 30 rock turtles from them, but the new manager was not aware of it and did not seem to plan to buy them. Is Lu Kang so wicked? He's not even the store manager anymore, but he's still going to ask people to make reservations. Isn't it obvious that he's going to cause trouble? The new store manager Su is really unlucky. Last time it was Qin Badeo, this time it's Lu Zhen. The old store manager Lu Kang is really good at causing trouble. However, I can understand Lu Kang's feelings. He must be very unhappy to have worked so hard for so long and had his position as store manager taken away by someone else. Working hard? If Lu Kang had put in more effort, would it have caused the Pavilion of All Beasts to lose business? He just spent all his time on such crooked ways. Don't worry about Lu Kang. The most important thing now is whether Wanshou Pavilion will accept him. Lu Zhen is just like Qin Badeo. They are both difficult to mess with. The people outside the door started talking at once. Just at this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a floral shirt, blue shorts and flip-flops slowly walked into the Pavilion of All Beasts. The 10,000 Beasts Pavilion is really so dishonest. We clearly ordered a rock turtle from them, but now that the rock turtle has been delivered, they are going back on their word. Is there any need for such a store without credibility to exist? Captain Lu Zhen, why don't you sell all these rock turtles to me? I'll buy them at the price of 3,000 yuan each. Su Xiao frowned and turned to look over. When he saw the middle-aged man, he immediately showed a puzzled expression. Who is this guy? Chen Shi hurried forward and whispered in Su Xiao's ear, Manager Su, this guy is Lin Hao, the owner of the Rare Beast Pavilion. He is here now, so there must be something wrong. Lu Kang has already defected to the Rare Beast Pavilion. He must have teamed up with Lin Hao to deliberately mess with our 10,000 Beast Pavilion. When Su Xiao learned about this, the puzzled expression on his face quickly disappeared, and was replaced by calmness. Su Xiao calmly walked up to Lin Hao and said, Boss Lin, right? May I ask if my 10,000 Beasts Pavilion has invited you to come? Besides, did I ever say I wouldn't take these rock turtles? You openly come to Wanshou Pavilion to steal business. Can I think you are afraid that Wanshou Pavilion will develop? Are you afraid of the Beast Pavilion? Hearing this, Lin Hao burst into laughter. Manager Su, you are such a joker. My Wanshou Pavilion is the most powerful fantasy beast shop in Ningxiang town. How could I be afraid of your Wanshou Pavilion that is about to go bankrupt? I just stopped by and saw that you were in trouble, so I thought I could help you. Oh my. It turns out that Boss Lin is so kind-hearted. That's really amazing. But Su Xiao's expression became serious when he said this, my Wanshou Pavilion doesn't need your Wanshou Pavilion's help. Stop arguing. I just want to ask you one question, who wants to take these rock turtles? I don't have time to argue with you guys here. Lu Zhen was extremely annoyed at the moment. He didn't care about the affairs of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion and the Rare Beasts Pavilion. He just wanted to sell these rock turtles as soon as possible so that he could take the team back to rest. Captain Lu Zhen, I see that the Myriad Beasts Pavilion has no money to buy your rock turtles, so please sell them to our Rare Beasts Pavilion. We can continue to cooperate for a long time in the future. Lin Hao gave Su Xiao a cunning look, then turned around and said to Lu Zhen with a smile. But just when Lu Zhen was about to agree, Su Xiao spoke first, excuse me, this is the rock turtle that I reserved from the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. Does it have anything to do with your Rare Beasts Pavilion? Captain Lu Zhen, although it was Lu Kang who reserved the rock turtle for you, he represents the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion after all. We at Wanshou Pavilion have always been honest. If they say they will buy it for 90,000 yuan, then we will not change our mind. There's no need for a discount. Of course, Wanshou Pavilion has this amount of money. As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, he looked at Chen Shi who was standing beside him and said, come here and make a deal with Captain Lu Zhen. Originally, Lu Zhen thought that Su Xiao would not purchase the rock turtle. After all, the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion was indeed inferior to the Rare Beasts Pavilion, so there was no need to compete with it. But what he didn't expect was that Wanshou Pavilion actually dared to challenge Wanshou Pavilion directly and actually bought it for 90,000 yuan. Lu Zhen was not a man who went back on his word. Since he had already sent the rock turtle to the Wanshou Pavilion, he would naturally not sell it to him just because of Lin Hao's words. And Lu Zhen is not stupid. Lin Hao's appearance at this time must be related to the former manager of Wanshou Pavilion, Lu Kang. It has to be said that Lu Zhen has some admiration for the new manager of Wanshou Pavilion. He is very courageous at such a young age. Oh, since Manager Su is willing to buy it, it would be inconvenient for me to take it away from someone else. Lin will take his leave now. Lin Hao gave a fake smile and strode out of the pavilion of 10,000 beasts. TSK, spending 90,000 to buy the rock turtle, this Wanshou Pavilion's manager Su is still young and too impulsive. Although the rock turtle has a certain fighting power and is relatively rare in our Ningxiang town area, it is ultimately just a fantasy beast of elite bloodline. 90,000 yuan, equivalent to the price of a rock turtle, is 3,000 yuan. This price is really too high. In our area, there shouldn't be many people who like this kind of fantasy beast. I think the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion will definitely be obsessed with these 30 rock turtles. If I were Manager Su, I would definitely not be so impulsive. Since Boss Lin wants to buy it, why not give it to him? No, I don't think Manager Su is impulsive. Don't forget, he was able to train such a weak swift-winged rabbit so well, so how could he not be able to train Rock Turtle? You don't understand this, don't you? Do you think it costs nothing to train a fantasy beast? If you want to train 30 rock turtles, it must cost a lot of money. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only 7 swift-winged rabbits last time. Besides, even if a mythical beast like the rock turtle learns to bite like the swift-winged rabbit, what good will that do? It's too slow to even touch the enemy. Is it possible to teach this rock turtle to teleport? Or learn to fly? Young people are really too impulsive. The people outside the store all looked like they were there to watch the fun and were pointing and talking at Su Xiao. However, Su Xiao ignored all this and focused on watching the group of rock turtles. At this time, Chen Shi had already transferred 90,000 yen country currency to Lu Zhen's account. Like Lin Shui, he looked at Su Xiao with a wry smile on his face. The store had just started to make money, but I never expected it to start losing money again so soon. 30 rock turtles, each one purchased for 3,000 yuan. How long will it take to sell them all? The cost of feeding these fantasy beasts every day is also a huge expense, and just thinking about it makes them both feel very annoyed. Manager Su, you are so courageous despite your young age. I, Lu, admire you today. To be honest, I was also very surprised when I heard that Old Man Lu Kang wanted to reserve the rock turtle, but there is nothing I can do. It is impossible for me not to do business. Such a large mercenary group, I can't let them all starve. After receiving the money, Lu Zhen no longer looked as angry as before, but he still looked fierce. Perhaps it was because he had been fighting with the phantom beast for a long time, and there was more or less murderous aura on his body. Hearing Lu Zhen's exaggeration, Su Xiao smiled slightly, then took a wooden box from the shelf and handed it to Lu Zhen. Seeing this, Lu Zhen frowned immediately. Manager Su, what do you mean by this? I don't mean anything else. I just want to make friends with Captain Lu. I'm a newcomer here, and I'm not familiar with Ningxiang town. It's easy for me to be bullied by others. I see that Captain Lu is often out hunting fantasy beasts. Once a fantasy beast is injured, there is definitely no way to get it to the fantasy beast hospital for treatment in time. Here I have prepared some basic fantasy beast healing medicines for Captain Lu. As Su Xiao spoke, he opened the small wooden box, and it was indeed filled with healing medicines, such as blood recovery potions, detoxification potions, and so on. As Lu Zhen came from a mercenary group, he must be familiar with these healing medicines. It was indeed as Su Xiao said, these simple healing medicines were essential for hunting monsters outside all year round. After returning from this trip, Lu Zhen also planned to replenish some medicines, but unexpectedly, Su Xiao gave them to him. Ha 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 ha. Lu Zhen laughed a few times, but he didn't bother to be polite with Su Xiao. He took the wooden box and said, Manager Su, I accept your kindness. If you need any fantasy beasts in the future, please feel free to contact me. After saying that, Lu Zhen casually took out a business card and said, this is my contact information. If you need to purchase fantasy beasts in the future, I will give you a 10% discount. Thank you very much, Captain Lu. After Su Xiao received the business card, he put it away carefully, then looked at Lu Zhen with a smile. Captain Lu, you must remember that I am the store manager of Wanshou Pavilion. When Lu Zhen heard this, he was stunned at first, but then he immediately understood. Don't worry, Manager Su. I will only recognize you from now on. I will also notify the other mercenary groups in the surrounding area. Afterwards, the two continued to chat for a while, and Lu Zhen led the team to leave Wanshou Pavilion. The crowd that had gathered outside the store, seeing that the excitement was over, naturally decided not to stay and dispersed. At this time, in the store, after seeing off Lu Zhen and the others, Chen Shi and Lin Shui looked at Su Xiao with confusion. What's wrong with you two? Is there any need to look so sad? Su Xiao smiled faintly and sat down at the counter. If you don't know, you would think that my Wanshou Pavilion is going to go bankrupt. Manager, you just collected 30 rock turtles like this. Have you ever thought about how to sell them? There are 30 rock turtles, and they need to be fed a lot of feed pellets every day. If we can't sell them quickly, the cost of raising them every day will be very high. The most important thing is that in places like ours, rock turtles are really hard to sell. The more Chen Shi spoke, the uglier his expression became. Lin Shui, who was standing by, had even taken out a calculator and started calculating the daily expenses. Manager, I think we should sell it as soon as possible at a low price. This way, at least we won't lose too much money. After Lin Shui made a simple calculation, she immediately said to Su Xiao. Although they both knew that Su Xiao's training methods were very powerful, they might be able to train the rock turtle to be like the swift-winged rabbit and become a popular fantasy beast. But this time the number of rock turtles is too large, and training and breeding the fantasy beasts not only takes a lot of time and energy, but also requires a large amount of fantasy beast materials, which is another considerable expense. No matter how you calculate it, this is a losing deal. Besides, even if the rock turtle is being trained, if it can't be sold, the pavilion of 10,000 beasts will be doomed. Loss. When Su Xiao heard what they said, he immediately laughed. Who said that this rock turtle will definitely lose money? Manager, what do you mean by this? Chen Shi asked curiously, do you want to be like the swift-winged rabbit? Yeah, what's the problem? Su Xiao didn't think so, as he already had a suitable plan in mind. For others, this rock turtle is indeed very tricky. Even if it is really trained very well, it will cost a lot of money. And it may not be sold. After all, these rock turtles were purchased at 3,000 yuan each, and with careful training, the selling price could not be lower than 3,000 yuan. Ordinary people would not necessarily spend so much money to buy an ugly turtle. However, in Su Xiao's opinion, all of this is not a problem. All problems can be solved by just looking through the beast taming encyclopedia. Of course. If you want to make rock turtle become like swift-winged rabbit, it will definitely require a very unique skill. Manager, your training skills are indeed amazing, but there are too many rock turtles. It must be very expensive to train them to be like the swift-winged rabbit. Chen Shi responded with a worried look on his face. Well, you don't have to worry about this. Anyway, I have the only way to train these rock turtles to be special at a very low cost. Don't just stand there, come with me and bring these 30 rock turtles to the courtyard. After Su Xiao finished speaking, he stood up, picked up the 2 cages and walked towards the courtyard. Why? Seeing Su Xiao so confident, Chen Shi and Lin Shui didn't say anything more. After sighing helplessly, they started to move the rock turtle. But the moment Chen Shi and Lin Shui entered the courtyard, they were so shocked that they stood still. Why are all the phantom beasts in the old building running out? Manager, these fantasy beasts are very aggressive, we can't let them out casually. Chen Shi and Lin Shui put down the cages in their hands and ran towards Su Xiao in a hurry. Along the way, you have to keep an eye on those phantom beasts, as they may attack you from behind. Why panic? Since I dare to let them out, I will definitely find a way to subdue them. When Su Xiao said this, his eyes turned to the sharp-fanged black rat beside him. This sight was so frightening that the sharp-toothed black rat immediately lay on the ground, not daring to move, with a look of horror on its face. Just now, Su Xiao just glanced at it casually, and it felt as if its whole body was burning in fire. It would never dare to provoke Su Xiao again. Not only that, all the fantasy beasts in the entire courtyard behaved unusually honestly after seeing Su Xiao come in. Seeing this scene happen, Chen Shi and Lin Shui were really shocked. As employees of the Pavilion of All Beasts for many years, they are very clear about the nature of these fantasy beasts, otherwise the old store manager would not have kept them separately one by one. But what is unexpected is that these fantasy beasts, which used to be ferocious, are now behaving so obediently. At one point, Chen Shi and Lin Shui suspected that these fantasy beasts had taken the wrong medicine. Perhaps the only reasonable explanation is that they were severely taught a lesson by Su Xiao, which is why they are so afraid of Su Xiao. Manager, you really have great skills. You subdued them so easily. Chen Shi and Lin Shui looked at Su Xiao with admiration on their faces, and their admiration for Su Xiao grew even higher. All right, forget about praising me. Bring all the rock turtles in and prepare some feed pellets. Then you can leave. Next, I will train them well. Remember, you can't come in and disturb me. After Su Xiao finished speaking, he picked up a cage and carefully observed the rock turtle in the cage. It can be seen that these rock turtles are very weak and look powerless. It is obvious that he is so weak because of the unfamiliar climate and poor diet. After all, mythical beasts like rock turtles usually live in deserts and wasteland areas. If they suddenly change their environment, they will be more or less unable to adapt. However, the physique of fantasy beasts is much stronger than that of humans. As long as they are well nursed and cared for, they will be able to adapt again quickly. While Su Xiao was observing the rock turtles, Chen Shi and Lin Shui did not dare to disturb him and hurriedly moved all the rock turtles in. Then he walked into the courtyard carrying a large bucket of feed pellets. Although these are the most basic beast feed pellets, that's 30 rock turtles, and these mythical beasts have a particularly big appetite. Such a big bucket of feed pellets may be finished in less than a day. You know, if such a big bucket of feed pellets is sold normally, it will cost at least 1,000 yuan. Most people who come in to buy feed pellets buy them bag by bag. In other words, Wanshou Pavilion has to spend this much money every day to feed these rock turtles, not to mention the other costs Su Xiao needs to pay for training these rock turtles. If they didn't believe in Su Xiao, they would have persuaded Su Xiao no matter what to give up these rock turtles as soon as possible. Afterwards, the two of them did not stay in the courtyard. Instead, they turned around and left, returning to the store hall to continue their work. At this time, after observing the situation of the rock turtles, Su Xiao was not in a hurry to release them all, but let them continue to adapt to the environment first. Su Xiao turned around and looked at the 10 phantom beasts in the courtyard, who were so frightened that they dared not move. "Come, gather in front of me. Come, gather in front of me." As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, the 10 fantasy beasts in the courtyard, including the lone swift-winged rabbit, all ran over. These fantasy beasts are some strong and some weak. Under Su Xiao's teaching, they no longer dare to fight and live obediently in the courtyard. Now, to them, Su Xiao's words are like an imperial decree. If they dare not obey, they will be tortured to death like the fanged black rats and black thunder bats before. Looking at the phantom beast standing obediently in front of him, Su Xiao did not say anything. Instead, with the help of the power of the beast taming atlas, he began to observe every phantom beast in the courtyard and confirm the skills they possessed. By the way, you can also copy the intermediate skills mastered by these fantasy beasts one by one. If you want the 30 rock turtles to be sought after by everyone like the swift-winged rabbit, you naturally have to teach them an unexpected skill. For example, the Xing swift-winged rabbit before, the swift-winged rabbit that everyone knows does not have much fighting power at all, but the swift-winged rabbit trained by Su Xiao can unleash fierce and poisonous bites, which is why everyone scrambled for it. The rock turtle is not a weak mythical beast like the wind rabbit. It still has certain combat capabilities, especially its defense is quite strong. Its biggest flaw is that it is too slow. If it were to learn powerful attack skills like venomous bite, it wouldn't be of much significance, as it might not even be able to hit the enemy. In that case, there is no need to teach it powerful attack skills. We can see if there is any skill that can greatly increase the speed of the rock turtle. If there is none, the wind spirit technique of the swift-winged rabbit is a good choice. Su Xiao was observing the phantom beast in front of him through the beast taming atlas while thinking about this problem, and he already had a plan in his mind. However, the fantasy beasts in the store are just ordinary elite-level fantasy beasts, otherwise they would not be unsellable. The skills they possess are very common, and there are no outstanding skills at all. Fortunately, at least they all mastered an intermediate skill, which was all copied by Su Xiao's beast taming encyclopedia. But at this moment, in Su Xiao's sight, a little mouse with golden hair all over its body glowed with golden light and suddenly flashed from the front. The next moment, he appeared in front of Su Xiao. Name: Shining Mouse. Type: Beast. Attribute: Light. Realm: Ordinary First Level. Bloodline: Elite. Skills: Bite, Beginner LV1, Flash, Beginner LV1, Flash, Intermediate LV1. Oh my, I forgot about this little mouse that looks like a light bulb. Seeing the shining rat suddenly jump in front of Su Xiao did not surprise him. On the contrary, Su Xiao's face was full of excitement. Even with the introduction in the beast taming encyclopedia, Su Xiao knew too much about the mythical beast shining rat. The combat power of this fantasy beast is actually not that great, and may even be worse than that of the swift-winged rabbit. Its only means of attack at present is a fierce bite. The other two skills are not offensive skills. But this shining mouse has a very powerful skill, which is Flash. As the name suggests, a shining mouse with this skill can burst out at a speed that is difficult for the naked eye to capture in a short period of time, achieving a similar effect as teleportation. The higher the realm, the farther the distance you can flash. By combining its own luminous properties and performing dazzling flash skills, it can easily escape. It is considered one of the mythical beasts with a very strong escape ability. Generally speaking, this shining rat is not a combat-type fantasy beast, but an auxiliary and exploratory fantasy beast. This means that ordinary beastmasters basically have no need for it. Usually, only mercenary groups that hunt phantom beasts outside are equipped with this type of phantom beast. At present, the maximum distance that this ordinary first-level shining rat can flash is only about 3 meters, which is very short. It basically doesn't play much of a role in battle. After all, the shining mouse itself doesn't have much combat power. But if a rock turtle has the flash skill, even if it can only flash 3 meters, it is still quite powerful. Just imagine that a rock turtle, which is originally very slow, suddenly appears behind you and launches a sneak attack on you. The effect would definitely be amazing. Thinking of this, Su Xiao's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. I don't believe that no one would want a rock turtle with the flash skill. After having the target skill, Su Xiao did not hesitate at all, stretched out his hand and looked at the shining mouse in front of him. "Little guy, come to me." The size of the shining mouse is very small, only about 10 centimeters. The reason why this shining mouse has to be kept separately is not because it is so ferocious, but mainly because its flashing skill is very tricky and its body is very small, so it is easy to lose sight of it as it flashes around. The only drawback is that this lightning is not true teleportation and cannot pass through walls, so it is kept in a special cage to prevent it from running around. Just now, Su Xiao's attention was so focused on those ferocious phantom beasts that he ignored this little guy. The shining mouse nodded obediently, and flashed into Su Xiao's hands. "I have to say, your little mouse that glows really looks like a light bulb." Su Xiao gently stroked the shining mouse in her hand, her eyes very soft. But in the eyes of the shining rat and other fantasy beasts, Su Xiao was considered very scary. Although the shining mouse seems to be very obedient to Su Xiao, he is actually very afraid of Su Xiao's abilities. It doesn't have the physique of the sharp-fanged black rat. If it were tortured by Su Xiao, it would probably die. Therefore, you must never anger this brutal human being and must be obedient. Don't be nervous, I won't hurt you. Although the shining mouse lay motionless in Su Xiao's hand, Su Xiao could also feel that the little mouse was trembling. Apparently, he had frightened the fanged black rat and the black thunder bat when he was teaching them a lesson. "Come on, don't be afraid, use flash again in front of me." After Su Xiao finished speaking, he gently put the shining mouse on the ground. The shining mouse did not dare to disobey Su Xiao, so he nodded immediately, performed a flash, and instantly jumped into Su Xiao's hands. At the same time, Su Xiao's right hand also gently stroked it. At this moment, the beast taming encyclopedia in Su Xiao's mind automatically turned a page. At the top was the image of the shining rat, and below was a bunch of text. Skill, Flash. Skill level, Intermediate. Introduction, Light skill, using the power of light to greatly increase one's own speed in a short period of time, achieving an ability similar to teleportation. Through the introduction of the beast taming encyclopedia, Su Xiao also thoroughly understood the skill of Flash. Just as Su Xiao knew, although this skill was called Flash, it was not actually teleportation in essence. It was just a brief burst of extremely high movement speed. The real teleportation skill is an extremely rare ability of space-related fantasy beasts, which is far beyond the ability of this shining mouse to learn. But even so, it is enough. As long as the rock turtle can meet the teaching requirements, it will definitely become a hit. The next step is the most crucial one, which is to see if rock turtle is suitable for teaching. Thinking of this, Su Xiao immediately walked to an iron cage and released a rock turtle inside. Because of the unfamiliar climate and the uneasiness of the unfamiliar environment, the rock turtle dared not move around even if it was released. Not to mention that there were humans in front of him, and so many fantasy beasts around him, he was so nervous and scared that he shrank into his shell. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." In order to calm the rock turtle's nervous mood, Su Xiao took out a handful of feed pellets from a wooden barrel nearby and scattered them in front of it. The rock turtle was already hungry, and after seeing the delicious feed pellets in front of it, it couldn't resist the temptation, so it slowly stretched out its head, opened its mouth and started eating. Upon seeing this, Su Xiao immediately opened the Beast Taming Encyclopedia and selected the flash skill he had just copied. Then, he pointed the magnifying glass in his mind at the rock turtle in front of him. Yengui is suitable for teaching. Should we teach him immediately? Great. That's great, I can really learn from it. This isn't a skill that can only be learned by growing wings. Why can the shining rat learn it but the rock turtle can't? The beast taming guide is really useful. After seeing a piece of text pop up in front of him, Su Xiao was overjoyed. As long as the rock turtles can learn the flash skill, the price of this batch of rock turtles will definitely double. Only a fool would spend 90,000 yuan to buy 30 rock turtles. Hey, maybe not. The more Su Xiao thought about it, the more excited he became. Without any hesitation, he whispered, "Teaching." The next moment, Su Xiao's hands emitted a dazzling golden light. While the rock turtle was eating, he gently stroked its body. I have to say that the shell of this rock turtle is too hard and rough, and it really feels like a piece of stone to the touch. As Su Xiao caressed it, the magical power was slowly injected into the rock turtle's body. Touch me. Forget it, touch me if you want, there's food to eat anyway. Oh, this is so strange, why do I feel like something has entered my body? Wait. How did I suddenly gain a skill? When the rock turtle realized that he had comprehended a skill, he immediately stopped eating and looked at Su Xiao in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. Although I don't know what happened, it was definitely done by the human in front of me. Don't panic, I'm the one who taught you the skill. Come on. Use it and show me. After Su Xiao finished speaking, he took 2 steps back and spoke to the rock turtle. Forehead. Rock turtle nodded in confusion. He actually wanted to use this new skill he had learned. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling golden light was seen emanating from the rock turtle, just like the shining mouse just now. The moment the golden light came on, it instantly moved to a position about 3 meters ahead. I can actually teleport. After using this newly acquired skill, Rock Turtle was very excited and couldn't help but use it a few more times. Looking at the rock turtle in front of him that had learned to flash, Su Xiao nodded with satisfaction. This means that the remaining 29 rock turtles can all learn the flash skill like this one. On the other side, the fantasy beasts, including the shining mouse, all had expressions of shock and disbelief on their faces. Especially the shining rat, whose eyes were as big as copper bells. What's going on? How come this guy learned my famous skill in an instant? The shining mouse appeared in front of Su Xiao with an unhappy look on its face, chirping to express its dissatisfaction. Don't be so stingy. It's okay to share. After a while, at worst I can give you a more powerful skill. Su Xiao found the angry shining mouse quite funny. But it is understandable. After all, the most powerful skill of shining mouse is flash. But now a turtle has learned it, so it is inevitable that it will be unhappy. After Su Xiao said that he would give it a more powerful skill, the shining rat calmed down and flashed to the side again. Afterwards, Su Xiao continued to release the rock turtles in the cage, teaching them to flash one by one. Since there were too many 30 rock turtles, and the ability of the Beast Taming Encyclopedia to teach skills consumed the most mental and physical energy, it was impossible for Su Xiao to make them all learn within one day. There is no need to rush to sell them, so you can take it slowly, teaching 5 or 6 a day, which will take a few days. Once you have learned them all, you can sell them. It is no exaggeration to say that once all these rock turtles are sold, you can at least double the profit. Under Su Xiao's teaching, 5 rock turtles have learned to flash, and they are all flashing around the courtyard excitedly just like the previous one. This scene really shocked the other fantasy beasts in the courtyard. To be honest, they actually wanted Su Xiao to touch them. After all, they could learn such an interesting skill just by being touched. But when they saw Su Xiao's kind smile, they felt a chill and dared not approach Su Xiao. They could only watch with envy from afar. After using the teaching skill 5 times in a row, Su Xiao clearly felt that his mental and physical strength had been consumed a lot. He could not continue to use it for fear of fainting from exhaustion. However, Su Xiao was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he used the power of the Beast Taming Atlas to begin copying the intermediate skills of these fantasy beasts. Anyway, copying skills consumes very little mental and physical energy, which can basically be ignored. It is better to copy them all at once so that you don't need to look for them next time when you need them. Come on, let's start with you. Come here and perform Dark Shadow Flash in front of me. Su Xiao turned around and looked at the fanged black rat hiding nearby, and said calmly. Upon hearing this, the sharp-toothed black rat did not dare to stop at all. It rushed to Su Xiao like a fly and used its skills obediently. In this way, with the help of the power of the Beast Taming Atlas, Su Xiao copied all the intermediate skills mastered by these fantasy beasts in the courtyard one by one. For example, the flash of black shadow of the fanged black rat, the electromagnetic waves of the black thunder bat, the flame jet of the red flame dog, and so on. Anyway, as long as it is an intermediate skill, just copy it first. In this way, the Beast Taming Atlas has already included many intermediate skills, which can be taught to the fantasy beasts in need anytime and anywhere. Of course, these intermediate skills alone are far from enough. What Su Xiao needs to do now is to upgrade the level of the beast taming space as soon as possible. Only in this way can you unleash more power from the beast taming encyclopedia and copy more powerful skills. After doing all this, Su Xiao fed all the rock turtles some feed pellets and settled them down. Then he dragged his tired body out of the courtyard. Oh, Manager Su, why are you so tired? The moment they saw Su Xiao walk out of the courtyard, Chen Shi and Lin Shui were both shocked. It's only been a short time since he got in, but he looks like he hasn't slept for days, and his face is full of fatigue. Manager Su must be so exhausted from training the rock turtle. Hurry up and sit down, manager. We will give you a massage. Chen Shi and Lin Shui hurried forward and brought a cup of tea. No need for a massage, I'm just a little sleepy. I'll leave the shop to you. I'm going to go back and rest. Remember not to enter the courtyard. Su Xiao drank the tea in one gulp, gave them a few simple instructions, and then turned and left. Chen Shi and Lin Shui nodded obediently and continued to work. On the other side, in the Rare Beast Pavilion, Lin Hao returned to his office with a smile on his face. Lu Kang, the former store manager of Wanshou Pavilion, had been waiting here long ago. When he saw Lin Hao coming back, he immediately stood up and said, Boss Lin, how is it going? Did Su Xiao accept the rock turtle? That young man Su Xiao couldn't stand my provocation at all. I just said a few words, and he actually bought all 30 rock turtles for 90,000 yuan. This is really making me laugh to death. I want to see how long it will take for the Pavilion of All Beasts to sell those 30 rock turtles. After Lin Hao left Wanshou Pavilion, he had a smile on his face. When he thought that Wanshou Pavilion would go bankrupt soon, he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. As long as the Pavilion of 10,000 Beasts falls, the Pavilion of Rare Beasts will become the only dominant one. I said that guy was particularly stupid. He spent 90,000 yuan to buy 30 rock turtles. The price of Wanshou Pavilion is so rubbish that it will definitely go bankrupt. After hearing what Lin Hao said, Lu Kang laughed grimly. Su Xiao dared to snatch the position of store manager, this is the price he has to pay. Lu Kang, I have to say, you are indeed very capable. It's just. When Lin Hao said this, his smile immediately disappeared, and he said solemnly, why didn't I see you use such means to deal with me when you were in the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion? When Lu Kang heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly smiled and said, Boss Lin, what are you talking about? I'm just a small fantasy beast trainer. How dare I deal with you? It's just that Su Xiao is so infuriating. He's just a piece of trash, but he dared to snatch my position as store manager and even threatened to fire me. I really can't stand this tone. Ha ha ha, that kid is really too arrogant. Since you have come to my Rare Beast Pavilion, you are mine. Now we just have to wait for the Beast Pavilion to close down. After all, Lu Kang is considered a pretty good fantasy beast trainer in Ningxiang town. If Lin Hao wants to dominate the market, then naturally he has to recruit these famous fantasy beast trainers. As long as this is the case, the local beastmasters in Ningxiang town can only choose the Rare Beast Pavilion when they want to train fantasy beasts. The two of them seemed to have seen that Wanshou Pavilion had gone bankrupt, and the smiles on their faces never stopped. Time passed quickly and 5 days went by in a blink of an eye. Early morning. In the Pavilion of Beasts. Chen Shi and Lin Shui looked at the rock turtle in front of them with shock and did not say a word for a long time. Just now, the rock turtle trained by Su Xiao actually performed a flash in front of them. Having worked at the pavilion of all beasts for so many years, they both naturally knew what the skill of flash was. That is a mid-level skill of the light system, and unless it is some specific fantasy beasts, such as the shining rat, it is almost impossible for other fantasy beasts to comprehend this skill. But who would have thought that these rock turtles, after several days of training by Su Xiao, had mastered the ability to flash? No one would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. So, how's the training of my rock turtle going? Su Xiao sat at the counter, drinking tea calmly while asking. This is simply amazing. Chen Shi said excitedly, Manager, how did you do it? It's only been 5 days, and you've taught all 30 rock turtles to flash. You're truly a god. The most amazing thing is that you didn't seem to use up any of the mythical beast materials in the store, and there was no corresponding light attribute environment in the courtyard. How did you do it? Lin Shui, who was standing by, also asked curiously. During this process, both of them couldn't take their eyes off the rock turtle in front of them. A rock turtle that can use flash is more shocking than a rabbit that bites people. Hearing the two people's surprised questions, Su Xiao just smiled slightly, without explaining too much, and said lightly, the secret of heaven cannot be revealed. After these words were spoken, Chen Shi and Lin Shui tactfully shut their mouths and stopped asking questions about the training. No matter what method Su Xiao used, he did teach the rock turtle to flash, there is no doubt about it. And this was not done by force using banned drugs, but they were truly made to learn it. Manager, how do we price these rock turtles? Lin Shui thought of this and immediately asked. At first, she and Chen Shi both thought that buying these 30 rock turtles would be a loss. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. A rock turtle that can flash, let alone selling it for 3,000, even if the price is doubled, there will definitely be someone who wants it for 6,000. The swift rabbits used to sell for 8,000 yuan each, and these rock turtles will definitely sell for even more now. If one can be sold for 10,000, that would be a full 300,000. Thinking of this, Chen Shi and Lin Shui became more excited. The more money the store makes, the higher their salaries will naturally be. We bought each of these rock turtles at a price of 3,000 yuan, so the selling price cannot be less than 3,000 yuan. Su Xiao pondered for a moment and said, let's sell them at 6,000 yuan each. Even if it can only be sold for 6,000 yuan each, it is enough to make a profit. The most important thing is that we can give Lin Hao, the boss of the rare beast pavilion, a good slap. Doesn't it mean that we will definitely lose money? Su Xiao wanted to prove that not only could all these rock turtles be sold, but they could also make a fortune. Manager, please go and have a rest. Leave the rest to us. With the experience of selling the swift-winged rabbit last time, Chen Shi and Lin Shui both remained calm. After learning that the price was 6,000 yuan, the two immediately started working on it. He moved the 30 rock turtles to the store lobby, took out the familiar loudspeaker, stood at the door of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, and began to shout enthusiastically. Don't miss it if you pass by. It's the rock turtle that Wanshou Pavilion has recently trained. This is a fantasy beast that our store manager Su trained personally. Just like the swift-winged rabbit, its quality is absolutely guaranteed. It's no exaggeration to say that it's far superior to other fantasy beasts of the same level. If it's not strong, it doesn't matter the money. You'll earn money if you buy it, come and take a look. Anything produced by the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion must be top quality. With the hard work of Chen Shi and Lin Shui, a large number of people soon gathered outside the Wanshou Pavilion store. What's going on? Has the 10,000 Beast Pavilion trained new fantasy beasts? It looks like it should be those rock turtles behind us. They don't look anything special. I remember that the Wanshou Pavilion seemed to have collected a lot of rock turtles a few days ago. If I'm not mistaken, they should be the rock turtles behind me. What do you mean by a newly trained fantasy beast? I think they are just worried that they can't sell these rock turtles, so they want to sell them as soon as possible. Yes, I remember that Wanshou Pavilion spent 90,000 to purchase these rock turtles. Manager Su was young and impulsive. 90,000 yuan. So the purchase price of these rock turtles is 3,000 yuan each. Isn't that too expensive? You are all discussing the matter of the Myriad Beasts Pavilion acquiring the rock turtles. Has no one thought that the swift-winged rabbits trained by the Myriad Beasts Pavilion some time ago are indeed very powerful? Could it be that these rock turtles are also special? How is this possible? It's only been 5 or 6 days since Wancho Pavilion acquired these rock turtles. How good can they be trained? I think the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion must be worried that these rock turtles will be in their hands, so they want to take action as soon as possible. The people outside the shop were talking about it at this moment. Just at this moment, a young man walked out of the crowd and pointed at a rock turtle in a cage nearby. How much is this rock turtle? These rock turtles are specially trained by Manager Sue. Their strength is absolutely guaranteed. The promotional price is only 6,000 yuan each. There are only 30 of them. Once they are sold out, there will be no more. What did you say? $6,000 for a rock turtle. You guys at Wancho Pavilion are crazy about money. This is hilarious. Do you really think I don't know anything? You bought these rock turtles for 3,000 yuan each a few days ago, and after only 5 or 6 days of training, you doubled the price and sold them for 6,000 yuan. This is the first time I've come across such a black-hearted fantasy beast shop like yours. The young man who asked the price had a very unhappy look on his face and turned away. After seeing this, many people stood in front of the door of the Pavilion of All Beasts, pointing and talking, saying all kinds of things. Obviously, they should all know that Wancho Pavilion purchased rock turtles for 3,000 yuan each a few days ago. It had only been trained for 5 or 6 days, but it was sold for 6,000 yuan each. Not only did the young guy feel ridiculous, many people present were speechless. The reason why the swift rabbit was sold at such a high price before was that it was very weak, but it had learned to bite fiercely and venomously, which caused everyone to scramble for it. It doesn't seem possible that these rock turtles have learned powerful skills after 5 or 6 days of training in the Pavilion of 10,000 Beasts. This is obviously impossible. In their opinion, the Myriad Beasts Pavilion must have wanted to deliberately raise the price of the rock turtle by taking advantage of the sensation caused by the previous sale of the swift-winged rabbit. Do you really think we are fools? What can we achieve after 5 or 6 days of training? How dare they sell it for 6,000 yuan each? That's ridiculous. Many people who were originally watching left angrily after learning the price. However, after all, the Wancho Pavilion had trained such a powerful swift-winged rabbit before, so there were still many people willing to stay and see what the Wancho Pavilion was up to. Maybe these rock turtles also have some special skills. Because they had this experience before, Chen Shi and Lin Shui did not seem to be anxious when they saw that no one was interested in the rock turtle for the time being. Like Su Xiao, they all behaved very calmly. That's a rock turtle that can flash. Once these people know the truth, they will undoubtedly fight for it. There is no need to explain too much to them now. Just wait for the right people to come into the store and make a purchase. Therefore, Chen Shi and Lin Shui set the loudspeaker to automatically shout, then turned around and walked into the store. At the same time, in the Rare Beast Pavilion, Lin Hao was leisurely drinking tea with Lu Kang, chatting about how to completely monopolize the business of Wancho Pavilion in Ningxiang Town after Wancho Pavilion went bankrupt. Boss, in my opinion, after the Wancho Pavilion closes down, we can increase the fees of our store appropriately. Anyway, if the beast masters in Ningxian want to train and breed fantasy beasts, or buy materials related to fantasy beasts, they can only come to our Rare Beast Pavilion. So we can charge whatever we want, right? If you think it's too expensive, there are no other fantasy beast shops in Ning Town. It's impossible for us to go to other places specifically to buy one. In order to gain a foothold in the Rare Beast Pavilion, Lu Kang is now really trying to curry favor with Lin Hao, saying all kinds of flattering words. Ha 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 ha. Your words really touched my heart. As expected of him as the former store manager of the Pavilion of All Beasts, he is still very smart. Lin Hao laughed and said, as long as the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion goes bankrupt, the Ningxian Town fantasy beast business will be controlled by me, Lin Hao, alone. When the time comes, I will make sure that all of you fantasy beast trainers will have a very good income. Thank you, Boss Lin. When Lu Kang heard this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this time, a clerk from the Rare Beast Pavilion hurried into the office and whispered carefully in Lu Kang's ear, Boss Lu, the rare beast pavilion has started selling rock turtles. What the hell? They're selling it now. Lin Hao was surprised when he heard this, but he quickly realized, selling the rock turtle so quickly must be because he is worried about losing money and wants to sell it at a low price. Tell me, what is the price of their rock turtles? Before the clerk could speak, Lu Kang at the side said first, if the price is less than 1,500, then our rare beast pavilion can take all of them. After all, mythical beasts like rock turtles are still relatively rare in our Ningxiang town. You're right, but 1,500 is still too high. How about this, you go and inform that Su Xiao that our rare beast pavilion is willing to buy the rock turtles for 1,000 yuan each. That's not the case, boss. The beast pavilion doesn't want to sell the rock turtle at a low price. The clerk saw that Lin Hao had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, they sell each rock turtle for 6,000 yuan. What? After hearing this, Lin Hao dropped the cup in his hand onto the table. Are those guys from the 10,000 beast pavilion crazy? How dare they sell a rock turtle for 6,000 yuan each? Boss, that's true. This is their promotional price, otherwise the price should be higher. The clerk was also surprised when he learned about this. Why does the pavilion of 10,000 beasts always do such weird things? Crazy, this must be Su Xiao who has gone crazy. They have only acquired the rock turtle for 5 or 6 days. How well can they train it in just these few days? Su Xiao is really stupid to dare to sell one for 6,000 yuan. It has to be said that after learning about this situation, in Lu Kang's mind, Su Xiao was just a brainless idiot. Wait, could it be that Su Xiao has trained the rock turtle again, just like he did with the swift-winged rabbit before? Have some very special skills. When Lin Hao thought of this, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. How is that possible? Lu Kang said disdainfully, Boss Lin, do you really think training a fantasy beast is so easy? If you want to teach a fantasy beast a certain skill, it usually requires long-term training. Even if Su Xiao works non-stop for 5 or 6 days, it is impossible for the rock turtle to comprehend the skill. In my opinion, it is most likely that Su Xiao wants to use the popularity of the swift-winged rabbit to attract some fools to buy it. Boss Lin, don't worry. I'm sure Su Xiao's rock turtle will not be sold. After hearing what Lu Kang said, Lin Hao was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. Although Lin Hao is not a fantasy beast trainer, he is also the owner of the rare beast pavilion. He is also a beast tamer and naturally knows a lot about fantasy beasts. It is indeed as Lu Kang said. It is definitely impossible for the rock turtle to learn some powerful skills in 5 or 6 days. As a result, no one would buy a rock turtle that costs 6,000 yuan. Boss, do I need to continue paying attention to the situation at the 10,000 beasts pavilion? The clerk stood in front of the boss, still a little nervous. Thinking that his mission was accomplished, he hurriedly asked. Of course we have to keep paying attention. Lin Hao looked at the clerk beside him and said, you continue to go to the 10,000 beasts pavilion to inquire about the situation. I want to see if anyone buys the rock turtle that costs 6,000 yuan each. Okay. The clerk nodded slightly, turned around and left. Afterwards, Lu Kang and Lin Hao continued chatting, not caring at all about what happened in Wanshou Pavilion, as if they had just heard a joke. It was getting close to evening. The 30 rock turtles from Wanshou Pavilion still haven't been sold. Even if there are customers who come to the store, they have no interest in rock turtles and basically leave after learning the price. Or maybe you go into a store and buy some fantasy beast materials and food. All in all, these 30 rock turtles are more difficult to sell than the previous swift rabbits. Manager, I just don't understand. Was our last swift rabbit not well trained? Why is it that no one cares about it now that we are at Yangui? Chen Shi and Lin Shui sat next to Su Xiao, both looking a little lost. At the beginning, they were all confident that there would definitely be people who knew the value of the goods and would come into the store to buy the rock turtles, but they didn't expect that after a day, no one came to buy. Even the people who came ran away as soon as they heard the price, without asking about the specific situation of the rock turtle. This is normal. After all, many people saw us acquire rock turtle, which happened just 5 days ago. In their opinion, it is impossible to train a rock turtle well in just 5 days. Naturally, when they heard the price of 6,000 yuan, they turned around and ran away. Su Xiao was not surprised at this. On the contrary, he thought it was normal. You know, no one knew how long Su Xiao had trained the swift rabbits that were for sale at that time. These swift rabbits had fierce bites and were very few in number, so they would definitely be snatched up. It has only been 5 days since Yan Gui arrived at Su Xiao's shop, so it is understandable that they think it is impossible to train him well in 5 days. But Su Xiao was not in a hurry. In his opinion, these rock turtles could definitely be sold. Manager, it's no use waiting any longer. How about we go to the street and demonstrate the flash skill that Rock Turtle has mastered? Chen Shi wanted to sell the rock turtle as soon as possible to avoid wasting money on it, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. If no one buys the rock turtle tonight, we will demonstrate it to the public tomorrow morning. But the price is going to change. Today it's selling for 6,000 because of the promotional price. After the demonstration tomorrow morning, the price will be raised to 8,000. Su Xiao pondered for a moment, then began to give instructions to Chen Shi and Lin Shui. No problem. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi and Lin Shui smiled and nodded. 8,000 yuan for a rock turtle is of course very expensive, but they don't think it can't be sold. Once the rock turtle's flash skill is demonstrated in public tomorrow, I'm afraid there will be people who will buy it, not to mention 8,000 yuan, even if it's 10,000. Time passed quickly and the sky darkened in a blink of an eye. Just when Su Xiao and others decided to close the door and go home, 2 figures walked into the Wanshou pavilion. Oh my, you're closing so early. Didn't they say there was a rock turtle that cost 6,000 yuan each? Let me see what kind of rock turtle it is that dares to sell it for so much. The speaker was a thin, gray-haired old man, who was none other than Lu Kang, the former store manager of Wanshou Pavilion. After entering the pavilion of all beasts, he just sat casually on a chair beside him, crossing his legs, as if he was returning home. The middle-aged man who came in with him was Lin Hao, the owner of the Rare Beast Pavilion. Originally, they had no intention of paying any attention to the affairs of the pavilion of 10,000 beasts and regarded it as a joke. However, in order to better suppress Su Xiao, the two of them decided to come over and take a look at night. On the one hand, he wanted to see if anyone would buy the rock turtle. On the other hand, he wanted to make fun of Su Xiao and make the young men explode again. If I'm not mistaken, the rock turtles in these cages are what you want to sell. There's nothing special about this. It's exactly the same as the batch of rock turtles you bought at a high price before. I think you guys at the Wanshou Pavilion are just crazy about money. You dare to sell this kind of rubbish fantasy beast for 6,000 yuan. As Lin Hao spoke, he walked around the store in a swaggering manner, looking like he was observing the structure of the store. After all, the pavilion of 10,000 beasts covers a large area, and is located in the best geographical location in Ningxiang town. Even the pavilion of rare beasts cannot compare to it. Once the pavilion of 10,000 beasts goes bankrupt, Lin Hao plans to acquire this place and move the pavilion of rare beasts to this place. When Su Xiao and others, who were originally planning to go home after get off work, saw Lu Kang and Lin Hao come in, they immediately frowned. Among them, Su Xiao had seen Lin Hao before and knew what he looked like. But the person next to Lin Hao, Su Xiao, was a very unfamiliar person. But judging from how calm and composed he was after entering the store, he was most likely the annoying former store manager. Manager Su, that thin old man with gray hair, is Lu Kang, the former manager of Wanshou Pavilion. Sure enough, he has joined the Rare Beast Pavilion. He even walked in so brazenly. I guess they just came here to laugh at our jokes. Chen Shi walked up to Su Xiao and whispered. Joke. Su Xiao smiled coldly. It's not clear who is laughing at whom. I was planning to demonstrate it in public tomorrow, but since these two annoying guys came to me, there's no need to wait until tomorrow. As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, Chen Shi and Lin Shui, who were standing beside him, immediately understood what he meant and couldn't help but laugh. Obviously, Su Xiao was planning to give Lin Hao and Lu Kang a slap in the face. Why, we are both guests, right? When did you, the pavilion of all beasts, become so rude? Lin Hao felt very unhappy because he had been there for such a long time but no one came forward to greet him. So you two are guests too? Su Xiao said as he walked towards Lin Hao and Lu Kang. I thought you were just passing by. Lu Kang looked Su Xiao up and down and snorted with disdain. If it weren't for this loser from the Su family who took away his position as the manager of Wanshou Pavilion, he wouldn't have to live under someone else's roof now. Therefore, he was particularly unhappy with Su Xiao now. He walked up to Su Xiao with an unhappy face and said, "Why don't you just be a useless person who eats and waits for death? You insisted on taking my position. Now, the pavilion of 10,000 beasts will go bankrupt in your hands." Hee hee. Su Xiao sneered twice when he heard this, and looked at Lu Kang coldly. "You are not kidding, right? How could Wanshou Pavilion go bankrupt in my hands? If I hadn't appeared in time, Wanshou Pavilion would have gone bankrupt long ago under your management." "What did you say?" Lu Kang widened his eyes, stepped forward and pushed Su Xiao hard. After all, he is a beastmaster. How can he not deal with a loser who can't tame beasts? But he never expected that Su Xiao's body was very agile. Before he could touch Su Xiao, she easily dodged him and he fell flat on his face. "Old man, are you okay? Don't try to scam me on purpose." After he finished speaking, Su Xiao and Chen Shi and Lin Shui who were standing behind him all burst into laughter. "Damn it, you little bastard." Lu Kang was narrow-minded to begin with, and now that he had been humiliated, how could he let it go? He grabbed Su Xiao by the clothes. He didn't know that Su Xiao had awakened his talent for taming beasts. In his mind, Su Xiao was just a piece of trash who couldn't taming beasts. Although Lu Kang is only a junior beastmaster, he is more than capable of dealing with Su Xiao. However, Su Xiao was not panicked at all, and calmly said to Lu Kang in front of him, "Old man, you have to think clearly. This is a society ruled by law. If you beat me up for no reason, early tomorrow morning, the Yan Kingdom's Beast Taming Corps will come looking for you. Look carefully, how many people are gathered outside the store now? They can see it clearly." When Su Xiao said this, Lu Kang, who was about to beat Su Xiao, was stunned. He turned around and found that many people had gathered outside the door. They were all attracted here because they heard the quarrel coming from the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. Unexpectedly, I saw this scene happen. TSK, if I'm not mistaken, that old man should be the former manager of the Pavilion of all Beasts. I didn't expect that he has such a strong hatred for the current manager. Of course not. Think about it, if the store you have worked hard to run for decades was taken away by someone else at will, would you be angry? Wanshou Pavilion is a subsidiary of the Su Group. The person who was able to parachute here and take over his position as store manager is most likely a member of the Su family. Now that you mention it, it seems very possible. Don't forget, the new store manager of the Wanshou Pavilion is named Su. Don't be ridiculous. That's the Su family, one of the 4 great beast-taming families in Yan country. How could they send someone from their family to a small rural town like ours? I think it's because Lu Kang is not capable enough that he was dismissed. Look, the person next to Lu Kang seems to be the boss of the Rare Beast Pavilion. I didn't expect that even he would come. It seems that Lu Kang will join the Rare Beast Pavilion immediately. Stop talking about it. There's something interesting to watch tonight. With the word spreading from 1 person to 10 people, and from 10 to 100, among the crowd outside the door, a large number of onlookers soon gathered. Seeing this, Lu Kang didn't know what to do for a moment. The laws of Yan country did not allow beastmasters to attack others at will. Especially, you cannot harm ordinary people. He still thought that Su Xiao was unable to tame beasts and was just an ordinary person. If he hurt Su Xiao now, it would indeed cause a lot of trouble. Forget it, why bother with an ordinary person? After all, Lu Kang is a member of the Rare Beast Pavilion now, so Lin Hao would not embarrass him too much. He walked over calmly and pulled Lu Kang aside. Then, Lin Hao looked at the people outside the store and said, "Ahem, please don't misunderstand me. Lu Kang and I are not here to cause trouble. We are here to do business with Manager Su. Everyone should have noticed these rock turtles sold by the Pavilion of all Beasts." At this point, Lin Hao picked up a cage and said, "Look, Wanshou Pavilion is selling this kind of rock turtle for 6,000 yuan each. This is simply a scam. As the owner of a fantasy beast shop, I understand Manager Su very well. After all, their 10,000 Beasts Pavilion is about to collapse, so they resorted to this desperate measure. I, Lin Hao, have always been kind and generous. As a colleague, I really can't bear to see Wanshou Pavilion go bankrupt. I will take all these rock turtles in Jinsho Pavilion. I will sell them at 1,000 yuan each. After Lin Hao, he threw the small cage containing the rock turtle aside as if he was throwing away garbage. The rock turtle locked in the cage seemed to be hurt after being thrown by Lin Hao, and roared at him angrily. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that Boss Lin is so kind-hearted that he is willing to help even his competitors. The rock turtle is a rare mythical beast in our Ningxiang town, but it is an elite-level mythical beast anyway. It is really good that Boss Lin is willing to buy it for 1,000 yuan. You may not know this, but Boss Lin came here a few days ago and wanted to warn Manager Su not to be so impulsive. But Manager Su didn't appreciate it at all and insisted on buying the property at a high price. Now that Boss Lin is willing to buy it, let's make a move quickly. If I were Manager Su, I would definitely be extremely grateful to Boss Lin right now. After seeing Lin Hao's kind act, the people watching outside the store had a better impression of the rare beast pavilion. Hee hee. But just when everyone thought Su Xiao would agree, he sneered with disdain. Even Chen Shi and Lin Shui, who were standing aside, were speechless at what Lin Hao said. Did I hear you right? You want to buy my rock turtle for 1,000 yuan each? Did you drink fake wine? Did you get drunk? How could the rock turtle I trained be worth only $1,000? I will never sell it for less than $6,000. Su Xiao's words not only shocked Lin Hao and Lu Kang, but also the people outside the door were all filled with confusion. What's going on? People are willing to buy rock turtles, but you still want to sell them for 6,000 yuan each. Are you crazy? Boss Lin came to our store specifically to buy the goods. It would have been fine if Manager Su didn't agree, but he even spoke rudely to him. How confident are they? How can a fantasy beast like the rock turtle, which has an elite bloodline, be sold for 6,000 yuan? Wait, don't you think this is weird? Manager Su doesn't seem like a stupid person, why would he do this? Could it be that this rock turtle is really powerful? Yes, will it learn some very special skills like the swift-winged rabbit did before? How is that possible? Even if Manager Su is very capable, it is impossible for him to make 30 rock turtles learn very special skills in such a short time. In my opinion, it must be that Manager Su is too young and impulsive. I don't dare to ask a Phantom Beast trainer like this who is so irritable and impulsive to train my Phantom Beast, lest he bully my Phantom Beast if we disagree with him. Just as everyone outside the door was talking, Lin Hao walked up to Su Xiao with a gloomy face. Su Xiao, don't refuse my toast. I came here with good intentions to buy your rock turtle. Not only do you not appreciate it, but you also dare to say that I'm crazy. Do you really think I dare not attack you? After all, Lin Hao is the boss of the Rare Beast Pavilion and is extremely wealthy. It would be very easy for him to hire some experts to kill Su Xiao silently. But he didn't want to do that. After all, if Su Xiao died inexplicably, it would definitely attract people from the Yan Kingdom's beast taming corps, which would be very troublesome. Su Xiao knew this clearly, so she was not afraid of Lin Hao's threats. Why, if I don't sell the rock turtle to you at a low price, you're going to threaten me? I still say the same thing. There is absolutely no way I can sell you such an excellent rock turtle for just 1,000 yuan. Ridiculous. Lu Kangin on the side couldn't help but yelled, how powerful can a rock turtle like you be? Well, if you think your rock turtle is very good and powerful, why not release it and let us see how it is worth $6,000? You don't have to tell me. I'll show you how to do it. But before that, I want to make it clear that because the two of them were rude to my Wanshou Pavilion, the rock turtle event is cancelled. After my demonstration, each rock turtle will return to its original price of 8,000 yuan each. Once these words were spoken, everyone present was even more shocked. Lin Hao and Lu Kang even burst out laughing. What? The price has been raised to 8,000 yuan before the demonstration even started. Su Xiao, this is the first time I've seen someone as stupid as you. If you are really so short of money, why not just close down the Wanshou Pavilion and sell this store to me? I can give you a very good price, enough to make you live a life of idleness for the rest of your life. Ha 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 ha. The people gathered outside the door couldn't help but whisper to each other, and they all didn't understand what Su Xiao did. 6,000 yuan for a rock turtle is already a very high price, but but now the price has risen to 8,000. In other words, they wanted to stay and watch the fun, otherwise they would have turned around and left long ago. The only bit of goodwill I had towards the pavilion of all beasts in my heart has now been completely wiped out. Su Xiao didn't care about the doubts of the crowd, as well as the ridicule of Lin Hao and Lu Kang. He was too lazy to explain and turned to look at Chen Shi. Go and release the rock turtle from that cage. Su Xiao said this and pointed to the cage that Lin Hao had thrown aside earlier. Chen Shi nodded slightly, walked quickly forward and opened the cage. It was at the moment when Chen Shi opened the cage. The rock turtle, which was already very angry, immediately emitted a dazzling golden light. Immediately afterwards, the rock turtle that was originally in the cage disappeared instantly. Before everyone could react, the strange rock turtle had already appeared in front of Lin Hao. Without saying a word, it used its extremely hard shell to hit Lin Hao's right calf. One could clearly hear the sound of Lin Hao's right calf bone breaking. Ah! The rock turtle is a mythical beast after all, and the skill it just displayed was the rock turtle's rock headbutt. This made him feel so painful that he pressed his right calf and rolled on the ground in pain. You beast, you actually hit me! Lin Hao shouted angrily and looked around to see where the rock turtle had run to. Little did he know that after the rock turtle attacked Lin Hao, golden light appeared on its body again and it returned to the cage in an instant. Maybe Lin Hao didn't know what happened, but everyone else present saw it clearly. At this moment, whether it was Lu Kang standing next to Lin Hao or the onlookers outside the door, their faces were filled with shock. For a moment, the whole place was silent, with only Lin Hao's screams of pain being heard. What just happened? Am I hallucinating? Did you see just now that the rock turtle teleported directly in front of Boss Lin, and after bumping into him, it instantly returned to the cage? You're not mistaken, that was indeed the rock turtle that teleported. If I'm not mistaken, the skill rock turtle used was not teleport, but flash, an intermediate light skill. How is this possible? Isn't it possible that only certain mythical beasts can learn the skill of flash? How can the rock turtle learn this skill? I was wrong. I take back everything I said. Manager Su is not stupid at all. This is simply amazing. I was already shocked by the fact that the swift rabbit could bite with poison, but I didn't expect that the rock turtle could now use flash. Boss Lin just wanted to buy these rock turtles for 1,000 yuan. No wonder Manager Su was unhappy. Damn it. Why did Boss Lin deliberately provoke Manager Su? Now it's good. Originally, I could have bought the rock turtle for 6,000 yuan, but now it costs 8,000. I find that you guys are really fickle. Didn't you just say that Boss Lin was great? What a bullshit. This is clearly bullying Manager Su. He deserves to be attacked by the rock turtle. After seeing rock turtle perform flash, no one in the audience questioned Su Xiao anymore. Many people have even started to complain about Lin Hao and Lu Kang, thinking that if they hadn't come deliberately to cause trouble, Su Xiao wouldn't have been angered. In this case, the rock turtle could still be worth 6,000 yuan each. But now everything is over. Rock turtle used flash in public. Now, let alone 8,000 yuan, even 10,000 yuan may not be enough to buy it. Perhaps because he was too shocked, even Lu Kang, who was standing next to him, did not pay attention to the injured Lin Hao, but stared at the rock turtle in the cage with a dull expression. This is impossible. How is this possible? How can a mythical beast like the rock turtle learn to flash? Ah. Lu Kang, what are you doing? Can't you see that I'm injured? Lin Hao was hit by the rock turtle and it was really painful, but Lu Kang just stood there blankly and didn't help him heal his wounds immediately, which made Lin Hao very angry. After being yelled at by Lin Hao, Lu Kang finally reacted, Boss Lin, I will help you heal your wounds right now. After Lu Kang finished speaking, he quickly took out medicine and some gauze from his arms, simply treated Lin Hao's wound, and bandaged it up. After all, Lin Hao is a beastmaster. It was indeed painful when the rock turtle broke the bone in his right calf, but with a beastmaster's physique, he will be able to recover quickly. At this moment, although the wound still hurts, it is much better than the excruciating pain just now. Lin Hao also recalled what had just happened. The reason why Lu Kang and the people outside the outer gate were so shocked was because the rock turtle just now flashed in front of him. Thinking of this, Lin Hao looked at the rock turtle in the cage again and said in disbelief, "No way, did this rock turtle just use the flash skill?" "Boss, you can't be wrong, it is indeed a flash." Even though Lu Kang didn't believe it in his heart, so many people around him saw it and it was impossible for him to lie. "Iwagakure, how on earth did you do that?" Due to extreme shock, Lin Hao ignored the pain in his right foot and questioned Su Xiao. Hee hee. "You talk so funny, how I did it is none of your business." As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, he gently waved at the rock turtle in the cage. After seeing this, the rock turtle appeared next to Su Xiao in a flash. Once again, everyone saw rock turtle's flash skill. "Boss, I won't say anything else, just sell me a rock turtle first." Just then, a strongman rushed in from outside the door, looking very anxious. "No problem, Chen Shi and Lin Shui, you two will be in charge of the transaction." Su Xiao nodded with a smile, picked up the rock turtle beside him, and sat on a chair beside him. "Well done, that guy deserves a beating." "Humph, you dare to throw me, it's good enough that I didn't kill him." The rock turtle in his arms did have a very bad temper, and Su Xiao really admired this character of revenge. In this way, the strongman spent 8,000 yuan, bought a rock turtle, and then left here excitedly. "Everyone, what are we waiting for? There are only 30 rock turtles. If you go too late, you won't be able to buy them. Hurry, 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 we must buy one immediately. If you don't buy a rock turtle with such potential, you'd be a fool. I didn't get the swift-winged rabbit last time, so I have to get one this time no matter what. Fuck, whoever it is, stop squeezing me." At this moment, after seeing the strongman buy a rock turtle, the people outside the door finally came to their senses and rushed into the pavilion of 10,000 beasts frantically. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, Lu Kang suddenly shouted. Not only did Lin Hao, who was standing next to him, get scared, but even the people who were preparing to buy the rock turtles looked at Lu Kang in surprise. "Everyone, don't be impulsive. I think there is something fishy going on here. As we all know, the rock turtle is an earth-type mythical beast and does not have the light-type ability at all. How did it learn a skill like flash? Even if some of the gifted rock turtles learn it by chance, it's impossible for all 30 rock turtles to learn how to flash. Don't forget, it's only been 5 days since Su Xiao acquired the rock turtle. It must be this Su Xiao who discovered that among these rock turtles, 1 or 2 are gifted with the ability to flash, so he deliberately raised the price of the rock turtles. In my opinion, maybe only the rock turtle just now can flash, the others can't at all." As soon as Lu Kang said this, the people who were about to rush to buy the rock turtles actually stopped. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed true. It is impossible for every rock turtle to flash. There were only 7 swift-winged rabbits before, and it's unclear how long Manager Su trained them to learn it. This time the rock turtle training is only 5 days. It is really impossible for every rock turtle to learn how to flash. I think I'd better wait and observe for a while to avoid wasting money. Seeing that people stopped buying rock turtles and Su Xiao did not explain for the time being, Lu Kang became more confident. He walked directly in front of Su Xiao and said, "Su Xiao, do you have any evidence to prove that these rock turtles can flash? If you can't prove it, then you are defrauding the customers. I can sue you at the Beast Tamer Association at any time." "Prove." Su Xiao casually handed the rock turtle to Chen Shi beside him, and stood up calmly. "Isn't it easy to prove it? From now on, all customers who buy the rock turtle can test the rock turtle's flashing skills in public. If they can't, the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion will give 100 times the compensation." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiao stopped talking and continued to sit at the counter. What? Lu Kang thought Su Xiao would be scared, but he didn't expect that Su Xiao was not scared at all. Instead, he offered to pay 100 times the compensation without any damages. This shows one thing, that is, these 30 rock turtles are very likely to flash. Before Lu Kang could say anything else, the large group of guests behind him rushed up again frantically. "Boss Su, I want a rock turtle." "I want one too." "Boss Su, you have to sell me one this time no matter what." At first, after listening to Lu Kang's words, these people thought it made sense and believed that Su Xiao might be committing fraud. But even the dumbest person wouldn't dare to promise not to flash and give 100 times the compensation. It is obvious that Su Xiao has absolute confidence that these rock turtles will definitely flash. For a time, many people really came to scramble for the rock turtle. Those who bought the rock turtle first were eager to test the rock turtle's flash skill in the store. Without any surprises, every rock turtle sold will really flash. More than half of the original 30 rock turtles were sold in an instant. The remaining customers who had not yet purchased their items became more and more anxious and could not help but start raising the price. The price of a rock turtle, which originally cost 8,000 yuan, suddenly soared to 10,000 yuan, and it was still rising. After all, this rock turtle that can use flash is really attractive. You know, the skill of flash is much rarer than venomous bite. Generally speaking, only specific mythical beasts can learn it. But now the rock turtle has learned it. In addition to proving Su Xiao's amazing training methods, it also proves that these rock turtles must be gifted, otherwise it would be impossible for them to comprehend the flash skill in such a short time. Such a promising rock turtle must be snatched away. Lu Kang and Lin Hao were already dumbfounded. They were pushed to a corner by the crowd. The expressions on their faces were as ugly as they could be. This is impossible. How could a mythical beast like the rock turtle learn to flash? If 1 or 2 of them learn it, it might be a sign of talent, but if 30 of them learn it, it goes against common sense. Lu Kang looked at the rock turtles in front of him, one after another, all using the flash skill, which really subverted his worldview. He has been working as a fantasy beast trainer for decades and has never seen such a situation. But even if he didn't believe it, the facts were before him, these rock turtles had indeed learned to flash. Lin Hao, who was standing next to Lu Kang, had a very ugly expression on his face at this moment. Not only did this fail to cause Wanshou Pavilion to go bankrupt, but it also gave the other party such a great opportunity. After seeing how powerful the rock turtle is, these customers will definitely look for Su Xiao to train their phantom beasts again. In the long run, the business of the rare beast pavilion will definitely be affected. Thinking of this, Lin Hao looked at Lu Kang beside him unhappily. Is this the solution you mentioned? In a certain case, if it weren't for Lu Kang's bad idea, Wanshou Pavilion wouldn't have gotten such a big bargain for free. No, that's not the case, Boss Lin. I really didn't expect it to turn out like this. It's impossible for a normal mythical beast trainer to teach so many rock turtles to flash in 5 days. It must be this Su Xiao who used some shameful means. When Lu Kang saw Lin Hao's angry look, he immediately started to panic. You know, he personally swore in front of Lin Hao that he would make Wanshou Pavilion go bankrupt. But the result is that Wanshou Pavilion did not go bankrupt. Instead, it became more famous because of the rock turtle incident. After today, the news that Su Xiao taught 30 rock turtles to flash within 5 days will definitely spread throughout the entire Ningxiang town. He used shameful means. You don't think Su Xiao used illegal drugs, do you? Do you really think I'm stupid? Lin Hao was furious and grabbed Lu Kang by the collar. Look at the injury on my right calf. If it was a fantasy beast that took banned drugs and grew up forcefully, could it be so lethal? Could it be so energetic? Besides, those kinds of illegal drugs are usually very expensive. Is he a fool to buy such a large amount of illegal drugs and use them on rock turtles? Lu Kang, let me tell you, if there is no way to shut down the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, then there is no need to come to the Rare Beasts Pavilion. After he finished speaking, Lin Hao pushed Lu Kang away, his face looked extremely ugly, and he limped out of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. As for whether or not to rush to buy a rock turtle that can flash, Lin Hao has thought about it. But the fantasy beast trainer in their rare beast pavilion didn't even know how the swift-winged rabbit learned to bite the ground with poison, so how could he understand that the rock turtle could flash? Moreover, just now Lin Hao arrogantly asked for 1,000 yuan to buy the rock turtle, but now he wants to buy it at a high price. This is really embarrassing. As the boss of the rare beast pavilion, he couldn't afford to lose face, so he left without looking back. Lu Kang was left alone, standing there in a daze, and for a moment he really didn't know what to do. It was just as Lin Hao had said, these rock turtles did not seem to have taken any illegal drugs. Perhaps the only reasonable explanation is that the Su family's training and cultivation techniques are really powerful. As the eldest son of the Su family, Su Xiao naturally masters many unknown training and cultivation techniques. Why, you're not leaving yet? Su Xiao slowly walked up to Lu Kang and said jokingly, I see, you want to buy a rock turtle that I trained, but unfortunately, my rock turtle is too popular. If you want to buy it, you need to pay more. Well, since you were the former store manager of the Pavilion of All Beasts, I will sell you one at a low price. No need to thank me. Hearing Su Xiao's words, Lu Kang was extremely angry. He looked at Su Xiao with gritted teeth. Who cares about your rock turtle? Su Xiao. Just wait for me. If you dare to do this to me, I will make you pay the price. After saying that, Lu Kang turned around and left. Since normal methods cannot defeat Su Xiao, we can only use extreme methods. You still want to deal with me? That's ridiculous. Su Xiao didn't care about Lu Kang's words at all and continued to sit calmly at the counter. Since there were many people in the store who wanted to buy the rock turtle, Su Xiao didn't actually hear clearly the conversation between Lu Kang and Lin Hao. But from Lin Hao's angry expression and the fact that he grabbed Lu Kang's collar, Su Xiao knew that there must be a serious disagreement between the two sides. In this case, Lu Kang might not even be able to go to the rare beast pavilion. Why don't you just help me manage the Pavilion of All Beasts? Why do you have to target me like this? You are unkind, so don't blame me for being unjust. Su Xiao felt very happy when she saw Lu Kang leaving dejectedly. Manager, we only have one rock turtle left, but there are so many people in the store who want to buy it. What should we do? Chen Shi hurriedly walked to Su Xiao's side and whispered in her ear, some people almost got into a fight just now. Su Xiao heard this, glanced at the people in the store scrambling for the rock turtle, frowned slightly. It's really a bit too exaggerated. Su Xiao pondered for a moment, then shouted, everyone, be quiet for a while. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience looked at Su Xiao. Boss, I didn't get the swift-winged rabbit last time, so you must sell me the rock turtle this time. There's only one rock turtle left. Boss Su, I'm willing to pay 15,000 for it, just ask you to sell it to me. Many excited guests rushed to Su Xiao and kept talking, just to compete for the last rock turtle. I know you're eager to buy the rock turtle, but I'm really sorry, there's only one left in the store. I'll keep this one for a while, so I won't sell it for now. Thank you very much for your trust in the Wanshou Pavilion. In the future, the Wanshou Pavilion will continue to launch other excellent fantasy beasts. After hearing Su Xiao's words, those people present who failed to buy the rock turtle all sighed deeply. I have to say, they really regret it now. If I had not questioned the Pavilion of All Beasts during the day and had been a little braver, I could have easily bought this special rock turtle. At this point, there is nothing else that can be done. There is only one rock turtle left, and Su Xiao is no longer selling it. We can't just snatch it away by force. Looking at the disappointed and regretful expressions of the crowd, Su Xiao smiled faintly. There is no need for you to be so disappointed. If you also need a potential fantasy beast like this, you can always ask me for training. In order to thank everyone for their support, Wanshou Pavilion will hold a month-long event. Anyone who comes to Wanshou Pavilion to train fantasy beasts during this period can enjoy a 10% discount. After hearing Su Xiao's words, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, even if we didn't get the rock turtle, the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion has always been here. Boss Su's training skills are so amazing, he will definitely be able to train more powerful fantasy beasts. My son's fantasy beast really needs some training recently. I originally planned to take it to the Rare Beast Pavilion, but now it seems that there is no need to go to the Rare Beast Pavilion. Boss Su, please don't lie to us. Are you sure you can give us a 10% discount on everything? You wouldn't deliberately raise the price of training and then give us a discount, would you? Su Xiao heard this and smiled faintly. My Wanshou Pavilion will never do anything to deliberately raise the price. All the training of fantasy beasts is based on the market price. We charge whatever we deserve. I'll give you a 10% discount. During this period, if you have any dissatisfaction with the fantasy beasts trained by me, Su, you can come to me anytime and anywhere. This is not Su Xiao's blind confidence. With the help of the Beast Taming Atlas and his rich knowledge of fantasy beasts, he will definitely not let these guests down. Okay. Boss Su, I believe you this time. I will bring my son here tomorrow so you can have a good look at the fantasy beast. Count me in. I'll bring my kid over tomorrow, too. If it were the previous 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, these people would definitely not be willing to come here to train. After all, there is a better rare beasts pavilion to choose from. But now it's different. Everyone present can see how strong the training skills of Su Xiao, the current manager of Wanshou Pavilion, are. Even mythical beasts like the swift-winged rabbit and the rock turtle can be trained to be so special and powerful. So, can't other mythical beasts be trained to be even stronger? Of course. Training a fantasy beast costs a lot of money. For ordinary people, this is a huge expense and something they have to consider to some extent. I have to say that after today, Wanshou Pavilion has risen in Ningxiang town. At least it is much better than the previous state of being on the verge of bankruptcy. Afterwards, everyone continued to wander around the pavilion of all beasts for a while before turning around and leaving. After all the guests had left, Chen Shi and Lin Shui dared to cheer loudly. "Manager Su, I really admire you so much. In just a short while, our store has earned a full $250,000. After deducting the 90,000 yuan we spent on buying the rock turtle, we made a total of 160,000 yuan this time." Just now when Su Xiao was telling the customer about the 10% discount, Chen Shi and Lin Shui had already started to settle the bill. Adding in the money Su Xiao had earned for the store before, there was already hundreds of thousands of dollars in the Wanshou Pavilion's account. Looking at the entire Su group, this amount of money is nothing, but in Ningxiang town, it is really a huge sum. It is no exaggeration to say that some of the Wanshou Pavilion branches in big cities are not as good as the current Ningxiang town. In the past, if Wanshou Pavilion's business was good, it would definitely be reported and the group would give certain rewards. But this time it was different. Su Xiao was abandoned by the Su family, and the Wanshou Pavilion in Ningxiang town was given to Su Xiao. This means that, strictly speaking, the Wanshou Pavilion in Ningxiang town does not belong to the Su group, but only to Su Xiao. No matter how much money is earned, it all belongs to Su Xiao. The two of them are Su Xiao's people now. The store has made a lot of money in a short period of time. Even if they have no credit, they have worked hard, so their salary will definitely increase. Thinking of this, Chen Shi and Lin Shui couldn't help but burst into laughter. Looking at their smiles, Su Xiao jokingly asked, "Are you so proud of just this little money?" "Manager, you don't know, I've been working here for 5 years and I've never seen so much money. If that old man Lu Kang had 1/3 of your ability, he wouldn't have nearly brought down the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion." Chen Shi walked up to Su Xiao holding a cup of tea and spoke respectfully. "Don't mention Lu Kang to me anymore. I will never allow him to enter my 10,000 Beasts Pavilion again." Su Xiao got angry when this guy was mentioned. How dare he say he wanted to deal with me? Su Xiao snorted coldly. Thinking of Lu Kang's expression just now, she wanted to slap him twice in the face. This traitorous fellow actually dared to join forces with the Rare Beast Pavilion to deal with me. If this guy is not completely eliminated, Su Xiao will not have to be the head of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. However, Lu Kang is just a small figure. The most crucial one is the Rare Beast Pavilion, which is backed by the Black Dragon Gang. After today, Su Xiao believes that Lin Hao, the owner of the Rare Beast Pavilion, will definitely take action. "Manager, don't worry. With the two of us here, we won't let that old man Lu Kang in again." Chen Shi and Lin Shui now have Su Xiao's support, so they are not afraid of Lu Kang at all. Besides, if a fight really breaks out, Chen Shi and Lin Shui are both junior beastmasters. How could they be afraid of an old man who is almost 70 years old? "Oh, I almost forgot, are you two junior beastmasters?" Su Xiao suddenly thought of this question and asked curiously. "During this period of time, I have been busy saving the store that is on the verge of bankruptcy, but I have overlooked that Chen Shi and Lin Shui are also beastmasters." Su Xiao still didn't know what the phantom beasts they possessed were. "After all, they are my subordinates, so I must understand them clearly." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Chen Shi and Lin Shui nodded at the same time. One of them is 23 and the other is 22 years old. If they had awakened their talent for beast taming at the age of 16, then reaching the level of a junior beast tamer at this age is actually very average. But it is also normal. After all, in this world, being able to awaken the talent of beast taming only means that you have the ability to become a beast tamer. Whether or not one can become a powerful beast tamer is still uncertain, it mainly depends on one's own talent for cultivation. Some people are born to absorb spiritual energy better than others when meditating, so the level of their beast taming space will naturally increase faster. Generally speaking, if one can reach the intermediate level of beast tamer before the age of 25, it is considered very good. Chen Badeo and Lu Jin both looked to be in their 30s. They were able to reach the level of high-level beastmasters, which was really amazing in a place like Ningxin Town. Since you are a junior beastmaster, summon all the phantom beasts you have contracted. Let me take a look at your fantasy beasts. As soon as Su Xiao said this, the expressions of Chen Shi and Lin Shui suddenly became excited. You know, Su Xiao is a very awesome fantasy beast trainer. If he wants to see their fantasy beasts at this time, doesn't it mean that he has to help them train their fantasy beasts? Without any hesitation, Chen Shi and Lin Shui immediately opened the beast taming space and released the contracted phantom beasts. As the beast-controlling spaces of Chen Shi and Lin Shui were opened, 2 phantom beasts were summoned out at the same time. Both of them are beginner beastmasters, and their beastmaster space has reached level 2. Beastmasters at this stage can actually contract multiple phantom beasts. As long as you continue to expand the area of the beast-taming space through meditation every day, it will be fine. Normally speaking, a beastmaster's beast-taming space, at the second level, can contract up to 3 fantasy beasts. But Chen Shi and Lin Shui did not take the approach of fighting with a group of beasts, each only summoned 1 phantom beast. His idea was the same as Su Xiao's. They both used the environment of the beast-taming space to increase the growth rate of the phantom beast. The fantasy beast summoned by Lin Shui was a bird-like fantasy beast about 1 meter in size with emerald green feathers all over its body. The phantom beast summoned by Chen Shi had a very special appearance. It was actually a pitch-black steel boxing glove floating in the air. Name: Black Fist Beast. Type: Armor. Attribute: Steel. Realm: Elite Level 5. Bloodline: Extraordinary. Skills: Iron Wall, Elementary LV3, Iron Fist, Elementary LV3, Continuous Hammer, Intermediate LV3, Explosive Fist, Intermediate LV3. Name: Windbird. Type: Bird. Attribute: Wind. Realm: Elite Level 3. Bloodline: Extraordinary. Skills: Peck, Elementary LV3, Whirlwind, Elementary LV3, Fierce Storm, Intermediate LV2, Violent Wind Blade, Intermediate LV2. Through the ability of the Beast Taming Atlas, when Su Xiao saw the phantom beasts summoned by the 2 of them, the corresponding detailed attributes automatically emerged in his mind. It was similar to what Su Xiao had roughly guessed. At the very least, both of them were using fantasy beasts with extraordinary bloodlines. However, what surprised Su Xiao a little was that the Black Fist beast owned by Chen Shi was actually an extremely rare armored fantasy beast. The so-called armored fantasy beasts all have a very special ability, which is that they can transform into armor at any time and possess other fantasy beasts or beastmasters. In this way, the attached fantasy beast, or human, can not only obtain a significant increase in defense and attack power, but can even use the skills of armored fantasy beasts. In this world, beastmasters do have the powerful ability to control fantasy beasts, but in the final analysis they themselves are still very fragile. But as long as the beastmaster has an armored phantom beast, he can use the armored phantom beast's abilities to protect his own safety well. For example, if the Black Fist beast possesses Chen Shi, then Chen Shi will gain very powerful combat power in an instant, and will also be able to use the various skills of the Black Fist beast. Not to mention being fearless of sneak attacks from phantom beasts, it can even kill weaker phantom beasts with ease. Therefore, if a beastmaster has the conditions to obtain this kind of armored fantasy beast, he will definitely choose to make a contract with it. Unfortunately, this type of armored fantasy beast is too rare, and ordinary beastmasters may not be able to get it. What surprised Su Xiao was that an ordinary beastmaster from a small village could actually own an armored phantom beast. Chen Shi, you are really capable. You can even get such a rare fantasy beast. Can you tell me how much you spent on this Black Fist beast? Su Xiao looked at the Black Fist beast and asked curiously. If possible, Su Xiao also wants to get an armored fantasy beast, which is an excellent life-saving fantasy beast. Manager, I didn't buy this Black Fist beast. When Chen Shi talked about this, he looked a little sad. Actually, it was given to me by my father. It can be seen that when Chen Shi mentioned his father, his eyes were slightly moist. Seeing this, Lin Shui hurried forward and whispered in Su Zhao's ear, "Manager, Chen Shi's parents went out to hunt fantasy beasts in their early years and had an accident. This black fist beast was given to him by his father before he passed away." Upon learning of this, Su Zhao's initial curious expression immediately disappeared, and was replaced by sympathy. I couldn't help but walk forward and gently patted Chen Shi's shoulder. "I just arrived and don't know the situation very well. I'm really sorry." "It's fine." Chen Shi took a deep breath and looked at Su Zhao with a smile again. At the same time, he greeted the black fist beast beside him and greeted Su Zhao in front of him. It can be seen that the black fist beast has a strong sense of protecting its master. From the moment it was summoned, it has been staying beside Chen Shi, ready to possess Chen Shi at any time. Okay, let's not talk about sad topics. Now let's talk about your mythical beasts." Su Zhao carefully observed the black fist beast and the spirit wind bird. Not bad. It's worth your years of work in the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. Your respective fantasy beasts are well trained. The proficiency of this skill is also very good." After saying that, Su Zhao sat down on a chair beside him and said, "I have roughly understood it, but I will call him back first." Upon hearing this, Chen Shi and Lin Shui nodded slightly and summoned the phantom beasts back. Then, they all looked at Su Zhao with anticipation. Although the two of them didn't say anything, Su Zhao could tell from their fiery eyes that they wanted him to help them train their phantom beasts. "Don't worry, since you are members of my 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, I will naturally help you train your phantom beasts. The 10,000 Beasts Pavilion will be quite busy starting tomorrow. After this busy period, I will give each of you a raise and prepare to help you train some more fantasy beasts." After hearing Su Zhao's words, Chen Shi and Lin Shui shouted out excitedly. "When I worked for Lu Kang in the past, not only did I work myself to death, but I also didn't get a pay raise. Instead, he would often deduct my pay. But now they are following Su Zhao. Although it is busy and hard work, Su Zhao is so good to them. He asked for a salary increase right away and also wanted to help train the phantom beasts. Even if they have to work for Su Zhao without sleep, they are willing to do so." Okay, you've worked hard tonight, go back and rest early. Starting tomorrow, I will work harder." Su Zhao finished speaking and stretched, "I'll go back first. Please lock the door. I should come back in the afternoon tomorrow. If anyone has made an appointment to train a fantasy beast, please remember to register." "No problem, Manager Su, take care." Chen Shi and Lin Shui responded respectfully. In the past, both of them just followed Su Zhao because he was very good at training phantom beasts, and at least they could stay and work in the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion forever by following him. But now it's different. Now the two of them are really following Su Zhao wholeheartedly. Afterwards, Su Zhao did not stay in Wanshou Pavilion and slowly walked out of the shop. As they walked, Su Zhao began to plan. He was not planning the business of Wanshou Pavilion, but planning the training plan for his Infernape. After this period of Su Zhao's devilish training, Infernape has really grown a lot, and even his realm has been raised to the ordinary 3rd level. It is definitely not enough to stay in the courtyard and train all the time. We must arrange a real battle for Infernape. After returning home, Su Zhao ate something simple and then immediately summoned out the Infernape. Name: Fire Monkey. Type: Beast. Attributes: Fighting, Fire. Realm: Ordinary Level 3. Bloodline: Extraordinary. Skills: Claws, Elementary LV2, Knee Kick, Elementary LV2, Flame Jet, Intermediate LV2, Flame Punch, Intermediate LV2. Through the ability of the Beast Taming Atlas, Su Zhao clearly saw the current attributes of the Infernape, which had indeed reached the ordinary 3rd level. In addition, it can be seen that after Su Zhao's devilish training over this period of time, the fat on the fire monkey's body has obviously become a lot firmer. You know, the size of Su Zhao's Infernape is much larger than that of an ordinary Infernape. If he could turn all this fat into muscles, it would really look like a muscular gorilla. However, this fire monkey is used to being lazy and gluttonous, but he won't change all his bad habits just because of this period of devilish training. After being summoned again, he looked at Su Zhao eagerly. "Master, you summoned me out at this time, could it be that you are rewarding me with a midnight snack? A midnight snack? Su Xiao shook his head speechlessly. All you think about is eating. Can't you think about how to become stronger? I want to, but I'm too hungry to get stronger. Let me eat first. As Infernape spoke, he stretched out his right hand towards Su Xiao. Obviously, it was asking Su Xiao for food. I can give you food now, but you have to agree to one condition first. After Su Xiao finished speaking, he revealed his harmless smile. Seeing Su Xiao laughing for no apparent reason, Infernape felt a little panicked for some reason. But when he thought about how he could eat heartily later, the fire monkey was no longer so panicked and nodded slightly at Su Xiao. Actually, this isn't a condition. To put it simply, I'm just telling you something in advance. Tomorrow morning, I plan to take you for a live combat exercise. You know, there are only 3 ways for a fantasy beast to become stronger. The first is the fantasy beast's own growth, and the second is the training and cultivation of the fantasy beast. The third is to enhance the actual combat effectiveness of the phantom beasts through battles between the phantom beasts. No matter how great the potential of your fantasy beast is, or how awesome the skills you have mastered are, it will be useless without practical experience. Currently, all of Infernape's skills have reached LV2, and its own realm is also ordinary level 3. Although it is not a very powerful fantasy beast, it does need to arrange a real battle. Otherwise, no matter how well Su Xiao trained it, it would be meaningless if it didn't dare to participate in actual combat. Ah. After hearing Su Xiao's words, the fire monkey suddenly lost his appetite and looked at Su Xiao nervously. It was brought to the pavilion of all beasts when it was very young, and has basically lived in a dim cage ever since, and has basically never actually fought with a fantasy beast. Now that he heard that Su Xiao wanted him to fight, Infernape was really scared. Master, can I not go? Infernape looked at Su Xiao pitifully. Can't. Su Xiao said solemnly, you are my fantasy beast, how can you be afraid of fighting? Besides, I'm not asking you to fight a life and death battle. I'm just asking you to compete with a fantasy beast in a formal venue. Do you just want to be a salted fish for the rest of your life? At this point, Su Xiao walked forward and touched the head of the exploding fire monkey. Xiaohua, my dream is to become the strongest beast master in the world. You are my first fantasy beast, so you must be very strong. Think about it carefully. If you become very powerful, won't you be able to eat whatever you want? Fire monkey didn't listen carefully to Su Xiao's first few words. They basically went in one ear and out the other. But when he heard Su Xiao's last sentence, Infernape's eyes suddenly lit up. Yeah, if I could become very strong, I could eat whatever I want. Thinking of this, Infernape couldn't help swallowing. However, the next second, Infernape showed a decadent look again. Master, I have never fought in the true sense of the word. I am very weak. Can I really become strong? Sure. As long as you cooperate with me in training in the future, you will definitely become stronger. Su Xiao is not just making empty promises, this is something he can definitely do. Since Su Xiao had been busy trying to make Infernape lose weight and improve his physical strength for some time, he had not yet given him the ability of the beast taming book. If they are going to participate in actual combat tomorrow, Su Xiao will have to prepare some powerful skills for Infernape no matter what. At this moment, Su Xiao has already opened the beast taming encyclopedia in his mind and is selecting several skills that are suitable for the current fire monkey. After hearing what Su Xiao said, Infernape was silent for a moment, pacing back and forth in front of Su Xiao, as if he was deciding on something big. 3 minutes later, Infernape stood solemnly in front of Su Xiao. Master, I have decided. I want to become stronger. I want to eat lots and lots of delicious food. But I'm really hungry now, can you reward me with a midnight snack first? After saying that, the fire monkey brought the rice bowl and placed it in front of Su Xiao. You guys, no matter when or where you are, you never forget to eat. Su Xiao couldn't help but smile, then took out a small wooden box from his arms. You've already eaten a lot of feed pills today. If you eat more, you'll gain weight again. I have to control your diet. But I can give you something else to eat tonight. As Su Xiao spoke, he slowly opened the wooden box, and a very strange smell wafted out of the wooden box. If you look closely, you will find that the wooden box contains some golden things that look like rice. What the hell, master, I want to eat meat, not vegetables. Look at the fat on your body. Do you still have the nerve to eat meat? As Su Xiao spoke, he placed all the rice-like things in the wooden box into the fire monkey's food bowl. These are called strength grass. Eating them can increase your strength. They are very good for your health. If you were not my fantasy beast, I would not be willing to give it to you to eat. When leaving the store just now, Su Xiao took some power grass from the counter. The so-called power grass is a special spiritual grass that grows after the spiritual energy of Blue Star revives. Spiritual creatures that absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth like this are generally divided into 3 levels, high, middle and low. What we have taken out now is only low-grade strength grass, which is suitable for use by fantasy beasts below the extraordinary level. The more spiritual items a fantasy beast takes, the weaker the effect will be. The fire monkey has never taken strength grass in its life. After eating and absorbing all of these low-grade strength grasses, your strength can be greatly improved. Master, can I not eat it? I really don't like eating grass. Looking at the several strength grasses in the food bowl, Infernape really had no appetite. In fact, it had a good meal after completing Su Xiao's training task during the day, so it was not very hungry now. The reason why it was clamoring for a midnight snack was simply because it was greedy. Although it is an omnivorous mythical beast, Infernape really doesn't like to eat vegetarian food. Even though he knew that eating these strength grasses could greatly improve his strength, he was still very hesitant. Eat quickly, how can you become stronger if you don't eat? Don't you want to become the most powerful mythical beast and eat whatever you want in the future? Seeing the picky eater behavior of the fire monkey in front of him, Su Xiao was speechless. This is low-grade strength grass. Each plant costs about 200 yuan in the store, which is much more expensive than feed pills. Moreover, it can enhance one's strength after taking it, but this guy doesn't want to eat it. Master, I really have no appetite. The fire monkey picked up a low-grade strength grass, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it with great difficulty. No appetite, huh? Let me help you. Su Xiao said this and walked towards Infernape with a smile on his face. He opened the beast taming guide and then placed the hunger state on Infernape. The next moment, the fire monkey, who was originally as confused as chewing wax, was suddenly stunned, with shock on his face. Infernape, who was not very hungry originally, suddenly felt extremely hungry, as if he had not eaten for several days and now he urgently wanted to eat. But what's strange is that it just finished its meal during the day. Because it was too hungry, the Infernape was no longer picky about food. It didn't matter what was in the food bowl, as long as it was edible, it would stuff it into its mouth frantically. He chewed it twice and swallowed it into his stomach. The original 10 plants of low-grade strength grass were all eaten by the fire monkey in the blink of an eye. As the power grass was swallowed into the stomach, its effect was immediately taken effect. At this moment, you can see that a faint golden light is emanating from the Infernape. This means that Infernape is currently digesting the strength grass, and when the golden light disappears, Infernape's own strength will be greatly increased. However, after eating 10 strength grasses, the Infernape's hunger was still not relieved. After looking left and right, it actually pounced directly on the trash can beside it and took out all the leftovers of Su Xiao from the trash can. Most of the fantasy beasts are not interested in what humans eat, but now it's different. When extremely hungry, Infernape will not let go of anything edible. I'm so hungry. I want to eat. After clearing the leftovers from the trash can, Bao simply rushed into the kitchen. Ha 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 ha. This hunger state is really awesome. I just don't believe that this guy's troublemaking habit can't be cured. Su Xiao, who witnessed this scene, felt both amused and surprised. In order to prevent Infernape from destroying the kitchen, Su Xiao dispelled Infernape's hunger the moment it entered the kitchen. At the same time, place the satiety state on Infernape. Am I full again? Infernape was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. He was clearly very hungry just now, but now he was so full that he couldn't eat anything. Perhaps because he had just eaten a lot of food that he didn't want to eat, the Infernape was now retching a little. How is it? Is the power grass delicious? Looking at Infernape's current appearance, Su Xiao found it very funny. I have to sigh, this beast taming encyclopedia is really useful. Infernape did not respond to Su Xiao and still looked confused. What's going on? Could it be that the master did it? Damn master, you only know how to bully me. However, although this power grass tastes bad, it seems to be really effective. I feel full of strength now. Su Xiao, who has telepathy, could naturally hear Infernape's complaints, but he didn't care. After all, Infernape has successfully eaten all 10 strength herbs, and now all it needs to do is wait for digestion. Under normal circumstances, Su Xiao should summon the Infernape back and let it digest the strength grass in the beast taming space. But Su Xiao was not in a hurry to summon it back. Instead, he continued to open the beast taming encyclopedia and walked to the Infernape with a smile on his face. Master, what are you going to do? I can't eat anything now. Oh my, I didn't expect that a glutton like you would sometimes not want to eat. Don't worry, I'm just touching you. After Su Xiao finished speaking, a dazzling golden light emanated from his hands. When seeing this situation, Infernape was obviously frightened, but when he thought that this was his master and would not hurt him, he did not dodge and allowed Su Xiao to caress him. Just like that, under Su Xiao's gentle touch, the magical power was slowly injected into the body of the fire monkey. Quietly, he copied the flash skill from the beast taming book and taught it to Infernape. Master, I suddenly realized something. After being caressed by Su Xiao, the fire monkey was stunned at first, and then showed an excited expression. Master, I am a genius. I can learn skills just by eating. While Fire Monkey was talking excitedly to Su Xiao, he began to dance with joy. His excitement was visibly visible. Oh, yes, you are the most talented. Show me the skills you have learned. Su Xiao responded to Infernape very perfunctorily. It's not his genius at all, it's clearly the power of the beast taming guide. This chubby Infernape is really cute. Infernape nodded excitedly, and then a dazzling golden light emanated from his whole body. With a flash, he moved 4 meters away. Because it was too excited, Infernape didn't want to stop at all and kept flashing back and forth in front of Su Xiao. Master, look, I can teleport now. I am so amazing. Not bad, not bad. With this trick, the actual combat drill arranged for you tomorrow should not be a problem. In fact, Su Xiao had thought about letting Infernape learn more skills, but after thinking about it carefully, Su Xiao felt that it was unnecessary. On the one hand, among the skills copied from the beast taming encyclopedia, there are currently no powerful fire attribute skills suitable for the Infernape. On the other hand, most of the skills of other attributes are long-range attacks, which are not very suitable for close combat of Infernape. Besides, Infernape is not without long-range attacks. After all, it has the skill of flamethrower. The most important thing is that the flash skill really provides a huge improvement to Infernape, which is good at melee attacks. Not only can it make Infernape extremely light, but it can also attack the enemy by surprise. Learning too many irrelevant skills will become a burden to Infernape, so it is better to choose the most useful one. After performing more than a dozen flashes in a row, Infernape was finally tired. He slumped down on the ground and gasped for breath. It feels so good. With this skill, even if I can't win tomorrow, I can still run away, he. What? Escape. Su Xiao looked at the Infernape unhappily. As my fantasy beast, you only want to escape. If you don't win the battle tomorrow, I will deprive you of food for 3 days. Don't, master. Infernape flashed in front of Su Xiao and hugged his thigh. If you want to eat, you have to win for me tomorrow. Okay, let's go back to the beast taming space and rest. At this moment, Su Xiao was like an old father who was disappointed with his son. He gave the fire monkey a lecture and then summoned it back. Afterwards, Su Xiao returned to his room and began to practice meditation seriously. Others all awakened successfully at the age of 16 and began to practice, but Su Xiao wasted 2 years and only awakened some time ago. People of the same age who are more talented have already reached the level of junior beastmasters. In order not to fall too far behind, Su Xiao meditated and practiced very hard, in order to upgrade the beast taming space to level 2 as soon as possible. The next morning, Su Xiao got up early. Since he had told Chen Shi and Lin Shui last night that he would arrive at the store in the afternoon, Su Xiao did not go to the store immediately as usual in the morning. Instead, he summoned Infernape first. "Master, I actually have a disease that makes me unable to fight." Although Infernape has already mastered the skill of Flash, he has never had a serious battle since he was a child, so he is still a little nervous. "Oh." Su Xiao nodded calmly, and silently poured a full bowl of feed pellets into the fire monkey's food bowl. "Eat all of this for me. You have to do actual combat training today, so you must be physically strong." "Wow. There's food." When Infernape saw the bowl full of feed pellets, his eyes immediately lit up. It was not in a state of fullness at the moment, and these were all its favorite foods, so it pounced on them immediately and started to eat them voraciously. Of course. Infernape was also very clear that he could not escape today's actual combat training no matter what. Otherwise, with Su Xiao's personality, he would really go without food for 3 days. While Infernape was eating with big mouthfuls, Su Xiao observed it carefully. I don't know if it's because of the strength grass, but Infernape looks even stronger. Although there is still a lot of fat on the body, the beginnings of muscles are beginning to appear. If he continues to train like this, and swallows the strength grass, it won't be long before Infernape sheds all his fat and turns into a strong gorilla. After the fire monkey finished his meal, Su Xiao summoned it back, then washed up, had breakfast, and hurried out of the house. Although Ningxiang town is just a remote small village, it is a world where beastmasters are respected. Therefore, in Ningxiang town, in addition to the indispensable Fantasy Beast Hospital, the Beast Tamer Association, and the Yen Country Beast Tamer Corps, there are also many industries related to fantasy beasts. For example, beast taming schools, mercenary organizations, fantasy beast fighting halls, etc. However, these places are naturally not as good as big cities, and their facilities, equipment, and teaching conditions are generally backward. But for Su Xiao at the moment, it is completely enough. The place he was going to now was the battle gym, which was suitable for the mythical beasts to fight and train against each other. Basically, no matter it is a big city or a small town, fantasy beast battle halls like this one are all managed by the Beastmaster Association. Generally speaking, the number of battle gyms in each city will never exceed 3, and they are all very large in scale. The owner of each battle gym is also a powerful beastmaster. Here, beastmasters can fight freely with each other, and there are even medical staff in the battle hall. Even if the phantom beasts are injured, they can get treatment immediately. In addition, the Beastmaster Association sometimes cooperates with local battle halls to hold some competitions from time to time. If you win, you will receive considerable rewards. Since Ningxiang town is just a small village, there is only one battle hall, named Ningxiang Battle Hall. Although it is just a combat hall in a small village, it has all the necessary facilities. It is the most suitable place for actual combat training in Ningxiang town. If Su Xiao did not choose this place, then he would have to leave Ningxiang town and go to the nearby wild jungle to find a fantasy beast to fight. But that would be too dangerous. After all, Su Xiao is just an apprentice beastmaster now. As soon as he entered the Ningxiang fighting hall, a woman in a black business suit walked towards Su Xiao with a smile on her face. "Welcome to Ningxiang fighting hall." Su Xiao nodded politely and casually looked around the battle hall. The place where Su Xiao is currently located is the hall of the battle hall. In addition to a lot of people, there are also many staff members responsible for receiving beastmasters. They are all like this woman, with smiles on their faces, and it is obvious that they have received special professional training. There are 10 floors above the battle hall, and each floor has many rooms that can be provided for battles between beastmasters. As a member of the Su family, Su Xiao knows the model of the battle hall too well. Generally speaking, there are only 2 modes, agreed battle and random matching. The so-called agreed battle is to make an appointment with the candidates to fight in advance, come to the battle hall together, and rent a room to fight. The other random matching, as its name suggests, is completely random. As long as Su Xiao leaves basic information in the fighting hall will select a suitable opponent for Su Xiao based on the information. But no matter which mode you choose, you still need to pay for the battle, which includes the maintenance of the battlefield, referee fees, and medical expenses. All in all, the fees should be at least between 100 and 300 yuan. The Beastmaster Association has strict control over the fees of the battle hall, and will make appropriate adjustments based on the local per capita income. Su Xiao, who already knew all of this, looked at the female staff calmly and asked, "Excuse me, how much do you charge here? If you agree to a fight, you only need to pay a fight fee of 100 yuan. But if we randomly match you, we will charge an additional 5 yuan for the matchmaking fee on top of the 100 yuan. The female staff member saw that Su Xiao was young and thought he was a beastmaster who had just awakened, so she explained it carefully. Su Xiao nodded slightly when he heard this. The price was about the same as he had guessed. After all, Ningxiang town is just a remote small village, and the charges must be based on the lowest standards. Just set me up with a random match. Just set me up with a random match. Su Xiao looked at the female staff member and said, "Okay, please fill out the form first." The female staff member said this with a smile as she took out a form from her side. Su Xiao took the form, looked at it carefully, picked up the pen handed to him by the staff, and started filling it out. It seems that there are a lot of things that need to be filled in the form, but there are only a few important pieces of information, such as Su Xiao's name, level, and the race and realm of the fantasy beast. As long as these pieces of information are correct, the battle hall staff will start random matching. After simply filling out the form, Su Xiao handed it to the staff. At this moment, Su Xiao suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, if there are bets during the battle, do you need to explain it in advance? If you and your opponent are fighting and have a bet, the referee will usually act as a notary. The battle hall is protected by the Beastmaster Association. Once both parties make a bet or an oath, they must abide by it. Otherwise, the battle hall has the right to deal with the violators." The staff explained patiently. "Okay, I understand." Su Xiao heard this and nodded slightly. Although it was Su Xiao's first time fighting with others, he was familiar with the rules. In this kind of fantasy beast competition battle, the beastmasters on both sides are likely to make bets. For example, giving the winning party a certain amount of money, or some other fantasy beast materials. This is completely normal. In some battles, one would even use one's own fantasy beast as a bet, and the loser would hand over the fantasy beast to the other party for disposal. Of course, there are relatively few people who would use fantasy beasts as a bet. After all, beastmasters will have some feelings for fantasy beasts, so how could they be willing to hand over fantasy beasts to the other party? Su Xiao had no choice but to understand the rules of the fighting hall first, so that it would be much more convenient in the future. Afterwards, the staff entered Su Xiao's information into the computer and walked towards Su Xiao with a small card. "Mr. Su, this is your ID card in this battle hall. If you want to be randomly matched for battle in the future, you can insert this ID card into the instrument and the system will automatically match you. This ID card is connected to the Beast Tamer Association. You can update your Beast Tamer level at any time. If the information of the fantasy beast needs to be changed, you can change it on the machine yourself or contact our staff. One more thing, this battle hall can only accommodate fantasy beasts below the commander level for battle." The staff member demonstrated it to Su Xiao as he spoke. "If the match is successful, your name and the serial number of the battle room will be displayed on the big screen in the lobby on the first floor. For example, 501 is the combat room number 1 on the 5th floor. Is Mr. Su clear about it?" "Well, I understand. Thank you for your hard work." Su Xiao took the ID card and nodded with a smile. "Okay, since you just registered today, I have automatically matched you. You just need to wait in the lobby on the first floor for the matching to be successful. If you need anything, you can contact us at any time." After the staff member finished explaining to Su Xiao enthusiastically, they turned and left. Su Xiao sat casually on the sofa beside him, waiting quietly for the match to be successful. To be honest, Su Xiao was also very curious about what kind of opponent he would be matched with. This is not only Infernape's first actual combat, but also Su Xiao's first actual combat. On the other side, a sturdy young man strode into the hall of the battle hall. It can be seen that the expression of this sturdy young man is very unhappy, as if everyone here owes him millions. It's so annoying. I've already passed the annual assessment, so why can't I just take a few days off? Why do I have to go into a random matchmaking battle as soon as I get home? Every time I'm matched with an opponent, they're all too weak. It's really boring. I really don't want to come here. My father is just a high-level beastmaster. What's so great about that? I will definitely be able to surpass him in the future. The sturdy young man who was speaking, although he had been complaining in a low voice, still walked to the battle hall instrument, inserted his ID card into it, and started random matching. Then he sat on the sofa beside him with a gloomy face. Su Xiao was waiting in the lobby on the first floor. Not knowing how long he would have to wait, he was so bored that he just started meditating. Many people around him were like Su Xiao. They were meditating and practicing silently while waiting. But Su Xiao's butt wasn't even warm yet, and only a few minutes had passed. Suddenly, I heard a voice coming from the big screen in the lobby on the first floor. Battle match successful, please ask Beastmaster Su Xiao, ID 9527, to go to Battle Room 709 immediately. Battle match successful, please ask Beastmaster Lu Hu, ID 7988, to go to Battle Room 709 immediately. As the sound rang out, corresponding information appeared on the big screen. So fast, I'm just meditating and practicing. After hearing the sound, Su Xiao immediately interrupted his meditation, stood up and walked towards the elevator. The staff just said that room 709 corresponds to room 9 on the 7th floor, so after entering the elevator, Su Xiao directly pressed the button for the 7th floor. At the same time, the sturdy man who had an unhappy look on his face also stood up and strode in just as the elevator door was about to close. When he saw that the button for the 7th floor of the elevator had been pressed, he frowned slightly and looked at Su Xiao who was standing aside. Could it be that you are my opponent? Are you going to room 709? If so, then I should be your opponent. I don't know if it was fate, but at this moment, there were only Su Xiao and the muscular man named Lu Hu in the elevator. It just so happened that they were both going to the 7th floor, so it was inevitable that they would guess each other's identities directly. That's a coincidence. Lu Hu couldn't help but glance at Su Xiao, who looked about the same age as him. As a student of Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School, Lu Hu was very confident in his own abilities and did not care too much about Su Xiao. Anyway, in his opinion, this Su Xiao should not be a student of Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School. If not, then the strength must not be that great. Thinking of this, Lu Hu couldn't help but sigh. Hey, I said I would never be matched with a strong opponent. This is another battle without suspense. Su Xiao, who was standing aside, also took a look at Lu Hu. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Su Xiao always felt that Lu Hu looked very similar to Lu Zhen, the leader of the tiger-hunting mercenary group. But it was just Su Xiao's feeling, and he didn't think much about it now. The main purpose of today was to let Infernate participate in actual combat training. That big fat monkey must be disciplined. The elevator quickly reached the 7th floor. Although the Ningxiang Battle Hall is just a battle hall in a small village, it is under the management of the Beastmaster Association after all. Therefore, the area covered is also very large, with 10 combat rooms on each floor, equipped with all necessary facilities and equipment. The staff just said that this place can only accommodate battles with fantasy beasts below the commander level, which means that the protective equipment here is also quite powerful. At least, in this Ningxiang town, it is completely sufficient. After all, a beastmaster who can command a commander-level fantasy beast is at least a high-level beastmaster. After seeing combat room number 9, Su Xiao and Lu Hu strode over. When you push the door open and walk in, what comes into view is a battlefield as big as 2 basketball courts, with special light curtains looming around it. This special light curtain is the protective shield of the battlefield, which can ensure that the battle of the phantom beasts will not affect the outside world. After seeing someone coming in, a middle-aged man who was sitting aside waiting slowly stood up and walked towards Su Xiao and Lu Hu. Hello, I am the referee of Battle Room 9. You must be contestant ID 7988 Lu Hu and contestant ID 9527 Su Xiao. This middle-aged man is the referee of the number 9 battlefield. He looks very serious and does not smile. At this moment, he was holding a tablet and checking the corresponding identity information. Yes, I'm Su Xiao. Su Xiao nodded affirmatively and couldn't help but get excited. This is his first battle as a beast tamer, so he is more or less excited. Lu Hu on the side seemed very calm and nodded expressionlessly. To be honest, he had no interest in this battle at all. Every time he came, he was matched with some very weak opponents. The opponent he was matched with this time looked to be about the same age as him, and must be of a similar level. Can't you give me a strong opponent? I'm really not interested in seeing him being so weak every time. Lu Hu secretly complained in his heart and slowly walked to the other side of the battlefield. Okay, your identities have been confirmed. For the next hour, you can fight as much as you want in battlefield number 9. If you need to increase the stakes during the battle, you can always tell me. But you must remember that you must not maliciously harm the opponent's phantom beasts, let alone the opponent's beastmasters. Those who violate this will be severely punished by the battle hall. If you have no objection, the game can start at any time. After the referee finished speaking, he walked to a corner, looking very calm the whole time. Anyone who can become a referee of a battle hall must be at least an intermediate-level beastmaster. The two young men in front of him looked no more than 17 or 18 years old, at most junior beastmasters. To him, it was just a small fight. He is fully capable of interrupting the battle at any time and nothing unexpected will happen. Let's get started. Lu Hu, who wanted to finish the work as soon as possible and go home, spoke hurriedly. Su Xiao, who was standing opposite, also nodded slightly. In that case, let's start the fight. After saying that, the referee stopped talking and stood quietly by the side observing. Although Su Xiao and Lu Hu met in the elevator in advance, they didn't know each other at all, so there was no need for any greetings. However, just before Lu Hu was about to summon the phantom beast, his eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at Su Xiao. It's too boring to fight like this, how about we try something more exciting? Oh. Su Xiao raised her eyebrows slightly, and immediately understood what the other party meant. Do you want to make a bet? Yeah, what's the point of just sparring and fighting? We definitely need some stimulation. At this point, Lu Hu looked at Su Xiao and asked, do you dare? Lu Hu, who always believed in his own strength, was confident that he could defeat Su Xiao. Instead of fighting perfunctorily, he decided to make a bet. In this way, you can be more interested and maybe even make a lot of money. Of course. Lu Hu just said this casually. After all, you can't force others to do this. This is a randomly matched battle. If others don't want to, Lu Hu can't do anything. What's there to be afraid of? What do you want to bet on? Su Xiao spoke without hesitation. Oh, I thought you would refuse. I am a little impressed by you. Lu Hu was a little surprised to hear Su Xiao's words. I never expected that Su Xiao would agree so readily. How about this, let's bet 1,000 yen country currency. You can come to the battle hall to fight, so you must have some money on you. That's for sure, but $1,000 alone is not enough. Whoever loses must also pay the opponent's fighting expenses. Although Su Xiao was not clear about the strength of Lu Hu in front of him, Su Xiao was not a softie. Since the other party had said so, how could he still be afraid? Besides, the fact that they can be matched together means that their strength must be similar. Su Xiao believes that his Encharpix can definitely win. As long as Incharis can overcome his fear, display his due strength, and use the power of Flash, it should not be difficult to win the game. If he really lost accidentally, Su Xiao would not care too much. It was just a matter of 1,000 yuan, which was nothing to Su Xiao now. No problem, let's start fighting. Seeing that the other party agreed, Lu Hu did not waste any time and directly opened the beast taming space. A large number of light spots gathered behind him, and a light gate slowly emerged. Then, a huge tiger covered with ice blue hair walked out of the light gate. Name Ice Tiger. Type, Beast. Attribute, Ice. Realm, Ordinary Level 5. Bloodline, Extraordinary. Skills, Bite, Elementary LV2, Tear, Elementary LV2, Ice Claw, Intermediate LV1, Freezing Ray, Intermediate LV1. The moment Lu Hu summoned the Ice Tiger, its detailed attributes immediately appeared in Su Xiao's mind. I have to say that Su Xiao was actually a little surprised when he saw this phantom beast. First of all, this Ice-type fantasy beast is a rare fantasy beast, and it is relatively rare in the small village of Ningxiang Town. Moreover, Ningxian Town is not a place where Ice-type fantasy beasts should survive. Obviously, Lu Hu's family should be well off, or there may be a powerful beastmaster in his family who can prepare such a rare fantasy beast for his children. But Su Xiao was just surprised and not afraid of anything. After all, the Infernape, like the Ice Tiger, is a mythical beast of extraordinary bloodline, but its realm is slightly lower. However, Su Xiao's Infernape is not an ordinary Infernape. It is a monkey that can flash at any time and is definitely capable of defeating this big tiger. Thinking of this, Su Xiao did not hesitate and immediately opened the beast taming space. It can be seen that behind Su Xiao, a large number of light spots gathered together to form a light gate. Infernape walked out of the beast controlling space slowly with a nervous and fearful mood. Big tiger. Master, let's admit defeat. How can I beat this guy? The moment the Infernape walked out of the beast taming space, it saw the ferocious ice tiger opposite it. It was so scared that all the hair on its body stood up and it wished it could rush back into the beast taming space again. Unfortunately, the moment it came out, the beast controlling space was closed. Why are you panicking? Have you forgotten the skills you learned last night? Su Xiao had already expected that Infernape would show such fear, but it couldn't be afraid at this critical moment. If you are so scared in the first game, you will have no way to deal with it in the future. This is very good practical training. No matter what, we must use this first actual combat to build up Infernape's confidence. Master, but this guy is definitely stronger than me. Even though Infernape had mastered Flash, he couldn't help but panic when he thought about the powerful aura of the ice tiger opposite him. Stop talking. You have to fight today even if you don't want to. If you dare to be afraid of fighting and surrender directly, then I'm sorry, you won't have any food for 5 days. But if you can win, I will definitely give you a reward. Su Xiao would not tolerate this guy's bad habits. After all, he was a fantasy beast with extraordinary bloodline. This was a bit too cowardly. If Su Xiao can't even train this guy well, how can he become the world's top fantasy beast trainer? Hearing Su Xiao's words, Infernape fell silent for a moment. How about fighting? It seems like we can't win at all. But if we don't fight, the trouble will be even greater. After some careful consideration, Infernape nodded helplessly and mustered up the courage to walk in front of Su Xiao. What's going on? What the hell is this phantom beast you summoned? Exploding fire monkey. At this moment, Lu Hu rubbed his eyes in surprise and said to Su Xiao with a bit of disbelief. Rather, he was surprised because Su Xiao summoned the Infernape. What surprised him was that the Infernape was too fat. Is this definitely a fire monkey and not some red-haired pig? Of course this is Infernape. Su Xiao said seriously. Su Xiao had long guessed that Lu Hu would behave like this. After all, his Infernape is really too fat, and its size is larger than that of ordinary Infernape. Poochie. Lu Hu couldn't help but burst out laughing immediately, ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. This is the first time I've seen such a fat Infernape. By the way, do you know how to train and cultivate fantasy beasts? If you don't, you can go find a fantasy beast trainer. What a good Infernape, but you made him so fat. He's basically useless now. At first, Lu Hu agreed to the bet when he saw Su Xiao was so happy to do so. He also thought that Su Xiao might be stronger than those he had matched with in the past, otherwise he would not be so confident. But after seeing such a fat Infernape, Lu Hu immediately gave up the idea. In his eyes, Su Xiao was just a rookie who had just become a beastmaster and didn't even know how to breed and train fantasy beasts. The most important thing is that this Infernape looks like it is only an ordinary level 3, how can it compare to his ice tiger? To be honest, he really didn't know how the system matched him. How could such a weak person be matched with him? Even the referee who was watching the game silently was shocked when he saw that the Infernape summoned by Su Xiao was so fat. As a referee, he has seen too many mythical beasts, and Infernape is no exception. But it was the first time he saw such a fat Infernape, which really made him feel a little amused and helpless. How do you know that my Infernape is already useless before we even fight? You are a little too confident. Su Xiao heard this and spoke with an unhappy expression. Even the Infernape, who was very nervous and scared at first, felt very unhappy after hearing what Lu Hu said. What? I am fat, but why am I useless? Who are you looking down on? Did you hear that? This guy belittled you so much, don't you want to give him a good slap in the face? Su Xiao saw that Infernape was in a bad mood, so he encouraged him. Master, please stop talking. I will definitely fight as hard as I can. But if I fight as hard as I can and still lose to this guy, you can't deprive me of food for 5 days. If that's the case, it's not your fault. It's mainly my fault for not training well enough. Just give it your all. As soon as Su Xiaoyi finished speaking, Infernape nodded firmly, strode to the center of the battlefield, and roared at the Ice Tiger. In order to get the reward from his master and to prove that he is not a waste, Infernape is going to go all out this time. Roar. How could the Ice Tiger tolerate being provoked by a big fat monkey? It walked directly to the center of the battlefield. Oh my, your big fat monkey actually dared to provoke my Ice Tiger. This is really courageous. But at this point, the smile on Lu Hu's face immediately disappeared, and he said solemnly, however, let me be clear in advance. I didn't know you were so weak at the beginning. If you still want to regret it now, don't make the bet and fight. It's not too late. I've already agreed. Do you think I'll go back on my word? Stop talking nonsense and get started. Now that the fire monkey has the desire to fight, we can't waste it. We must seize the time. Who knows if this guy will get scared again later? In that case, then you can't blame me. Since Su Xiao said so, Lu Hu naturally didn't say anything more. He transmitted his thoughts to the Ice Tiger, telling it that it was ready to fight at any time. Roar. The Ice Tiger roared angrily, and an icy cold air immediately emanated from its body. It could be seen that a layer of cold air was attached to the extremely sharp claws of the Ice Tiger. This guy's attack is very powerful. Use flash as much as possible to avoid his attack. The Beastmaster and the contracted Phantom Beast are connected to each other. Su Xiao also masters telepathy, so he doesn't need to speak at all. He only needs to think about it and the fire monkey will understand Su Xiao's instructions. At this moment, the Ice Tiger suddenly exploded and pounced towards the fire monkey at an extremely fast speed. Wherever it passed, a layer of frost was covered because of the coldness of the Ice Tiger's body. Soon, the Ice Tiger rushed to the front of the Infernape, and its sharp claws, which were wrapped in cold air, grabbed the Infernape mercilessly. This move is the Ice-Cracking Tiger Claw mastered by the Ice Tiger. It can be considered a very powerful mid-level ice skill. If Infernape is hurt by it, it will definitely be seriously injured. Fortunately, Su Xiao had already given the order. When the Infernape saw the ferocious attack of the Ice Tiger, it was so frightened that its whole body shook and immediately emitted a dazzling golden light. The next moment, the figure of the exploding Infernape suddenly disappeared. The Ice Tiger, who thought he was about to succeed, missed his target and stood there in confusion. Flash. This is Flash. This big fat monkey can actually flash. The referee, who was silently observing the game on the side, widened his eyes in shock when he saw this scene happen. If it was a fantasy beast with light attributes and used the skill of Flash, the referee would not think there was anything wrong. But this is just an Infernape, and it looks so fat, it's obviously not well trained. Who would have thought that this Infernape, as fat as a pig, could use such a light flash skill to instantly dodge the attack of the Ice Tiger? As its owner, Lu Hu was unable to utter a word and rubbed his eyes subconsciously. Did I see it right? Did the Infernape just now use teleportation? Thinking of this, Lu Hu hurriedly shook his head and said, no, that's not a teleportation skill at all. It's a flash skill that only certain light attribute fantasy beasts can learn. Isn't this skill something that only shining rats, who don't have much combat power, have? How did that big fat monkey of his learn it? Just when Lu Hu was shocked, Infernape had already flashed behind the Ice Tiger, and its right fist wrapped in flames slammed towards the Ice Tiger mercilessly. Oh no! Ice Tiger, get out of the way! No matter what, Lu Hu is a top student from Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School. He has outstanding abilities in school and his reactions are very quick. He immediately gives orders to the Ice Tiger. The Ice Tiger had no time to be surprised and quickly jumped to the side, barely avoiding the Infernape's punch. But unfortunately, it was still a little slow and a lot of hair was burnt. Oh my god, this is not even hit. When Infernape saw that the punch missed, he was so scared that he immediately used Flash and returned to Su Xiao's side. Good job, keep it up. Su Xiao nodded at the Infernape with satisfaction. Su Xiao felt really relieved that Infernape was able to achieve such a result in his first actual combat. As long as Incharius is not hurt by Ice Tiger, he can definitely defeat Ice Tiger with his unexpected flash skill. So, do you still think my Infernape is useless? Su Xiao looked at Lu Hu's solemn expression and said jokingly. I misjudged you. I didn't expect your Infernape could actually learn this move. But you think you can defeat me by running faster? Lu Hu quickly adjusted his mentality and looked at Su Xiao. I'm telling you, from now on, I'm going to be serious. As he finished speaking, the Ice Tiger next to him roared angrily, and you could see that the coldness on its body was getting stronger and stronger. The ground around was covered with a layer of frost. An ordinary 5th-level warrior can do this. This Lu Hu has indeed trained the Ice Tiger very well. Su Xiao saw all this, but he was not panicked at all. No matter how powerful the attack is, what's the use if it can't hit the target? Master, I seem to have angered this guy. When Infernape looked at the angry look in the Ice Tiger's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Don't panic, I will command you. After hearing Su Xiao's words, Infernape was no longer so panicked and mustered up the courage to look at the Ice Tiger. Ice Tiger, don't you feel ashamed to lose to such a big fat monkey? Take it seriously from now on, and you must win this game. Lu Hu's expression suddenly became serious, and he transmitted his thoughts. Use the Ice Crack Tiger Claw to approach this guy, then predict where he might appear and use the freezing ray. Roar. The Ice Tiger received the order, and its limbs were once again covered with bone-chilling coldness, and it pounced on the Infernape at an extremely fast speed. Seeing the Ice Tiger rushing towards him, Infernape almost subconsciously used Flash to avoid the attack. But at this moment, Su Xiao gave him a new instruction: don't flash this time, use the Fire Punch to counter this guy's Ice Tiger Claw. Upon hearing this, the Infernape hesitated for a moment, but still obeyed Su Xiao's instructions. His right fist immediately emitted a blazing flame, ready to punch the Ice Tiger at any time. This was not Su Xiao's blind confidence. With the Beast Taming illustrated book, he had already seen that the 2 intermediate skills of the Ice Tiger were both only level 1. Under Su Xiao's training, all of Infernape's skills have reached level 2. Infernape's realm is indeed not as good as Tiger's, but its skill proficiency has a great advantage. Besides, Infernape is a fire-type fantasy beast, and it has a certain attribute suppression when fighting against ice-type fantasy beasts. In this confrontation, Su Xiao was confident enough that Infernape could win. How ridiculous. I thought you would let Infernape dodge, but I didn't expect you to not dodge. Do you really think that a mere 3rd-level exploding fire monkey can withstand the attack of my Ice Tiger? Tear this big fat monkey apart for me. As soon as Lu Hu finished speaking, the aggressive Ice Tiger had already rushed to the front of the Infernape, and its icy tiger claws, which were wrapped in thick cold air, grabbed the Infernape mercilessly. At the beginning, the Ice Tiger did not take the Infernape seriously, and the first attack of its ice claw was very casual. But this time it's different. It was actually hurt by a big fat monkey, which was really unbearable for it. It had to take revenge. Therefore, the Ice Tiger's ice claw was now unleashed with all its strength. If it successfully hit the fire monkey, it would definitely cause serious injuries. In this way, although you may be punished by the referee, it is better than losing the game. Looking at the unstoppable ice-cracking tiger claw, Infernape was extremely panicked. You could vaguely see Infernape's legs starting to tremble. Don't tremble, believe in your strength, and block it with your flaming fist. Xiaohua, you can do it. After the battle, I promise to give you a big meal. I have to say, Su Xiao really knows his Infernape too well. When hearing that he could have a big meal, Infernape immediately lost his fear and nervousness, and even his pupils ignited with flames. Ah! I'm working hard to eat. The Infernape roared with full fighting spirit, and then slammed the Ice Tiger with the flaming punch that he had prepared long ago. Boom! At this moment, the Ice Tiger's ice claws and the Infernape's flame fists collided with each other, forming a huge energy wave. The referee who was watching the game on the sidelines thought that the Ice Tiger, which had a higher level, would gain the advantage, so he was ready to stop the game at any time to protect Infernape's safety. But then an accident happened. Less than a second after the skills of the Ice Tiger and Incharius came into contact, cracks began to appear on the Ice Tiger's extremely sharp front claws, as if it had attacked something indestructible and was directly shattered. At the same time, The ice tiger's front paws were shattered and it felt immense pain. Its entire body was blown away by the fire monkey's punch. This sudden change was so sudden that not only Lu Hu but even the referee couldn't react in time. Who would have thought that the ice tiger, which clearly had an advantage in its own realm, would be knocked away by a single punch? What's even more incredible is that the seemingly weak Incharn not only learned the flash skill, but also mastered an incredibly powerful fire punch. This only proves one thing, that is, this Incharpig must be very proficient in his fire punch. The fact that he was able to improve his proficiency in fire punch at only the 3rd level was enough to prove that this seemingly weak fire monkey actually had an outstanding fighting talent. Completely deceived by its appearance. How is this possible? Even if Lu Hu didn't believe it, he had to believe it when he saw the ice tiger lying on the ground in pain with flames burning all over its body. There is no doubt that the ice attribute is indeed restrained by the fire attribute, but the reason why Lu Hu is so confident is entirely because the ice tiger is an ordinary 5th level, while the explosive fire monkey is only an ordinary 3rd level. There was a huge difference of 2 levels between them, yet he was still knocked away by just one punch. Only 60% of health left. Seeing the ice tiger's health value at this time, Lu Hu was really dumbfounded. An ordinary 3rd level Infernape, which didn't seem to have much fighting power, could actually take away almost half of the ice tiger's health with just one punch. If the ice tiger's ice-cracked tiger claws had not offset some of the damage from the previous punch, I'm afraid that one punch would have been enough to make the ice tiger lose its combat effectiveness. Lu Hu, do you want to continue fighting? The referee noticed that the ice tiger was not in good condition and quickly reminded him. Generally speaking, if the health of a fantasy beast is less than 30%, it is in a very dangerous state. The referee had already seen that the ice tiger was no match for this special Infernape, so he began to advise Lu Hu to prevent the phantom beast from suffering too much damage. But how could Lu Hu bear to be defeated by an ordinary 3rd level fire monkey? As a top student of Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School and a junior beast tamer, it would be really embarrassing if he was defeated by a guy who had just awakened his beast taming talent. I haven't lost yet. Ice Tiger, stand up. Following Lu Hu's instructions, the ice tiger endured the severe pain in his body, struggled to stand up, and gasped for breath. The tiger claw that it was so proud of was now broken and could not be restored in a short period of time. In other words, the ice tiger can no longer use the 2 skills of ice claw and tearing for the time being. In fact, the ice tiger was quite lucky. If the fire monkey's flaming punch had caused it to be burned, the outcome would have been determined directly. Not really. I see your dire tiger is seriously injured. Why don't you just admit defeat? Just now, after seeing Infernape knock the ice tiger away with one punch, Su Xiao, as its owner, felt very excited. Just as he expected, Infernape's level 2 fire punch was enough to defeat the ice tiger. After blasting the ice tiger away, Infernape became more and more confident, looking at the ice tiger with eager eyes. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Come on, come and bite me. As a mythical beast, the ice tiger naturally understood what the Infernape said. At this moment, his expression was as angry as it could be, and his eyes were red. I wanted to rush up and tear this damn fat monkey into pieces. But when the ice tiger thought of what happened just now, it couldn't help but start to get nervous, especially now that its claws were broken, so how could it tear the Infernape apart? You stinky monkey, you are too arrogant. Do you really think my ice tiger is a vegetarian? Use freeze ray on me. Even without Lu Hu's command, the ice tiger simply could not bear it. It opened its bloody mouth, condensed cold air, and was about to shoot out a powerful beam of light. However, just as the ice tiger was about to spit out freezing light, a golden light suddenly flashed. Relying on the flash skill, Infernape instantly appeared in front of Tigrex. Stinky tiger, I have tolerated you for a long time, do you know that? Without saying a word, Infernape swung his right fist wrapped in flames and punched towards the ice-field tiger face. Ouch! Along with the miserable cry of the ice tiger, its entire body was knocked away by a punch again and hit the protective shield hard. Then, he collapsed to the ground, his face was charred, his eyes were white, and his teeth were almost all gone. He had completely lost his fighting ability. Seeing this scene, Lu Hu was so scared that his heart almost stopped. Who would have thought that when faced with the cold light, the Infernape had no intention of dodging, but actually used the flash skill to rush directly in front of the Ice Tiger. If this could not be stopped and he was hit head-on by the cold light, the consequences would be terrible. But none of this happened. Instead, the Ice Tiger was knocked away by the Fire Monkey's punch again. We have just witnessed how powerful the Fire Punch is. The Ice Tiger was also seriously injured and could not withstand a second blow. After being hit by Infernape, his health was reduced to less than 20%, and there were burn marks all over his body. During this process, the Ice Tiger's health points continued to decrease, and it was obviously in a state of burning. Even if Lu Hu was unwilling to accept it, he had to accept it. Otherwise, the Ice Tiger would most likely die completely due to the burns. Su Xiao wins this match. The referee came back to his senses from the shock and immediately declared Su Xiao the winner. As an experienced referee, he was well aware of the dangerous state of the Ice Tiger and quickly pressed the red button on the side. As soon as this button is pressed, the medical staff of the battle hall will immediately rush to the battle room on this floor to provide emergency treatment for the Ice Tiger. I lost. At this moment, Lu Hu found it hard to accept this result, but when he saw the current state of the Ice Tiger, he had to face reality. To be honest, before this, Lu Hu didn't think he would lose at all. After all, the opponents he was matched with in the past were not his match, which gave him great self-confidence. He didn't even carry any potion that could remove the negative status, and could only watch the Ice Tiger groan in pain. As its owner, Lu Hu felt both distressed and incredulous. If he was defeated by a normal Infernape of the same level, Lu Hu would have accepted it. But this Infernape is so timid and fat, how can it have such powerful fighting power? Thinking of this, Lu Hu couldn't help but look at the Infernape beside him. Now the Infernape is squatting excitedly in front of Su Xiao, like a child asking for praise. Master. Am I awesome? Hey, what reward are you going to give me later? That was a very good performance. Just now, I bravely stepped forward and knocked the Ice Tiger away with one punch, which made the master very satisfied. I promise to give you a big reward later. As Su Xiao spoke, he stroked the Fire Monkey's head with joy. This battle alone really gave Infernape a lot of self-confidence. I thought Incheri was very scary in battle, but now I'm looking forward to the next battle. The feeling of sending the opponent's Phantom Beast flying with one punch is so cool. Because the referee pressed the emergency treatment button, the medical staff of Ningxiang Fighting Hall arrived in less than 3 minutes and began to check the condition of the Ice Tiger immediately. After discovering that the Ice Tiger was seriously injured, with only a dozen% of its health left and it was also in a state of burning, Lu Hu could not help but curse, "What are you doing? This is a competition. How could you let your fantasy beast be so seriously injured? If you can't win, you can't win. Surrendering is not a shameful thing. Is it necessary to let the Phantom Beast suffer such serious injuries? Do you know that your Phantom Beast is almost dead?" Listening to the medical staff's accusations, Lu Hu did not say anything, but just lowered his head silently. It was true that he was too impulsive just now and should have surrendered in time to end the fight, but for the sake of so-called face, he almost killed the Phantom Beast. At this time, Lu Hu really felt regretful. As the first fantasy beast in his life, he really didn't want anything to happen to the Ice Tiger. However, thinking about the situation of the battle just now, Lu Hu felt very puzzled. While the medical staff was treating the Ice Tiger, he strode towards Su Xiao. "Where are you from? You have such strength. Could it be that you are also from Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School?" Although Lu Hu felt that Su Xiao looked unfamiliar and probably wasn't from Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School, he still asked in order to find out Su Xiao's identity. If Su Xiao was also from Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School, then he would feel better. "I'm sorry, I'm not. I am just an ordinary beastmaster who has just awakened. No school wants me." Su Xiao temporarily summoned Infernape back and responded calmly. He was not lying. He had indeed just awakened not long ago, and no beast taming middle school wanted him. You know, under normal circumstances, the students admitted by the beast taming middle school must be over 16 years old and have just awakened their beast taming talent. Su Xiao wasted 2 years of time. He is now 18 years old, and he only awakened not long ago. Not to mention Tsinghua Beast Taming Middle School, I'm afraid any beast taming middle school would not want Su Xiao. After all, At Su Xiao's age, common sense suggests that he should have graduated and entered university long ago. How could he still continue to study at the beast taming middle school? Hearing Su Xiao's words, Lu Hu suddenly fell silent and his face became even uglier. Even the referee on the side found it incredible. If Su Xiao is not from the beast taming middle school, then there is only one possibility, that is, Su Xiao is following the path of a practical beast tamer. But what is strange is that even if one wants to take the practical route, one should graduate from the beast taming middle school. Are you sure you're not fooling me? Lu Hu looked at Su Xiao again and questioned. What's so ridiculous about this? I really haven't attended any beast control middle school. I'm just an ordinary beastmaster. When Su Xiao said this, he extended his right hand to Lu Hu. I'm willing to admit defeat. Give me 1,000 yuan. I, Lu Hu, will naturally accept the loss. This is 1,000 yuan, plus 100 yuan for the battle fee. Although Lu Hu still had doubts about Su Xiao, he thought that it was impossible that he had not attended beast taming middle school, otherwise he should not know so much about phantom beasts. As for why Infernape could learn to flash and have such a powerful fire punch, in his opinion, Su Xiao must have found a very powerful mythical beast trainer who specially trained this Infernape. Why is he so fat? It must be to confuse the enemy. It has to be said that in Lu Hu's mind, Su Xiao is a very scheming person. But he lost after all, so Lu Hu would not deny it. He handed over 1,100 yuan in cash to Su Xiao. Then, he hurried to the ice tiger and checked its condition. Thank you very much. Su Xiao didn't care what Lu Hu thought, the battle had already been won. After happily accepting the 1,100 yuan, Su Xiao turned around and walked out of the battle room. I returned to the lobby on the first floor, paid 100 yuan at the check-in counter, and then left the Ningxiang battle hall. Although Incharius didn't suffer any injuries, he still consumed some energy in the previous battle. Besides, this is Infernape's first battle, so he definitely needs a good rest. Training a fantasy beast is something that cannot be rushed. It needs to be done step by step, making the Infernape stronger step by step. After leaving the battle hall, Su Xiao walked leisurely towards the store. Along the way, observe the situation on the street to see if there is any special situation, or if some special fantasy beasts are performing skills, so that you can take the opportunity to touch and copy the skills. Before you know it, Su Xiao returned to the pavilion of 10,000 beasts. As soon as I walked into the store, Chen Shi and Lin Shui ran over in a hurry. Manager, you're back. Today, too many people have come to you to train phantom beasts. So far, there have been 3 orders for training phantom beasts. As Chen Shi spoke, he took out 3 lists of fantasy beasts from the counter. The above details the various needs of the customers. Not bad, there is finally a business for training fantasy beasts. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao excitedly took the 3 lists for training fantasy beasts and took a careful look at them. To put it simply, these are just some very basic trainings, which are nothing more than improving the speed and attack power of the phantom beasts, as well as learning some skills. These were too easy for Su Xiao, who had the beast taming illustrated book. Have you told your guests about the training time? Su Xiao casually stuffed the 3 lists into his pocket and asked. Of course. According to the store manager's instructions, let them come back in 3 days to pick up the fantasy beast. Manager, they were really shocked when they heard that they could get the mythical beast in 3 days. That means they believe us, otherwise they would think we are joking. Manager, your promotion last night was really effective. We don't have to worry about lack of business anymore. Although Chen Shi and Lin Shui had been busy all morning, they did not feel tired. Instead, they became more excited. This is much better than doing nothing and dozing off in the store all day. Well, good job. You all go eat first, and remember to pack some for me. I'm going to the courtyard now to check on the 3 mythical beasts. Su Xiao gave them a few instructions and then strode into the courtyard. Chen Shi and Lin Shui didn't say much and hurriedly left the store. They finished their meal early so that they could continue to entertain customers in the afternoon. At the same time, in a 3-story villa in Ningxiang town, Lu Hu pushed open the door depressedly and sat on the sofa with an unhappy look on his face. The thought of being defeated by Su Xiao in the morning made him very confused. How could his ice tiger lose to a big fat monkey? Why are you like this after coming back from the battle hall? Even if we lose, it shouldn't be like this. At this time, Lu Xun walked out from the side, saw that his son looked strange, and asked curiously. Dad, my ice tiger was defeated by a big fat monkey. Lu Hu responded with a depressed look on his face, and he was visibly unhappy. Big fat monkey. Lu Xun heard this and sat beside his son in confusion. What's going on? Talk to Dad. Dad, you don't know, I just matched with a very weird guy. Others train their Infernape to be very strong, but he, on the other hand, has made his Infernape very fat. It's fine that he's trained to this point, but what really confuses me is that this extremely fat Infernape can actually use Flash. And the power of the Fire Punch is ridiculously strong. It's obvious that he deliberately let Infernape get so fat to confuse us. This guy is so scheming. The more Lu Hu spoke, the more unhappy he became. If possible, he really wanted to go back and have a big fight with Su Xiao. What? After Lu Hu heard this, his brows immediately furrowed. Son, what are you talking about? How can Infernape flash? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? How can I be wrong? Dad, I just met a guy named Su Xiao who used this special kind of exploding fire monkey. He is really very scheming. He deliberately used his fat appearance to confuse me, causing me to lose the game for nothing and lose 1,100 yuan to him. I lost all my pocket money, you have to give me some more. After Lu Hu finished speaking, he reached out and looked at Lu Xun. However, after listening to his son's words, Lu Xun fell into silence, his face changing from gloomy to bright. Dad. Dad, what's wrong with you? Seeing Lu Xun's dazed expression, Lu Hu couldn't help but wave his hand in front of his eyes. Huzi, let me ask you a question. Is the opponent you met definitely called Su Xiao? Does he look about your age? Lu Hu suddenly came to his senses and grabbed Lu Hu's hand. Yes, her name is Su Xiao, and she is about the same age as me. I asked that guy which beast taming middle school he was from, but he was so mysterious that he wouldn't tell me. After saying this, Lu Xun, who was sitting next to Lu Hu, immediately stood up and said, it's indeed him. He was able to train Infernape to this level, and even taught it the special skill of Flash. I'm afraid he's the only one in Ningxiang town who can do this. Lu Hu, who was sitting on the sofa, felt more and more confused the more he listened. Dad, what on earth are you talking about? I don't understand a word you say. Could it be that you know that guy named Su Xiao? Huzi, if I'm not mistaken, the opponent you met today should be Su Xiao, the manager of Wanqiu Pavilion. What I can't imagine is that he is also a beastmaster. Isn't there a rumor that the new manager of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion can't tame beasts? It seems that the rumor is false. I just think that such a powerful mythical beast trainer would not be able to control beasts. When Lu Xun talked about Su Xiao, an expression of admiration inadvertently appeared on his face. You know, the rock turtle that could flash sold by Wanqiu Pavilion yesterday really caused quite a stir. Although Lu Xun was not present in person, he also heard the news and was shocked. These rock turtles were captured by Lu Xun himself and brought to the pavilion of 10,000 beasts. He was naturally aware of the situation of these rock turtles. They were just ordinary rock turtles and it was impossible for them to learn the skill of Flash. But Su Xiao only took 5 days to teach all 30 rock turtles to Flash, which was enough to prove his strong training and cultivation abilities. Now Encharpix has also learned how to flash. Thinking of this, Lu Xun became excited. Huzi, follow me now. Where are you going? Lu Hu still had a puzzled look on his face. Dad, you didn't recognize the wrong person, right? How could the manager of Wanqiu Pavilion be so young? It must be someone with the same name. Stop talking nonsense and follow me to the pavilion of all beasts right now. Lu Xun was too lazy to say anything more to Lu Hu. He grabbed Lu Hu and walked out the door. On the other side, in the pavilion of beasts, Su Xiao walked into the courtyard and saw the 3 phantom beasts that were scheduled to be trained in the morning. Name: Dark Gold Black Bear. Type: Beast. Attribute: Fighting. Realm: Ordinary Level 5. Bloodline: Extraordinary. Skills: Grab, Elementary LV2, Chop, Elementary LV2, Shockwave Fist, Intermediate LV1, Pressure, Intermediate LV1. Name, Swift Shadow Lizard. Type, Beast. Attribute, Wind. Realm, Ordinary Level 5. Bloodline, Extraordinary. Skills, Bite, Elementary LV2, Tear, Elementary LV2, Wind Spirit, Intermediate LV1, Violent Wind Blade, Intermediate LV1. Name Fire Mastiff. Type, Beast. Attribute, Fire. Realm, Ordinary Level 6. Bloodline, Extraordinary. Skills, Bite, Elementary LV2, Roar, Elementary LV2, Flame Spray, Intermediate LV2, Flame Storm, Intermediate LV2. The moment he saw the three fantasy beasts, detailed attributes of the beast taming illustrations immediately emerged in Su Xiao's mind. All of them are fantasy beasts of extraordinary bloodline, and their current levels are around ordinary level 5. Just like Lu Hu whom he met in the previous battle hall, the owners of these fantasy beasts should all be students in their teens. I think sending the phantom beast here for training is also to help it perform better in school. Since he had received the money, Su Xiao naturally had to take it seriously. He quickly took out the 3 previous training lists and trained these fantasy beasts according to the requirements. Then let's follow the order and start with this dark gold black bear. It's clearly written on the list that the dark gold black bear is too slow, and I need to increase its speed. It would be best if it could learn wind-related skills. This is too easy. Just let this dark gold black bear learn the intermediate wind skill wind spirit technique. As Su Xiao spoke, he opened the beast taming encyclopedia in his mind, selected the wind spirit technique skill, and then aimed the magnifying glass at the dark gold black bear. Dark gold black bear meets the teaching requirements. Do you want to teach him immediately? Hee, I knew that this big guy could definitely learn wind spirit magic. Looking at the prompts that appeared in his mind, Su Xiao nodded with satisfaction and whispered, teaching. The next moment, Su Xiao's hands immediately emitted a dazzling golden light, and he slowly walked towards the dark gold black bear. What is this guy going to do? Although the master had ordered not to harm the trainer, the dark gold black bear still felt nervous when he saw Su Xiao with glowing hands, and couldn't help but step back a few times. Don't panic, I won't hurt you. Be good and let me touch you for a few times, I promise to make you feel great. Su Xiao walked to the dark gold black bear with a smile on his face, and gently stroked it with his golden hands. The dark gold black bear felt nervous and uneasy at first, but after the magical power was injected into its body, it instantly comprehended the skill of wind spirit technique. What's going on? I just touched it twice and I suddenly realized it. The confused dark gold black bear stood there blankly, feeling the newly learned skills. You can see that the dark gold black bear's body, which is more than 3 meters tall, actually begins to emit a faint green light, and it is running back and forth in the courtyard at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the dark gold black bear has completely gotten rid of its clumsiness and become very agile by relying on the skill of wind spirit. It seems that the attack power has not been improved, but relying on this wind spirit technique, the actual combat effectiveness of the dark gold black bear can be greatly improved. A dark gold black bear that already has powerful attack power is now extremely fast. This is simply terrifying. In fact, when Su Xiao saw the contents on the training list just now, he thought about letting the dark gold black bear learn to flash. But after thinking about it carefully, Su Xiao still thought that wind spirit technique was more appropriate. After all, one is a long-term speed increase, and the other is just a short burst. If an excellent beastmaster predicts the flash location, it will be troublesome. Of course. The best way would be to let the dark gold black bear learn these 2 skills at the same time, but that would be too shocking. The most important thing is that the fee paid by these 3 people was only 10,000 yuan. For Su Xiao, this price is the lowest level of training. When he was in charge of Wanshou Pavilion, Su Xiao developed 3 modes of training, namely low, medium and high. The corresponding training method was selected based on the fees paid by the guests or some other special circumstances. Even if it is just the lowest level of training, it can greatly improve the phantom beast. As long as the money the customer pays is high enough, Su Xiao will appropriately adjust the training method and extend the training time. In this way, even if the student learns a few more skills, it will not arouse suspicion from others. After the dark gold black bear learned the wind spirit technique, Su Xiao ignored it and let it run in the courtyard. Anyway, it would not hurt the phantom beasts here. Su Xiao then turned his attention to the other two phantom beasts. The training requirements are basically the same, either requiring an increase in speed or an increase in attack power. In Su Xiao's view, these were not a problem at all. With the help of the power of the Beast Taming Atlas, these needs were quickly met. Among them, Su Xiao taught the swift shadow lizard the ability to bite venomously, and for the fiery mastiff, Su Xiao taught it the ability to flash. In this way, the requirements on the training list are perfectly met. The training fee of 30,000 yuan was easily earned. Now that the guests' fantasy beasts have been trained, Su Xiao will have to consider his own Infernape next. Thinking of this, Su Xiao immediately opened the beast taming space and summoned out the fire monkey. Master, where is my reward? As soon as the Infernape appeared, it ran around Su Xiao excitedly. During this process, the phantom beasts in the courtyard, especially the phantom beasts of the three guests, all looked at the Infernape with puzzled expressions. What's going on? This monkey is a little too fat. Could this be the trainer's fantasy beast? It has a strong taste. With such a fat body, it seems that he doesn't have much fighting power. The three guests' phantom beasts were now communicating in low voices. Although they were fantasy beasts, Su Xiao, who possessed telepathy, could naturally understand them and couldn't help but frown. You all heard it, right? Your fat body will easily attract their ridicule. Su Xiao said to the excited Infernape beside him. TSK, I don't care about them. I am a little fat, but I am very strong in fighting. I am not inferior to them at all. Master, what kind of reward will you give me? I want a good meal. What Infernape cares about most right now is the reward that Su Xiao just promised, and he has no intention of paying attention to the ridicule of the phantom beast beside him. Don't worry, after you complete today's training mission, you will definitely be rewarded. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Su Xiao said, pointing to a wooden stake nearby. Do you see that wooden stake? After you finish your warm-up, continue to attack that wooden stake. Perform all your skills 100 times before you can rest. If you dare to be lazy, I will temporarily withhold your reward. Ah. Didn't you say that I would be rewarded after I won the battle? Master, you lied to me. When Fire Monkey heard Su Xiao's words, the excitement on his face suddenly disappeared. He sat down on the ground and started to play tricks. I won't lie to you. Giving you the reward now will affect your subsequent training. As long as you complete the training, I will definitely give you the reward you deserve. Stop talking nonsense and get up and train me right now. Looking at Su Xiao's serious expression, Fire Monkey couldn't help but recall his previous strange state. His hair stood on end and he started to do push-ups reluctantly. The warm-up exercises that Su Xiao mentioned just now were to let the Fire Monkey do push-ups, sit-ups, and other exercises. It's just that it's not the previous 200 times, it has now increased to 300 times. After all, the current Infernape is much stronger and stronger than before, so naturally the intensity of training needs to be increased. Only under such high-intensity training can Infernape improve faster. No matter what, I have to get rid of this fat first. While Infernape was doing warm-up exercises, Su Xiao sat calmly and watched by the side, and would never allow Infernape to slack off. At the same time, Su Xiao also began to look through the beast taming encyclopedia in his mind, continuing to select skills for Infernape to learn. The fact that we were able to defeat the ice tiger today, apart from Infernape's own impressive strength, was more or less due to a bit of luck. If Lu Hu had not underestimated the fire monkey and had attacked with all his strength from the beginning and activated his beast taming talent in time, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. For example, if Lu Hu let the ice tiger claw and the flame punch collide head-on, and let the ice tiger avoid frontal attacks and wait for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, then the explosive fire monkey would be in danger. Although there is a flash escape skill, the intermediate skill consumes a lot of energy for the current Infernape and it certainly cannot be used continuously. Moreover, they are skills of different attributes, so the consumption is naturally greater. Often after performing it once, you need to rest for a while. This is also why Su Xiao ordered the Infernape to keep using its skills at the wooden stake, in order to improve its endurance, physical strength, and skill proficiency. In this way, you can better display the various skills you have learned in real battles. For the current Encharpix, the attack power is almost enough, and the speed can also keep up, so what is lacking is defense. But Su Xiao carefully looked through the beast taming illustrations, only to find that none of the skills included in the current beast taming illustrations could increase defense. Skills that can increase defense are usually possessed by Earth and Steel-type fantasy beasts. Among them, the Steel type has a special attribute. Only mythical beasts with steel or mechanical bodies can learn it. Encharpix certainly has no way of learning it. Therefore, copying Chen Shi's Black Fist Beast skills is naturally not of much use. It was at this time. The slow-moving rock turtle silently crawled past Su Xiao's eyes. Forehead. Su Xiao glanced at it casually, and the next moment his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, why am I so rigid, only focusing on copying mid-level skills? I almost forgot that there are some very useful skills among the basic skills. As he spoke, Su Xiao stood up excitedly and picked up the rock turtle in front of him.